Sometimes, destiny doesn't arrive from the future. Sometimes, it returns from 1,000 years in the past. Long ago, in an age of blades, honor, and silence, there lived a girl named Jiang, calm, disciplined, and stronger than the world she was born into. Her life was shaped by duty, by a time that now exists only in forgotten history. But fate had other plans. She was torn away from her era, thrown into a world she had never seen before, a world 1,000 years ahead of her own. She awakens in a city of noise and steel, lights in the sky, machines everywhere, a future that feels colder than any battlefield she survived. Her home is gone, her family long erased by time, her past buried beneath history itself. And in this strange new world, she stands alone, until she meets Qing. Not a warrior, just an ordinary man who chooses to believe her story, and refuses to let her face this world by herself. He becomes her guide, her shelter, the bridge between 2 centuries. But slowly across the distance of 1,000 years, 2 lives begin to move forward together. This is a story of time, and a bond strong enough to cross eras. The story starts in the rainy season. The main character forgets his umbrella, and was getting wet from the rain. He then starts running to his apartment to get shelter. When he was going up the stairs, he encounters a girl, who was wielding a sword. The girl gives him a murderous look, which startles him. After that, a pair of keys drop on the ground, and the sound from the keys scares the girl. He was scared at first, but after taking a look, he thinks that she is just a cosplayer. He looks at her and gets impressed by how well her costume was made, down to the sandals. After that, he walks away, thinking she is really dedicated to her work, but then she tells him to stop. He says that it is his house and wonders if he scared her by any chance. She acts aggressively toward him, which makes him confused. After that, he thought she is a weird person and goes inside his home. While closing the door, he saw that she was standing at the corner of the stairs. After taking a shower, he grabs a drink, and after that, he calls his cat, Wintermelon, for feeding him. He then drinks from the can and says it felt refreshing to drink after taking a shower. He then sits by the window and said his work is done. After some time passes, he grabs his umbrella and checks on the other side of the door if the girl was still there. He saw that no one was there, but to confirm it, he opens the door. He then finds the girl sitting right next to the door. He gets nervous and tells her that she can use her umbrella to head home. He also says that she can call her family if she wants, and tells her to go home. The girl asked where she is, and he replied that it is the neighborhood of Beiwing Road. After hearing it, she gets confused and asks who he is. He tells her that she can call him Lei Feng. He then asked if she wants the umbrella or not, but she didn't understand what he was saying. She then introduces herself as a disciple of the Salt Gang and says that she has no idea why she is there. Lei thought that she is either ill or has 8th grade syndrome. Lei then thought that it would be better if he rather calls security and tells her to come inside the house. He then calls security and was discussing the matter. The girl then intensely stares at the TV and gets startled by it. Lei was still in the conversation, but then he saw that the girl stabbed the TV with her sword and broke it. She looked scared as she stabbed the TV, but Lei couldn't comprehend what just happened. After that, the girl gives him a murderous look and Lei hangs up the phone. Lei knew that things are going to get dangerous if he doesn't do something. The girl then asked about the people in the box and who was he talking to. Lei wondered if she is from Wuqiao acrobatic troupe and if she can't even afford to pay for the TV. He tells her to put down her sword and says that he is a good person. While she was pulling her sword from the TV, he noticed that it was a real sword. He asked her name and where she came from. She replied that her name is Jiang He and she is a disciple of Salt Gang. He asked where is the Salt Gang, and she gets surprised that he doesn't know about it. He replied he hasn't heard of the Salt Gang and looked at her drenched body. Lei says that he is a good person and she can ask him any question. Jiang said that she wanted to go home, back to the Salt Gang. He asks if she knows Zhongcheng City, but she was clueless. He then wondered if she is an ancient person and asked who the emperor is. She was clueless and says that Her Majesty is just Her Majesty. Lei gets angry and asked what year it was. Jiang then confirmed if it wasn't the 16th year of Kaiyan. Lei gets shocked because it didn't seem that she is joking, and tells her to give him a second. He then searches the internet and asked if the emperor's name was Tang Xuanzong, but she had no clue. He then continues to ask her about several names, but the name Kinglian Jushi rang a bell, and she asked if he knows him. It was the name of a famous player that Lei knew from a game. The food delivery man then rings the bell and makes her startled. She asked about the noise and draws her blade, but Lei tells her to stop. He says that someone brought goods for him and they are not a bad guy. She asked if it is a servant, to which he replied that it is a food delivery man. Lei then brings the food to her and asks if she wanted to eat it together. She replies that there was no need but thanks him. She then looks at him and asked why is all their hair short and if they were exiled. Lei gets sweaty and asked what she meant by that. She replied that she took a look outside when she first arrived an hour ago. Lei knew how violent she is, but he was relieved that nothing bad happened. He asked if anyone saw her, to which she replied that she hid in the dark and wandered around. Lei was about to eat his burger, but Jiang comes close to his face and says that he hadn't answered her question yet. He replied that their hair was short due to the local custom. He then offers his food and asked if she wants some. She stared at the food for some time, but then she shakes her head, saying that she doesn't want it. He then offers her a drink and said that he already opened the can. She gets angry because she thought he is looking down on her and asked, "What is this food?" Lei said that he wasn't looking down on her and replied that it is a hamburger. The Coke on the table falls on the floor, and looking at the color, Jiang thought it is poisonous. Lei nervously tells that it wasn't poisonous, but Jiang draws her sword and pins him on the floor. Jiang was staring at him intensely, but Lei takes the can and drinks the Coke to make her understand that it wasn't poisonous. He tells her to quit drawing her sword and says that he is a good guy. He then points at his cat and said that she is scaring Winter Melon. He looks at Jiang and thought that there are 3 options to deal with a violent girl like her. The first option is to leave her on the streets, where she would starve or get caught by the police. The second is to call the police and hand her over to them. But he then thought that if something goes wrong, she might attack the police and make a mess for him. The third option is to observe her, and as she is an ancient girl, he thought that she might know some secret techniques. It was a rare chance for him to see those powers, so he thought that he would regret it if he hands her over. After that, he insisted that she tries the burger. She drools while watching the food, but still refuses to accept it. She then asked what is the thing that is in his hands. Lei replied that it was food and asked if he should take a bite to prove that it isn't poisonous. Jiang replied that he should while drooling. While he was taking the bite, he thought that this sort of food might be too much for her. He then says that her body won't be able to handle this food, so he will prepare a rice bowl for her. He then tells her to sit, as seeing her standing with a sword makes him scared. Jiang then touches the sofa and tries to sit cautiously. At that time, Jiang was thinking that although she was unfamiliar with everything, she knows that he was trying to help her by offering the umbrella. The room seemed weird, and the stuff he was eating made him look like a weird person to her, so she wants to be careful. She then asked about Lai Bai, as Lei mentioned his name before. He tells her to put her sword away and said that she might get shocked to hear it. She says that she wants to go home, no matter where that place is. He looks at her with a sad face and said that she might not be able to return, as it is really far away. She asked how far it is. Lei replies that it is 1,200 years far. Jiang asked what did he meant. So Lei explained that this era is 1,200 years after the era she is from. He says that her emperor, friends, or everyone that she knew were from over 1,000 years ago, and that they are already dead. Jiang stands up and calls him a liar. He then tells her that she will find out about it slowly. He also said that the current era is peaceful, but there is a set of laws that she needs to follow. Jiang then continued to call him a liar, but Lei said that she will understand if she is a smart person. He said that everyone she knew became history. Jiang gets angry and tried to leave, but Lei tells her to stop. She then draws her blade and points at him. He repeats about the laws and said that she can't go out with a sword like that. Jiang asked why is he trying to help her, to which Lei replied that when Winter Melon was outside, he took him in. She asked who was Winter Melon, so he said that it is this fat cat. She then gets pissed and asked if he is looking down on her. From what she saw, she knows that he isn't an evil person. He is just an ordinary person who was heading home and encountered her. When it was about to get dark, he wanted to lend her an umbrella. She asked why he is helping her, to which he replied that the situation is interesting. He asked what would she do if he ran into her timeline. She replied that he would have been taken to the chief and then executed. After that, Lei makes a hard face and says, Ami Wamu Shinderu. He then says that she can't kill any people here as everyone are peace lovers. He didn't know how she got here, but he warns her to not harm anyone while she lives there for the time being. He also refrains her from destroying things, as she did to his TV. He wants to help her, but if she wants to go, then she should be careful about the police, is what he told her. She then thinks about her situation. She knows that there is nothing to wear for her, as the clothes are different in this era, and she has nowhere to go if she leaves now. He tells her to put down her sword and says that he will order some food for her. He also tells her that if she keeps drawing her sword in front of other people, then it will be troublesome for her. After that, she looks at her sword and throws it away. He then asked what she usually eats and gets an idea about a set of food. He then decides to order some rice and buns. He tells her to take a shower and asked if she knew how to use the bathroom. She gets confused and asked where the bath is. After that, he shows her the toilet, which makes her surprised. Lei then says that she might get surprised to see amazing things and feel like something wants to hurt her. He reassures her and says that at least he will never harm her. He then shows her how to use the shower and tells her to give it a try while taking pictures from her back. He shows her shampoo and teaches her about the functions of the toilet. While she was using the bath, Lei was waiting in the living room. He opens his wardrobe in hopes of finding something that she could wear. He then accidentally opened the door of the bathroom to give her clothes, but he realized that he forgot to teach her about locking the door. He gives her a t-shirt and said that he will buy her some dresses tomorrow. He tells her to come over and said that he will teach her how to lock the door. After he came out, he was scared, thinking that if he went during the wrong time, then he would have been dead. After that, he sat on the sofa and meanwhile, Jiang was enjoying her bath. She tries to lick the soap, but spits it out. Lei was wondering if he was dreaming about having an ancient girl in his house. He picks up her sword and unsheathes it. While looking at the sword, he wondered if he should give this to an expert to identify whether it is an antique. Jiang gets out of the bath and watches Lei writing something. She then gets close to him and asked what he was writing. He shows her the paper and said it is a list of her daily necessities. He then gives her the paper and asked if she could read it, but she couldn't. He said that he will tell her about it later. Jiang then tells him that the clothes are strange for her, but he says that they looks good on her, but he coughed and tells her that it is a custom to compliment people on good looks. She glares at him and tells him not to say something flirtatious. He then noticed that she was still wearing her straw shoes, so he tells her to put away her shoes and get a slipper from the rack. Suddenly, the takeout man arrives at the door and makes her startled. He then tells her to not get nervous and said it is food delivery. Lei was thinking about how her cautious side resembled a wild cat. He then brings out the food and puts it on the table. While sitting at the table, Jiang says that she heard a saying from her second in command. It was that if a person has the intention to do something, then he is a thief, but she then smiled and said that Lei is really a good person. After that, she finishes her meal. Lei then asked if she is done because he wants to talk to her. He said that since she is from 1200 years ago, so if she couldn't understand anything, then they will discuss it. He also tells her that if she were to kill him, then she would be fined for a week if she were to hide his body. He then tells her to forget about her sword and gives a brief explanation about the TV and other devices. He then brings out his phone and gives an example of how it can be used. He tells her that if she doesn't understand anything, then she can feel free to ask him. She hears Lei's speech and sits quietly, and Lei sighs a breath of relief. He says that the outside of the house is complicated. He explained that even though it is peaceful and safe for him, but it is too dangerous for her. Jiang gets confused and asked why. He answered that it is because she might hurt people and get captured for it. He then brings out a card and said that it is an identification card. He explained how not having an ID card while traveling outside might spell trouble for her. He added that if she goes against the police or gets captured while holding a weapon, then she will be punished. He knew that if someone discovered that she is ancient, then it would become a global sensation. She then asked if he meant that she is a refugee, but Lei replies that it is worse than that. He then gives an example of her situation, saying that she is something like a slave without a contract. He explained that in this world, she is in a dangerous position, but for him, it is a wonderful feeling to meet someone like her. He says that he is willing to help her to get settled into this world slowly. Jiang asked how is she supposed to trust him and muttered that she just wants to return to her home. Lei replied that if she doesn't believe in him, then she can forget about it. He added that it won't be easy to help her if she doesn't believe in him. She thinks about it for a bit and asked what is she supposed to do now. He replied that first of all, she shouldn't draw her sword any time in the future, as it is scary for people in this era. She then looks around for a bit and asked where his wife is. She also says that it isn't proper for her to be around him if that was the case. He then depressingly replied that he is a single dog and is currently unmarried. She was shocked to hear that he wasn't married and stared at him for a bit. He then sighs and said that it is normal for a man and a woman to be alone as long as they don't share the bed. He tells her to come with him and shows her a room that he used as storage. He said that she can live in that room. After that, when Lei starts cleaning the room, Jiang was wondering that this place is weird as Lei isn't married at the age of 20, despite being a landlord. He then brings a mattress for her and tells her to not worry, as it was clean and she can use it. He tells her to get some rest and said that she might be feeling confused right now, but he feels the same way. He then leaves the room and wishes her good night. After he was gone, Jiang puts back her sword and falls into deep thought. Xu was into deep thought in the middle of the night while lying on his bed. He was thinking how the reality didn't make any sense to him. During the whole day, he was looking for a job interview and couldn't make it back in the rain. It was a normal and unlucky day for him. As a result, he picked up a girl who preferred to draw her sword at any moment and claimed to be from ancient times. He then tells himself to forget it and wait until tomorrow. Morning arrives and he wakes up. He then grabs his phone to check the time. He gets shocked to see the time and tries to confirm if yesterday's event was just a dream. He sneakily gets up and looks from the corner. He then saw that Jiang was already awake. She then noticed him and asked what he was doing. Xu is now sure that it wasn't a dream. He then tries to continue their conversation, but it felt awkward to him. He asked if she is hungry, to which she replied, just a little. She then realizes something and dashes out of the room. After a while, she comes back and gives him something, saying he will be probably fine with these pieces. Xu greedily looks at it and wonders if it is gold. She tries to give him her necklace, saying that he would be able to pawn more silver with it. But Xu tells her to forget it and give her the silver pieces back. He then realized just how unfit she looked in her clothes, so he decides to buy her some clothes along with some daily necessities. He was thinking that taking her out for shopping in her clothes will look weird. There are fewer police patrols in his area, so he was thinking that as long as she doesn't make a fool of herself, then she would be fine. After that, he goes out to do the shopping for her. He picks a variety of clothes for her and looks at a night dress and decides to buy it as well. After that, he arrives at the women's underwear section. He was thinking that he has to risk it all, as it was impossible for him to go inside alone. 1 hour later, he was finally done shopping. He then looks at the underwear and gets flustered. He goes to a library and buys some books worth 200 yuan. He wondered if it might be useful to keep it at his home. After he was done, he thought about going back home. While he was heading home, a police officer who knew him asked if he went to do the shopping, and he replied yes. He asked why did he call him yesterday, to which Xu replied that it was a mistake. The officer then warns him about a thief and tells him to inform him if he sees him. Xu then comes back to his house, but gets surprised to see that Jiang was looking at him menacingly while drawing her sword. He then gives her food and said that it is completely safe in this era. He tells her that he brought some daily necessities for her and will give them to her after the meal. He then kept staring at her, so she asked what is wrong. Xu replied, shouldn't she be telling something like, "Thank you, young warrior." He then asked if he counts as a warrior or something else. She then expresses her gratitude in the way he envisioned, but she was confused. He sarcastically accepts her gratitude. He was just trolling her, but she was ignorant about it. After that, she starts eating at a fast speed and makes Xu speechless. His image of an ancient girl eating was different, so he gets confused. He then said that he brought some clothes according to her height, but he doesn't know the actual measurements. He gives her the night dress and said she can wear it if she likes. She then holds a bra and asked what these are. Xu gets flustered and said that he will show her a video about how to use these. He tells her that these are used by women, so she has to study them herself. She looks at the clothes and gets confused. He then gives her 2 books and tells her to read them, saying they contain history and language. He was thinking that it would be easier if he teaches her how to use the computer. He then looks at her yawning and says she should rest if she is feeling tired, and after that, he asked if she wanted to know anything else. She asked him what is his status in this world. Xu answered that he completed graduation and is unemployed, but he then explains it in a way so she can understand. She thought that he was a rich kid or a family member of a landlord. After that, she starts reading the books that Xu gave her, and while reading, she cries and asked, how can she go back? Xu replied that he doesn't know and asked how did she got here in the first place. She said that yesterday, while chasing a thief, she got lost in the forest, and after that, she saw a tall building in front of her. Xu tell her that she has to learn to survive here first, and then she can think about going back. He then asked her about her military rank, but she replied that her gang was powerful. Xu then asked if she could use any special arts or how far she could jump down without taking damage. She then points at the building and says that it is okay for her to jump from there. Xu then gets speechless as the building she pointed to was 4th floor worth tall. Xu then asked her if she knew martial arts or heavenly mystic techniques. Jiang had no idea what he was talking about. Xu asked if she knew Kung Fu and begged her to teach it to him. Jiang said that he won't be able to achieve much at his age, but Xu said it is fine. She then takes a stance and starts teaching him about the basics of martial arts. Jiang explained that martial arts are the accumulation of every little thing. He asked if he could skip the stance, but she replies that he can't. He then asked how long would he have to practice, to which she replied that for 3 years. Xu was wondering if he would have been in the army if he stood up. Xu dropped the idea and asked if he could learn swordsmanship instead, but Jiang said that it is a no-go. He gets depressed and tells her to try out her new clothes. After she was gone, he thought that it was his chance. He then picks up her sword and tries to swing it. After a while, he gets tired as the sword was too heavy for him. After that, Jiang changes into her new clothes and appears in front of Xu. She said that she tried everything, and it is the one that fits her well. Xu then tells her to move around and said that he wants to have a look. He tells her to let her hair loose and said that he will buy her a new headband. She then unties her hair and asked if it's okay. Xu then starts to cry after seeing just how cute she looked. He was glad that Jiang didn't have any awareness. After that, he says that he will take her for a walk tonight. Sometime later, Jiang watches Xu from a corner as he was using the computer. She then asks what he is doing and what is this device. Xu replied that it is a computer and explained about the functions in a way she could understand. He then asked if it is hard to read the book, to which she replied that she is slowly getting it right. He tells her to take her time and said that he would have done worse if he was in a situation like hers. After that, he starts operating the computer again. She then asked if he doesn't have any work, to which Xu replied that people have to think to make money in this world, and what he is doing currently is his work. She then wondered if he was a businessman, but he said it isn't accurate, and she will be able to understand it slowly. After that, he asked how was her chief's martial arts skills, to which she replied that it was very strong. Xu then smirks, and then he clicks on a video. The video was about fictional fighting using martial arts. Jiang gets intrigued and starts watching it. After that, Xu interrupts her and asked how strong were their martial arts compared to the video. He then asked if their martial arts were this strong, but she replied that these techniques look godlike to her. She then imagines fighting against the men from the movie and gets scared by the thought. After that, he shows her a different video where the person made a hole in the ground using his palms. Jiang gets scared and becomes speechless. She then asked if this is the true power of his world, but Xu revealed that they were fake. She asked if he is telling the truth and whether it really was fake or real. He replies that it was fake and this was how they imagined what ancient people would look like. He then explained how are they doing it, but she couldn't understand. He said that once she gets more acquainted with this world, she will be able to understand movies and art. He then asked if her leader was stronger than the people in the movies, but she replied that only their footwork looked familiar. He asked if there were anyone capable of superhuman movement, and she replied that only her gang's second miss was capable of something like that, but the technique such as the god palm was impossible even for her. He then thinks about something and shows her another video. He asked if she could do something like that with his eyes sparkling with expectation. She then thinks about it for a second and starts to imitate what she saw. Xu felt excited after watching her do that. She then tells him that if he wants to learn, then she can show him the training method. While she was leaving, Xu falls to his knees and after that, he starts celebrating behind her back. She then bumps into a ball and sees that Winter Melon was staring at her. She enters her room, making the cat confused. In her room, she was thinking that there is no one in this world without ulterior motives. She now believes that Xu's goal was to learn martial arts all along. She starts to cower in fear after thinking about the movies that she saw. She then looks above the room and thought that it was spacious enough. After that, she draws her sword and starts practicing. There was noise coming from her room, which made Xu wonder if she wasn't resting. He was also getting tired, so he decided to take a nap and throws himself on the bed. He was thinking how incredible it felt to have a female martial artist sleeping in the opposite room. A loud noise startles him and makes him wonder what she was doing. After taking a nap, he wakes up and checks his phone. He then sees time and said that he slept for too long. He gets out of his room and thought that it is time to take Jiang out for a stroll and show her the world. While they were getting ready to go outside, he sets some rules for Jiang and tells her to stick with him. He then takes a photo of her, but the photo didn't look good. He tells her to give him a smile. She tries her hardest to smile, but it scares him in the process. He then reminds her to not make any unnecessary movement while they are out. He tells her to put down the sword, but she was hesitant to do it. He explained that everyone outside is a weakling like him and that her simple punch would do the trick. After that, she clenches her fist and stares at it. She said, "Understood," while Xu takes a photo of her. After that, they steps outside the building, but Jiang was scared by the surroundings. Xu explained to her about the residential buildings and said that other people live there. He then points at the entrance and said that beyond it are different shops. Jiang gets scared watching a person riding a scooter, but Xu tells her to calm down. He was high and mighty by taking out an ancient girl to the street. In the distance, two people were having a conversation. After that, the lady notices Jiang and stares at her. Xu asked, "What is the matter?" and the woman replied that Jiang looked familiar. Then the policeman asked if she is his girlfriend, but Xu said that they are just friends. The woman then remembered seeing her with a sword yesterday. The police and the woman start to discuss it, but Xu said it was just a cosplay. After that, they understood and wondered why people do that. Xu then grabs Jiang's hand and leaves in a hurry after saying goodbye. After a while, Jiang shakes off her hand and distances herself from him. Xu was glad that it was that woman because it wouldn't have ended well if she met any other person. Jiang then sees a car and said it was really fast. Xu tells her to think of it as a carriage, but the horse is the body. She then projects a weird image inside her mind. He then points her at a security camera and said that the movies that they saw were captured by those. He tells her that someone can watch them from those cameras and makes her scared. He then tells her to not worry, as those guys have other important work to do. But Jiang then picks some rocks from the ground. Xu asks what the rocks are for, but suddenly she aims the rocks at the camera, and Xu shouted if she is planning to destroy them. She looks at him and acts confused. He then sighs and tells her to put the stones back. After that, they arrive at the main road. He shows her a traffic light and explained how it works. After the light becomes green, he said that they can cross now. Jiang looks at the street lamp and gets surprised. After that, she looks around the city and gets barked at by a puppy. Xu shows her an accessory and asked if she wants it. He then imagines her with that accessory, but shook his head. After that, he falls into deep thought while looking at a jewelry stand. She looks at the accessories and something catches her eye. Xu realized that she liked it, so he bought it for her. Xu looked at her in the accessory and thought it suits her. They both then arrive at a dining hall. He orders pancake strips and cucumber salad for both of them. While they were finding their seats, he explained to her that it is a place for food. He said the food that they were eating came from this place and added that he grew up eating from this place. She looks around with a dazed expression. Xu looks at her and falls into thinking. A few minutes later, a person brings their order, which made her startled. After that, he gives her a chopstick and tells her to eat. While drinking a soda, Xu was thinking that things are more complicated than he thought, so he could only take one step at a time. After the meal, he pays the bills and they step out. After they reached home, Xu asked if she believes in him now. She wears a sad expression on her face and gets quiet. He tries to comfort her, saying that it might not be bad for her to live in this peaceful era. He said that if they can solve the issue with her ID, then she would be able to work and live a carefree life. But Jiang still said that she wants to go home. He tells her that it is impossible, as it is 1200 years in the past. After that, she asked how can she solve the problem regarding her identity. He replied that he isn't sure, but they will reach there eventually. He tells her that first she has to get adapted to society, and he will help in that regard. Jiang gets happy to hear it and thanks him, addressing him as young hero. Xu then smiles and said it is a piece of cake. He tells her about the importance of the ID and said that he will give her an example. He asked, "Where is the piece of paper from yesterday?" And Jiang replied that he threw it in the dustbin. Xu then looked at the dustbin with a worried expression. Jiang asked him what will happen if she can't get this identity issue, to which Xu replied, then she will be treated as an unregistered citizen. He explained that without an identity card, she wouldn't be entitled to any rights. He said, besides illegal sweatshops, most form of work would require an identity card, and without an paying job, it's difficult to support herself. Secondly, she wouldn't be able to rent a place or stay at a hotel without an identity card. Also, she wouldn't be able to travel to faraway places either, be it on a bullet train or long-distance coach rides. And lastly, if she were to raise any disputes, she wouldn't be able to do that without an identity card. Jiang said, so if she can find a way to make money and a place to stay, then an identity card is not needed. But Xu replied, getting a phone line and making a bank card, all need an identity card. He then starts searching online while saying, if she gets transported here 20 years earlier, then this issue would have been less complex. And while searching for a solution online, he said maybe she can try reaching out to the government, but then she might lose her freedom. Jiang grabbed her sword and asked Xu if he is going to hand her over to the authorities, to which he replied it was just hypothetical. He then tells her to study the world's history first, and then she would be able to make a better decision. Jiang asked her in a low voice if she is being a bother to him by staying there, and Xu replied, as long as she don't try to slash everything, it's actually fine. After searching for a while, Xu sighed as he didn't find anything useful. He then checks his phone and thinks about calling Qin Hao, his best buddy who is a glorious local police officer. He then thought about how Jiang will react after seeing him, so he decides to text him first. He tells him to go out for some skewers, thinking he is a civil servant, so surely he must know something. After that, Xu decides to take a shower. Xu was thinking if Jiang has taken a shower yet, and then he remembered that he forgot to buy her a pair of pajamas. And then he realized something, that there is someone of the opposite sex in the house, so he can't walk freely without clothes. After some time, Jiang slowly opened her room's door, and after checking the surrounding, she quickly dashed inside the bathroom. She was enjoying her shower, which means ancient people take daily showers too. Then the next day, Xu bought a writing tablet for her and explained that not only it recognized Chinese characters, it can also accurately identify Chinese phonetic symbols as well. And as he was teaching her how to use it, Winter Melon startled them. He then tells her to take her time, while he will feed Winter Melon. Jiang looked at him feeding the cat and asked, what is that food in his hand? Xu said, it's a food specially made for cats, which shocked Jiang. She was imagining cat food growing on trees, so Xu said, this is manufactured food. It's not what she is thinking of. Then the food delivery guy came and knocked on the door. Xu gave the packet to Jiang and tells her that he is going to meet a friend tonight for her identity issue. He said he will teach her how she can contact him using the computer and tells her to not leave the house. And as Jiang was enjoying her burger, Winter Melon came and looked at her with sparkly eyes. But Xu picked it up and said she need to stick on the cat food. Jiang asked if she cannot feed this burger to Winter Melon, and Xu replied, of course not. He said she can't because it's unhealthy, which shocked Jiang as she looks at him with disbelief. She sobs and was slowly eating the burger, thinking this hamburger is no longer appealing. Before leaving, Xu created a QQ account for her and said if anything comes up, then she can use this writing tab to contact him. After a while, Xu reached the location and saw Qin waiting for him. Qin said that they hadn't met up for a chat in so long, so let's drink to their heart's content tonight. Xu then asked him about his work and how is it going after becoming a glorious police officer. Qin replied that it's totally different from what he imagined, as he is not getting any big cases. Every day he has to deal with trivial issues that one can't even imagine, like breaking up couple fights and dealing with quarrels in the neighborhood, so he asked why there are so many of these minor disputes. Xu replied that it's not a bad thing. After all, it means that the people are generally living a peaceful life. Qin has dreamed of being a police officer since young, even though his height stagnated at 1.6 meters during puberty. And after finding that the minimum height for police officers was 1.7 meters, Xu had to console his devoted soul. But luckily, the height requirement was later scrapped, and they tested how high one could jump instead, so Qin got motivated and practiced every day. And now, he achieved his dream of becoming a local police officer. Qin whispered that before Xu arrived, he was hoping that an armed bandit would appear out of nowhere so he could jump over the table to take him head on. Xu tells him to stop daydreaming while thinking about Jiang as the armed bandit. Xu then said, let's imagine that a vagrant who lost his memories wants an identity card, but he has no way to prove his identity, so how would he be able to get an identity card? Qin replied it's not possible, as such a person would definitely be an unregistered citizen, and it would be impossible to get an identity card. And then Qin's work mode activated and he asked Xu if he knows someone like that. Xu replied that he is just asking on behalf of his third uncle's grandfather's nephew. He has a friend facing some issue. And while pouring a drink, Qin said, unless if you are someone who popped out of nowhere without proof of identity, everyone has some sort of proof of their lineage. Xu then asked if police were to encounter an unregistered citizen, then how would they react, which made Qin suspicious. But Xu said that nothing is weird about this, and if he really becomes so devoted to work, that everything seems suspicious to him. Qin then tells him if that person claims to have lost his memory, then they would launch an investigation to check if he is a missing person, or someone who was kidnapped, or if he is an escaped convict. And if that person clears all the checks, then they would just release the person, as it's not like he committed a crime or anything. Xu asked, then what about the identity card? Wouldn't the police provide help with that? To which Qin replied, of course not. He said, let's say if he were to hold a knife right now and used it to stab Xu, which makes him irritated, so he tells him to stab someone else. Qin corrected that if he were to stab someone, and then went somewhere shady for facial surgery before coming back, and demands a new identity because he lost his memory, so it's not acceptable. After drinking for a while, Qin gets completely drunk and was muttering he will leave his mark in history by solving a major case. After paying the bill, the store guy said that their store is having a promotion for every 100 yuan of skewers bought, an additional 50 yuan of skewers free. Xu thought how Jiang will react after seeing the skewers, so he decides to take some for her. He then get a cab for Qin and send him after saying goodbye. After Qin left, Xu thought that he really have a big issue on his hands, but at least it's interesting. After some time, he returned home and find Jiang and Winter Melon sleeping quietly. And as he was watching them sleep, they both wake up and looked at him. Xu said that since she had an early dinner, he brought some food back in case she was hungry, so Jiang thanked him. But Xu reminds her that she is forgetting something important. Jiang understood what he meant and addressed him as young hero Xu while thanking him. Xu gets happy and said it's child's play for him. He first gave her some yogurt, saying before eating it, they have to lick this. Jiang copied him, and after licking the yogurt, she said it's so tasty. Before going back to his room, Xu thought that this feeling of a lively home and having someone wait for him feels kind of great. After taking a shower, Xu came back to hall and gets surprised to see Jiang, who was still studying. Jiang thought the quality of life there is pretty good, as one can take showers every day, and it feels great. Xu then asked her if she figured out that piece of clothing that he gave her before. Jiang remembered about it and shook her head. After taking a shower, Jiang thought that she really is lucky to meet such a kind young hero, who lets her adjust to this world at her own pace. But she thought that it's not wise to rely on him in the long run, so once she grasps how the world works, she won't trouble him. Then the next morning, she finds Xu in the hall, so she asked if he is working again, and Xu replied that he is just watching the news. She then suspiciously asked him if he is sure that he is not working for the authorities. Xu denied and said since he is up early, so he is going to get some breakfast for them, so does she wants to tag along. But Jiang refused, saying she will be fine here. And as Xu was going to buy breakfast, he was called by his neighbors and the guard. One woman then asked him if he heard anything strange while sleeping last night. Xu replied, none, as he was sleeping peacefully at night. Then a man said maybe the building is haunted because for the past few nights, something has scaring his dog. Xu then asked the guard if he has seen the ghost too. The guard replied that he didn't see it, but the CCTV did. They all then decides to watch the recording together and saw something moving between buildings with extraordinary speed. Xu saw the move and realized that the ghost is none other than Jiang. He heard the neighbors, who were trying to guess whether this was a person or a ghost. He then asked the guard if the same thing happened last night as well, to which guard said it didn't happen last night. Xu then tried to trick them, saying maybe that ghost was just passing by. And after a long discussion, they agreed with him and the guard said that he will keep a closer eye on this. Xu then returned home and angrily asked Jiang if she has been sneaking out in the middle of the night. Jiang replied yes and asked how did he know about it. Xu replied because that the all-seeing eye has recorded her movements. But when he get to know that she was wearing black outfit and her face was covered, he took a sigh of relief. He tells her that if she wants to head out next time, so they can go together. Xu then searches for a movie name online that involves an ancient person being transported to the current era and dying in a police shootout. He thought he need to show her just how dangerous her actions were, and if someone have called the police, then she would have met a bad end. Xu then decides to order lunch, so he asked her what she wants, burgers, chicken wraps, or something else. Jiang smiled and replied she wants something healthy. But Xu said in that case she can just eat the cat food, which made her angry. He then showed her the washing machine and explained that they can wash clothes by it, so if she has clothes that need to be washed, then she can just throw them in. Jiang quickly went and bring her clothes. Xu noticed a strange cloth, so he picked it up and asked, "What is this?" Jiang quickly snatched it from his hand and ran from there. Xu noticed that it was foot binding and wondered how was she able to scale walls with bonded feet. After a while, he thought that something is wrong because her feet seemed fine when she took off her shoes earlier. He then searched on the internet if martial artists practice foot binding too. He went to her and asked if she can show her feet to him, but Jiang refused. But then, suddenly, Xu realized why Jiang didn't try any of the underwear he bought that day. It wasn't because those were too small and couldn't fit, it's just that they were binded. He felt guilty after realizing that wasn't for binding feet, but for her breasts. He then tells her to take advantage of what this world has to offer, or the clothes he bought would go to waste. He plays a video of how to wear underwear and left. 5 minutes later, he came and asked if everything is going good. Jiang asked him if the people of this world live their lives in such an immoral way. Xu replied, wearing comfortable clothes and enjoying life is not immoral, but Jiang calls this shameless. But Xu said that she is just being stubborn, as females with their legs and waists exposed, it's their own choice. Also, if males can show some skin, then why can't females do the same, so she has no right to call someone shameless. But Jiang said, no matter what, it is unacceptable, just plain unacceptable. He tried to calm her down, saying if she doesn't like it, then it's fine. Xu then showed her some games and said they are really fun, and according to research, 90% of the people start learning computer in order to play games. The first game he showed her was Super Mario, and as she watched him play the game, her eyes sparkled. And while leaving, Xu thought he has to keep her busy, or she will start thinking about going on her night adventures and practicing her martial arts. After an hour, he stopped the game, saying that's enough playing this for now. He then smiled and said he will teach her some Du Diju, the popular gambling card game in China. And in some minutes, Jiang got completely hooked to it. He saw her shouting, "You can't trump my cards, it's over for you," so then he decides to take an afternoon nap. Inside the room, Xu thought it's good that he didn't manage to get a job that day. Because even if the interview went well, taking in a female martial artist from 1200 years ago would mean he had to resign anyway. In the evening, he came out and tells Jiang to be ready, as they are going outside for dinner today. He tells her to change her clothes and hairstyle, so the people can't recognize her as the mysterious figure from that night. She gets dressed, but as soon as Xu saw her, he gets flustered and tells her to change back to what she was wearing originally. Angered, Jiang went inside to change her clothes again. After a while, the guard saw him and Jiang going outside, so he asked if he is taking his girlfriend out for a stroll again. Xu replied she is just a friend and asked if the road he is holding is made of peach wood. The guard said the one he ordered is still on the way, so he wrapped this temporary one with many talisman. He then cheerfully asked if doesn't he look like the door god Qin Qiang from the New Year picture. After a while, Jiang checked the surrounding and asked Xu, "What is a girlfriend?" To which Xu replied, "It's the same as friend." She asked, "Then why is there a girl in front of it?" And Xu said, "Because she is a female." Jiang then angrily asked him, then why did he deny that she is his girlfriend? To which Xu replied, he will explain it to her later. He thought, if she finds out what girlfriend truly means, then she will just leave in the middle of the night. While walking, Jiang was thinking how this world has no curfews, no food stalls lining the streets, and not even dirt roads. This place gives off an indescribable atmosphere. It wasn't this peaceful when the second miss talked about the time the world was flourishing. She then saw Xu buying something to drink. He gave boba tea to her, saying he is certain that she can't find this in her era. She asked Xu if those people are relying on making this to earn a living, so can she also learn to do that type of job? Xu replied, she sure can learn to do that, but she can't rely on it to make money since she doesn't have an ID. She then slowly drank some of the tea, but didn't like it at all. She said it's weird because the boba is hard to chew. Xu gets happy after hearing that and said even he thinks the same, but Jiang was looking at his drink. Xu said that since females have a sweet tooth, so he thought that she will like boba. He then tell her to check his drink, saying it's sour so it might not suit her palate. Jiang take a sip of his lemon drink and said it's delicious. He then exchanged his drink with hers, saying throwing it away would be a waste. Xu then proposes Jiang to go on a stroll with him before heading home. They start walking and Xu stops at the bus station, saying he will take her somewhere nice. After a while, the bus arrived, so he tells her to be not nervous and follow him. They enter the bus and he tells her to take the window seat. While the bus was running, Xu asked if the bus felt smooth, and Jiang replied, yes it does. He thought that she would be more excited about it, but she replied that she had ridden a horse-drawn carriage before. After that, the bus stops at the Lanzhong Bridge, and they both come out. After coming out, Xu tells her that the place is called Lanzhong, and then they look at the stunning scenery of the nighttime city. He tells her that unlike their era, where it's dark after night, the view that she is watching right now is called a modern-day city night view. She looks at the view for a while and asked if this really is over 1,000 years in the future. Xu replied that she should already know the answer by now, as she had read some of the world's history. He also tells her that the world had seen some great changes in the span of 1,200 years. He looks at her and sees her getting captivated by the scenery of the town. He said it is unlikely that she will be able to return to her era, and it isn't a bad option to stay here as long as she can get her ID. After that, he takes a photo of her while saying that he will bring her on a plane to experience the skies once she gets an ID. She looks above and asked if what he is saying is true. He answers that it is while pointing out his hand to the sky. He tells her to learn about the world while being holed up in his house. She asked what will happen after that. Xu thinks for a while and replied that she can live her life as she wants. He also tells her that she will eventually find something she likes so she can stay and enjoy the thriving world of the future. He then looks at his phone and said that it's almost time. Jiang looks forward and saw that the sky was illuminated by fireworks. While staring at the fireworks, Xu was thinking that his era is the best out of the past thousands of years, and there is definitely room for Jiang, even if she came here accidentally from 1,200 years. She muttered her second miss would be happy if she could experience his world. He looks at her while smiling and tells her to experience the world to the fullest on behalf of the others that she left behind. He then reaches his hand toward her and welcomes her to his era. The next morning, Xu checks the recent news and finds out about a thief around his neighborhood. He was thinking that it is a pain since their activities will be restricted because of increased police patrols. Jiang then points outside and asked what the people outside are doing. Xu takes a peek and gets surprised to see it. He tells her that the people are watching the priest perform an exorcism. Jiang wondered if everyone from his era lived like a prisoner. She was thinking about how eating breakfast, using a computer, eating lunch, watching movies, and eating dinner were as if he is in a prison. Xu tells her that he is a shut-in and that being shut-in is also a lifestyle, but she couldn't understand what he meant. He explained that he could choose to go outside, but it feels tiring for him, so he stays home instead. To make it simple for her, he tells her that it was like being a landlord. She tells him that she wants to go outside and explore, so he asked if she means to explore on her own. He tells her to stop joking and gives her a lecture about how harsh it is to live outside on her own. He said that he would give her money, but once she runs out, she would either have to steal or run into another kind-hearted person to survive. He added that there are no forests nearby, so she might just have to search trash for food. Hearing that, Jiang gets into deep thought. She was thinking how she can't do anything without an ID as she remembered the words that Xu told her last night. Xu then take out some coins from his pocket and said that it was already an improvement for her to learn about money and how to take a bus, but she still believes that she can't learn things properly. Xu tells her that she is way better than her first appearance since she at least now knows how to survive in his world. He said that he will take her out frequently after the ghost incident calms down and added that there are things she needs to experience firsthand to understand it. She then asked if there are really any ghosts, so he points his finger outside and replied that the priest is still in the middle of an exorcism. He mentioned that she can pay him back after she is capable of earning, and if she can't, then he will find some ways for her to earn money. She thanks him while addressing him as a young master, which makes him happy. After that, he starts searching for a job online, as he knew that it wasn't impossible to find one in their digital age. He finds a job of power leveling in a video game and thought that it would be beneficial for her, as she would also be able to interact with other players while earning. He tells her to try playing that game, but he wasn't sure if she will be able to learn it. She asked if she could earn money by watching videos like him, but Xu replied that it is still too complicated for her in her current state. Suddenly, someone knocks at their door and makes them startled. Xu tells her to get back to her room as he was concerned. The person outside the door starts yelling, so he tells her to quickly hide inside her room as he knew that they are someone from his family. He then pushes Jiang back to her room while answering the person outside. After that, he opens the door and while addressing the man as his father, he asks why was he there. His dad then tells Xu to call him the landlord while giving him a cold look. He then looks around and asked if he still hasn't found any jobs. Xu replied that there is no need for him to find a job as long as he can pay his rent in time. While his dad was giving him a lecture, Xu disrespectfully asked if he came only for his utility bills. His dad then gets angry and tells him that he will raise the rent if he can't get a job by next month. After that, Xu asked if he saw a priest outside and his dad answered that he did. He then tells him to lower the rent instead as he believed that there were ghosts. But his dad leaves in a rage, saying that he doesn't give a crap about it. While his dad was leaving, he saw something that shocked him. He then calls Xu and looks at the girl's dress, which makes Xu nervous. His dad asked if he is into cross-dressing, but Xu gets confused by what he was saying. Xu knew that it would be a problem, regardless of whether he tell the truth or not. However, he thinks that it would be less weird if he finds out about Jiang, rather than finding out that his son is into cross-dressing. Besides, he knows that the truth can't be hidden for long, as there was a chance that his dad would come across some neighbors and get information from them. He then makes an excuse saying that it's his friend's clothes, which piques his dad's interest. After that, he said that it is actually his friend's sister and she is temporarily staying for a few days. He then knocks on her door and tells her to come out. Jiang opens the door of her room and comes out. He introduces them both to each other while hoping that she doesn't accidentally expose her true identity. She almost mistakenly tries to address his father as dad, but then she stops. She then whispers to Xu about how she should address his father, and he replied that she should call him uncle. Meanwhile, his dad was shocked because he clearly heard that she tried to call him dad just now. After that, Jiang greets Xu's dad and he greets her back. Xu said that it is the whole situation and she will be staying with him for some time. She also nodded her head and said yes. His dad then grabs his hand and said that he has something to talk about. He looks at Jiang and tells her that it was no problem, so she can go back to what she was doing. After that, his dad asked him to tell the truth, what is actually going on. Xu angrily replied that he already told him the whole story and added that he wants his spare key for Jiang. He wanted the spare key because he knew that keeping the spare key with his parents might cause unnecessary problems in the future. After that, his dad asked if she is his girlfriend, but he outright denies it. He tells Xu that she almost called him dad, but Xu replied that he misheard it. His dad then asks how old she is, and he replied that she is 18. After a moment of silence, his dad said that it is a sin while fixing his glasses. Xu replied that she came to live for a while, and even if he had a girlfriend, it wouldn't be a sin. His dad was thinking that he came here to press him to get a job, but ended up meeting a girl who almost called him dad. After that, he calls him a brat and shames him for not having a job. But Xu gets angry, and while transferring his rent to his dad, he tells him that he is a YouTuber. He asked about the utility bill and transfers it right away. He then shows that he transferred the money and asked for the spare key, but his dad replied that he is the owner. Xu makes an annoyed face and tells him that he rented it. His dad said that he can stay for free if he gets a job, otherwise his rent will increase. While handing him the key, his dad added that he can live elsewhere if he is unhappy about it. Meanwhile, Xu was thinking that it is going all according to his plan, because all the inheritance will go to him, so basically, his money will just come around to himself. His dad tells him that his mom was calling him to come home for a meal, and then he nervously looks back. Xu angrily replied that she is not his girlfriend, but he asked if he thinks that his dad is stupid. Xu said that he is still busy with work and will pay a visit when he is free. His dad mentioned that dating at a young age will cause problems and tries to bring up a topic from the past, but Xu stops him. He tells him to quickly get a job and start working, but Xu replied that he will see when the time comes. His dad gets speechless for a second and then tries to tell him to practice safely, but Xu shouted that they really are just friends. While his dad was leaving the house, Xu suddenly stops him. He showed him the straw sandals of Jiang and asked about the price of antiques from the Tang Dynasty. His dad asked him about the time period again, and he replied that it is from the Tang Dynasty and possibly during the reign of Lai Longji. He asked how much these shoes worth, but his dad replied that he should check his mental health and get a psychological evaluation. While his dad was leaving, Xu was wondering what he had done wrong. His dad calls him stupid while leaving and tells him to touch some grass. Meanwhile, Xu was thinking that his dream of becoming rich overnight is over. He already knew that nobody would believe that they were from a different era as they were fresh. It was unbelievable, as no one could possibly know that space-time is thin enough for a human to appear out of nowhere. He then tells his dad to take another look at the shoes, but his dad gives him a lecture and also mentioned how he is ashamed to answer a friend of his that his son has no job. Xu replied that he is self-employed while thinking that he has to hide her straw slippers before Jiang finds out. After hearing him say self-employed, his dad looks away for a while and then he angrily tells him that it's a load of crap. He grabs Jiang's sword, and while he was about to intimidate him using it, he noticed that something was wrong with it. Xu looks at what he was holding and gets scared because he knew that Jiang will go crazy if she loses it. He said it's a toy, but his dad tells him to let it go. They both get quiet for a while, and Xu tells him that he can inspect it. His dad was curious because he was acting in a weird manner. He then unsheathes the sword and stares at it for a while. Xu asked what he found, but his dad angrily throws the sword at him. He was feeling embarrassed because he nearly believed his lie about the antique. His dad then again reminds him to find a job and then angrily leaves. He was glad that the sword was new, as there's no way for his dad to find out that it's an ancient relic. He then tells Jiang to stop hiding and keep her sword in a safer place. He asked what was she about to address his dad as, but she replied that she didn't know how to address him. He then teaches her that she can address his father as uncle, and one day, if she were to meet his mom, she can address her as auntie. She gets pumped up and replied that she will remember that. After that, she asked him if he is not interested in practicing martial arts anymore. Xu asked if there are any shortcuts or if there are some other efficient methods that he can use, but she replied that there are none. He gets depressed and sighs while lying on the sofa. He was thinking that martial arts is useless in his era as he won't get any benefit from it. He then stood up and proposes her to play some games instead of talking about martial arts. He was thinking that making her learn about the games would also serve as a bridge to the real world. After that, she starts playing the game, and Xu gives her instructions while standing beside her. Then, later in the evening, while they were having dinner, Jiang asked how could she earn money from that game. Xu replied that once she learns the game, she can play for others. Jiang couldn't understand, so he explained that it is a type of entertainment that people who have free time play. As it is a game with millions of players, some people are lazy to grind, so they pay others, who grind for them instead. She still couldn't understand the meaning behind it, so Xu explained to her in simple terms that it is like helping a rich person to raise his cricket, and once they are grow up, they will take it back and have fun with it. Xu was thinking that it is better for her to become addicted to the internet than to wander around at night. After that, Wintermelon does his stretches and approaches Xu, but he tells him to go elsewhere. He then walks over to Jiang and looks above for jumping on her desk. He jumped on her desk and then gets on her lap for sleeping. Jiang then starts smiling while looking at him and said that he is a weird cat. At the police department, a senior officer asks his colleagues if they are hungry. A fat officer said that he would like to have lunch from McDonald's. After that, he asks Hao, but he replied that he isn't hungry. Hao then sighs, and while looking outside the window, he said that it's a boring day as there is nothing for him to do. Suddenly, everyone turns their attention to Hao. He then asks what happened and why they are looking at him. The senior officer then asked if his mentor did not teach him to not say stuff like that. He gets confused and asked what he meant. Suddenly, a phone call came, and all of them start feeling depressed. Hao is still confused, but the officer tells him to prepare himself to work through the night. After that, they get in the car, and the senior officer warns him to not say stuff like having a boring day. Hao asks the reason and he replied that it is a superstition, but whenever someone says something like that, for the rest of the day, he will become so busy that he can forget about taking breaks. He then wondered if this situation is something that his friend Xu will call raising a flag. After that, they both arrive at their destination. Hao was thinking that it's starting to feel more like real police work. They then arrives at the location of the scene and saw a person sitting there drunk. The senior officer then asks the person, why is he lying down, while Hao was wondering if it's a major case. The person was drunk and he tells them to get his wife to open the door. The senior officer starts knocking at the door, saying that they received a disturbance call, while Hao was getting nauseous of the stench from the drunkard. A lady opens the door and he asks if she was the one who made the call. She replied that she didn't make the call, but it could be the neighbors as they were making a lot of noise. The drunkard then snaps and replied he is the one who called them and tells the police how his wife locked him outside. The senior officer asked if he is her husband, and she replied that he is and apologizes for all the trouble. The drunkard then says some vulgar words and threatens her in front of the officer. The officer then shows him handcuffs and asked if he wants to get sober in the station, which scared the man. Meanwhile, Hao was sarcastically thinking that they have finished another major job. As they were on their way to the station, another incident comes up. The senior officer then asked if he understood what he meant earlier. At the same time, Xu wakes from his sleep in the middle of the night. He heard a noise and wondered what it was. He then takes a peek at the living room and wonders if Jiang was trying to sneak out again. After that, he turns on the light, and as he was about to say something, he saw a different man inside his house. He then asked who he was while Jiang was coming out of her room. Xu realized something and yells loudly that it's a burglar. As Xu was about to stop the burglar, Jiang runs toward him at full speed and slams his forehead on the ground. She then stares at the burglar with a murderous look and tightens her grip. Xu then stopped her, saying that he will die if she exerts any more strength. He looks at the cowering burglar and after that, he looks at Jiang, who had her guard up. He then starts to wonder what's going on in his house. Xu gets nervous, thinking that Jiang almost killed the burglar. There were visible marks on his arm, which reminded him of how brutal Jiang is. After that, he tells the burglar to wait until he calls his police friend. The burglar gets scared and tries to stop him, but Jiang menacingly stares at him, which makes him feel uncomfortable. He then apologizes to Xu and said that he won't do it again, but Xu replied that he deserved it, and asked if it is his first time. The burglar said that it is his first time, but at the same time, he was wondering if Jiang is a martial expert because of how he nearly died. Xu thinks for a minute and tells him to apologize. The burglar then apologizes while bowing down his head, but it looked insincere to Xu, so he tells him that he will call the police and they will accompany him to the hospital for his injury. The burglar then begs to let him go and said that his injury has nothing to do with them. Xu again asked if it is his first time, as he seemed scared of the police, and the burglar swears that it is. After that, Xu walks over to the window and tells the burglar to leave like how he entered. The burglar then rushes to leave while thanking them both. He climbs down and shouted from below that they will live a peaceful life. Jiang comes over and asked why he let him go. Xu replied that if the police had questioned about his injury, then it would have been a problem for her as she doesn't have an identity. She gets surprised and asked why would she be the one to get questioned instead of the burglar. He replied that it is hard to explain and asked if she was planning to sneak out, as she is wearing outdoor clothes. Jiang said that felt comfortable with the clothes and added that she came because of the ruckus. Xu tells her to stop thinking about unnecessary things and go back to sleep. He also said that he will bring someone to fix the window tomorrow. After that, he turns off the light and wishes her good night. The next morning, Xu wakes up from bed and brushes his teeth. As he was coming out of the washroom, he encountered Jiang, who looked exhausted. He asked if she finished practicing her martial arts. She replied that she did while untying her hair. Xu then excitedly asks her if he can watch her practice next time, and she permits him. Meanwhile, he was about to smooth talk her, but then he gets shocked by how easily she agreed to it. He then tells her that they will have breakfast outside and look for someone to fix the window. Outside, Xu teaches her that she can learn more about life by experiencing it personally rather than reading books. Jiang asked how to do it, and he replied that she should get rid of her old thoughts and treat everything as brand new. Jiang gets confused and asked what he meant by brand new. He gives her an example from last night of how she should have restrained the burglar instead of going all out. Jiang clenches her fist and said that she had already scaled back a lot of her strength. Xu gets afraid while looking at her fist and said that it was good. He explained how hurting someone seriously in his era is a crime. So she asked how badly can she injure someone in that case. Xu replied that it depends on the circumstances and the reason for beating up the person. She asked how should she handle the situation if he sneaks into her room in the middle of the night. Xu gets angry and said that it is an impossible scenario and asked if he looked like that type of person. Jiang replies that he did, but Xu says he is not. He makes an imaginary stance and explained how righteous he is. She said that she will believe him for now. Xu was getting scared, thinking about her finding out that he recovered her old shoes from the trash. She mentioned that she suspects him because of how earlier he admitted that he was a pervert. Xu angrily replied that it was a joke and he wouldn't dare to make a move on her. He thinks for a while and asked what would she actually do if that happens. She makes a hard fist and replied she would punch him with all her might. Xu gets scared after seeing her fist and realized that she really wants him dead. After that, they arrive at the restaurant and tell the cashier to prepare the usual meal for them. While they were waiting for their meal, Xu tells her that she should experience her new life from now and remember this day. Jiang then looks at her hand while saying the word remember. She was thinking that it is a thriving world and there is no need to kill anyone. Then, the food that they ordered arrived and Xu thanks him. Jiang then takes one of the dishes and eats it while making a happy face. Xu was thinking that no one would believe that this bun-eating girl in front of him is from ancient time. He tells her that she can eat and take as many buns as she likes and he will pay for it. She looks at the buns and asked if it is costly. Xu said that it is the least costly food out of their whole meal and assures her that the food didn't cost much. While she was on her way to order, Xu was happy as he was feeling accomplished. He then suddenly gets surprised as he heard her talking about getting 15 buns. After that, he rushes over and tells the cashier that it's for takeaway. He asked if she would be able to finish all that food by herself. Jiang said that it's alright and asked if she has ordered too much. Xu tells her to not worry about that, but she should continue her eating after getting home, as it would attract attention there. Jiang understands and said that she will repay him after playing games, and Xu replied that he will be waiting. After finishing their breakfast, they start walking towards home. On their way, Xu notices a buffet restaurant and tells her that he will take her there someday for a new experience. She didn't know what it was, so he explained how she could basically eat unlimited meals. She was surprised and wondered if it was some sort of charity kitchen, but Xu explained that these are common in his era. He gives her an example of how some people who use their brain instead of strength don't require much food, and for that reason, they have to keep a low profile until she gets accustomed. He tells her that similarly, the business owners take advantage of their small appetites and profit from it. She asked if the business owners have no problems with big eaters as they can recover from those with small appetites. Xu was surprised by how smart she is because as a kid, he had the wrong impression of a buffet. She then asked why people with small appetites eat there and if they have money to spare. Xu replied that there are different dishes in the buffet, so people could taste many dishes for a single price. Xu was thinking that as Jiang is experiencing all of that for the first time, she will learn something from even the tiniest topics. He knew that by collecting bits of information, someday she will achieve a certain level of knowledge and understand how the world works. He was thinking that Jiang has started to seem more compatible with his world. 2 weeks later, Xu gives Jiang a smartphone and said that she can call him if anything happens. She asked if it was expensive, but he answered that he got it as a gift. She gets happy to receive a phone and stares at it with sparkly eyes. She then thanked him while addressing him as a young master, which makes him happy. He then tells her to follow the instructions and try to give him a call. With her intelligence, he thought that it would be no problem for her. After that, he pauses for a second because he realizes that his actions and speech made him look like an NPC. After that, he tells her that he is going out, so she should have her dinner without waiting for him. He also added that she can watch videos if she gets bored of playing games. She asked if controlling the characters in the game counted as work. He replied that it did and tells her that she won't be compensated for overtime. After that, he heads out and Jiang tells him to stay safe. He gets out and calls a taxi. While traveling, he was thinking how he haven't been to that place since he took in Jiang. After that, he enters his parents' house and calls his mom, saying he's back. He then enters the house, but there was no response. His dad then comes out of a corner, so he asked where his mom is. His dad replied that she is playing side mahjong. His dad then tells him to call her to come and asked where his girlfriend is. Xu replied that she is not his girlfriend, as he already mentioned before, and she will just be staying with him for a while. His dad replied that he knows all about young people and asked if he would let a boy stay instead. Xu said that he let his friend Hao stay before, but in return, his dad replied that he doesn't count as he would have been his girlfriend already if he was female. His dad then finished the topic and Xu calls her mother. Some time passed and there was an awkward silence between them. Xu then mentioned that a burglar broke into his house and tells him to write off the fees for window repairs. His dad asked if there was even anything worth stealing, but Xu angrily replied that his computer isn't worthless. His dad believes that he sleeps while hugging his computer, so it's impossible for it to be stolen. Out of concern, he asks if there were any injuries. Xu replied that the burglar took a beating and ran away. His dad angrily asked about his well-being, and Xu replied that he couldn't get injured, as the burglar was the one who got beaten. Suddenly, his mom arrived and asked why didn't he inform her earlier, but Xu replied that he mentioned her in the group chat. She said she probably forgot as she was too busy. She then happily goes toward the kitchen, saying that she will prepare dinner and meanwhile they can do something else. While preparing dinner, she asks about his girlfriend, but Xu gets angry and said that she shouldn't believe in his dad's words. His dad calls it nonsense because normal friends wouldn't eat or live together like them. After that, his mom finishes preparing the food, and while serving, she asked if he has any photos of her. She was planning to head over and take a look herself, but his dad stopped her, saying that it would be rude to suddenly show up, so she decided to ask him personally after he comes back. After that, Xu tells his mom that she is just his friend and there is nothing to see. He knew that his mom would keep nagging, so he decided to show some photos of her. He shows a photo of Jiang and reminds her that she is just a friend. His mom found her pretty and asked him for a closer look. She sees the picture and recognized that the picture was taken at Lanzhong Bridge. After that, she starts swiping and found more pictures of her. She asked why did he have so many of her photos if she is just his friend, but he gets troubled and takes his phone back. He was thinking that he took all that photos for observation purposes, but it is troublesome that they are treating her as his wife. Meanwhile, his mom was thinking about how he took photos of her every moment, regardless of what she was doing. She was confident that they are both interested in each other. She asked if Jiang is studying anywhere, and Xu replied that she is not. She gets surprised to hear that Jiang isn't studying despite having good looks, and Xu wondered what it has to do with having good looks. His dad smirks and said that she wouldn't have been interested in him if she was a top student. While Xu and his dad were arguing, his mom was thinking that it's a pity since Jiang is still young. She then asked how they met if she is not from Jiangcheng. Xu replied that they can talk about other topics, while he was thinking about how his parents are ready to matchmake her, while she's still ignorant of the world. After dinner, he was getting ready to head home, and tells his mom to play less mahjong. His dad said her not playing mahjong is more impossible than him going outside, while his mom commented that it is rude. She then brings the ghost incident in his area, and Xu replied that he heard about it as well. He tells his dad to lower his rent, saying that the apartment is haunted, but his dad called it nonsense. His mom also insisted that he lower his rent, as his expenses must have risen after getting a girlfriend. His dad mentioned how he denied that she wasn't his girlfriend. Suddenly, Xu shouted he swears that she is his girlfriend, so please half the rent. After a while, Xu returns to his apartment. There, he saw Jiang holding onto her sword, which made him wonder if she was practicing swordplay. She was looking nervous and dashed towards her room, saying that she is going to the shower. After that, she takes clothes from her room and dashes towards the bathroom. He asked why is she taking her sword with her, but she couldn't reply. He asked if something happened after he left, or if someone broke in again. She moved her head and said no. He asked if she is defending her against him, but she replied she isn't and said he is a good person. After that, she slams the door, but Xu gets into deep thought and wondered if she saw him as a pervert of some sort. While Xu was sitting in the living room, he could hear the bathing sounds coming from the bathroom. He gets flustered by the sounds and imagines a naked picture of her in his mind. He then shakes his head and tries to get rid of the dirty thoughts. He then noticed his laptop on standby and wondered if he forgot to turn it off. He thought that he will leave it be as he has videos to edit. After that, Jiang comes out of the bath. Xu kept staring at her and asked if practicing martial arts makes someone look prettier. He wanted to know how she keeps her skin smooth and if there is some special technique. She replied that she wants to teach him, but he is unwilling to learn. He didn't want to learn from the basic stance, since he saw others doing ultimate techniques in videos without any labor. Suddenly, he got the idea that she could open a martial arts class to teach others, but then he realized that kids of his age aren't motivated enough to practice something like martial arts. Meanwhile, Jiang plugs in the wire for using the hair dryer, but couldn't figure out how to use it. She then asked if the priest from before was able to exorcise the ghost, and Xu replied that the priest was just deceiving others. He also mentioned that the priest was there since her nightly adventures made her seem like a ghost. She then pouts and said that she is human, not a ghost. She wasn't accustomed to the new hair dryer, so he proposes that he will dry her hair for her. She looks at the machine and gives it to him. While he was drying her hair, he tells her that she is indeed human, but her inhumane movements made others think that she was a ghost. She asked why the people of his era don't practice martial arts, and Xu answered, as the standard of living improved, martial arts became less important to them. He also said that those who practice martial arts for violence in his era are mad, and refrains her from falling into the same category. After that, he tells her a detailed history of how martial arts got lost. He then concludes it by saying that in his era, martial arts is no longer a necessity, as people are able to live comfortably using technology. After that, Xu tells her to put away her sword, but Jiang replied that she saw a ghost and she is using it to protect herself. He then again reminds her how she was the ghost who everyone was afraid of, but she said that she really saw it. She tells him that she saw the ghost when he was gone. Xu gets scared for a minute, but then he realized that it might have been a misunderstanding, so he asked what the ghost looked like. Jiang said that the ghost's hair was longer than hers. She then impersonates the ghost to give an example, which makes him scared. He asked for more details and she said that her face was pale white and was wearing a blue dress. Hearing the details, Xu gets scared and tells her to stop. He then looks behind him and wondered if there really is a ghost. He then shakily explains to her how ghosts are not real and tells her to go back to bed. She tells him that during her era, ghosts were scary things. Xu replied that ghosts are scary in his era as well, but he explained that it is just the misunderstanding of other people, and they don't exist. She shouted they exist, and that she saw one, but she didn't know if her sword will be able to hurt it. Xu looks at Jiang and then realized that supernatural phenomena might exist, as she is living proof. After that, he reassures her by saying that he will borrow an exercising item tomorrow. She then thanks him by addressing him as a young hero. He tells her to stop overthinking it and go to bed. He puts the hair dryer back and thought that he should take a shower. He came out from the shower faster than usual as he was scared of her story. He was thinking about how living with a roommate is big. He couldn't sleep, so he decided to edit videos for tomorrow. While checking his computer, he noticed something. Meanwhile, Jiang was staring at the clothes which Xu bought for her. She was thinking that he was considerate of her standard since she saw others in the streets. She then smiles and thinks that Xu is a good person. She then checks under her pillow and takes out the shirt that she wore on her first day. She said that the shirt had different proportions than her body and how her second miss would fix it for her if she was back in the village. She then recalls a memory where her chief was giving her advice about martial arts. Her second miss used to give her advice to learn sewing to raise her appeal for marriage. She then starts crying because of the memories and said that she will improve her martial arts to deal with the ghost. Suddenly, she hears a knocking sound on her door, and after she opens it, she finds Xu waiting outside. He opened a video from his computer and asked if it was the ghost that she saw. She then pulls out her sword while being scared and replied that it was the one. Xu then blamed himself because he was the one who told her to watch the video that he paused halfway through. He tells her that he will explain it to her tomorrow, but she was still scared. He then closes the laptop, saying that he has sealed the ghost inside and said she can sleep peacefully now. The next morning, Jiang wakes up and thought that the ghost really didn't appear. She then walks toward her door and opened it as she promised Xu that she would let him observe while she practices her martial arts. She then starts her practice, thinking that martial arts are the only thing that could protect her in this unfamiliar era. After a while, Xu wakes up from his sleep and wishes her good morning while she was feeding Wintermelon. He then walks past her and thinks about how she has completely adapted to his era. He was thinking that she was lucky because of how his era treated women and how it would have been a bad case if someone like his chief crossed over to their era. After that, he asks Jiang what her chief looked like and if he had a beard. She replied that he was taller than him and had a beard, which confirmed Xu's suspicions. She asked why is he not growing a beard, and he replied that it's because he is a scholar. She gets suspicious thoughts about him because the scholars of her era also grew beards. Xu gets angry and said that razors in his era existed specifically for men. After that, he tells her to get ready for breakfast. She tells him that her phone isn't working and if it's costly to repair it, while making a guilty face. He replied that it's a misunderstanding because her phone ran out of battery. After that, they leave the apartment, and while descending the stairs, Xu tells her to learn about her phone, as she will need it to earn and use money in the future. She didn't know what he meant, so he shows his WeChat wallet, and then he sends 100 yuan to her account to spend. He tells her that she can consider it as a loan and can pay him back later. He was thinking about how others who borrowed money from him in the past didn't have a need like Jiang, and because of that, he tells her that his first time is hers with a creepy smile. On the other side, Hao returns home from his police work. He asked his dad if there was something to eat, and his dad said that there's some porridge for him. While he was serving his food, his dad asked if he caught any thieves last night. Hao replied that there are no thieves because in the current era there is no need for someone to become one. His dad then mentioned how his friend Xu caught a thief even though he is not a police officer. Hao gets surprised and asked when it happened. His dad then tells him how it happened a few days ago and how he released the thief after beating him up. Hao gets angry and picks up his phone to scold Xu for not informing him. He was angry at the fact that Xu got an opportunity of catching a thief, even though he's always lazing in his house. His dad tells him not to bother him and mentioned how he got a girlfriend who is staying with him. He gets surprised to hear the news, despite knowing the fact that he has good looks. His dad said that his friend made an effort to make one and asked what he will do. Hao shakily replied that he is not in a hurry and explained how busy he is. His dad then gets angry at the fact that he couldn't find even one girlfriend, even though his friend had two before him, and asked why he sits in his car all day. Hao said that he just wants to catch thieves, to which his dad asked if he managed to catch any, which hits him hard. He said that he will eventually catch one and think about getting a girlfriend after that, but his dad believes that he was just making excuses. He tells him to believe in him, that he will bring home the prettiest girlfriend. His dad gets angry and said that he won't even be able to find a girlfriend and prepares his slippers to beat him. He then replies that there is a saying that a man needs to achieve his goals before settling down. His dad wasn't convinced by that and tells him to not run. After that, Hao was thinking that his words were correct, as he believes that men should be hungry for success. He then gets a call from one of his friends saying that he wants to hang out with him, but Hao refuses because he had duty that night. He then said how being on duty is hard and tells his dad to wake him at 4 p.m. At the same time, Xu also gets a call from the same friend while he was back from breakfast. His friend invites him for dinner and tells him that he invited Hao, but he was busy with his police work. Xu wanted to know about the location and asked if he could bring a friend along. His friend replied that he can and said he will see him later. After the call, Xu tells Jiang that he will take her to have a fun time that night, but she was clueless. He explained that it meant to experience modern life and forbids her to act without his clues. She replied that she got it while Xu was picking up wintermelon. After that, she mentioned the ghost movies and asked why they made something weird like that. Xu explained how some people of his era like to seek thrill and asked if there were any books in her era in that genre. She wasn't sure as she didn't read anything like that. He then gives an example of a storyteller and explained how demand and supply work. After that, he gives other examples of how others solve problems for monetary rewards. Hearing his examples, it was no wonder to her that Xu was able to live as a landlord. She then understands the purpose of horror movies and Xu compliments her for getting it. He tells her to catch it as he throws a cola at her and said that it's a reward for her correct answer. She then gets into deep thinking while looking at the cola and asked if he took her in to satisfy his psychological needs, since it served no purpose. He then tries to think for a while and replied that it might be the case, but he doesn't fully understand it either. She then looks at Xu, thinking how good of a person he is, and then she proceeds to open the cola. After opening the can, the cola overloads and gets spilled on her clothes. He tells her to take a paper towel and wipe it off. Later that night, they were on their way to the party, and Xu tells her to not worry about the crowd, also forbids her from drinking alcohol. After a while, they arrive at their destination, and Xu tells her that they are there. He said that they should go and said that she doesn't need to hold back on food as a rich person is treating them. After going inside, Jiang could hear some singing that was making her feel uncomfortable. They arrive at a big door, and Xu tells her that it's inside it. After opening the door, they saw everyone attending the party. His rich friend noticed him and announces his name through the mic. They looked around a bit and saw that others were engaged in different activities. He then asked if they already started, and his friend replied that since there was nothing to do, they were waiting for them. After they both sit down, Jiang starts looking around in confusion. Jiang then starts sweating as she was feeling out of place in there. Xu extends his fist in front of her and tells her to eat these nuts if she is feeling hungry because the main program will happen later. She couldn't hear what he said because of all the noise, so he came closer and tells her to eat these nuts after opening it. After that, she cracks open the nuts and asked if she is doing it right. He asked if she had those nuts in her era since they existed for a long time. She replied that she didn't see these nuts before and said it is delicious. Xu was thinking how nobody will notice her breaking the nuts since there is so much noise. He then grabs a wine bottle and tells his friend Wang Zhai to have a drink with him. Wang Zhai said that he was going to start singing, but he takes the drink anyway. They both cheered and started chugging the drink. Jiang was tempted by what they were drinking, so she tells Xu that she wants to drink that too. Xu explained how bad it is for her to drink alcohol, but she still insisted. He then explained that the alcohol content is greater than their era, but she wanted to have a little sip. Xu lost to her persistence and pours her a drink, saying that she can have a sip. After that, she drinks the alcohol and Xu asked how it tastes. She replied that it isn't good, but he couldn't hear what she said. As he went closer to hear what she was saying, Wang Zhai interrupts them because he thought they were doing something lewd. Xu tells him to mind his own business, but Wang Zhai approaches him and asked if the girl beside him is his girlfriend. He then tells him to introduce her to them, but Xu replied that she is just a friend from the countryside. Xu then introduces his friend to Jiang as a rich man, but Wang Zhai was angry to hear it. Wang Zhai asked if he could become friends with her too, but Xu tells him to get lost. Xu tells him to forget about it and said that he is hungry. Wang Zhai proposes to him to sing as everyone isn't present and asks about his friend Hao. Xu replied that Hao is currently the protector of the people, which he wouldn't understand. After that, Wang Zhai, along with some other people, starts singing and dancing. Jiang asked why there are so many people and said that it's too noisy. Xu said that it's a celebration, and it is because of Wang Zhai's girlfriend's birthday party. He then gets surprised by her nut cracking skills and asked her to help crack some of his nuts. After that, he asked if she can sing, but she replied that she has never sung before. And then a guy, along with some other people, enters the room, and Xu wondered, why is he there? The guy noticed Xu and looks away. Meanwhile, Xu notices Jiang cracking some nuts and asks if she is hungry. She replied that she is, but he tells her to wait a bit longer as a massive cake is on the way. She starts drooling while imagining the cake that he described. She was thinking how the food from his world never tasted bad, except for the one time when she ate a burger which she hid for 2 days. Wang Jai then gives him the mic to perform a duet with him. He takes the mic and said that he will sing only one song. After that, Jiang gets close to the mic and asked what that is. Then, her voice gets enhanced and makes her scared. He tells her to not get afraid of it and that he will explain it to her later. After that, he looks at her while she was wondering what a microphone is. He suddenly feels the urge to pinch her cheeks, and as he was about to do the deed, Jiang notices his hand. He then fakes it, thinking that he will pinch them sooner or later. After finishing their duet performance, Wang Jai noticed that almost everyone is present, so he begins the main event. The waiter then brings a massive cake, which was wrapped like a gift. Wang Jai cuts to the chase and announces to everyone that it is his girlfriend's birthday. But then he gets shocked because he realized that his girlfriend is not with him. Someone mentioned that she was heading outside, but they had no idea where she was going. Xu felt bad, wondering how his girlfriend vanished during the main event. Wang Jai looks outside for a bit, and after coming back, he tells everyone to continue the party and leave the cake for when she returns. Xu asked how long they has been dating, and he replied that it's around 2 months. Xu said then it's time for them to break up, but Wang Jai angrily replied that they are truly in love. Meanwhile, Jiang was trying to understand the concept of a girlfriend. She asked if a girlfriend meant someone like a wife. Xu replied that the term differed from person to person, and gives an example of how in case of Wang Jai, a girlfriend meant someone else's wife. She asked what it meant to him, and he replied that it meant like a drawing or even a concept. Wang Jai then asked if they both are really just friends, but Xu changes the subject to something else as he didn't want Jiang to find out more. Wang Jai then checks the time and said that it's getting late. He heads out, saying that he will give his girlfriend a call. Xu gets relieved, while Jiang was staring at him with confusion. Suddenly, someone calls Xu from behind and asked if he changed his girlfriend again. He tells him to mind his own business, but the dude said that he just wanted to consult with him as he couldn't find a girlfriend. Xu makes a sinister smile and replied that the reason he couldn't find a girlfriend is because he is too ugly. Hearing that, Liangzi replied that he didn't have to be so unfriendly and invites him for a toast, but Xu refuses his offer and tells him to get lost. Meanwhile, Wang Jai comes back and gets afraid, thinking that they are having a fight because he invited them both to patch things up. The situation was looking grim, so he thought that it's all over. He then steps between them and tells Liangzi that he shouldn't have provoked him. He replied that he wasn't provoking him, but reminiscing over old times. Xu asks Wang Jai if he's the one who invited him, but he was wondering if it was unsalvageable. Xu said he always thought that the matter was trivial. Wang Jai then asked if it's the same case for Liangzi as well. He replied it is, because he just wanted to have a drink with him. After that, they started arguing on the matter, and then suddenly Xu asked if the previous beating was not enough for him. Meanwhile, Jiang was worried, thinking if they are going to fight. Wang Jai gets surprised and asked when they fought. Liangzi said that he just wanted to have a toast, and nothing would have happened if he accepted it. Xu angrily said that he is not doing it. Liangzi then addresses Jiang as sister-in-law and asks her to have a toast with him. Xu tells him that she's not doing it either and stops him from calling her sister-in-law. Jiang also replied that she is not, and Xu tells her how sly of a man Liangzi is. After that, Wang Jai gets mad and tells them to calm down. He then pushes Liangzi away and tells him to get back to his corner. When things settle down, Wang Jai asked about their fight, and Xu replied that it happened some time ago. Wang Jai apologizes to him, saying that he wouldn't have invited him if he knew that things were this bad between them. Meanwhile, Jiang was confused about why he addressed her as sister-in-law earlier. Xu said it's because he is ugly. He tells her to look at Liangzi and asked if he looks more handsome than him. She replies that he is, and then Xu said that she looks great as well. He added how someone with his type of brain would think of them as a couple since they both look pretty. Wang Jai gets mad because he was thinking the same before, but Xu roasts him by asking if he has a brain. Jiang asked why people were thinking of them as married, because of the fact that they looked like a good match. Xu said that he has no idea and warns her to talk to people like him. After that, Wang Jai's girlfriend arrives and he rushes to the scene while giving order to the waiter to prepare for the celebration. The cake gets revealed and Jiang asked with sparkling eyes if the whole cake is edible. Xu then suddenly gets in deep thought while looking at the cake because something was feeling off to him. After a while, Jiang witnessed something which was disturbing for her. A few minutes ago, Xu grabs her hand and tells her to go with him. He then makes her sit in a corner and tells her to hide until he comes back with a huge piece of cake for her. She had no idea how it would taste and wondered if it was a rule to stay hidden. She then looks at the cake while thinking how she is looking forward to it. As she was thinking about how the cake looked tasty, suddenly, everyone started throwing around the cake while having fun. She gets devastated by the sight and reaches out her hand for the cake, which was on the verge of collapse. After that, Xu appears with a piece of cake in his hand and asked what is wrong. He sighed and tells her that he knew something like that would happen, so he snatched a big piece of cake for her before the fight began. She then takes the cake from Xu with a disappointed look and tries a bite. He asked how it tastes like, and she replies that it is good. She was thinking how she wanted her second miss to try some of this cake too. Her second miss used to conserve food, so Jiang was thinking how she would have been happy to taste this cake. After that, while observing the cake fight, she asked why are they wasting tasty food. Xu replies that it is another use of it and mentioned that he will buy her a cake next time. Jiang gets into deep thought about how people were wasting tasty foods instead of eating them. She then wondered if it's the best era and started to question herself if it's really the golden age. After the cake fight ends, Xu said that it's safe to come out and tells her to wait until he finishes cleaning up. While she was waiting, Liangzi approaches her and asked if Xu left her alone. He then asked her name and insisted that they know each other. She replied that she won't be talking to him. He tells her to not act fierce and asked if Xu told her to speak that way. He saw how clean she is, so he tries to make her dirty by sticking cream on her clothes. Jiang gets startled and asked what he is doing, and he replies that she looked out of place, so he wants to smear some cake on her. He then proceeds to smear her with cake while she was preparing her fist. Suddenly, Xu grabs him from behind and asked who permitted him to do that. He then launches a punch in his guts while telling him to show respect. After tasting the punch, Liangzi gets angry and punches him back in the face. Xu looks at him with rage while taking his punch and falls on the table from the impact. After that, Wang Jai noticed that they are fighting and tells them to stop. He tells others to turn on the lights and pull them apart. After that, Jiang pulls Xu out using only her one hand, and meanwhile, Wang Jai and some others pull out Liangzi. Wang Jai was cursing himself and thought that he was stupid to invite them both. While erasing his bleeding nose, Xu tells Wang Jai how a great birthday is ruined because of him and asked if he wants to punch him too. After that, Wang Jai apologizes to everyone and tells them to head home. After everyone was gone, Xu provokes him and asked if he wants to continue their fight. Liangzi starts to get angry, but Wang Jai tells Xu to stop. He was worried about Xu's swollen face, but he replied that he is fine. While they were arguing further, they hear a knock on the door. Wang Jai opens the door, saying that they are in the middle of something, but it was the police, and they say that they received a report of a fight. He gets surprised, because the person behind the senior police officer was Hao. The senior police officer then asked if he knows them, and Hao replied he does. After that, Hao enters the room and saw how both Xu and Liang were covered in bruises. He then makes an angry face and said they were having too much fun. Wang Jai then makes up a story to cover up for them and said that they are wasting their time. The senior officer asked what happened, and Xu replied that nothing happened, just like what Wang Jai described. Hao saw how badly Xu was injured, so he thought that it might be fine if Liangzi is okay with it. The senior officer then tells Xu to give his ID, but he replied that he didn't bring it with him. He then looks at a broken glass and asked if they really didn't fight. As Xu was about to reply how they were just having fun, suddenly Liangzi tells them that they fought and that Xu punched him. The officer then looks at him and asks again if they fought or not, so Liangzi tells him to look at the mess and decide for himself. Hao then asks Xu about the fight, and he replied that they will talk that out in the station. Wang Jai swoops in and said that it was a misunderstanding and they are spouting nonsense. The officer said it's enough and tells them to head back to the station with them. After that, Xu tells Wang Jai to send Jiang back to his home, and Wang Jai said that he can leave it to him. While leaving, the officer mentioned that all the witnesses has to be present. Hearing that, Xu makes a grim face. He then tells the officer that there is no need for Jiang to be present since she is a high schooler, but the officer didn't believe it. Wang Jai covers up for Xu, saying that they could take him for questioning instead. The officer then shouts at them and said they all will be going. Hao tells them to stop looking at him since he is still a newbie and his word doesn't carry any weight. Xu then tells him that Jiang came from the countryside, so they shouldn't scare her. Hao said they are going to understand the whole situation, so there is no need to be scared. He was thinking that Jiang was his girlfriend, but it didn't seem like the case. While they were exiting the building, Hao asked about Jiang's background, but Xu refrains him to pry into it that much. He then introduces her by only telling her name. Hao tells her that she can address him as brother Qin, but Xu refrains him from scaring her. Before departure, Wang Jai tells Hao that he can drive his car while he experiences riding in a police car. After some time, they reach the police station, and Hao jokes by saying how Wang Jai has arrived at his home. He said that it's getting late, so they should finish the investigation. Meanwhile, Xu was feeling nervous because of his guilty conscience. He knew that taking care of an ancient person meant to keep his temper in check. Jiang then looks at Xu and gives a signal, which meant that she will be fine. Xu thought that they will have to tackle the situation in the future anyways, so it is a chance to get familiar with it. After that, Xu and Liang get called inside the room for questioning. The officer asked what happened and ordered one of them to give the details. Xu admits that it was a normal fight and he hit him first because he was insulting him. When the officer asks for more details, Xu tells him that Liang will give him the rest of the details. Meanwhile, Liang was plotting that he will not be blamed because of how Xu started the fight first. Liang replied that they were joking when suddenly Xu punched him out of nowhere. The officer gets tired of their vague answers and angrily states that he wanted a detailed recount. He then went on about explaining what he meant by detailed information and menacingly asked if they understood that. The officer added that there is nothing to think about, as they just have to simply describe what happened. He then tells Xu to start, but Liang interrupts by saying that he will do it instead. While Liang was describing what happened, Xu was thinking about how it is still early for Jiang to get involved with the police. He was worried, thinking if Jiang will say anything suspicious during her questioning with Hao. After Liang finishes his story, the officer said that he wants to know Xu's side of the story. Xu tells the officer how he hit him after he insulted him. Ling interrupts by saying that he was just joking, but the officer knew that he was lying. After some time passes, the officer tells Liang to resolve the matter with a handshake, but he gets confused because he thought that Xu was going to get arrested. The officer mentioned how they both would get arrested in that case and how the punishment will be decided based on their injuries. Xu knew that Liang would lose his job if he gets arrested, so he tells him to resolve the matter with a handshake. Liang gets angry and said that Xu was the one who hit him first, but the officer gives him two choices. First, they can resolve the matter peacefully, or second, they both get arrested. Liang then sits down while making a defeated face. In the meantime, Hao was waiting for Xu outside. He tells him how his face will take time to recover and asked if he wants a ride home. Xu replies it's fine, and as he was about to say nothing is going to happen on the way, Hao grabs his mouth and refrains him from saying such things. Hao said there are some mysterious powers at work, but Xu was clueless about what he was saying. Hao then again invites him for a ride, but Xu asked where are his cousin and the others. Hao said they are waiting for him outside, after refusing his offer to wait for him inside the station. After that, Hao tells him that it felt like Jiang was an airhead, but Xu said that she is smarter than him. Meanwhile, Jiang and Wang Jai were tired of waiting outside, as it was getting late. As Wang Jai was saying how Xu is late, Xu appears and asked why are they waiting outside. He replied that waiting inside made him sleepy and mentioned how their day was a total mess. Wang Jai offers them a ride, but he refuses, saying they will get a cab. While waiting for a cab to appear, both Wang Jai and Xu were feeling cold. He said how cold it is at night during this time of the year while shivering. Wang Jai then noticed something and asked Xu why is he not lending his jacket to Jiang. Zhu replied that she isn't cold and Jiang also agreed. Wanjai then asked whether she is his girlfriend or cousin, and Zhu said she is neither. A few hours later, they finally arrive outside their house. While walking towards their apartment, Zhu was troubled by something about Jiang. He was wondering how silent her footsteps are, and it was feeling like he had fun alone. He then turns around and tells her to walk beside him, because it felt like a stooge is following him around. Jiang gets mad and tells him that she is not a stooge. After that, she jumps at his side and starts walking beside him. He said that she isn't a stooge anymore, so she replied that she wasn't one to begin with. After returning home, Zhu lies down on the sofa and said he is tired from today's events. He asked Jiang what she said during her questioning, and she replied that she told how she is his cousin, a high schooler, and that she went to celebrate a birthday. Zhu then compliments her while thinking that he now knows why Hao was telling him that she is an airhead. Jiang said that the constables of his era didn't seem that scary. Zhu tells her that they will not harm anyone unless someone commits serious crimes. He was glad at the fact that nothing serious happened and that she was able to experience many new things. He praised her for holding back when Liang was pestering her. She said that she didn't know any rules, so it is natural for her to follow whatever Zhu say. Zhu then asked if she is not afraid that he will trick her into selling her off, but she smiled and said that he is a good person. She was thinking how she wouldn't have survived without Zhu's help, and she believes that he is the only one who will offer her such help. She tells him that Liang didn't touch her face, and Zhu replied he knows that if he did, then she would have beaten him so badly. After that, he blushes while asking if their fight looked like a kid fighting to her. She then disappointedly looks at him and asked if he really called that a fight. After that, when Jiang asked why he hit Liang, Zhu said because he deserved it. He then tells her that in future, if she hits someone, then she has to use the same strength that he used yesterday. He gives a detailed explanation about the mentality of the people, who thinks that they are better than others. He also mentioned that he hates Liang because he is someone who looked down on others and is a bootlicker. When Jiang asked what he meant by bootlickers, he tells her that they are the type of people who deserves to die. Jiang couldn't understand what he meant because the image of a bootlicker was different for her. He then tells her to take a shower as it was getting late. While Jiang was showering, Zhu was thinking that having someone to chat with felt very good. He thinks about cuddling her, but then he realizes that something is weird and wondered why is he having those thoughts. After that, Jiang comes out of the shower. He looks at her and stands up, saying that she should dry her hair by herself. He said he will take a shower while looking flustered. After he arrives at the bathroom, he hides his flustered face while saying it was close. After some time, he finishes his bath and comes out. Jiang asked him if it's normal for girls to keep their hair short, as she noticed many during the party. Zhu replied that it's a personal taste and asked if she wants to cut her hair as well. She said she wants to cut a little, but Zhu tells her not to cut them and said long hair is great. He then imagines her with short hair and gets afraid of it. After that, Zhu starts drying her hair and said he will help dry her hair every day, so she shouldn't think about cutting them. She asked him if it's normal for boys to help dry a girl's hair. Zhu hesitantly replied that it is very normal. He then proceeds to dry her hair while looking at her face. He tells her to go to bed and said he is also going to sleep. He turns off the lights and wishes her good night. Meanwhile, Jiang looks at him go while twirling her hair. She went to her room and searched "good night" on the internet. She sees a music option, and after tapping on it, the music starts playing at a loud volume and makes her scared. She kept listening to the music, and after a while, she falls asleep while music was being played in the background. The next morning, Zhu wakes up from bed and wishes Jiang good morning while she was using his computer. He then proposes to her for having breakfast, but she refuses, saying that she has work to do. He tells her then he will go and buy breakfast for them. While he was getting ready to head outside, he was thinking about how staying with her influenced him and created a routine, as previously, he wouldn't even have breakfast. After Zhu was gone, Jiang suspiciously looks back and starts typing something. She then searches about what is a girlfriend and gets an elaborate description on the internet. After learning about the girlfriend meaning, she searched if there are any ghosts in their world. Suddenly, Zhu comes back and invites her for breakfast. Jiang said that she is working, but Zhu tells her to take a break to eat. He tells her that he brought light snacks as it's already getting time for lunch. She then takes a bun and asked if she could start working, as she has been playing that game for a while. Xu said he will find a request for her and then she could try it out, which makes her happy. Xu was thinking that he will find her a normal job once she gets more familiar with his world. While having breakfast, she happily said that the food in his world is really tasty. Xu said it wasn't her first time tasting those foods, but she replied it really is delicious, just like the cake she ate yesterday. Xu then asked about her birthday and said he will get her a huge cake on that day. She replied that she didn't know about it, which makes Xu speechless. He tells her that he will make the day she came as her birthday and asks her opinion on it. She gets happy and asked if she would be able to eat cake next year. Xu looks at her face and wondered how happy she looks about having to eat cake. He tells her that they will have cake today as a late celebration for her first-year birthday. She gets happy and thanks him, but then she tells him to forget it since she thinks that cakes are costly. He reassures her, saying that it isn't costly and tells her to wait to eat it. After that, Xu looks at his phone and asked if she brought any copper coins with her. She said that she didn't have any copper ones, but has silver coins. As she tries to grab her coins, she gets reminded of how her second miss used to stuff coins in her pocket. Xu said that it's unlucky because the copper coins has high value in his era, and thought that it is the power of time. Meanwhile, Hao was patrolling the area and was greeted by some people from his neighborhood. While entering his house, he was thinking about how being a protector of citizens gave him a sense of fulfillment. After he enters his house, he gets surprised by a puppy. His dad said that the puppy was given to them by his friend, so he ordered Hao to train it. After looking at his face, his dad asked if he doesn't even know how to train dogs as a police officer, but Hao gets mad by that. After that, he asks the dog's name, but his dad hasn't decided on one. Hao then remembers something and asked if he knew that Xu has a cousin. His dad replied that it's the first time he heard about Xu having a cousin and asked if he is interested in her. Hao thought that their parents are very close to the point where they agreed on marriage before their birth, but then they called it off because he and Xu were males. His dad asked why is he asking about Xu's cousin, and he replied that he met her yesterday. His dad heard him saying she's pretty, so he said that he will call Xu's dad to ask about her, but Hao stopped him. He was thinking that he didn't have any strong opinion of her, but seeing how Xu acted on behalf of her, it wasn't strange to believe that she was his cousin. On the other side, Xu and Jiang go out for a stroll and asked his neighborhood guard about the ghost, and he said that the ghost didn't return after the exorcism. He tells them how it was his first time encountering a ghost despite his old age. Xu laughs, but he was feeling guilty inside. After walking past him, Xu asked Jiang if she saw how her actions scared that old man, so she promised to not do it again. After that, she pouts and tells him that everyone thinks that she is his girlfriend, even though she is not. He tells her to let them believe it, as he already clarified that she isn't his girlfriend. Xu tells her to not worry and suggested to drink some kumquat lemon. Meanwhile, Jiang was thinking about how there is nothing to hide and they didn't cross any line, so as long as her consciousness is cleared, it is fine. She then asked about a girlfriend and what she does so she will avoid those actions to clear up any misunderstandings. Xu replied that girlfriends go to shopping with their boyfriends, walk on the streets with them, and have meals with them. He also added that they will live together and also go get milk together as well. Hearing that, she starts to feel conscious about her actions, but he tells her not to worry since normal logic doesn't apply to her. She looks at her drink and wonders why non-girlfriend couldn't drink these delicious drinks. She was thinking about throwing her drink in the trash can, but then she changes her mind. She then asked him if everything will be okay as long as they have a clear consciousness. Xu said it's correct, and since they have nothing to hide, so there is no need to make a fuss about it. They then reached the cake shop, while Jiang was thinking how Xu is right and how they shouldn't be bothered by others' thinking. After arriving at the shop, Xu buys a cake and steps outside. Jiang was wondering if the cake was pricey and thought that her debt to Xu is growing larger. She then tells him how he previously mentioned getting paid for solving problems and asked if he has some problems to solve as well. Xu understood that she was thinking about working for him to pay off her debt and realized she is too smart. He said he doesn't have any problems, and even if he did, she won't be able to help him. When she asks about the problem, he thought about teasing her and said the problem is that he doesn't have a girlfriend. She then gets into deep thought, which made Xu wonder if she is being serious. He was getting flustered by thinking she is going to agree. He knew that he wouldn't dare to make any moves on her, even if she agrees. She then makes up her mind and tells him that she couldn't kidnap a young woman for him, since it was a rule set for her by the leader of their group. Xu then makes a funny face because he realized that he was overthinking it. After they bought the cake, Xu was thinking how he likes her willingness to accept anything, and how she investigates or ponders something she never heard of. He knew that changing one's entire point of view is scarier than not being knowledgeable. She then grabs him and asked if it's normal for doing something like that, while pointing him towards a kissing couple by the side of the road. He feels single and tells her that it's indecent. He then asked if the people of her era were liberal as well, and gives the example of Lai Shimin. She replied that she heard about it, which makes him curious to know more. He was thinking about how he can prove his dad's research is fake if it didn't match up with Jiang's recount. She didn't understand what he was saying, so he asked if she saw liberal things in her era. She replied by asking why would she be concerned with what the emperors and the subjects were up to. Xu said it's true and wondered how historians depict illicit exploits of emperors, but it had nothing to do with commoners like Jiang. After that, he said that he wants her to tell him about her life in the Salt Gang. She recalls some memory of her previous era and tells him how her life was dull compared to his era, and he wouldn't like it. Xu said then he will treat it as story time, and they returned home. He then opened the box and showed the cake to her. He gives her the birthday candles of 18 years old and tells her to plant them anywhere on the cake. He tells her to wait while he will turn off the lights and said that it's all part of the ceremony. After turning off the lights, he welcomes the birthday star to the stage by bringing her in front of the cake. He then tells her to make a wish after closing her eyes and then blow the candles out in one breath. He said her wish will come true since it's her first birthday. While Jiang was making her wish, Xu comes closer and tried to hear that. After she was done, she gets startled to see Xu as he was getting closer to her. He then panics and tells her to blow the candles if she's done wishing. He blows the candles, and when it was over, she said that it is a weird ceremony. But Xu replied it won't be once she gets used to it. She then asked if she can do the click thingy to preserve the cake forever. Xu realized she meant a photo and then gives her instructions to capture it. He said that it's time to cut the cake and gives her instructions on how to cut it. After cutting a slice, she gives him the first slice, and in response, Xu tells her to have the rest for herself. She then looks at the cake and wondered if it's really all hers. After that, she takes a slice and stares at it. He asked why isn't she eating and if she doesn't like it, but she replied no and takes a bite, saying it's delicious. Xu keeps looking at her face while she was eating the cake. He was thinking about how his expression looked like hers when he first ate a cake, but then he got sick of the cream because of eating more tasty food. He was wondering how long it had been since he enjoyed eating something delicious. After that, he gives her a drink and proposes to her to toast with some cola. He was thinking how Jiang was lucky to be there, but it was just like every other day for him. He also wondered how his life hasn't been wasted since he took on an ancient girl, and will be able to make a memory to think about it in the future. After that, they toast for meeting each other and to the meeting that spanned 1,000 years. While eating the cake, she tells him how once a tragedy was avoided after exterminating locusts from her village. Her second miss used to tell her that it was the golden era and that Lord Tao was a saint. She even made an altar for their lord to pray for his longevity and used to eat only half of what others ate. He was surprised by how martial arts in their era treated government officials, since he had the reverse impression of them. She added that it was because of him that they survived, and her second miss used to tell her to be grateful for living. Hearing that, Xu wondered what their dark age would be like if their golden age was like that. She then tells him about plagues, droughts, slavery, and other disasters, which occurred frequently, and also mentioned how it was like a golden era for them if there were no man-made disasters. She then looks depressed, and while looking at the cake, she wondered what her current time would be described as if she considered her previous time as the golden age. Xu then looks up her era on the internet and finds out about the famine of Yendi. He was thinking how compared to Jiang He is lucky since he happened to be born in the current period. He then tells her to forget about the past and focus on eating the cake that was in front of her. After that, she smiles and thanked him. She was done eating the cake, so she asked if the cake could be preserved for tomorrow. Xu replied that it wouldn't taste good much, but she said it will still be tasty. As she looks at her birthday template, she tells him how great it was to be in an era where people throws around food for fun, reveals their body, and couples gets intimate in public. She then said that her second miss was wrong, and the current age is the true golden age. Xu then asked if they should have a toast again, and this time to toast for the golden age. After that, they toast to the golden age. She looks above and thought that she will experience this world on behalf of her second miss. A few days later, while Xu was using his computer, Jiang was secretly staring at him from behind. When he asked what was wrong, she gets flustered and hides from him. She then walks up to him while holding something behind her hand, which Xu noticed what it was. He then said that she should have told him earlier and proceeded to make an order online. He then cancelled the order and tells her to buy it herself since he thinks that she needed to be familiar with the basics of modern society. He then asks her about the white strip and said that it is bad for her. Hearing that, Jiang gets flustered, but he tells her that he is just concerned about her. She then blushes and tells him that the piece of clothing hurts her back. Hearing her say that, it felt to him as if he obtained knowledge beyond the cognitive scope. He said that he will do some research on the web, and meanwhile, she can try out some other pieces. While she was going back to her room, she asked if what they are doing is considered normal. He replied that they have nothing to hide, so it would be considered normal. She muttered it's true, and after getting inside her room, she also thought that they have nothing to hide. After that, Jiang transfers 100 yuan to his phone, and menacingly tells him that she has paid back 100 yuan. She then repeats her words, which makes Xu wonder why she was in a hurry to pay him back if she couldn't bear to part with it. He was thinking about giving her some other activity, so he asked if she knows how to cook. She replied that she can cook porridge and reheat leftovers. He asked if she is interested in learning, since he believes that it is good to learn multiple skills, and it is definitely not because he wants to taste her cooking. Hearing that, Jiang gets excited and asked if she could learn to cook. Xu thought that cooking is a skill that is valued in every era, and it is better to be cooped up at home. He said she can learn cooking, and he will teach her how to make stir-fry potatoes today. After that, he tells her to clean the kitchen, and tells her to explore it while he will buy ingredients and seasonings. He knew that his cooking wasn't that good, but he believes that girls should be able to learn how to cook. While he was shopping, Jiang finishes cleaning the kitchen. She then gets hungry while thinking about different types of dishes, and gets happy to know that she will be able to make those tasty dishes. After a while, Xu comes back with a bunch of ingredients, which makes her curious. She then looks at the potato and asked what that is. Xu replied, it's a potato, and tells her how famines would have ended if their era had potatoes. Since he was tired, he tells her to carry the items to the kitchen. He gives her instructions on how to wash and peel the potatoes. He also tells her how he will give 5 yuan per meal to her as a salary for making him food. But she replied that it isn't appropriate since she is living off of him and will be eating the same food. He then tells her to treat it as a bonus since eating at home is healthier. He was thinking how weird it sounded to eat at home, while she responded to his offer. After that, he shows her to cut the potatoes into strips after she was done skinning them. Suddenly, a call from Hao comes, and he leaves telling her to continue what he told her to do. After he answered the call, Hao asked if he would like to grab a meal with him that night. But Xu replied that he can't come since there will be some cooked food for him. Hao sighed and said that he doesn't know when he will be free again. But then, he realizes what he said and asked what he meant by cooked food. Xu tells him that he won't share with him since there isn't enough food and hangs up the phone. He knew that if he didn't add the last part, then Hao would have brought his utensils just to eat at his house. He thought that he shouldn't let Hao and Jiang meet again unless there is a need. Meanwhile, Jiang searches if it is normal for a male and a female to cook together on the internet, and gets anxious. After that, Xu shows her some necessary seasonings and ingredients. He tells her to observe the amount of seasoning he uses and remember it, but she was getting suspicious of him because of what she learned from the internet. He then asks if she remembers it, and she aggressively replies that she does. She was acting weird, so Xu asked if something is wrong. She muttered that her consciousness is clear, but Xu didn't catch that. She then corrected herself and said that it smelled good. After the cooking was done, she was amazed by the fragrance of the dish. Xu then gives her a bowl of rice and she thanked him. He was thinking how it is the first time cooking food together since he took her in 2 months ago. Jiang takes a bite and asked if potatoes are grown in the soil too, since they are so delicious. Xu replied that it is grown in soil and tells her how the steamed potato is his favorite. He picks 2 steamed potatoes and gives one to Jiang to try. He tells her that potatoes originated from the west, and if somehow she returns to her time, then she should head southeast by boat to snatch a big piece of land. She then tells him how she was thinking of some land to take root in his world. He couldn't understand what she meant, so she explained that she will start cultivating and learning about different crops. He advises her not to do it, since growing crops isn't a reliable way of living. She asked why not, since she has the strength, and said that by farming for 3 to 4 years, she will be able to return her debt to him. Xu replied that she should learn how to live in his world first. He then imagines her as a farmer and thinks that he will not allow it. She gets disappointed by hearing his response and says okay. Watching her sad face, Xu tells her to treat his place as her home and said that he will take care of her. She gets flustered upon hearing him say that, but Xu tells her to not misunderstand. He was thinking how fun it is to be around someone ancient, and he thinks about letting the future decide what happens next. She tells him not to joke and said that offering herself as a payment isn't an option. Xu was confused since nobody told her to offer herself and wondered what situation he fell into. After that, Xu tells her to calm down, saying that he didn't say anything about harming her, and asked if he looks like a bad person. She replied that he is a good guy, but Xu gets angry and tells her to address him as young master. After some time, Jiang was working, and then she comes across a file. And after she clicks it, she finds a cosplay of Xu and asked if it is him. He denies it, but Jiang said that it looked a lot like him. He said even though the person looks like him, they are not the same, but she kept staring at him. He gives up by confessing that it is him, and Jiang said he looked weird in the past. Xu replied that he had a dark past and tells her to stop looking at it. He was relieved because she only found the photos, as it would spell disaster for him if she finds out about his hidden videos. Jiang then asked him if he had long hair before. Xu replied that it was the funeral love phase and they were the forerunners of the trend. He was thinking how his dad wouldn't be nagging him for rent if it wasn't for that. Xu said that he will create an account for her so that she can upload pictures there. For the password, he tells her to type a row of letters on the keyboard since she didn't know English. He then shows her how to do it, and she said she got it. After that, she needed an internet handle, so Xu decides to choose one for her. He chooses Fly Dancer, and when she asked if it's her online name, he replied that it's necessary to have an alias, since everyone hides their identity online. He then makes her join some gaming community and tells her to talk with others while ignoring toxic people. He also shows her to use the search option in case she couldn't understand something. After that, he relaxes on the sofa and wonders if Jiang will become an internet addict at this rate. He was thinking that it's much better than being a miner or a vigilante. He thought how it already has been 2 months and how he's used to someone asking him questions or conducting research on their own. He knew that she will eventually get used to his era and will become a modern city girl. He was wondering how her potential in the Kaiyuan period was limited, but over here she had more potential. After some time, while Jiang was going to shower, he tells her to use an absorbent towel, which he brought to dry her hair easily. After she finished showering, she was thinking how Xu was right, since everything she saw so far existed for the enjoyment of people. It wasn't like her era, when people did everything they could to survive. It only had been 2 months, and even she could tell how different she looked from when she first arrived. After she comes back from the bath, Xu calls her over for drying her hair, since he didn't want her to think about cutting her hair short. While he was drying her hair, she tells him to keep his hair long as well, but he refuses and said that his current hairstyle is fine. She was feeling bad for being the only one getting help, but Xu replied that it isn't a hassle. He said that it is an easy task and promised to take her to a hair salon someday. She then thanks him and thought if Xu would have survived in her era with his big heart and weak body of his. She then thought that she would probably be the one to protect him while saying, "It's a piece of cake." After that, she thought that it is better for him not to experience her era because it is good with how things are currently. The next morning, he takes a photo of her while making her wear warm clothes. While looking at her photo collection, He was thinking about how she is turning into a dress-up darling. He tells her that she would have been frozen to death if he didn't prepare these clothes for her. He asked if she's able to withstand cold using her martial arts. She replied that she would withstand it much better than him. He then makes fun of her by saying her feet would have been frozen with her straw shoes. Hearing it, she gets angry and Xu dashes outside, saying that she doesn't have to cook his share. While walking outside, he was thinking about how he didn't transfer his rent to his dad, since he believes that it would be better to pay him personally. He was also thinking how people would see Jiang and him like a couple since they are living under the same roof, and how only someone like Wintermelon would be oblivious about it. After he arrives at his house, his mom gets surprised to only see him. She asked where his girlfriend is and he replied that he didn't bring her along. When she asked for the reason why doesn't he bring her girlfriend for a visit, he takes an orange and said that it isn't a need to bring her along since she is just a girlfriend. Also, he mentioned how his dad would find an excuse to scold him if he brings her over. She then angrily looks at him and asked how they end up living together. Xu makes a made-up story of how she came to search for work and had been alone in that unfamiliar place. He said how he took her in as a sister, and over time they ended up living together. His mother asked where is she from, and he replied that she is from the mountains, and that she was in bad shape when they first met. She didn't believe what he was saying, but Xu asked if she noticed that Jiang's demeanor is different from others. He said that she is different from other carefree girls, who have everything handed to them on a plate. His mom then asked about their future plans since they were already living together. He gets flustered and tells her that nothing is going on between them, but she replied that they should watch themselves. He was thinking how there is nothing to watch out for since he is just taking care of her. After that, his mom tells him to bring her over and also mentioned that they should break up if nothing is going on between them. He asked if his dad will let him live for free if they were compatible, but his mom replied that they'll see. She then asked if he found a job, but he answers that he is still searching. After some time, his dad returns home. His dad asks Xu if he's there to pay the rent, but Xu teases him by saying that he is there to just have a meal. His mom tells them to wash their hands and get ready to eat. While eating, he was saying that the ribs at home are the best and thought how he wanted Jiang to try them as well. He knew that she is probably done eating and is working overtime playing games. His dad looks at him and asked why is he grinning, but Xu claimed he wasn't. After their meal, while Xu was helping his mom with the dishes, he notices some plants and asked if they are gingers. He stares at the plants and tries to touch them, but his mom smacks his hand and asked what he is doing. He tells her to give him some, because he wanted to grow some at home too. He gets a plant from his mom and while staring at the plant, he was thinking how Jiang will be interested in growing a plant like that. He was thinking of giving it to her when he gets back. His mom then tells him to head home and leave the rest of the dishes to her. Meanwhile, Xu was picturing Jiang with a smile and after that, he tells his mom while blushing that he thinks that he is in love. His mom said it's obvious since they are living together and asked why his face is red. He then leaves while telling his mom to make sure that his dad doesn't stay up late. When he was returning to his apartment, he was thinking about how his feeling is genuine since he wouldn't dare to be lustful. Even though he joked about her being his girlfriend before, he only meant to tease her and nothing else. He was thinking how weird it was to have a crush on someone from 1,000 years ago since others out there have normal girlfriends. After some time, he returned home and Jiang gets startled by his arrival. He asked what she was doing, and she shakily replied that she was planning to play some games. He then gives her a plant and said that it is for her. She then looks at the plant for a while and asked what it is. Xu replied that it's a ginger sprout and she can plant it anywhere she wants. She walks towards the kitchen and said that she will place it there. While she was placing the plant, Xu looks at her with a love-struck face. He asked if she's planning to play games, but she replied that she will play tomorrow. He added that she should keep herself warm and tells her to come with him. After they both sit on the sofa, Jiang asked what's the matter. He then tells her to let him touch her hand for a second, but she refuses to do so. Xu said that he wanted to check if her hands were cold, but she replied they are not. She lets him touch her hand, saying he can check if he doesn't believe her. While holding her hands, he said that they look different due to wielding swords every day. She gets embarrassed from holding hands and asked what he is doing. Xu replied that he just wants to see if practicing martial arts makes one's hands ugly. She gets even more embarrassed and tells him that she is going to shower. While she was leaving, Xu was wondering what was wrong with her. After she was gone, he checks if she left. He then dashes toward his laptop while thinking that she must be up to something since she was acting suspiciously before. After that, he checks the history of his browser and finds that she was searching for a variety of topics. Judging by the search results, he had no idea what was going on inside her head. After that, she comes back from a bath and said that she is done showering. Xu then gives her a weird stare and said that he will blow dry her hair. She was wondering why he had a weird gaze and later realizes that he has been acting the whole night. Xu tells her that the search engine isn't omnipotent since it was someone else's answer to her questions. He also tells her how humans make mistakes, so she shouldn't take the answers seriously. He added how some people scam others, so she shouldn't blindly believe everything she sees. While he was drying her hair, she asked why he brought up the subject all of a sudden. He replied that there is no reason and he just suddenly thought of it. After a while, he was lying in his bed and was thinking about how Jiang will be able to join into society soon, with how things are progressing. He was thinking if he should trick himself into thinking of her as his girlfriend, or if he should let her be with someone else. After that, he smacks his face and said that he should stop kidding and find a way to make her his girlfriend. The next morning, while Jiang was brushing her teeth, she was feeling disturbed by Xu staring at her. She asked him what he is doing, but Xu tells her to ignore it and brush her teeth as usual. He was thinking that the more he sees her, the more perfect she looks. He then tells her to go to his parents' house later when she is free. He tells her that his dad was curious about her when he came over last month. He said that she just has to pretend as his girlfriend and have a meal with them so that they don't bother them in the future. She asked if they have to sleep together since she heard it somewhere. Xu replied that she doesn't have to do it, but she can if she wants to. She gets flustered while saying that she doesn't want it. He tells her that she just has to enjoy the meal since they are pretending it. She agreed and said she will pretend to be his girlfriend. Xu suggested that they should practice, but Jiang asked what there is to practice if they are only pretending it. He makes an excuse by saying that they should practice eating. He also tells her that he will take her to a buffet where she can eat as much as she likes. She asked if he is telling the truth and Xu said that she can stuff herself full with the hot pot. While they were on their way, he asked if she is cold. She denied and said she isn't cold since the clothes that he gave her are warm. He suggests her to keep some potatoes in her pocket in case she suddenly returns to her era, but she asked if she could take a computer instead. Xu said that he wouldn't recommend it since everyone will think of her as a weirdo. She thought that she should learn about growing potatoes after getting back from eating, as she would probably choose to go back if she was given the chance. Xu then saw his Auntie Cheng struggling to carry a bag of rice in the middle of the road. He then exchanges a few words with her and she asked for his help. He accepts to help and carries the bag on his shoulder. He tells her that he is going to take his girlfriend for a meal, but she didn't know that Jiang was his girlfriend, and asks for her name. Xu introduced Jiang to his aunt, and she compliments her. After reaching their destination, Xu tells her that she met Jiang before. She couldn't remember, so he tells her a made-up story of how she met her when he was in university 5 years ago. She still couldn't recognize her, so he said that she might have forgotten since it happened a long time ago. She agreed, saying that her memory isn't good because of old age, but Xu tells her to remember Jiang this time. After that, she invites him for a drink inside, but he refuses her offer, saying that he is taking his girlfriend out to eat since they're usually cooped up at home playing games. After their encounter while they were on their way, Jiang couldn't understand what he meant by her appearing 5 years ago. But Xu tells her that he was lying to his aunt. He explained how she would be non-existent if no one knew about her. She couldn't understand what he meant, so he explains how her future wouldn't exist with nobody knowing her past, since her root was in the Tang Dynasty. He also mentioned how she needed to root in his era in order to live life to the fullest. He knew that Auntie Cheng is a huge gossiper, so he intentionally told her about them. He tells her that people will have an impression of her and will know that she exists. After that, Jiang understands what he meant. While walking, they come across his uncle Zhao. Xu then asked if he is cold and he replied that it was freezing. Xu asked why is he not in the security room, and he replied that he came for a smoke. Xu tells him that he and his girlfriend are going out for a meal, so they would be heading off. After their conversation, Xu couldn't find her hand and was wondering how he almost got close to holding her hand. He then clears his throat and clarifies to her that he was trying to grab her hand, only to make people take notice of her. She said that it's fine in that case and offers her sleeves for him to hold. He said there is no need, but deep down he was thinking how getting to hold only her sleeves was akin to getting lonely. While crossing the road, he tells her that the hot pot restaurant is right ahead. He then gets surprised when he saw Hao at the end of the street and wondered what he is doing there. He noticed, so Xu waves at him since it will be suspicious if he turns around and leaves. After that, Hao approaches them and asked what they are doing there. Xu replied that they are on their way to Hot Pot and invites him, but Hao refuses, saying he's currently working. Hao then looks at Jiang and asked if his cousin can recite the laws of cosines, but she was totally confused about what he was saying. Xu interrupts by saying that it is enough and introduces her as his girlfriend. Hao was wondering if something is wrong since he introduced her as his high school cousin before. He looks at him seriously while saying that something is up with him, but Xu said it's enough of him acting like a detective and asked if he would rather arrest him for interrogation. Hao then lets him off the hook and tells him to explain to him the next time they meet. After that, Xu shows him his middle finger and tells Jiang to ignore him while they were leaving. After a while, they reach the buffet restaurant. After getting inside, Xu shows her a place to sit where the lighting was better. While they were taking their seats, Jiang asked if it would have been better if she didn't come out of the house. Xu replied there is nothing wrong and asked if she would have preferred to stay cooped up at home all the time. He also mentioned how she wouldn't be able to learn anything if she stays at home all the time, since it's necessary to experience life outside and integrate into society. After that, she points at the officers outside, but Xu tells her that it's nothing to worry about since she didn't commit any crimes. He explained how they will even help her if it's necessary, but Jiang gets mad since he told her that they were scary before. Xu replied that times have changed and dragged her to get some food. After that, they bring a lot of food to their table and Jiang thanks him for giving her a treat. Xu said there's no need to thank him and tells her to take her jacket and hat off. While Xu was preparing the food, he asked if they had hot pot in their time. Jiang replied while drooling that she never tried it, but they had a similar of eating. He then remembered that there is a poem about it while serving her meat. He recites the poem in his head and gets happy to see her getting happy from eating hot pot. After that, he peels off some shrimp and gives her to eat. She then tries the shrimp and asked why is he not eating. Xu realized that he got too mesmerized by her that he forgot to eat. He said he's full and helps her by peeling off the shrimp, saying that they should help each other as friends. Jiang replied she understands, but she was having the wrong image of self-help. After eating, he asked if she's full, and she replies that she is stuffed. He suggested that they should walk home to let some of the food digest along the way. He then makes her wear the cap and said that it should do it. After leaving the restaurant, he looks across the street. He then tells her that they will take a different road to stroll around. While they were walking by a lake, he asked if she could walk on water. She replied that she couldn't, while thinking that modern people are weird. Xu then asked if she could split rocks while pointing at one, but she answers by asking if he thinks that human flesh are harder than rocks. He looks around for a bit and then he drags her somewhere. He then points at a small tree and asked if she could break that. She then makes a stance to break the tree and smacks it with a punch. The tree gets split in half, but Xu panics by saying that it is considered property destruction and tells her to run. After that, he grabs her hand and runs away as far as possible. She asked if he could let go of her hand, so he let it go. Xu said that they should return home and play some games while looking sad. They then return home, and while Xu was chilling on the sofa, Jiang asked him the meaning of romance. Xu gets surprised and asked her, what romance is she talking about? He was standing on the sofa, which created an awkward moment. He then jumps out of the sofa and gives her a weird stare. She then points at his computer and tells him that a person said it to her. Xu turns on voice chat and asks the person in a weird tone if he wanted to romance. He then tells her to prepare for dinner and said that he will handle it. After she was gone, he puts the person on his blacklist while thinking that people has already starting to make a move on her, when even he himself didn't make any yet. He was feeling like he made an achievement by removing a potential threat. After that, he hears knocking sounds and found out that he was waiting outside. Xu said that it wasn't payment day yet, but his dad tells him that he is just on his way from work. He also mentioned that he came to check if his heater is working, and as he was about to say something else, he gets speechless to see Jiang in cooking clothes. He was surprised by what is happening in front of him. Before coming to their place, he was thinking of whipping him into shape since he thought that he is messing around all day with his girlfriend. After that, he looks around and sees that the house is sparklingly clean. When he previously arrived, the place was unclean, but he was shocked to find out that it became a proper place. He then greets Jiang and said that he came to check if the heater is working, and Xu replied that it is working fine. Xu then tells him to go home, or his mom will nag at him for being late. After that, he turns around and tells Jiang to come over to their place someday. After his dad was gone, Jiang said that she will be going back to cooking if that was all. While she was heading off to cooking, Xu looks at her from behind. He looks at her as she was working and thought that this feeling is a direct boost to his soul. After a while, they were having dinner and Xu asked Jiang if she thought about the future. Jiang replied that the future will be just like their current moment. Xu said it's fine and it could be just like this in the future, but she hastily corrected that she meant about not troubling him all the time. She also said how she is extremely blessed to receive help from him, so she couldn't ask for more. Her second miss once told her that she shouldn't take advantage of people who are kind to her. Xu thought that the current development could be in his favor, so he tells her that they can become related through marriage, and that their meeting together is fate. She replied that she can't since he is her benefactor and she needs to repay everything she owes back to him. Xu then started thinking of a scenario where she was supposed to act like a damsel in distress and he would say some cool lines to get together with her. He asked if offering herself for marriage is considered as repaying him, but she replied that her second miss told her that it was the most shameless way. Xu thought about how her second miss is getting in his way, even after 1,000 years, and because of that, he is getting angry beyond recognition. He asked if she couldn't treat him as a benefactor, but she replied that there is no need to pity her. He then thought how being Jiang's benefactor is the greatest obstacle in his journey to make her into his girlfriend. While she was playing games, he was thinking about how it would take her years to repay him, based on the rates of power leveling in that game. He wondered if he could force herself into a relationship, but then he realized that she would break his neck if he attempts to do so. It makes him scared thinking about that. While Jiang was getting distracted by his cat, Xu was thinking about how she needs to figure out a way to keep herself fed, or else she won't feel like she belongs in his era. After that, at the start of December, while Xu and his friends were having dinner, Hao asked him about the whereabouts of Jiang. Xu then tells him a made-up story of how she had nowhere to go, so he brought her home to be his girlfriend. Hearing that, Wang gets shocked and asked if it's the normal procedure, and Xu said it's normal if both parties are willing. Hao asked him why he introduced her as his cousin before, and Xu replied that he was helping to hide her identity, because he was afraid that she would be taken to a shelter since she doesn't have an ID. He then makes other excuses, which make Hao believe him for the time being. After that, Xu tells him to help her with the ID problem and see if he can find a solution. The three of them then chit-chat for a bit and end their meeting with some drinks. While Xu was getting a ride home from Wang, he asked if he could give Jiang a job that didn't require any ID. Wang replied that it's easy and all she had to do was give him a heads up. Xu then tells him that the main reason for getting her a job is to build a foundation before applying for ID since her background was bleak. Wang asked if he meant to fabricate her working time for 2 years and then tells him that he can count on him to make that happen. After that, Xu returns home and asks if she had eaten anything. Jiang replied she had and tells him that she left some for him in the kitchen. He was happy since she learned to leave food for others and tells her that he will eat it later. While he was checking on his cat, Jiang closes in on him and starts sniffing. She said that he went drinking and even went to a brothel. Xu gets surprised to hear it and asked what prompted her to say that. While imagining him doing naughty stuff, she tells him that there was a fragrance coming off his body. He smells his jacket and thought that it must have come from sitting inside Wang's car. He tells her that brothel and prostitution are illegal in their era, so she doesn't have to worry about him selling her off. She gets surprised and said that his world had many rules and regulations. He then tells her to not think that his world is safe, since some crooks are always around to sell someone's liver or kidney, which goes beyond selling one's body. After that, she imagines getting her body tied up and thought she was fortunate that Xu didn't decide to harvest her organs to sell. He asked if she realizes that she is getting too relaxed and said that it's a good thing to have a basic level of wariness. She wasn't listening, since she's too scared, which made him wonder what she is thinking. He then gets up and walks towards the kitchen to see what Jiang left for him. He sees the plate and thought that it looked great. He was getting happy while thinking how great it felt having someone to leave food for him at home. After finishing his eating, he washes the dishes and comes back to the living room. He walks past her and sits on the sofa. While sitting, he was thinking about how the more he looks at her, the more he wants to give her a hug. He asked what she thinks of his dad after meeting him, and she replied that she doesn't know. He tells her how his dad is stubborn and how he is envious to see others' dads having a meal or going for a stroll together. He tells her how his dad never hugged him since he was young and how he would often wish for just a hug. He said that it's an unreasonable request while making a sad face and asked if she could give him a hug and let him experience what it felt like. At that moment, Jiang was wondering how she suddenly got involved in that. Xu then tells her to forget it, since she's not his father, and also added that even though he just wanted to know what a hug feel like, it's fine if she doesn't want to. Jiang looks at him and starts to feel guilty. She then clenches her fist and said that she will help him with a minor thing like that. She offers him a hug and asked if he meant something like that. Immediately after that, Xu grabs her shoulder and gives her a hug. Jiang starts to panic at the sudden hug, but she then calms down and grabs his cloth while hugging him. She asked if it's enough, but Xu replied that he wants to hug a little more. While they were hugging, Jiang was thinking that she's just letting him experience a hug and that her conscience is clear. Meanwhile, Xu was thinking that her whole body feels warm and her hair has a faint smell of shampoo. If he isn't afraid of scaring her, he would want to hug her even tighter. She again asked if he's done, so Xu lets her go. He said that he now knows what a hug feels like and thanked her. While blushing, she replies that there's no need for thanks, since it was a piece of cake for her. He stands up, saying he's feeling giddy from alcohol, so he will take a shower first. After he left for the shower, she was thinking that Xu isn't as relaxed as he seems on the outside usually. The next morning, while Jiang was practicing her martial arts, Xu records a video of her practicing it. When Jiang notices him, they both say their morning greetings to each other. Xu asked if the martial arts works on her health and vitality, so she tells him to look at just how she is stronger compared to him. Xu then searched for martial arts practice on the internet and starts to think of something. He calls her and looks at her with glimmering eyes. He then gets down on his knees and said that he wants to learn martial arts. She gets shocked and wondered what is happening. He said that he feels that martial arts is an important tradition and that it would be a pity if it is lost to time. He added that he will practice earnestly and asked if his stance is correct. 10 minutes later, he gets tired and falls from exhaustion. She then tells him to continue and explained how martial arts is all about practice and perseverance. Xu replied that he can't continue and he won't dare to dream of it anymore. He also mentioned how he just wanted to strengthen his body, so Jiang said that she will teach him some techniques if he can continue that stance for an hour. Hearing that, he gets excited and asked if he would be able to practice those techniques half naked in the snow. But Jiang gets confused and asked why would he want to do that, since it is cold. After some time, snowfall begins in their area, and it was also the day Xu started to take martial arts seriously. They both get out of their apartment and Jiang starts sliding on the ice, saying that it is slippery. While asking if it is fun, Xu was thinking how Jiang was cold to others at first, and now she is full of life. She then slides around for a bit and said it's very fun. Xu said that she should continue it later since their ride is waiting. While they were inside the car, she was thinking that the driver seemed relaxed and he didn't have to endure the cold, since all he had to do is turn the steering wheel. She asked Xu if she could be a driver, but he tells her that he alone won't be able to teach her how to drive, since it required her to learn many things, and it would be troublesome if she accidentally kills somebody. She asked why isn't he driving a car, even though he knows how to, and he said it's because he is poor. After they get out of the car, he tells her to act normal around his parents and tells her to remember the role that he made up. While they were walking towards his parents' house, Xu notices someone familiar. He then calls his Uncle Qin and tells Jiang to hold his hand. She holds his sleeves while thinking that it's all a pretend play and her conscience is clear. His uncle asked, "Why is he there?" and Xu replied that he is taking his girlfriend to meet his parents. Xu then introduces Hao's father to Jiang, and she greets him. Xu looks at the dog he was with and asked when he got a dog. His uncle said that it has been a couple of months and people call him Tyrant. After that, he tells Xu to come over to him and whispers about teaching how to make a girlfriend, since he hasn't dated anyone before. Xu then cooks up a plan and tells him that an arranged marriage would be suitable for Hao since he is too honest. After that, he tells his uncle to have a nice stroll and said that they will be going first. While leaving, he was fantasizing about how good he is to help his friend with his life's biggest problem. He then tells her how there is a saying about not stop acting, even after the play is over, and asked if she understands. He gives her an example of how it is normal for a couple to hold hands, and tells her not to be nervous when his mom asks her a hard question. Judging by her reaction, Xu knew that she didn't get what he told her, so he starts a short lesson for her. He then gives her an example of how giving a detailed answer instead of a short one would be better. She gets confused and asked, "What is the difference?" He replied that giving a short answer won't make his mom happy, but giving her a detailed answer will make her seem more sincere. He then starts the second lesson and asked what should she do in case his mom asks what she was doing these days. After that, he explains how instead of saying that she play games, she should say that she is working on her own things. He also tells her that if his mom asks what kind of things she does, then she should reply the things that she does on her own. After that, when he asked if she understood, she replies by saying roughly, but in reality she was clueless. He then tells her that she just has to be flexible and play the part of a girlfriend. They arrive at Xu's parents' house and his mom comes to greet them. He introduces her as his girlfriend and said that he brought Jiang to meet her. He introduces his mom to Jiang, and she greeted her. His mom then invites them inside while thinking that Jiang looked even prettier than in the photos. Xu tells her to follow him and drags her inside. While he was helping her take off her jacket, his dad comes out of the room and looks at them cluelessly. Xu then noticed him and tells him that he brought her to meet him today. His dad stares at him intensely while responding to him. While they were putting on their jackets, he was thinking about how they even had matching sweaters. Xu then looks behind and starts grinning. His dad asks what he is happy about, and he replied that he is happy because he has a girlfriend. Xu was thinking how his dad dedicated his whole life to historical research, yet he couldn't recognize an ancient person from 1,000 years ago in front of him. Also, the fact that she is his fake girlfriend made him feel awesome inside. While they were waiting for dinner, Xu peels an orange for her and tells her to treat it as her own house while giving her the orange. Xu then realizes that he forgot to bring some fruits since it was their first time visiting and apologizes, but his dad replied that they had more than enough things at home. After that, his mom tells them that the food is ready. Xu shows the washroom to Jiang and tells her to wash her hands inside. After she was done washing, Xu's mom tells her to not be shy and take a seat. Watching them together gave her a sense of comfort, and after that, she ran over to them. Xu serves her a bowl of rice and gives her a pair of chopsticks for eating. Jiang gets nervous, wondering if they are not having a simple meal since it looked different from what she imagined. Xu serves her some meat and tells her that his mom's pork ribs are the best. Meanwhile, his mom was getting happy, thinking that they both looks compatible. After a while, they both looked shocked since she was eating her second bowl of rice and thought that she ate more than both of them combined. While Xu was washing the dishes, his dad tells him to go to his study later. Xu's mom brings a glass of water for Jiang, but she hesitantly replied that she didn't have to make an effort for her. His mom then sits on the sofa and tells Jiang to sit beside her. She tells her that Xu shouldn't have kept quiet about having a girlfriend and asked her if they are living together. Jiang didn't understand her question and replied positively since she thought that they are indeed living together. She asked when they met and Jiang replied that they met very early on. And when his mom asks if she is not from Jiangcheng, she suddenly remembers Xu's lesson from earlier. Jiang replied that she is from somewhere else and not from Jiangcheng. Xu's mom wondered why she answered the question twice and asked her where she is from. She then confidently replied that she is from the mountains. Meanwhile, Xu arrives at his dad's study and he asked what his plan is since they are living together. Xu replied that she is just staying over and they are eating and living together. His dad gets angry, saying that he knows how young people think, and asked what would he do if anything unexpected happens. Xu knew that nothing will happen since she is his fake girlfriend, so he replied that he just have to waive the rent for him and don't have to worry about anything else. His dad said that they can talk about the rent later since he needed to talk about him cohabiting first. Xu then makes a weird face and tells his dad that he has more expertise in that area than him. His dad gets angry and kicks him out of his room, but Xu couldn't understand why his dad is getting fiercer by the day. Then, he sees Jiang and his mom together and gets afraid, thinking that it will trouble some if his mom keeps questioning her. He tells his mom that they will take their leave since it's getting late. He wears his jacket and while fixing Jiang's hat, he tells his mom that it's good to go home early as it is getting cold outside. After that, they leave the house while saying their goodbyes. After they left, his dad approaches his mom. He asked about Jiang and she replied that she was pretty good. He then asked if she didn't ask about what she does, and she tells him that Jiang told her that she is working on her own things. He asked what that meant and she replied, the things that she does by herself. After that, his father asked where is she from and she replied that she is from the mountains of Xu Qing. He asked about what mountains, and she answers that it is over at Xu Qing. What they learned about her was complete nonsense, so his dad gets angry, thinking how they got a meal, dodged the rent issue, and didn't even manage to ask more about Jiang. He was also getting angry at the thought that he even didn't bring fruit or anything, even though he was visiting with his girlfriend. Meanwhile, Xu asked if she wants to have some noodles after getting back, but Jiang replied that she is full and her appetite is shrinking. He then tells her it's normal, since she is less active and because of using less energy, her appetite is getting small. After that, he looks at her and tells her that she should eat less, otherwise she would get fat. Hearing that, she gets afraid and replied that she will eat less. He added that she particularly doesn't have to starve since she is practicing martial arts and tells her that he will buy a scale later to monitor her weight. When Jiang asked what a scale is, he scares her by replying that she will be lifted up like a pig and get measured by attaching weights on the other end. He then tells her that he was joking and meanwhile, he was thinking that she learns fast, so he should use the opportunity to tease her. After that, he said that their ride has arrived, but Jiang was angry at him for teasing her. After they went home, Jiang was wondering, when will she be able to pay her debts in full and feed herself after that? She then asked him if there are any other ways to earn money. Meanwhile, Xu was thinking that there are countless ways to earn money, but he couldn't think of one that suited Jiang. He replied to her that she continues earning through her game and enjoy herself since life is short. She gets depressed and said that she has nothing. After that, she looks at him and asked if Wintermelon also came to enjoy life as well. He replied that he doesn't know how a cat feels and tells her how he was envious of her since she was not bound by the shackles of society. She asks what he meant by the shackles, but he stops his answer midway and said that she wouldn't understand. She then gets angry and tells him that she wouldn't get it if he doesn't talk about it. He replied that she will understand in the future while going for a shower. Before entering the bathroom, he tells her how he hates two kinds of people, and the first type are those who don't finish what they were saying. She then asked about the second half, but he quickly enters the bathroom and leaves her hanging. Meanwhile, she was exploding from rage and was thinking about how she wanted to pummel him to the ground. After coming out of the bath, Xu teaches her about how there existed two types of traders and how they monopolize resources and information. To make it simpler for her, he gives an example of how some people in her era would use the advanced information of a disaster to hoard supplies and force families to make them sell whatever they could. Jiang then gets a weird imagination of getting married off and gets angry at the thought. While she was getting angry at him, Xu tells her that he was joking. He was thinking that she has to learn everything from scratch if she wants to understand what he says. And then he realizes something and tells her to search humanities on the web. She searches about the topic on the internet and gets the definition of humanities. She asked what that was, and Xu replied that it's the part she was lacking in. He then explained that literature, arts, etc. were the culmination of humanities. He also said that he will find some suitable novels and movies for her to understand easily. She asked if there won't be any information gap between them if she learns about those things. Xu replies positively and said how she doesn't even get the jokes he makes. After that, he tells her to sleep after showering, but she asked if he doesn't want to take advantage of their information gap to make her his girlfriend. He then starts coughing and shakily muttered how she gets that idea. She replied that she can sense he was guilty, but Xu says that there is no evidence and tells her to take a shower. After she was gone, he suspected that something is up with her. He then checks the search history and confirms that something was really up with her. Jiang usually acted innocent, but it turns out that it was all an act. He was thinking that she deserved an Oscar for her efforts. After some time, Jiang comes out of the bath and asked why is he making that expression. He replied that there is nothing wrong with his expression while holding his cat. While Jiang was sitting in her room, she was thinking about why Xu wanted to close the knowledge gap between him and her if he wanted to make her into his girlfriend. She then wonders if she is overthinking it and if Xu purely wanted to help her. The next morning, Xu wakes up from bed because of a call from Hao. Hao angrily asked him what he told his dad. Xu replied he told his dad that Tyrant's name was well chosen, but Hao tells him to not act dumb and asks about the matchmaking. Xu tells him that his dad got worried for him since he saw him yesterday with his girlfriend. After that, he hangs up the call, saying that his girlfriend is calling him for breakfast. He gets out of the room while feeling great. Jiang noticed him and asked if he woke up early. He then makes a stance and said that he is practicing martial arts to strengthen his body. Jiang then steps in and gives him instructions on correcting his stance. Xu asked her if there is any easier way to gain strength through castration or dual cultivation. She gets surprised and asked if he wants to castrate himself, but Xu replied that he wishes to dual cultivate. She gets shy from hearing him say dual cultivation since it meant doing naughty things to gain power. After that, she tells him that there is no such method while looking away. Judging from her expression, he said that it seemed like there is, but she angrily replied that she wouldn't know the method even if it exists. She then clenches her fist and wondered why he is so irritating. Xu is almost done with his regular martial arts practice. He then rushes toward the bathroom and checks himself in the mirror, thinking that there isn't much change in his body. He was also thinking that he should be the protagonist since he picked up Jiang from the Tang Dynasty. After that, he creates an image of himself being the protagonist and fantasizes about a story where he would fight bad guys and live together in the wilderness. He then realized that he couldn't live in the wilderness since he would still have his parents to worry about. After some time, while Xu was chilling on the sofa, he looks at Jiang and tells her that she will become nearsighted if she reads books like that. He also mentioned how it'll be better for her if she sits up straight and read. And when she asked what nearsighted means, he replied it meant that she won't be able to see clearly without glasses. He gets up, saying that he remembers having a pair of glasses without prescription. After that, he brings it and tells her to try wearing them. He asked if she remembers his dad wearing those things over his eyes. She wears the glasses while he takes a photo of her. After that, he shows the picture to her, saying that it looked well, but she says that it looked weird. He looks at her and saw how beautiful she looks with the glasses. He was wanting to hug her again, so he tries to give the same excuse as before. She gets clueless and asked what's wrong with his father. He then blushes and asked if her second miss let her experience the sensation of hugging others. She replied that they would usually squeeze together during winter days and it was warm and comfortable. Suddenly, his phone starts ringing and he tells her that it's a call from his rich friend Wang. After he receives the call, Wang asked if he's at home at the moment and Xu replies positively. He tells him that he got a solution to the employment issue that he raised earlier and he is currently outside his home with the necessary documents. After a while, they hear a knocking sound at the door and Jiang stands up, saying that she will open the door. While Jiang was at the door, Xu was wondering why she liked looking through the peephole that much. Meanwhile, she was thinking that the invention of the peephole is great since she could stab any bad guy through the door. After that, she saw Wang through the peephole and remembered that he's the rich dude from before. She opens the door and while he was entering the house, saying how cold the temperature is, he looks at the person who opened the door and saw that it is Jiang. He tries to go away, saying that he got the wrong house, but Xu grabs his shoulder and tells him to come inside. Seeing Jiang, he thought that he really got the wrong house, but Xu asked if he forgot about his girlfriend. After some time, Wang was feeling comfortable inside his house since it was cold outside. He said that it's no wonder he hasn't seen him around and asked if he was hiding in his house with his mistress. Xu tells him to stop joking and asked if the work that he mentioned is reliable. He replied it's reliable, and also tells him that he brought some past records, which was easy since it was a product promoter role. He then tells him the details of the work and said that it's the safest option since personnel shifts are around all the time. Xu then gets happy, saying that it's exactly what he wanted. After that, he calls Jiang while she was working on the computer and tells her to sign the contract paper. She gets surprised and asked what is that, but Xu tells her not to worry about getting sold off and said that it was a document to prove that she was working there for 2 years. He then writes her name on his phone, in case she didn't know how to write. He shows her name and tells her to copy how it is written since it's her signature. Wang then gets surprised and asked if she didn't know how to write her name. Xu closes his eyes and tells him that it was a long story. He explained how he found her after she wandered around for 10 years in the streets. He also tells him how she could only smile while snot dripped from her nose when they first met. Meanwhile, Jiang was getting angry listening to his story, but she knew that she can't hit people. Xu tells Wang to stay for a meal since it was hard for him to come over on that snowy day. After that, he tells Jiang to cook some extra food, and she replied that she will. While she was getting ready for cooking, Wang was surprised that they will be having home-cooked food since he thought that they will go out. Wang muttered how he suddenly feels like making a girlfriend who can cook, and Xu tells him that it's fine as long as he takes care of his health. Wang mentioned that he recently felt like getting a new PC and tells him for helping out with the parts. Xu replied that he will get a friend to build it as long as he pays for it. After that, Wang looks at his laptop and asked why is the language set to traditional Chinese. Xu replied that he likes it, but Wang tells him that he has been acting weird recently. After that, Wang calls him amazing and said that he is one of a kind person who knows everything. Xu replied that poor people like him spend time learning, while rich people spend money to buy their time. He then gets confused since he didn't mean to tell him that. Wang drops his orange from shock and asked if he took the wrong medicine that day. He tells him how he would have usually told him to get lost if he said those words and asked if he is a different person. Xu said that he is the one who took the wrong medicine while wondering why he explained it to him in detail, just like he does to Jiang. He tells him that it's because so much happened in the past half year, but he knew that it's because of raising Jiang, who is from the Tang Dynasty. Wang then makes fun of him and asked if taking care of a single girlfriend is tiring for him. Xu asked if he has seen his Love from the Star, which was a drama about an alien falling in love with an actress. Wang gets speechless for a second and then he starts laughing and asked if she is an alien. Xu then roasts him, saying that it would be futile to explain it to him since his taste for enjoying shows is different. Xu then tells him to wait while he will check if his girlfriend needs any help. While he was on his way to the kitchen, he sees Jiang working and gets captivated by her. After that, he tells her that she looks pretty while thinking that she is a wife material. Jiang gets flustered from hearing him say that and calls him a pervert. Xu gets scared to see her kitchen blade and leaves, saying that he was just there to look around. While Jiang was cutting the vegetables, she was wondering why he came to compliment her out of the blue and what he wanted to do. After that, when the cooking was done, they start eating. Wang tries her cooking and complimented her, saying that it's good. Xu gets happy hearing him say that and tells him to eat more. While they were gossiping, Jiang was thinking that it felt like having a guest come over where the husband entertains the guest and the wife cooks. After they were done with their meal, Wang leaves while telling him to take care of his computer matter. After Wang was gone, Xu saw Jiang gathering the dishes for washing. He said that he will wash the dishes and that she should rest. While taking the dishes away, he tells her that he had to talk to her about something. When he was washing the dishes, he tells her how she will no longer be an ancient person who came out of nowhere. He then starts setting up a backstory for her by saying that she was someone who lost both her parents and could only wander around the mountains of Jicheng since young. She was brought to Zhongcheng by a friend when she was 16 to do odd jobs. One day, she met a kind-hearted man by the name of Xu Qing, and they quickly became friends. While spending time together, they unsurprisingly developed feelings for each other. Hence, with feelings for each other, they became deeply in love. After becoming a couple, Xu Qing attempted to find her parents, but their efforts were futile. Under his advice, she moved to his house, where they began cohabitation. After that, he concludes the story and tells her that it will sound more reasonable to others. He also mentioned how it wouldn't make sense for others to see him help her if she weren't his girlfriend. After that, while grabbing her hand, he tells her that it was because of their deep love and asked if she understands. She replied she understands, and then suddenly Xu fixes her hair. He said that once she is accustomed to the modern world, they will go to the officials and tell them how they realized the problem of ID when they made plans for marriage, since it was the best story for successfully getting her ID. Jiang then clenches her fist and asked if he was trying to hit on her a while ago. Meanwhile, his heart was beating fast, so she was confirmed that he was making his move on her. Xu hastily replied that he wasn't hitting on her. He tells her how they were couples and how it's normal for him to fix her hair when it's messy. Jiang then makes a fist and says that they are fake couples, so he shouldn't touch her carelessly. Xu gets scared and tells her to calm her fist. While they were on the sofa, Xu was thinking that he shouldn't have carelessly touched her. He then gets into deep thought, and after a while, he said that he will come clean about it. He tells her that he had an ulterior motive, but she was clueless about it. He confesses how living together under one roof made him fond of her. He then continues by saying how he naturally developed a crush on her and gradually, he came to like her. Jiang then asked if he's saying that he developed a crush on her, and Xu replied he likes her now. She gets embarrassed and asked if he could stop liking her and also tells him that it isn't right. Xu asked if she is already married to someone previously, but she replied that she wasn't. After that, he tells her that it would be considered as bootlicking if he continues to help her after getting rejected, and for that reason he said that he wanted to lick her. Jiang then suddenly pictures one of the strange ads from the search engine and tells him that she will hit him if he tries to touch her. After that, she stands up and said that she will be leaving. She starts to feel guilty about the debt, but Xu tells her that there is no debts between them anymore. He said that she paid her debt by teaching him martial arts, so she can leave if she wishes. He also mentioned that before leaving, if she teaches him more martial arts, then he will help her rent another place. She asked why he is doing that, and he replied that it's because he likes her. He tells her that feelings couldn't be controlled, and it wasn't reasonable to say that he can't like her since she is indebted to him. He also tells her that she might not feel the same way, but she can't say that she doesn't like him just because he helped her out. She tries to change the subject, but Xu said that she might eventually have to live with someone in his era, so he asked if he is excluded from her consideration. She looks at him and replied that she didn't exclude him from her consideration. He asked why she wanted to leave in that case, and she replied that it's because he wanted to lick her. Xu then realizes that she misunderstood his words from before, but it was too late to defend himself. He then tries to explain how by licking her, he meant to treat her nicely since he is still scared of being hit by her. After that, he tells her to sit beside him to make her clear about the licking situation, but she replied that she doesn't want to. She was thinking that something felt off, even though what Xu said made sense. After a while, she was sitting inside her room, wondering if she wished to leave because she had a guilty conscience. She knows that Xu is clearly her benefactor, and she admits that she had thoughts about him that she shouldn't have. Suddenly, she starts to wonder why she thinks that it isn't right. Meanwhile, Xu gets into deep thought while he was sitting on the sofa. He was wondering if she decided to leave since she was inside her room for the entire afternoon and starts crying. After a while, Jiang comes out of her room and Xu noticed her. On the other hand, Jiang also noticed him, but she turns around the other way and goes inside the kitchen. Xu suddenly stands up and gets happy since she decided to stay. He then approaches her and asked if she had figured it out. While washing the tomatoes, she said that what he told her before about the difference between indebtedness and liking made sense to her. After that, she turns back and tells him that it's okay for him to have feelings for her, but he isn't allowed to lick her. She also said that he is also not allowed to do things that crosses the line, like when he fixed her hair. Xu replied that he won't do it anymore. After that, she shakily tells him that leaving for good would be a betrayal of his kindness, and once she clears her debt, she will talk about it in the future. and while she was cutting the tomatoes, she was getting troubled since Xu was still looking at her work. Xu had some doubts, so he asked if she is able to differentiate between gratitude and like. She couldn't understand what he said, so he explained that if it's all gratitude she feels, then she is mistaking it for like. After that, she gets embarrassed and tells him that she doesn't have any feelings of like. Xu replied he understands, but judging from her reaction, he knew that she had a guilty conscience. After that, Jiang asked if there is a way to differentiate between the two feelings. Xu tells her to stay still and said he will perform a test. He also forbids her to do anything until the test is over. After that, he reaches out his hands and suddenly gives her a hug. While Xu was embracing her, she was feeling embarrassed. He then let go of her and tells her that if she likes him, then her heart would be beating really fast just like him. Jiang remains silent for a while, but then she turns around and tells him to leave if he is done with his test. Xu said that he won't bother her, and while leaving, he was thinking that she wouldn't have let him hug her if she didn't have any feelings for him. Meanwhile, Jiang was getting red since her fear is coming true. After some time, Jiang brings him dinner, and while she was leaving, Xu was thinking that the matter about their feelings is secondary, and helping her learn about the culture should be the main focus. He knew that she is still lacking in something, that she doesn't know how to smile. She only smiles when she encounters something that she doesn't understand, but she was unable to comprehend the different forms of entertainment around her. For that reason, he thought that she can start learning about it by watching some comedy films. He then tells her that he found a movie for them to watch together. While watching the comedy show, Xu was laughing to his heart's content, but there was no reaction from Jiang. He thought that she really didn't understand it still, but he knew that it's not easy integrating someone from 1,000 years ago into modern society. And he was also thinking that it is also a fact that nobody told him to like her. After that, while Jiang was playing video games, Xu was thinking that it's very harmonious to have a girl from the Tang Dynasty playing games in his house. He gets up, saying that he's going to bed first, and wishes her good night. She then turns back and wishes him back. After he was gone, Jiang was thinking that her feelings are all over the place and she didn't know how to face him. She keeps looking at the time on the computer until it was 11:30 p.m. After that, while Xu was in deep sleep, she sneaks inside his room. She gets to the side of his bed and looks at him from up close. After looking at his sleeping face for a while, she hurriedly leaves the room. The next morning when they both wake up, Xu asked if she didn't have a good sleep last night since she looked tired. She then turns around and tells him that she slept a little late last night. After that, when they were done with the breakfast, Xu tells her to go out for a walk with him to experience the beautiful things in his world. They get outside for a walk and she asked if holding hands is one of the beautiful things. Xu replied that it is, and also tells her that she can feel the rapid heartbeat. After that, when he asks if she could feel it, she gives a cold reply, saying that she doesn't feel it. He then starts ticking her palms and she suddenly gets startled by it. He said he's just giving her a demonstration and tells her to give her hand. While Xu was holding hands with her, he was thinking that he will give her an experience about dating. After getting on the bus, when Jiang asked where they are going, Xu tells her a meme. She couldn't understand it, so he tells her that they are going to experience life. After they get off the bus, Jiang was thinking that it feels like she doesn't have to do anything, and he will take care of everything. She then starts blushing, thinking that it's her first time feeling something like that. After that, they went to a computer shop and she was getting nervous from riding the escalator. She asked if this place specializes in computers and he replied that she could pretty much buy, sell or repair them there. He entered the shop of his friend, Gao Bo. Gao then gets surprised by him and asked what brought him there. Xu tells him the details of how he wanted him to build a computer for him within the budget of 20,000 yuan. He writes a number on a note and tells him to call that number and deliver it to the person as soon as he gets done with the work. Gao tells him that it wasn't a problem, and after that, Xu said that he's leaving. Gao asked why he's leaving like that, and Xu replied that he's bringing his girlfriend around. Gao then looks at them from behind and starts to feel jealous of them. Xu then tells her to remember the place where they are right now is called Zhangcheng Square. After that, he points at the statues by the trees and crosses the road while telling her the directions they took. They then arrive at a store, and he tells her that it's the place she was selling alcohol 2 years ago. She couldn't understand what he was trying to say, so Xu reminds her about the made-up backstory that he told her before. He then asked if she will be able to make her way there alone, and she replied that she remembers the route. She then looks at the store and asked if she can take a look at what is inside. Xu replied that she can't and tells her to forget about places like that. While they were walking, he asked if she's hungry and told her that he will take her to a BBQ buffet. Inside the BBQ buffet restaurant, Xu takes a piece of meat and starts grilling it on the cooker. Jiang tells him that she preferred the hot pot buffet since there is no need to look after the meat. Xu replied that it's fun to eat the same ingredients cooked in different styles, and while serving her, he tells her to enjoy the taste of the food instead of thinking about filling her belly. He also tells her how eating their favorite dishes in a warm place during winter is also a way to enjoy life, just like the hand holding that he mentioned earlier. While grilling the meat, he tells her that once she is warm and full, she can look for mental fulfillment. After they finished eating, Xu asked if she is full yet. Jiang then blushes and asked if she could still have some cake. Xu then immediately stands up while saying that he will get it for her. Jiang replied she can get it herself, but Xu dashes to get it for her. He ends up getting 2 for her, and while she was eating the cake, she was thinking if that was what Xu meant by fulfillment. Xu then noticed something in the distance and saw that there are plush prizes for those who don't leave food on their plates. He asked if she wanted one and tells her how she can get one if she finishes everything on her plate. She gets surprised and said that it's a good deal. Meanwhile, Xu was fantasizing about Jiang with a plush and was thinking that girls will always be attracted to plush even if they are from 1,000 years ago. He said that girls like cute things like that and tells her to take one away. She picks an orange teddy bear and tells him that its color reminded her of wintermelon. After that, they get out of the restaurant, and when she asked what is the use of that plush, he replied that she can hug it while sleeping since it's soft. He also tells her that she can think of it as him while hugging it, but she gets angry and starts squeezing the plush. She menacingly replies that it wouldn't be a bad idea to treat it like him. After that, all that was left of Xu's date plan was to watch a movie with her. He tells her that they should walk their way to the movie theater to save some money and digest some food. He also tells her how rich people's girlfriends would act coy and say that they couldn't walk anymore, but she becomes clueless and asked if they had leg problems. Xu realizes that she doesn't know what acting coy meant, so he describes it to her by putting an act in front of her. She gets uninterested in his acting, but after finishing it, he tells her that it's something like that. He then asked if she would like to try, but she menacingly looks at him while squeezing the teddy bear. Watching that makes him scared, and Xu backs off. After that, while Xu was buying tickets for the movie, Jiang asked if they couldn't watch those at home. Xu replied that it's different since they are on a date. He also mentioned how when they are at home, she always watches the movies in a serious mode, when they were meant to be a relaxing form of entertainment. He tells her that the room where they will watch the movie will be dark and that she can't make noises while watching. He said he has a serious question and asked if he could hold her hand while watching the movie. Jiang gets confused by what he is asking, since she thinks that there is nothing good about holding her rough and ugly hands. After that, she gets shocked because she realizes that the great pervert from her era liked a girl with rough features and had 5 children with her. She thinks that she was right about him being a pervert since he likes her rough and ugly hands. While punching the bear, she menacingly asked what he said and he shakily replied, "It's nothing." He asked her if she wouldn't snap one day and beat him up, but she replied that she won't. She then gets happy all of a sudden and tells him to learn martial arts quickly so that she could spar with him. Xu replied that there is no need and drag her, saying it's almost time to enter the theater. He buys some popcorn and arrives inside the theater. He said that it is called popcorn and people usually eat that while watching the movie. After a while, the movie begins, and while Jiang was getting captivated by the movie, Xu tries to sneakily grab her hand. She gets startled by the sudden surprise and moves away her hand. Xu then lowers his voice and asked if they couldn't hold hands for a little bit. Meanwhile, Jiang was thinking about how her hands were full of calluses and not nice to touch. She thinks that he is indeed a pervert and gets weird hallucinations about having 5 kids. While watching her in that weird state, Xu was wondering what she was thinking. After the movie was over, they get outside. While walking, she asked if he likes her hand that much. Xu replied that he does, while thinking how holding hands is the only thing he could do, since she would beat him up if he tries anything funny. Jiang then looks away while blushing, and then she offers her hand, saying that he can hold it. While accepting her offer, he was thinking that it looks like she just experienced a serious internal struggle. While holding hands, he asked if the movie was good, and she replies that it was. He tells her that watching movies is the best way to improve in her current state, since she will be able to widen her horizons. He added that he has been thinking about ways to increase her awareness and her outlook on life. It is a long process, and waiting for her to learn to be independent would take way too long. Therefore, during the process, he might occasionally be less honest with her, and tells her to not hit him even if she finds out. She gets flustered hearing that, since she didn't know how to answer that question of his. Xu then asked her if she noticed that she has become more empty-headed recently. When she asks what empty-headed is, he gives her an example by saying that she was really cautious in the past when she first arrived. After some months, she took out her sword less, but secretly kept her guard up near him. And recently, from the day he told her that he likes her, she became like a dummy, who would believe everything that he says. He then tells her that he feels like tricking her into kissing wouldn't be hard to do. Jiang starts feeling embarrassed since she realized that what he told her is true. Xu explained that it's normal for people who are in love for the first time to behave like that, but she tightly squeezes his hand and said that she is not in love. Xu then starts crying from the pain of her gripping, so she lets his hand go. He said that he won't rush her and she can admit to it when she feels like it. He also added that it's possible that she is like that not because she likes him, but because she is dependent on him, just like she was dependent on her second miss. She then tilts her head downwards and replied that it might be the case. He then tells her to take some time to think about the difference between like and dependency, and also added that he will trick her into bed if she continues to be empty-headed. She gets flustered and asked what he meant by tricking her into bed. Xu replied that he is falling more and more in love with her, and someday, in the heat of the moment, he might trick her and eat her up. She then gets flustered and asked why he is telling her that. Xu said it's because he likes her. They both then looked at each other for a while, and then Xu tells her to head back while holding hands. While they were inside the bus, Jiang asked if his hand still hurts, and he tells her to use less force the next time they hold hands. After a while, when they reach home, his cat lies in front of him and holds his foot for food. He teases his cat by holding its food, and tells it to meow for him. While Wintermelon was eating, he was thinking about how Jiang is currently clueless about anything related to romance. He thinks that she is at the same level as he was in grade 5, and gets reminded of a memory when a girl proposed to him by offering a box of stickers, but he rejects her by saying that he likes the stickers from cereal boxes better. After that, his memory ends and he thought that his past was really traumatic. He was thinking that in order to make Jiang understand more about romance, he needed some help from some of the romantic films. After he was done with sorting out the movies, his stomach starts growling. He then noticed the time and saw that it's already 8 p.m. since he was engrossed in his work. He then looks back, wondering what happened to his dinner and where Jiang was. After that, he knocks at Jiang's door, and she opens the door while looking sleepy. He asked if she was sleeping the whole time, and she replied that she slept for a bit. He was worried about her since she looked lifeless, and while checking her forehead, he asked if she is sick. She then blushes while saying she's fine and she will be making dinner now. Her temperature was normal, but judging from how she was holding her stomach, Xu realized what problems she was facing. He then tells her to rest while dashing toward the kitchen to get her a cup of water. He prepares a glass of hot water for her and tells her to drink it, saying that it helps in her current problem. He asked if she would like to have some noodles and she replied that it's okay. After he was done preparing the noodles, Xu asks if he should add some garlic, and she replied positively. Xu was happy by the thought that she eats both garlic and onion. After a while, Xu was telling her that he would take care of the dishes, and his phone starts ringing. He picks up the call and Wang tells him that his friend who built a computer for him is awesome, since his current computer is way more powerful than his previous one. While Xu was on call, Jiang sneakily operates his computer. She then writes on the touchpad and searches on the internet about the difference between feelings of like and dependency. Then, after a couple of snowfalls, the coldest depth of winter arrives. Meanwhile, at Zhu's parents' home, his dad tells his mom to see if Zhu ran out of money when he arrives. At the same time, his mom was thinking about how chatting with Jiang was fun, but she couldn't find out more about her. After a while, Jiang and Zhu arrive at their house, and she greets both of his parents. Then, while Jiang was giving them souvenirs, Zhu tells his mom to let Jiang help her and boasts about her cooking. Meanwhile, his dad was getting angry, thinking that Zhu is boasting about his girlfriend again. His mom replied that there is no need for help, so Zhu tells her that they will be watching TV in that case. After a while, Jiang and Zhu were watching TV and eating some fruit, and his dad asked what type of work Jiang does. Before coming to their parents' place, Zhu tells her that they won't be able to dodge their questions like last time, so he teaches her the answer she needs to tell them. She gives him a detailed explanation of how she performs information exchange with other users online. His dad gets clueless about what she was saying, and while fixing his glasses, he was thinking how he didn't understand anything she said, but it sounded professional to him. After that, when Zhu tells his dad how hard her work is, his dad asked what she mainly does at work. She then gives him a complicated and detailed answer about her work, and even though his dad didn't understand a thing, it seemed to him like she is capable. From his dad's point of view, it looked to him like she is some kind of a genius. After that, his dad angrily stares at him and tells him to try joining a big company that could sustain him for life. Zhu asked why it had to sustain him for his entire life, so his dad asked about his plans in that case. Zhu replied that he wants to grow his current work into a strong business, and eventually, step by step, he will become the CEO of a listed company. His dad gets angry hearing his baseless dream, and as he was about to beat his butt, he realizes that Jiang was still present before him. He then stops his attack because he believes that what happens in the family should stay in the family. Zhu then tells his dad that everyone has their own fate and asked why couldn't he understand that. Suddenly, something comes to his mind, and he leaves to another room, saying that he remembers his mom bringing a fortune slip for him. He brings the fortune slip and reads his fortune to his dad. He tells his dad that he can't help it, since his destiny isn't to work under a company. After that, while he was taking a photo of the fortune slip, his dad asked why he is doing that. Zhu replied that he is taking a copy of it to have his girlfriend's fortune told the next time they visit, since she believes in that stuff. His dad tells him that fortune telling is fake, and they wrote something similar to his character. His dad also asked if he forgot how he subjugated him when he was a delinquent. Zhu tells him to stop while saying that he didn't subjugate him, but he changed of his own accord once he grew older. While they were quarreling with each other, Zhu's mom arrives and tells them to stop fighting. She whispers in his dad's ears that it isn't appropriate for him to make a scene in front of Jiang. His dad then gets angry and leaves the room. After he was gone, they both were waiting on the sofa for dinner. Zhu tells her to open her mouth and stuffs a piece of orange in her mouth. He then praises her, saying that she did a good performance to fool his dad. She gets happy from his compliments and tilts her head downwards. Zhu was getting bored, so he checks her hand while wondering how she had massive gripping strength, despite her hand looking like a normal girl's hand. Meanwhile, Jiang was getting embarrassed and wondered why he likes to play with her hands that much. She takes his hand and tells him that it's her turn to check his hand. While checking it, she was thinking that his hand is bigger than hers and that he has clean fingernails and meaty palms. She then stares more intensely and wonders what is fun about hands. Zhu then startles her by asking if she is able to read palms. She replied that she can't while taking her hands off him. Zhu then goes inside the kitchen and asked his mom if he could bring his girlfriend along when he visits during the new year. His mom gets surprised and asked if she is not going back to her home. Zhu then tells her that he mentioned before how she didn't have a family. His mom asked if he wasn't joking that time, and he replied that he wasn't. After that, she finishes cooking and tells him that he can bring her girlfriend along in that case. She also asked if he had enough money to spend since he has a girlfriend now, and he replied that they don't have to worry about it. She then tells him to bring out the dishes, and he positively responds to her. After they were done with their dinner, and when Zhu and Jiang were telling them that they are heading back, a potato falls from Jiang's pocket, which catches his mom and dad's attention. His mom then picks up the potato and asked why she stuffed a potato in her pocket. Zhu makes a story by saying that she lacked affinity with the earth, and for that reason, the potato acted like a talisman. He also tells her that direct dirt would make her clothes dirty, so they are using something that is close to the earth. Xu thought how he couldn't tell them that she is carrying a potato with her in case she gets transported back to her own time. His mom said she will cook potato dishes for her since it will be more effective for her if it's in her stomach. Meanwhile, Jiang was clueless about what they were talking about, but after some time, she gets a sudden realization and thanked his mom by bowing before her. Watching her in that state made his mom think that she was also like Jiang when she first met Xu's grandmother. After saying goodbye, they both left. After they were gone, his mom was thinking how they looked compatible with each other, and she wishes they don't have disagreements with each other in the future. Xu and Jiang were returning to their apartment from Xu's parents' house. While they were walking, Jiang asked what was the meaning of like. Xu replied, it means that she'll subconsciously want to get closer to a person, and gives an example of how she would want to buy a delicious cake and make it hers. She then asked what would someone do if they can't afford it. So Xu replied that they will work hard to earn money in order to buy it, and the process of working hard is also a way to give their all. He also added how wanting to make someone theirs without making the effort doesn't count as like. Even if they are unable to afford something, using underhanded methods to reach their goal is abominable. Xu said that he doesn't want to deceive her since he likes her, and that he will respect any choice she makes. He also added how giving his all without wanting to make her his own would be considered licking her, but then he clarified that it isn't the type of licking she is thinking of. Jiang replied that she feels like he is tricking her with his choice of words while wondering why would he touch her hands all day long if he doesn't want to make her his. Xu said that it's also another form of like, but she replied that she doesn't have feelings of like. But he said that he was talking about liking someone in general, not anything about her liking him. She angrily turns around and wondered if he liked her hands, then what she likes about him. She was thinking about how he helps her blow dry her hair, rambles on while answering her questions, helps grill meat for her, and cools noodles for her to eat. She wondered if it was something else and that she likes her hands to be held. She asked him the meaning of love, while Xu was wondering if she reached enlightenment since she is asking questions like that recently. He answered that love is when two people take their time to understand each other and their hearts become one. She asked what feelings would he have in that case, but he teases her by saying that she will experience it if she kisses him. Then their cab arrives, so he tells her that it's time to head home. They arrived at their apartment, and while Xu was changing his clothes, he was thinking that he has to finish his video editing before going to bed. After that, while Xu was working on his laptop, Jiang approaches him and sits near him. She then asked if he ever thought about her suddenly going back to her era one day. Xu replied that she would become successful as long as she grows potatoes, and someday she might become a landlord for her achievements. She then tells him that she was talking about him and asked if liking her would be all for naught in that case. Xu replied that liking someone is an irrational thing, and he couldn't stop liking her just because she might leave someday. He also asked if there is any conflict between her being able to go back home and him liking her. While fixing her hair, he tells her to enjoy her current moment instead of thinking about the what-ifs. She asked if that is considered tricking her or coercing her. Xu said that it doesn't count as long as she doesn't hit him, and grabs her teddy bear, saying that she can hit it instead if she wants. She then takes the plush and tells him that she would have hit him in the past, but she can no longer tell if what he is saying is true or false. He tells her that she can reject his advances by pinching his hands or cracking his fingers, but she replies that she doesn't want to pinch him. She also mentioned how it even felt like that was pretty good. Xu explained that it's a feeling of like, or at least she doesn't hate him since she would be annoyed otherwise. After that, when she asked if he planned all of that from the start, Xu replied that it wasn't entirely his plan, and that he'll subconsciously try to get close to her since he likes her. He explained how a peacock shows his feathers when it looks for a mate, so just like that, he wants to show off his good parts and gain some recognition from her. She then bashfully tells him that he is shameless, and he replied that he is. She tells him that he is a pervert while squeezing the plush, and Xu replied that he is. After that, she gets tired of it and angrily bashes her head toward his stomach. She then leaves the living room and angrily shuts the door of her room. After she was gone, Xu was thinking that it's fine if she like him, dislike him, or beat him up, but he couldn't understand the meaning behind that headbutt. The next morning, while Jiang was done with her regular martial arts practice, she beats Xu and tells him to correct his position. While she was instructing him, he was wondering if she is exacting revenge for yesterday. Jiang then happily tells him that she will teach him a martial art technique since he wanted to strengthen his body. But Xu replied that there is no need since he thinks that maintaining his current stance is more effective than martial arts. She tries to lure him in by saying that he would be able to hit her and not have to worry about getting hit by her. But Xu knew that it's a joke since there is no way for him to win against her. Jiang then puts her sword on the ground and tells him to watch her as she performs the move called the Tang Fist. She then demonstrates the move before him, while on the other hand, Xu gets scared from seeing her strong fist. He falls to his knees and said that he will learn. After that, he makes an excuse saying that his stomach is hurting that day, so he asked if they can practice it tomorrow. She agrees to his condition and tells him that she will be preparing breakfast. After a while, when Jiang was inside the washroom, she was thinking that there is a chance Xu might be gifted in martial arts, and that if he can surpass her, he won't be scared when he wants to do something to her forcibly. Meanwhile, Xu was thinking about how she learned to threaten others. Jiang then suddenly checks on him and tells him not to slack off. After that, while Jiang was grinding in her game, Xu said that he is heading out and tells her to contact him if anything happens. He then holds her hand and leaves the house while making her mad. After that, Xu arrives at his friend Wang's house. Wang opens the door and asked why is he there. Xu then tells him that he knew he would forget about their class reunion and asked if he remembers now. Wang said that he forgot about it and tells him to come inside. While entering, Xu asked if there are anything rated 18+ inside his house, but Wang replied there isn't since he broke up with his girlfriend. After that, Wang asked if he didn't see his moments on social media, but Xu said he doesn't care about that. After Wang finished getting ready, he tells him that his girlfriend was a disaster and that she dumped him for no reason. Xu asked where his car is since he went there to hitch a ride from him. Wang replied that it got confiscated after he argued with his dad and that currently he is poor like him. Xu then tells him to forget it and take the train with him instead. After that, while they were on the train, Xu noticed that Wang was looking somewhere. He asked where he is looking at, and Wang replied that he is looking at the girl with the yellow bag. As he was saying that, she looked like one of his exes. The girl turns back and angrily tells Wang that she really is his ducking ex. Wang tells her that it's a coincidence and he was just saying that she looked familiar, but the girl gets angry and asked what he meant by just familiar. He then notices some paintbrushes in her bag and said he remembers that she can paint. She was a little glad that he remembers it. Then Wang shakily asked how she had been. She replied she's good and tells him that he on the other hand doesn't look well. After that, while they were chatting, Xu gets surprised looking at them acting like a couple even after they broke up. He was feeling lonely, so he wonders what Jiang was doing at home. He then opens an app for chatting with her and sends her a message conveying how much he likes her. Meanwhile, Jiang was playing game on the laptop, but then she suddenly receives a notification. She sees the message that Xu sent her and gets embarrassed, thinking why he is saying nonsense again. She is getting angry since his profile picture looked irritating to her. She then picks up her phone and texts him by asking if he wants to have his clothes washed. He replied yes, so she goes into his room, thinking that his clothes might be there. After entering his room, she suddenly notices something on his desk. She picks up her old shoes and wondered why are they in his room. She then takes a closer look and becomes certain that it was her shoes from when she first arrived. She starts to wonder if Xu liked her slippers alongside her hands. Meanwhile, Xu was getting happy with Jiang's reply when Wang interrupts him by saying that he will come to their reunion later since he has an urgent matter to take care of. Xu then arrives at their reunion spot and they asked if Wang wasn't with him. Xu replied that Wang met his ex-girlfriend on the way, so he went to reminisce about the past. His friend then asked what he was up to these days and Xu replied that he has been holed up at home. After that, some of his friends starts gossiping about how they've been busy with their work all the time and had little free time. Meanwhile, Xu was feeling out of place and was thinking they are just noisy. He then goes into a corner and while leaning on the wall, he was thinking that it's boring and he misses Jiang. After they were done eating, one of his friends asked why he looked moody, so he replied that it's because he is tired of the recent events. He gets invited to karaoke, but he refuses the offer, saying that he needs to sober up. Xu saw all of his friends enjoying themselves and wondered, why are they all making that farce? Then, while leaving the place, he wondered why he liked those types of gatherings in the past. After coming out of the building, he was thinking about how he has been unknowingly influenced by Jiang. She was like a meteor to him, who smashed his old life to smithereens. He then suddenly gets a call from Wang, and as he picks it up, Wang tells him to save him while crying. Half an hour later, Xu arrives at the destination where Wang was at. Wang opens the door half naked and tells him that he has been waiting for him. Xu asks what happened and if he has been tricked by his ex-girlfriend. Wang tells his story of how he wanted to rekindle an old flame, but she insisted he take a shower first. And when he was out of the bath, his clothes were gone except for his phone and wallet. Xu asked if that was all, while Wang was getting furious because of her. While Wang was putting on the clothes that Xu brought for him, he invites Xu to go to the karaoke with him. Xu replied he can go by himself since he won't be going. He said how he doesn't like noisy places since for the past half a year. After that, when Wang insists that he come, Xu replied that he really isn't interested and also added that from now on, they can occasionally have meals with those who are close to them. He was thinking how partying and wasting money would be a waste since he could use it on buying pork ribs and let Jiang cook for him instead. Xu then tells Wang to go ahead while he will stay there to enjoy the quiet environment. Wang then leaves while telling him to sober up and that he can use the room until afternoon. After Wang left, Xu was thinking that living his days grounded and having another person around is different from partying all day. Although he has been constantly saying that he wants to trick Jiang into becoming his wife, he is not sure if he is really prepared for that. He was wondering how the word marriage surprisingly carried a hefty amount of weight behind it. After that, he returns home and while Jiang was keeping him steady, he was singing a song while drunk. Meanwhile, Jiang gets annoyed, thinking that he went drinking again. Xu then grabs Jiang's chin and gets closer while addressing her as a pretty little lady. She pushed him aside and makes him sit on the sofa. She asked how much he drank and he guarantees her that he isn't drunk. He then puts a bag on the table. When she asked what that is, Xu replied that it's pork ribs and that she can stew them. Jiang then gets happy and tells him that she will make a stew out of it tomorrow. While going to the kitchen, she tells him to go to bed, but he said it's fine and he will be okay after lying there for a bit. Jiang was completing her daily tasks when she suddenly calls Xu and makes him startled by asking what the golden lotus is. He then quickly dashes by her side and permanently deletes the video file. Jiang was angry about him deleting it, so he tells her that it isn't time for her to watch those types of videos yet. She tells him that he could have told her to not watch it instead of making it disappear. He lies to her by saying that he just hid it for now and he can bring it back later. Xu sits on the sofa while thinking that it's getting hard to fool Jiang. It becomes nighttime and Jiang looks at Xu sleeping, so she wondered how he ended up sleeping instead of taking a short rest. After that, she puts a blanket over him and gets embarrassed after thinking about the incident that happened to her earlier. She then touches his chin, but Xu starts making noises which makes her startled. She runs towards the kitchen while thinking she should make dinner. After Xu wakes up, he wonders how he fell asleep. Jiang noticed him wake up and tells him that she made some porridge for him which she left in the kitchen. Meanwhile, he was getting happy, thinking how not only did she put a blanket on him, but even made him porridge. While he was on his way to the kitchen, he saw her watching a movie. He tells her that the movie she is watching talks about a story from her era and that it will resonate with her. He also mentioned how things will not stay the same as time goes by. Hearing his words, Jiang starts thinking how the times have changed and wonders if the words from her second miss were outdated as well. After some time, while Jiang was taking a bath, Xu gets to his computer to check the search history since she is acting weird. He then gets shocked after seeing that the search history is empty and wondered when she learned how to clear her search history. Jiang comes out from the bath and tells Xu that she is done showering. He keeps looking at her as she was going over to the desk to dry her hair. He tells her how he might commit a crime right there if it wasn't for the fact that she could kill him in one punch. She asked what would he have done if she was a weak and powerless girl when they first met. He replied that he would have called the police and had them take her home. She gets surprised and asked if he wouldn't have wanted to do something illegal, but he angrily replied that he is not a criminal. He sighs and thinks about a proverb that he made on his own. While Jiang was drying her hair, he asked what she feel about him. She turns off the hair dryer and replied she doesn't know yet. He said that he expected her to say that she feels nothing. He also asked if her current lifestyle is better than before, and she replies that it's great. He mentioned how the life they are leading paled in comparison to others, and once she learns more about the world, she will discover more exciting things and discover that he is just a plain and normal person. There was no response from Jiang, so when he asked if she doesn't have anything to say, she replies by asking what she would have to say. He tells her how the life they are leading is just a small episode, and if he somehow managed to trick her into becoming his, then he would be ruining the possibility of her leading a better life. She said it's because of him that she came this far and asked why he is saying that all of a sudden. He gets up and bashfully replied that he becomes scared once he has deeper thoughts about getting together with her. He tells her he realized that he became more greedy and that there might be consequences if he does something in the heat of the moment. Meanwhile, Jiang was getting flustered since he is looking at her slippers. Xu makes up an excuse for tricking her into rubbing his belly. She looks back and asked if his belly hurts that much. Xu replied that it does since she isn't aware of how strong she is. She approaches him and touches his belly, asking if it's hurting there. She then starts rubbing his belly while he was thinking that her hand felt soft when she doesn't use it for violence. While she was rubbing his belly, he tells her a saying that all encounters in life are a long overdue reunion. He then describes its meaning by saying that encounters between her and everything was already determined a long time ago. He mentioned how if he could go back to the day they first met, it wouldn't be out of place for him to tell her that she is finally here. He then answered her question from before by saying that if she was a powerless woman, then the outcome would have been vastly different from what they are experiencing now. She then turned around and asked if he is not going to trick her anymore. Xu gets speechless, so she asks if she is too direct. He replied that it isn't about her being direct and that she should erase the word trick from her head. After that, he starts to think that he couldn't let go of this chance to hold her close. He then grabs her shoulder to move her close to him, but he couldn't pull in since she's too strong for him. Xu starts getting depressed because of not being able to pull her towards him. He then gets up, saying that it's late, so he will be taking a shower. After he was gone, Jiang gets embarrassed, realizing that she should have let him pull her close. Meanwhile, Xu was thinking while showering that he was almost there. He knew that she wouldn't have done any intimate action if she didn't have the slightest bit of interest in him. After he comes out of the bath and asked why is she not going to bed since it's already late, Jiang replied that she'll check something in-game before heading to sleep. Xu walks towards his laptop, thinking that he should do some proper work since the vibe is all gone. He was thinking of taking the chance to write a review of a movie and practice his film critique skills. Xu then starts to get annoyed since Jiang comes behind him to watch what he's doing. She asked what he is doing and he replied it's a work that helps him earn money and pass his time. She then asked if she could also use it to earn money, to which he replied that she can't since she hasn't received the proper education, and because how she can't express herself. He asked what are her thoughts after watching the last film, and she replied that the times had changed. He gives her a detailed explanation of movies and how she has to look beyond the surface level to have a better understanding of the characters. He said that it's the reason why he told her to read and watch movies more frequently. He then asked if she likes looking at books and she replied that she might. He makes a pun by telling her to guess who likes looking at her, but she was uninterested. Xu starts blushing and asked if he could hug her. She embarrassingly asked why he wanted to hug her, and he replied by telling her to just humor him for a bit. He then takes it as a yes since she wasn't responding and hugs her. Meanwhile, Wintermelon was getting crushed in the middle, and while Wintermelon was leaving, Xu tells her that he was greedy for her. He also tells her how he will become a gentleman who can support a family for her. After that, he moves back and wishes her goodnight while touching her finger. Jiang looks at him from behind as he was leaving and wishes him back while holding her hands on her chest. The next morning, he was sorting out his finances. He had 40,000 yuan saved up since his university days, and because of Jiang's sudden arrival, he liquidated a large sum of money from the stock market. His uploaded videos make him 4,000 to 6,000 yuan per month, and his film reviews weren't bringing him any views. Looking at his current condition, he was thinking that his dad was right about him wildly living his days. He was thinking about how a person gets lazy as long as they are not hungry. Jiang was becoming a modern person day by day, so he was considering his dad's advice of finding a job, rather than living a mediocre life. After that, Jiang approaches him, saying the food is ready, and he replied that they should invite his parents for dinner sometimes. She then looks at the desk and asked what those cards are. He replied that these cards are for storing money, and gives her a card for temporary use. She asked why she needed it as she had her WeChat wallet. But Xu said it's a different method, and links the card to her WeChat wallet. Thus, she got a piece of equipment meant for modern people. The next day, while they were getting ready to head out, Wintermelon approaches them and Xu prepares his leash to take him outside. They then took out Wintermelon for a walk, and while walking, Xu was thinking how it's already getting New Year since Jiang came. They both then stopped, since Wintermelon wasn't advancing for some reason. She then looks at Wintermelon and asked what's wrong with him. Xu then asked Jiang if she remembers when he mentioned how he picked Wintermelon off the streets. Back then, he picked him up by the trash cans around there, so he believes that Wintermelon is wondering if they are going to abandon him at that same place. Jiang then takes Wintermelon in her arms and turns back, saying that they shouldn't go over there. While they were walking, Jiang asked if he likes going around and picking things, so Xu replied that he only picks things that he likes. Jiang then saw some kids playing before her eyes and starts to think that everything before her eyes is calm and peaceful. It felt as if she is dreaming. Xu then points his finger at a girl while realizing that she is his neighborhood Auntie Cheng's granddaughter. He calls her by yelling her name, Yan. She noticed Xu and runs towards him while addressing him as a big brother. Jiang kept staring at them, so he introduced Jiang to Yan. After that, she looks at his cat and asked if it's Wintermelon, since he was slim when she last saw him. Xu then tells her to follow Wintermelon and eat more, but she angrily replied that she doesn't want to turn into a fatty. He then lends her Wintermelon to play for a bit and watches them while sitting on the bench. Xu tells Jiang that the neighbors in his area are good and that his Auntie Cheng might like to gossip a little, but she is kind-hearted. He also mentioned how when he was young, his Auntie Cheng invites him to her house if she saw him waiting outside for his parents. After that, he moved to their new home with his parents and came back to his current apartment when he was in college. He tells her how that area is filled with his childhood memories. She asked if there was any reason to introduce her to Yan. So Xu replied by asking if she doesn't think that she was cute. Jiang asked if it was his only intention and he replied that he wanted her to know more people. While Jiang was telling him that she thought he had some ulterior motive, Yan interrupted by asking Jiang if she is his girlfriend. Xu asked if she knows what a girlfriend is at her age, and she replied that she does. When he asks her to describe what it is, she bashfully replied that a girlfriend is a female friend. That makes them surprised. He then starts patting her head, saying she's cute, while Jiang was getting angry, remembering how he told her the same thing before. He tells Yan that she should come to his place for playing with Wintermelon and also with her big sister. She gets happy and replied she will. After that, he tells Jiang that he is turning into a hand freak, but she didn't know what he meant by that. Xu explained it means that he likes hands a lot, but she said that he has been like that from the start. Meanwhile, Xu was thinking about how he only holds hands because of his limited permission, otherwise, he would have let her know what a true pervert is like. After some time, they arrive back home, and while Jiang was instructing him about the Tang fist move, Xu was thinking about how he wasn't able to hide from practicing martial arts. After that, they hear a knocking sound at their door. Xu opened the door, wondering who it is. It was Yan, who tells him that she came to play with his cat. He asked her why she bring her homework along, so she replied that because she gave her grandmother the excuse of coming over to do homework. She then greets Jiang and she nervously greets her back. Yan asked about Wintermelon, so Xu tells her that he's sleeping on the sofa. She grabs Wintermelon while saying it's time to wake up. While she was playing with Wintermelon, Xu looks at her homework and gets depressed since she didn't even start it yet. He then tells her that she has to complete her homework with Wintermelon, but she replied that Wintermelon doesn't know how to do it. While the three of them were doing their individual work, Jiang turns around and sees that Yan was doing her homework. Xu tells Jiang to look at Yan's language homework and said that she might be able to solve it. Yan then tells him that she is having some difficulties with some problems and asked for help. While Xu was tutoring her, Jiang sneaks in from behind and looks at one of her books. She then stares at Xu while thinking that he is reminding her of the accountant in her village who taught her how to read. She was thinking about how Xu wouldn't sigh like the accountant and that he's more knowledgeable than him. Xu then looks at his phone, saying that it's getting late, so he invites Yan to have dinner with them. He tells Jiang to escort Yan home since it was late, but she gets surprised to hear that. After they were done eating, when it was time for Yan to go home, she tells him that it's just a few floors, so she won't go missing. But Xu asked if she is not afraid of the dark and tells her to hold on to Jiang's hand. After they arrive at Auntie Cheng's apartment, she opens the door, wondering why she was there. Jiang then nervously replied that she came to escort Yan back. She then apologizes to Jiang for troubling her and tells Yan to thank her. Yan makes a big smile and thanks her. After Jiang came back, Xu tells her that she should shower and go to bed early since they are going to buy some New Year items tomorrow. She asked if they are going out to buy them and he replied by asking if she thought they are going to buy things inside his room. Jiang gets angry hearing his answer, and as she was rushing to take a shower, Xu interrupts her by asking if she wants to have some noodles with pork ribs that he's going to make. She asked if he hasn't had his fill, but he replied that he feels hungry sometimes and feels like eating. After he was done cooking, he tells her to give it a taste and that the broth from pork ribs smelled great. He also takes out the garlic and puts a piece in her bowl. She then starts eating the noodles, and after she was finished eating, she tells him that she is still a little hungry. He replied that she will get fat like wintermelon if she eats too much at night, but she said that she is hungry because she had a shower. After that, he tells her to rub her tummy, and if it is sticking out, then she isn't hungry. She starts rubbing her tummy and sees that it really was sticking out. She then lies by saying that it isn't sticking out, but Xu replied that he won't believe it unless she lets him feel her tummy. She said that he's making excuses to touch her, but Xu replied it isn't illegal to have such thoughts. After Xu was done washing the dishes, he tells her that supper time is over and reminds her to sleep early while going to his room. He then comes back while saying that a full belly leads to impulsive desires and that she shouldn't think about sneaking into his room to do naughty things just because she is full. After he went to his room, Jiang lifts both of her hands in her rage. The next morning, while they were outside, Xu said that the weather is good today. And while they were walking, they encounter Uncle Zhao, so they both greeted him. Xu tells him that they are off to get some New Year goods. And when they were leaving, Xu looks back and tells him to cut down on the cigarettes, but he replied that he is already an old man, so cigarettes are what kept him alive. After a while, they were on their way to shopping, when Xu looks at a girl's leg and then he looks at Jiang's. He whispers to Jiang that the girl behind them is wearing nude stockings and asked if she would like to try wearing them. She replied she doesn't since she prefers warmer and thicker clothes, and also asked if the girl isn't feeling cold. Xu replied that she isn't feeling cold because they are actually warm. He said that they will be going to a barber's shop to sort her hair since it's almost the new year. After some time, they both arrive at a barber shop and he tells the stylist that they are there to get their hair done. Jiang gets nervous as the stylist was preparing to cut her hair. She then asks Xu if she could have the same style as his mom, but he rejects it and instructs the stylist how to trim her hair. While the stylist was trimming her hair, she was trying hard not to dodge the stylist's hand. After her hair was sorted out, Xu looks at her, thinking that her hair looked neat and that it's better. Jiang asked him where they are headed next, so he replied that they are going to the mall to buy some clothes and shoes for her. After that, suddenly they come across a dog, which makes him scared. He said that they should avoid the dog and go around it, but Jiang asked why should they do that, since she could kill that dog with one punch. He was thinking that he forgot about Jiang being a warrior capable of cold-blooded murder. After that, she approaches the dog, asking why is he afraid of a dog. She intensely stares at the dog, and when it was running away, Xu asked if she used her killing intent on the dog. She replied that she doesn't know about killing intent and that the dog simply ran away because it knows that it can't beat her. Xu then reminds her again that they are in a world where she didn't have to pick up a sword and just simply enjoy her life. After that, he asked her if she was reminiscing about the blood-filled days from before. She looks at him and said that no one would like to fight with others if every day is peaceful and stable. Xu muttered she is right and they should live their days in peace, but Jiang was feeling that she walked into his trap. After a while, they return home after finishing their shopping. Xu then tells her to stop looking and help him put up the couplets. While putting the couplets, he said that not putting these couplets outside the door would feel like no one is living in their house. After he was done, he asks her how it looked. She replied, "It looks shorter than other ones, and the letters aren't domineering." He then asked if she likes it longer, and she replied, "The longer the better." He makes a weird face, saying that he is the best, but Jiang had no idea what he was talking about. While they were placing couplets, they encounter Auntie Cheng and Yan. Xu said it's nice timing, and asked her to take a photo of them with the door. She uses his camera and takes several photos of them. She asked if they are ushering New Year there, and he replies that they are. She starts to wonder if they are going to get married soon, since they are ushering New Year together. She tells them to carry on what they are doing and leaves. They then enter their house and sort out the things they bought. After they were done, Xu and Jiang take a rest on the sofa. He takes out his phone and while watching their photo and sees Jiang eating some nuts. He asked if he could have some and opened his mouth for her to feed him. She gets annoyed and flicks the nut into his mouth at high speed. He starts to shake in pain, even though she controlled her strength when she flicked it. He then shows her a photo of her, and she replied that her smile looked silly. Xu tells her that she is the one who was being serious. He said he will put some filters to make it look better, but she had no idea what he was talking about. The next day, Jiang was learning how to make dumplings from his mom, since he requested her to teach Jiang. After that, when she asked what they eat usually, Jiang replied that they have 3 meals a day, which makes her shocked. His mom then starts wondering if Xu, who usually sleeps till noon, is actually waking up for breakfast. She was thinking about how having a girlfriend really changed him. Meanwhile, Xu and his dad were eating some nuts when suddenly they hear a knocking sound from the door. Hao then comes in, saying that his station gave him food, so he brought some for them. He then looks at the front and saw that it was Xu who opened the door for him. While they were interacting, his dad was getting angry, thinking about how he brought food from their station, when his son doesn't even have a job. Xu said that he heard him having a girlfriend through matchmaking, but he replied he will be leaving. His mom then invites him for staying over for some dumplings, but he said that his dad is also making some at home. He looks over at Jiang and gets shocked to see her at Xu's parents' house. He then grabs Xu and takes him to a corner, asking why his girlfriend is making dumplings at his home. But Xu replied by asking if he has a problem with that. Hao was getting jealous of him, so he shoves an orange slice in his mouth. Hao thought about how Xu is bringing over his girlfriend, while his own girlfriend isn't even genuine. Xu then asked if he's leaving and he replied that he should get going since his girlfriend is present there. Hao leaves while requesting him to accompany his dad while he is away at work, and he replied that he will. After some time, while they were eating, Xu asked her if the dumplings are tasty, and she replied that they are. His mom gets happy while looking at her eating the dumplings, and tells her to eat her fill. She's thinking how initially she thought that Xu is lying about her past, but now that she looks at her, she wonders what hardships she faced during her life. After they finished eating, his mom was getting happy, thinking how genuine she looked since she ate all the dumplings. But on the other hand, his dad was getting angry, wondering if Xu brought his girlfriend for free food. After some time, they reached home and Xu asked Jiang if she learned how to make dumplings. She replied that she is almost there, but she needed a few more practice. He tells her that eating dumplings during the New Year is a tradition, just like having mooncakes during the late autumn festival. He also said that one's area affects one's perspective of the world as well. She asked if he's done, but Xu asked in return if she wants to hear more. Jiang was wondering why he isn't tricking her into hugging him, since he usually does that. Meanwhile, he was thinking if she is in awe of his boundless knowledge. After that, Xu goes to take a shower, and while he was showering, Jiang finds a video of kissing, which Xu uploaded to his social account. She then proceeds to play the video and gets embarrassed by watching it. She was saying out loud that it's very shameless. Xu comes out of the shower and tells her to take hers as well. She replied that she will shower later, and after looking at his lips, she feels embarrassed. Meanwhile, Xu was clueless, wondering if she liked to watch the news since it was on the screen. She said that she won't wash her hair that day, and Xu replied then he will do some work in that case. After he was done with his work, he tells her that he going to sleep and wishes her good night. After he was gone, Jiang was thinking that something felt missing since he didn't touch her hands before going to bed. Xu then comes back and startles her by asking if she is not going to shower. She then blushes and tells him that she will wash her hair. He asked if she needs help with drying her hair, but she replies she doesn't. After she was done washing her hair, she sees Xu waiting for her with the hair dryer. She then sits down and lets him use the hair dryer for her. While he was drying her hair, she asked, "Why is he quiet today?" He replied, "It's because there is nothing going on," and tells her not to be embarrassed when asking him for something, like drying her hair. That was not what she wanted to hear and believed that he will eventually trick her into something. The next day, Jiang prepares a fish and starts cooking it while watching the recipe on her phone. She tells Xu she feels like she's already a modern person and that she is capable of hiding her true self. He asked what she meant about hiding her true self and wondered if she is planning to leave suddenly. She said she thinks his family is nice and that the four of them together are really nice. Then the next day, Xu was replacing all the old things with new ones, since the new year was around the corner. After he was done, he thought how it's Jiang's first new year and it's like her getting reborn. He then wondered what she meant by saying she's already a modern person, so now he wanted to know her search history. After that, Jiang points at the computer and asked, "What is that?" He replied that the person is a streamer and he earns money by doing it. She asked if she could do it too, but he replied that she can't. She said that she knows since her identity is still insecure. She also mentioned how she did her own research and found that there are fake IDs that she could obtain. Xu replied that it's illegal and they will do it legally. After that, when she asked if there is any proper way, he replied that the opportunity will eventually come once she is adapted to his world. Xu then thought how she really grown as a person since in the past she would only listen to him and wouldn't be able to discuss a matter. In the evening, Jiang gets ready for cooking, saying that they will have dumplings for dinner. While she was getting to work, Xu sneaks in to have a look at her search history, believing that she might have forgotten to clear it. While he was about to look at her history, he feels a cold presence behind him that Jiang caught him, but it was a false alarm since she was still working. He was scared because Jiang left a message in the search history which was meant for him. After that, he asked her how are the dumplings going and she replied that she is still needing them. He offers to help while thinking that it's a false alarm and it is meant for testing him. Xu then starts mixing the dough and Jiang looks at him while wishing that the life they are having right now continues. The day of the New Year's Eve arrives, and while they were on their way to his parents' house, they meet Uncle Qin. He asked if they are on their way to the reunion dinner and Xu replied they are. He tells Xu to go on, saying that his parents must be waiting for them. Meanwhile, Jiang looks at Uncle Qin's dog and after he left, Xu asked if she likes dogs, and that they can raise one if she likes. She replied that a dog will consume more food, but Xu tells her that people raise dogs for their own enjoyment and gives his Uncle Qin as an example. She tells him that they already have wintermelon and he replied she is right. Xu then starts blushing and gets happy since she mentioned the word we. After that, they arrive at their parents' house and Xu asked his dad why didn't they open the box gifted to them by his friend Hao. He then opens the box and finds out that it was passion fruits inside. He offers a piece to his dad, saying it is good for his beauty. He then hands one to his mom and another one to Jiang. All of them eat the fruit, and when Xu asked about the taste, everyone gives a different answer. Judging from their reactions, he thought that it isn't nice and decides to skip eating it. As he was trying to avoid eating the fruit, everyone glares at him with rage. He then starts eating the fruit while thinking that he shouldn't have opened the box. After that, the dinner was ready and his mom calls them for eating. Xu and his dad opened a bottle of wine and pour a drink. His dad said another year has passed and the new year is a little different since Xu is also grown up. After that, he finishes his speech and wishes New Year to everyone by cheering with a glass of wine. While eating, his mom brings up a childhood story of Xu that makes him embarrassed, so he tells his mom to stop bringing it up. But she continues telling the story while Jiang smiles hearing it. After they were done with dinner and cleaning up, Xu's dad secretly calls him to come over to his room. He goes with his dad and after arriving, Xu asked why was he so secretive. His dad then gives him a blue box and tells him to open it after he gets home. He asks what it is, but his dad kicks him out of the room, saying that he will know what it is when he opens it. Before heading back, they say their goodbyes to their parents. While they were on their way, Xu tells Jiang that they will go over to his Uncle Qin's place for a visit, and that she can practice her conversational skills with him. She replied okay while looking drunk. Xu was wondering why is she looking slow-witted and if she is drunk from only a half glass of red wine. He said he will check what his dad gave to him. He then finds a condom inside the box while thinking about how his parents didn't know that they are not in that stage yet. Jiang looks at the condom and asked what was it. Xu replied that it's a balloon and it will be useful in the future. When she asked if it really will be useful, he bashfully replied that it might be. They then arrive at their Uncle Qin's house and exchange their New Year's greetings. Xu suggests he find a partner since Hao couldn't be home frequently due to his duties. Uncle Qin replied that he won't be able to find one and that nobody will be interested in him. Xu then smooth talks him and he laughs while telling him to stop joking. He then asked Jiang if she is bored accompanying an old man like him, but she said she isn't. He asked when will they be getting married since they are already celebrating New Year's at their parents' house, but Xu replied that they haven't thought about that yet. When he asks if she is from Jiangcheng, Xu sends her a signal and then she replied that she isn't from Jiangcheng but Jicheng. After that, Uncle Qin asked if she came there for studying, but she replied that she came to work. He said she looked young for work, so she replied that she didn't attend school. He tells her that she should let Xu take care of her in that case. She then makes a gentle smile and replied, yes. After that, Uncle Qin says how time passed fast since Xu was already about to form a family. Xu then tells him that it'll be Hao's turn as well since he heard that he started dating. While they were gossiping, Jiang was looking at the TV, and while looking at it, she was thinking that something isn't right, but she couldn't tell what it is. After that, while they were returning from their uncle's house, Xu asked her if she could feel it. He asked if she could feel the gap between her and modern people, but she asked what was different about her. He then grabs her hand and tells her to find it out herself, instead of having him tell her. While they were holding hands, she starts to think that she likes their current life and that she wants to rely on him. After they return home, Xu turns on the TV, saying they will still be able to watch the New Year's special show. He then reminds her to wear her new clothes tomorrow, since it was the first day of the new year. Meanwhile, she was having complicated thoughts about Xu in her mind. She then aggressively looks at him and leaves the room, but Xu had no idea what she was thinking. He was wondering why she is going inside the kitchen, and when he asks what she is doing, she comes out of the kitchen with a bottle in her hand and wipes her mouth. He then gets shocked and asked why she drank the cooking wine. She looks at him while drunk and asked if they still had a clear conscience. He replied that it's clear while putting the cooking wine away. Suddenly, Jiang grabs his hand and pushes him to the sofa while getting on top of him. While she was on top of him, she was thinking about how she wanted to rely on him. While the countdown for the new year was being broadcasted on the TV, she gets closer to him for a kiss, and as the countdown for the new year hits ends, Jiang kisses him on his lips. She was actually biting his lips, while Xu was thinking how for the first time in his life, he was feeling helpless. Being pressed down like that, he couldn't even play along with her. After that, Jiang backs off and asked if they had a clear conscience now. He replied, it's no longer clear, and asked how could it be clear when he has been ravaged by her. He was thinking that it was inevitable since they were both running on alcohol in their systems, but he didn't think that he would be the one getting taken advantage of. After that, he tells her to let go, saying that he can teach her how to do those things if she wants. She lets go of him, and after that, she hurries back to her room. While Xu was thinking how he had idea what was up with her, suddenly, he gets confused by seeing something. Jiang brings her shoes and tells him that he can have them if he likes them. He gets confused by it and asked what's the meaning of that. She blushes while wondering what else she could do for him. After that, she tells him that she can teach him how to punch, but Xu shakily replied that he will learn tomorrow since it's New Year's time. She then gets disappointed while looking at her fists and leaves saying okay. She walks towards her room and wishes him good night. Meanwhile, Xu was speechless by her behavior and starts to wonder what was that complicated mess. Suddenly, Jiang returns and looks at him from a corner, but Xu was getting scared, wondering what is up with her again since she just wished him good night. while Jiang was approaching him, he shakily tells her that she will regret it if anything happens after she becomes sober tomorrow. After getting close to him, she takes his hand and tells him that he hasn't touched her hands yet. He gets shocked, wondering if that was all, and after touching his hands, Jiang happily goes back to her room. Xu was thinking about how alcohol is bad news for her and wondered if she will be in shame after waking up tomorrow. He then tightly locks the room, getting scared, thinking that she might leave unannounced after she wakes up tomorrow. The next morning, Jiang woke up wearing her new uniform and seemed to be in a good mood. Meanwhile, Xu looks at her secretively, thinking that everything seemed normal, which was even more weird to him. After that, he approaches her and asked if she remembers what happened last night. She shyly replied that they no longer have a clear conscience. As he was about to say something, he realizes that he forgot to take a shower yesterday because he was flustered. He then tells her that she might have misunderstood something and that he will talk about it after he is done showering. He leaves for a shower, but meanwhile, Jiang was getting flustered, thinking how it's all over and that they are going to have 5 kids. 20 minutes later, they both sit down in the living room, and Xu asked why she drank cooking wine last night and why she forcibly kissed him. She gets flustered and shakily replied that she wants to rely on him. He asked why she gave her shoes to him if she wanted to rely on him. She then looks at him directly and muttered if he didn't like her shoes. He tells her to wait and asked who told her that he likes shoes. She replied she checked that liking shoes is not some type of illness and that she is okay with not wearing shoes. Xu gets shocked after hearing her and tells her that she is having a huge misconception about him since he didn't like shoes to begin with. After that, he realizes something, so he asked her if she saw him keep her old pair of shoes. She replied she won't look down on him, but Xu refrains her to look at him with those eyes and tells her the whole story of how he wanted to earn money by selling her straw shoes. She asks him if he liked freshly worn shoes with a shocked expression, but Xu asked in return what she has been looking at on the internet. She then bashfully tells him that he can keep the shoes if he wants, but he can't sell them to others. He replied he really doesn't have a thing for shoes and that he won't sell it to others for money either. He then asked her if she really wants to rely on him and if her idea of doing that was pushing him down and biting him. She replied that they won't have clear conscience after a kiss and therefore she is his girlfriend now. He then asked her if she could give him a hug since she is his girlfriend. She slowly closes the gap between them, and while Xu hugs her, he was thinking about how he has been waiting for this day for so long. He tells her how his conception of a clear conscience is different than hers and that he wants to be in a romantic relationship with her. She asked if after that is marriage, so he replied that liking her and liking her body is different, and it is the end goal. She said she liked the life she is having right now and she wants it to be like that forever. Xu replied he knows and that he doesn't want a Jiang who bears children for living with him, but rather a modernized Jiang as a wife. He then kisses her forehead and tells her that he hopes she can learn how to smile. She tries smiling, but he tells her to stop and it is making him flustered. After that, he grabs her shoulder and said he didn't mean that she can't smile, but is not used to smiling. He gives an example of how he smiles when she watches the snow and eats new things. He said that he believes she is aware of what people were smiling at, but she is still unable to smile from the bottom of her heart. She then asked if this was the reason why Uncle Qin didn't talk to her much yesterday. He replied she is from 1,000 years ago, so she needed to grasp many things and not force herself to do anything just for a stable life. She said she wasn't forcing herself, so Xu tells her to kiss him again if that was the case. After that, she gives a kiss on the cheeks. He tells her that it's a lot better than before when she was forcing him, but she apologizes and said she will give all her shoes to him. He replied that he doesn't like shoes, but he likes kisses instead. After some time, they go to their Uncle Qin's house and Jiang receives a red envelope from him. She accepts the envelope and thanks him with a smile. She could feel how thick it is, and earlier she received a thick envelope from their parents as well, which made her believe that she will be rich once the festivities are over. As they came out of the house, they encounter Hao outside. Xu asked if he's done with his shift and he replied he is. Xu then makes a smug face and shows him that they received envelopes with lovebird designs. He then mocks him by asking when will he show his girlfriend to his dad, but Hao gets angry and curses him. Hao was thinking that if Xu get to know that his girlfriend is in name only, then he will snitch on him to his dad, so he couldn't let him find out. Hao said he will be going, while Xu wishes him a new year. While they were walking, Jiang asked Xu if Hao could help with her identity problem, but Xu replied he can't since he is still new and didn't have much authority. He also added how it's safer to have more people know her regardless, and that it would help with their cause. Jiang replied it's great, so Xu asked what is great about it. Jiang said that the two of them are working towards a common goal, so it feels fulfilling to her. She then starts singing a song, which makes Xu surprised. She then looks at him and said that it is all she knows. Xu then starts looking around while flustered, and gives a kiss on her cheeks. He replied that it was already good, but then Jiang gets flustered and calls him a pervert. On the other side, Hao was eating some dumplings at his house. He said that it's fragrant and the dumplings from his house are the best. Meanwhile, his dad was having a conversation with his dog, saying how he didn't neuter him because he wishes him to find a female dog someday so he can give birth. Hao tells his dad that their dog is a female, but it was obvious to him that his dad was hinting at him. Hao then goes to Xu's parents' place to wish them a new year, and they tells him how they were talking about him having a hard time as a policeman. Xu's dad then takes out a red envelope, saying that it's meant for his girlfriend, but he will make an exception this time. He refuses the envelope and tells them that he is too old for receiving it. Xu's mom then shoves it into his pocket, saying that they wouldn't have given it to him if he didn't have a girlfriend. She then tells him to bring his girlfriend over next time, and he replied he definitely will. Hao was thinking about how he was being nagged by everyone to see his girlfriend, and once he brings her over, he will get nagged for marriage. He leaves while crying, but Xu's dad couldn't understand what was going on. Xu's dad asked him if he knew what Xu has been doing these days. He replied that he uploads videos and tells him to give him his phone for a second. He tells Xu's dad that it's Xu's account, but his dad didn't like the name he was using. Hao said he can't use his real name online, and shows him the video options in his account. His mom said that they should watch it, since they didn't know how he earns money. The videos they were watching all contained kissing scenes, which makes everyone speechless. His dad then tosses the phone, shouting if he has been doing those nonsensical things all day. On the other hand, Xu encounters Auntie Cheng while walking, and they both do their New Year greetings. Jiang also greets her and she greets her back, saying that she looks full of energy. Suddenly, Xu starts sneezing, which makes him wonder if someone is talking behind his back and is scheming something. At Auntie Cheng's house, Xu asked when Yan will return, since Jiang wishes to meet her, to which she replied Yan will be back soon, and they should have kids too if Jiang likes kids. Xu laughed it off while saying she is right and they will soon send their wedding invitation, while Jiang was looking at him. She called him a pervert again, and then Auntie Cheng asked them how did the two of them meet, and if it was online dating. Jiang replied they met each other in Zhongcheng, while Xu added that he chased her for whole 3 years, before tricking her into being his. She replied it would have been worth it, even if it took 5 years, and then her husband brings some snacks for them. Xu tells his uncle Wang that there is no need for this, as they are just visiting for a short while. When they return home, Xu asked Jiang if she knows what online dating is. She replied yes, since when she turned on the computer it was right on that web page, so there was no need for her to search for it. She then gave some food to Wintermelon, while Xu wondered if teaching her how to surf the web is a blessing or a curse. But he still thought that she is innocent, she has been led astray. He then gets an idea and tells her that he prefers socks over shoes, especially the long, thin, and black kind with no additional design. She was looking at him and then she turned her head away. Xu smiled while saying, judging by her reaction, she should know what kind of socks he is referring to. But he gets scared after heard her saying it's the kind that she saw him looking at on the streets. After some time, while they were having lunch, Xu swears to God that he will never set his eyes on other girls. He added that he doesn't actually look at other girls much to begin with, but he does take a glance at girls with long legs, it's just human nature. But she calmly said there is nothing wrong with that, and she too likes to look at them sometimes. It's a little brazen, but they still look quite pretty. Xu said if she finds them pretty, then does she want to wear them as well, while thinking the warrioress wearing black stockings will be something looking forward to. But then, to his surprise, she said pretty as in she want to caress them. After a while, Xu was searching something on the web while thinking, Could it be that she just wants to touch some stockings? He looked at her and thought, who wouldn't want to touch them since it's so smooth and silky, so that's just normal. He then asked her if he should buy 2 sets of stockings for her and then she can wear them to her heart's content. Jiang replied she doesn't want to wear them, so Xu said it's fine while thinking he will get them first as she may not want to wear them now, but she might want them in future. He then tells her that he is going to take a shower first and then they can open their red envelopes to see how much money they received today. She then gets flustered and shouted she doesn't want to as Xu asked her if she wants to shower together since they can save water that way. She called him shameless and pervert and tells him to go away. After some time, Xu take out the envelopes while saying it's time to start opening them. Jiang's eyes sparkled and she gets too happy to find that they received more than 3,000 yuan. She gave the money to Xu, saying this is all meant for him, so she can't take it. But Xu replied these are all meant for his girlfriend, so who would take it if not her? He pulled her towards him while saying they are already girlfriend and boyfriend, so what's hers is his, and what's his is hers. He said her second miss give her some emergency silver so she can treat this money as an emergency fund and hide it somewhere and take it out in times of need. She said in a low voice, but she still owes him a lot of money, she will still has to pay him back. But Xu said, let's keep the two matters separate. He then went close to her while saying, putting this aside, should he teach her how to kiss? Hearing him say that, Jiang gets too flustered and couldn't even speak. He grabbed her and tells her to close her eyes. He leaned forward and kissed her. She slowly opened her eyes and was enjoying getting kissed by him. But then, her gaze shifted downwards as she saw his hands squeezing her melons. She hides them and asked what is he doing, to which Xu replied it was an instinctive action, and let's start from the beginning. But she angrily denied and went to her room. She said he was trying to make her bear his child. Xu tried to explain that this would not lead to childbirth, so come over for a kiss. But she makes a strange face and said she doesn't want to. She said she is going to bed and slams the door. After she left, Xu wondered if Jiang learned how to kiss. He then shook his head, saying, let's see the reaction garnered by his previous upload first. He opened his account and saw someone calling him shameless and asking to delete all his content. Xu looked at the comment and thought, why does the way this person talks sound so familiar? He then decides to block him, thinking there is no point in letting this man get to him. At the same time, Xu's father was doing something on his phone, so his mother asked if everything is okay. He was checking his phone to see if there are any replies to his comment on that brat's nonsense video. But to his surprise, it says due to the user's privacy setting, he is unable to view their panel. He was cursing the app for not working, as he's just a middle-aged man who only knows how to go to a video from the uploader's channel. On day 6 of the new year, Wang Jai and Hao came to meet Xu. He opened the door and tells them to relax while the food is being prepared. Xu added that he is inserting the BGM into the video so they can't use the computer for now, but can use the laptop if they want. As Wang Jai was joking with him about inserting, he saw Jiang and gets surprised. He changed what he was saying and said he seemed to be living well these days, no wonder he hasn't been meeting with them. After a while, as Xu and Jiang were working in the kitchen, Wang Jai commented, seeing his bro entering into the next stage of his life is giving him pressure and anxiety. He picked up Winter Melon and asked if what he is saying is right. He then asked how did someone who was a deadbeat have a sudden change of heart, but Hao was in his own world. But Wang Jai shouts in his ear, so Hao came back to his senses. Hao then asked Wang Jai if it's possible that Xu got switched with a clone, as he suspects that the cloning technology gets way more advanced, and Xu is a test product. Wang Jai gets serious and said what Hao is saying makes sense, as Xu was missing for a couple of months before, and only came to a handful of outings. Hao said clones would usually have some special markings on their body to differentiate them from the real person, so let's pay close attention to any markings. Suddenly, Xu arrived and asked what are they two whispering about. He kicked Wang Jai while telling him to move over and let his cat go. At the dinner table, Xu said it's New Year, so Jiang made a few of her specialties, so let's drink less and eat more of the food. Xu then rolled up his sleeves while saying he is feeling a little hot from helping out in the kitchen. But to both Hao and Wang Jai's surprise, he had a mark on his wrist. Wang Jai shouted, oh shit, there really is a mark, which confused Xu. Xu gets worried, as he forgot about the bruise from when Jiang pinned him down. Xu quickly tried to hide the mark, but Hao's police mode activated, and he tells him to not move, and hands up in the air. They both looked at his mark and inspected it thoroughly. Wang Jai smiled and asked Xu what this is all about. Xu said it's nothing, and they just got a little too intense when playing around. Wang Jai gets shocked after hearing him say intense. He stepped back a little from Xu while saying he didn't expect that Xu was that kind of a person, but how didn't understand what he meant by that. Wang Jai then whispered in his ears that the injuries he got are from masochism. But Xu angrily tells him to stop spewing nonsense. They both looked at Xu like he is some kind of scum. But then Wang Jai smiled and gives him a thumbs up, saying he is totally wild. Xu makes a strange face while trying to prove his innocence, but to no avail. Back at the dinner table, Wang Jai calls Jiang's sister-in-law and asks for permission to toast a glass with her, thinking she is such a bold person. But Xu stopped him and said Jiang doesn't drink at all. He was thinking that there is no way he would dare to let this girl drink again. Wang Jai then asked how does it feel to live his dream of being a cop, to which he replied, it's fulfilling every day. Wang Jai said he envies both of them as his days are empty. Xu is living the high life, has a cat, a companion, he has things to do, and yet has time to spare. But Xu replied, everyone has their own problems, while thinking, even now, the issue around Jiang's identity is still a huge problem. He looked at Jiang and thought, however, it's all worth the trouble. Jiang then asked Wang Jai if they had known each other for a very long time. He replied, it's been 4 years in university since he and Xu are friends, but Hao and Xu go back even longer. They met each other in diapers. After hearing university, she asked did he meant back when Xu had red hair. Wang Jai started laughing, saying he has seen that photo, and revealed it was earlier than that. He thought that he was really stylish, though it's a painful memory. Wang Jai then quickly takes out his phone and said he will find photos of Xu as he has a substantial amount of his dark past. He showed her a photo of Xu where a monkey was bullying him. Wang Jai said Xu was beaten up by monkey on Ermei Mountain, so the next day he brought along a stick while looking for revenge and got an even more severe beatdown. And it was then Wang Jai realized that Xu had some weird hobbies, and Hao also started showing Xu's photos to Jiang. Meanwhile, Xu was thinking it's no problem for his own girlfriend to see his dark past, no problem at all. After a while, Wang Jai asked Xu for his computer friend's contact, as he wanted to get a few more for the esports tournaments. Xu tells him his shop address, and Hao dragged Wang Jai outside, saying they will meet up again when they are free. Wang Jai then makes a signal to Xu, saying they don't want to get in their way of a fight anymore. Xu lost all his strength after thinking, in the eyes of Wang Jai and Hao, he is a masochist who likes getting abused. And in the eyes of Jiang, he is a pervert who likes unwashed shoes. He realized that he no longer has any reputation, as it's a total reputational collapse. After a while, Xu was thinking that they are already halfway through the New Year festivities, so it's time to seriously think about job-related matters. He once said that he wouldn't chase for likes, wouldn't use clickbait, and wouldn't do low-quality videos. But that is the secret to success, so he is going to take it to the next level. Then the next morning, Xu was sitting on the couch alone, so Jiang asked if he wants some water. But he stood up and hugged her, saying he doesn't want water, he just wants to hug her. He said he likes her and the smell of her body, which makes her embarrassed. She asked in a low voice if her body has a smell. And he replied of course, and all men are lecherous by nature, so they are able to detect the smell of beautiful women. But then he added that he is a bit different, as he is only lecherous for her, and he asked her for a kiss. She moved her face close to him and then starts kissing him. She then gets startled as he grabbed her melons again. She said, can he not always be so concerned with her melons? She then pushed him down while holding his hands. She thought this position is better as she can stop him from pushing his luck and trying to make her pregnant. Xu was enjoying her doing it but thought, for the sake of his future, he must not let her form a habit of holding him down. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, so Jiang gets up and said she will open it. She opened the door and found Yan, who asked her why is she smiling. Jiang couldn't believe she was smiling, and then Yan entered the house. She picked up Wintermelon while saying, stop sleeping all day, and come learn with her. As she was playing with Wintermelon, Jiang said she seemed to have changed. Xu replied, she certainly did, as she learned how to like a person. After a while, Xu was teaching Jiang how to read and write, and then he realized that both his and hers name have 14 strokes. So it's fate. Yan asked, how many strokes does her name have? And he replied, many more than both of them combined. She then asked him how can she become a superstar, and Xu replied she will have to sing, dance, and others must like her. He asked her if she can sing, but she replied she can't. He asked if she can dance, to which she said she can sway her butt. He smiles and tells her that her big sister Jiang knows how to do that too, but Jiang shouted that she doesn't. Then in the evening, Xu noticed Jiang going towards the bathroom, while hiding something from him. Inside the bathroom, she was washing her shoes, when suddenly he came and asked what she is doing. She tells him that she is washing shoes, so he asked her the reason for that. He said she gave those shoes to him, so they are his now. But she replied she will give them back to him after she washed them. He then smiled evilly while saying her stockings are going to arrive soon, so he will buy some high heels for her, and then he asked if she wants the white or the black ones. She replied she doesn't want any of them, but he ordered them both while ignoring her. She thought he is not content with one pair of shoes and is actually plotting to get new ones. In the second month of spring, Jiang was fishing, while Xu was doing his martial arts training. She tells him to keep his voice down as he is scaring the fish away. While training, Xu feels that one fist of his is now capable of punching a bull to a death. But he knows it still is not enough to tame the wild Jiang. He then heard her shouting she caught another one. She happily showed him the fish and said they can make fish soup for lunch today. Xu said the purpose of learning martial arts is to strengthen your body and to help others, and then he tried to grab her melons again. After a while, he had a slap mark on his face, and he said that she should not use it to oppress others. No matter what, they cannot lose sight of their values. But Jiang was thinking that she wasn't using it to oppress others, she just used it to protect herself. She thought if this was in the past, she would have broken him into two if those trotters of his were to touch her. Suddenly, Xu felt a sudden chill as he sensed some killing intent towards him. After a while, they were returning home when Xu starts feeling thirsty. He then went close to a vending machine to get Coke for them. He explained to Jiang that there is a human sitting inside this machine, who dispensed the drinks by pushing it and letting it drop at the bottom. She knows he is lying, so she asked if the ATM actually has someone hiding inside too, and that person counts and dispenses money. She was thinking if Xu is still able to fool her at this stage, she might as well do nothing, stay home and bear his children. She then saw Xu making a payment to get their drink. Her eyes sparkled as she asked him if they were to get one of these machines, wouldn't the money they put in it flow into their own pockets? But he explained how she need to buy the drinks to put inside the machine herself, so she said she doesn't want it anymore. Xu paid the money, but to their shock, the Coke gets stuck inside. He tried to shake the machine, wondering why did it get stuck. He couldn't shake it out, so he decides to buy one more so it can knock the other one down. Jiang asked what if it gets stuck too, but he replied they aren't that unlucky. He made the payment again, but what happened was a rare occurrence as it got stuck too. His eyes got red in anger, and he pushed the buttons intensely. He buys another one, but it got stuck for the third time. He was on fire while saying they invested into this, so he is going to destroy this stupid machine. Jiang looks around them to check if it's safe, and then she kicked the machine and all the cans dropped down. They ran from there at full speed to avoid any trouble. After running afar, she tells Xu to not worry as she checked that there were no CCTVs around, which shocked Xu as she learned to check before doing something bad. She said there is no reason to be that shocked as she learned that a long time ago. While walking, Xu tells her that if she were to arrive 1,000 years later, the Earth might not have many people left. It would just be a bunch of robots walking around. She would have an epic battle with them, but then eventually succumb to exhaustion. He then smiled while saying once she will got her identity card, they can get on a plane, or maybe a boat, and can see the mega fishes in the ocean. After reaching home, she cooked the fish she caught, and it smells great. She then asked him if they should give the remaining fish to uncle and auntie, but Xu said they are too small, so let's leave them for winter melon. Then the next day, Jiang tells Xu that she exchanged all the materials into gold coins, so how can she sell them? Xu looked at the gold amount and gets surprised to see such a huge number. He tells her to wait while he will find a channel for her. He was checking the price list while thinking, it's really inspiring, a person from the Tang Dynasty earning her first big sum of money after grinding for months. Jiang was happy and said she heard from others that the current price for gold is much more expensive than before, and if she were to sell everything, she can pay him back in full. Zhu replied, not only will she able to pay him back, there is still a substantial amount left over, so she will be able to buy new clothes and shoes for herself. After some time, Jiang asked him if she can get a kiss. Zhu wondered if she wants a kiss to celebrate or something else, but then thought, a kiss is a kiss. He then leaned towards her and starts kissing her. Zhu noticed that Jiang was not pinning him down this time, but then he looked at her hands and asked what she is doing. She said she is just copying what he wants to do. She thought it doesn't feel nice touching, so why does Zhu like doing it? She then thanked him for everything and how he was willing to take her in, even after she pointed her sword at him. Zhu replied, her beauty is to blame for that. So she thought, how does such a shallow person exist, as he never pretends to be righteous for once. Zhu said, if the one who was hiding in the corner was her master, with his thick beard, he would have immediately called the cops and got him arrested. She agreed that looks matter, as if he had bushy eyebrows and suspicious eyes, she would have slashed him down when he knocked over the can of Coke. She said they are both lucky in that sense, but still she wished to thank him. He then tells her to smile more often in the future, as she looks great when she smiles. She said once she sold her gold, she can use the money to pay for his television, and extra money can be kept as emergency funds. Zhu then decides to tease her a little and removed one of her socks. She pulled her leg away and asked why did he take his socks, so Zhu replied he just wants to take a look. He held her leg and said her feet are different from her hands, as there aren't as many calluses there. He thought her skin is smooth to the touch, and slowly started to have indecent thoughts. He then shook his head, thinking he need to stop touching. He thought he will find something to turn his attention to, and then he removed the other sock. He then walked away with the socks and went to the bathroom. She asked him why did he take her socks away. Zhu replied he is washing her socks, since he has nothing to do. She said she can wash it herself, but Zhu ignores her and keep washing it. He said soap is harmful to her hands, so it's fine for a man like him to do it. He added he is her boyfriend, so he will do these things for her. Jiang gets embarrassed after hearing him say all that. Then the next day, Zhu's parents came to their house for dinner. He tells them to sit down for a bit, as Jiang is still cooking. He then calls Jiang, saying his parents have arrived and his mom brought a gift for her. She then comes out of the kitchen and Zhu shows her the gift, saying his mom brought it for her. Jiang thanks his mom, but she tells her to not worry about it. After that, Jiang finishes her cooking and Zhu's mom gets surprised by how good her cooking skill was. She said that these dishes taste way better than her, and Zhu compliments by saying that her cooking talent is the real deal. He was thinking about how Jiang abandoned her sword for the ladle and has been learning well. After they were done eating, Zhu brings the dishes for washing. While he was washing the dishes, Jiang tells him to leave them and said she will wash them instead. He replied it's fine, and that dish soap is bad for her hands. He added that his mom probably saw the calluses on her hands before, so she brought a hand cream to take care of her hands. She then asks if hands needed to be taken care of, and if swords weren't the only thing that required intensive care. He replied that in modern times, she needs care more than the sword, and that she should store her sword properly. Jiang gets flustered and wondered if he is planning to make her hands smooth like royalty so he can play with them later. Meanwhile, his mom looks around for a bit and tells his dad that she previously thought they were living a simple lifestyle. But after looking at their house, everything looks clean and tidy. She believes that they were compatible and tells him that he should give this house to Zhu when the time comes. His dad replies that he will wait for him to get a job first. After that, while Zhu and Jiang were returning from the kitchen, his dad gets up and said he has something to discuss with him. While he was leaving, he tells Jiang to accompany his mom in the meantime. After they were gone, his mom asks Jiang about what Zhu does all day in the house. She replied that he cuts movies apart and arranges them together, so his mom asks what he does besides those videos. Jiang was thinking about how she couldn't tell her about their martial arts training, since she will think they are mentally ill. She then tells his mom that he uses his computer to look at the casino, and she gets shocked after hearing that. Jiang then corrects herself by saying that it was called the stock market, and his mom replies that it wasn't far from being called a casino either. After that, she grabs Jiang's hand and said she has to watch over him and restrict him from throwing too much money into it. She happily replies that she will do her best to supervise him. Meanwhile, his dad looks at his bed and asked if they are not staying in the same room. Zhu replied that they were not sleeping in the same room just like he previously mentioned. His dad was thinking that a man and a woman are staying, eating, and living under the same roof, so nobody will believe that nothing has happened between them. He then asks if they quarreled, but Xu repeats that nothing happened between them. His dad then tells him that his mom was telling him to give that house to him after he gets married. Xu said it's great and asked for the papers, but his dad replies that he rejected the idea. His dad then tells him to give up on doing unrealistic things and be like his friend Gayabo who owns a shop. Xu replied that the times has changed and that the definition of happiness differs from person to person. He also says that he knows being a video uploader wasn't a stable profession, but he wants to try it out because he is still young. He then mentioned that he won't have time to do it after he becomes old and makes his dad speechless. After that, they come out of the room and his dad said it's time to go back. While they were leaving, his mom said that they didn't have to send them off, but Xu tells them to be careful on their way back. After they were gone, Xu tells Jiang that his parents was urging him to get married, which makes her flustered. He said that her identity problem isn't solved yet, so they can't get a marriage certificate for the time being. Jiang gets relieved since she wants to pay him in full first, before they get married. Xu also mentioned that they even don't own a house, since the house they are staying at is leased to him by his dad. He was thinking how previously he thought about living a free and comfortable life, but now he wants a stable life. He said one thing is bothering him and Jiang asked what is it. Xu said he is confused about whether he should kiss her face or hand. Jiang gets angry while thinking he is doing it again. After that, while they were eating salad, Xu asked if she ate these often back then, and Jiang replied sometimes. Xu asked if she is missing her home. She said it's not that, but went silent. Xu tells her that he will take her to Gusu once she gets an identity card, but Jiang replied that she already saw it on the web. It's totally different from the Gusu that she remembered, so there is no need for her to visit it. She was thinking that she should cherish the present and let the past go. Xu then looks at her and said he'll listen to her. While Xu is cleaning the dishes, she brings his phone as Hao was calling him. He then receives the call and asked his reason for calling, so Hao tells him to go to the household registry office for Jiang's ID. Xu asked if it's easy, but Hao wasn't sure since the checks were pretty strict. Xu then tells him to meet up to discuss about the matter, and Hao replied that he will get back to him on that. Xu said that he isn't in a rush, but this confused Hao. Xu added that they might not even be together for that long, but Hao hangs up, saying hats off to him. After the call, Jiang looks at him menacingly and asked what he meant by that. Xu replied he was bluffing and that it's too early for her to get registered. She said that she wants to be on the TV, so Xu asked what she meant by that. Jiang said the one that they can watch on the computer. She said that she could earn money from it and that it could also serve as proof of her existence. Xu explained that there are both pros and cons to do streaming, and that she could get no viewers. She said that she did some research and wants to give it a shot, but Xu tells her to let him think about it. He starts writing the pros and cons on a paper to get his thoughts on the matter. Jiang looks at him writing and said that he doesn't seem too willing. Xu replied it's true that he is not willing and asks her perspective on that. She replied that she is playing games all day, so streaming it would be killing two birds with one stone. He suggested to run a business instead, but she replied that opening a store would require capital and a security deposit. He said that he can provide the capital, but she seemed unwilling. She then tells him that if he is not willing, then she will think of something else. He asked if she wouldn't ask about the reason, but she replied that he wouldn't make decisions that would harm her. After that, she grabs his hands and pins him down on the sofa. When he asked what she was trying to do, she replied that she wants to kiss him and then play some games. After their kiss, Xu said that he would have been very happy if she didn't hold her down. She bashfully answers that he would have started touching her, and Xu starts cursing his primal instinct. He said that she is skilled in martial arts and he couldn't beat her. He angrily declares he will let her know what it means to be cruel once he gets to a higher level. He then sits down while thinking how he had ulterior motives for some of the actions, and that streaming is the first thing she wanted to do out of her own will. He tells her about the harsh reality of a streamer while getting depressed, thinking how others would simp for her after she becomes a streamer. He gets an imagination of Jiang leaving him after she becomes rich and gets depressed thinking about that. He tells her that she would be led astray, but she replies she knows every line of work is not easy. Xu agreed that every line of work is tough and asked what if she leaves one day. She said it's not going to happen and that the potato is still stored in her clothes. Xu said he meant about her leaving the place since she is still a human being. Jiang said that she wouldn't leave and asked if her wanting to stream made him think that she might leave. He starts imagining her as a rich person and tells her it might be part of the reason, since one would feel insecure when one loves someone. At the bottom of it all, he's afraid that she would be led astray, and that she has unknowingly turned into a half-modern person. He asks if she clearly sees the relationship between them, so she replied that they are boyfriend and girlfriend. She continues that they will be married in the future and live their days as partners. He replied that even though they are partners, they won't be able to avoid the friction that comes from living together. He then gives an example of how they have different opinions of her wanting to be a streamer, and that it would be resolved if she listens to it. But if she continues to obey his every order, it would gradually weigh on her heart. Once her ideas get vetoed too many times, she would erupt someday and eventually leave. He tells her that it is what he fears the most. Jiang couldn't understand what he was saying, so she starts trying to understand what he said. Since Jiang was clueless, Xu explained in simple terms that it meant the two of them respects and treat each other equally. Jiang asked if she was being disrespectful to him when she held him down, and he replied she was. She tells him that they are even now, which completely erases Xu's imaginary version of her. He asked if she doesn't have any opinion on that, and she asked what opinion. He then grabs her hand, saying that respect is the foundation of their relationship and that he doesn't like to be held down. She lets go of his hand and tells him that she is going to play games. Xu tells her to forget gaming and discusses her moving into his room. She asked why should she move into his room, and Xu said it's normal for couples to live in the same room, but she replied that she doesn't want to get pregnant. He asked why she thinks she will get pregnant. She said that she will get pregnant if they sleep together. Xu asked her if she knows how children are made, and she replied that they have to sleep together for that. Xu explained that sleeping together will not make her pregnant, but she shyly tells him that she won't get tricked by him. After some days, the March spring arrives, and Jiang was looking at the price of her game currency. She was watching how the prices were dropping and depressingly says that grinding in game isn't a long-time solution. While she was doing her work, Xu was making a list of works that could be Jiang's future career. He asks if there was anything she would like to do, and she said that she would like to cook. He writes the job cook on his list, but erases it after thinking that it would be hard without an ID. Jiang said that she would make a street food business, but Xu tells her that it's not simple as she thinks, and that she will be chased by inspectors as well. She asks if it's okay as long as she earns money, and he replied that it's only enough to keep herself fed, but she asks if keeping herself fed isn't enough. Xu then starts thinking about how his thought process is starting to look like his own father. He then tells her to start making dinner. Xu was thinking if what she works as is important. He knew that if it is Jiang, she would probably be happy to even work at the construction site. The food gets prepared, and while eating, he tells her that she became a half-modern person and that she has the final say in their discussions. Jiang then turns around and tells him that she didn't even think about it. Xu said there is no rush and that there will surely be something that she likes to do. The next morning, Jiang practices with the sword that Xu brought for her. After she was done, he asks if it's good to use, and she replied it felt nice. He looks at the previous sword while thinking how she pointed that sword at him before, but now she became a real modern person. He then asked if they should throw the sword away, but she walks up to him, and while touching the sword, she tells him that she is a little attached to it. He tells her to forget what he said and that he will store the sword. He then wraps up the sword with cloth and hides it under his bed. He comes out of the room and tells her that he put her sword in his room and that she could take it from there if she misses it. She replied she understands and starts cutting her fingernails. While she was cutting her nails, Xu approaches her, asking if she needs help in cutting her nails. She gets flustered and said she doesn't want any help. After some time, Xu returns with a package, so Jiang asked what it was. Xu replied it's the clothes that he bought for her before. He opens the box and said that they should check it out, but she gets embarrassed to see a bra. She then immediately covers her bra and tells him that he is not allowed to touch them. She then finds a card telling them to give a 5-star review and get 20 yuan back. She gets excited by the offer, but Xu was getting angry at the thought that they would get to watch her, even though he didn't watch her himself. He then explains to her that a review is meant to give a picture of herself wearing the clothes she bought. She gets speechless hearing him say that she needs to wear those clothes. She then angrily throws away the card, but Xu grabs the card, saying that he wants to do it, and tells her to lend those clothes to him. After some time, she gets a notification saying that she received 30 yuan. She gets happy seeing 30 yuan appearing in her account, so she asks Xu how he did it. Xu replied that he gave some spicy photos of the buyer, and they even gave extra 10 yuan to him for deleting it. She starts laughing and tells him that it's really funny. He then tells her that he will buy some pork and have an extra meal for dinner. While she was getting happy over eating extra food, Xu looks at her and said that sometimes raising her feels like raising a daughter and asked if she also got that feeling before, but she angrily replies she didn't. After that, he looks at the comments section of his previous video and found that a commenter was writing negative comments. It reminded him of his dad, so he blacklisted him. But the next day, while they were visiting his parents' house, his dad was furious. Xu asks if he is still angry, but his dad asked why would he be. Xu said because he blacklisted his account, and his dad scolds him for that, as it wasn't just one time. Xu then tells his dad to message him next time, instead of commenting something on his video. His dad asked if he would read his messages, to which Xu replied he doesn't read his comments either. Xu tells him that he would understand it eventually if he watches some videos, and tells him to ask anything about what he doesn't understand. He also said he will explain it all to him slowly, and tells him not to fall behind on time. His dad goes back to his room to get his phone. After he was gone, Xu offers help to peel off the apple, but Jiang said she can do it herself. While Jiang was peeling the apple, he takes a photo of her. She noticed that he was taking pictures, so she asked him if he is taking pictures because he is afraid that she will suddenly go back one day. Xu said it's a random picture while he was being fed by her. He said he wants to use these pictures to document her journey into a modern person. He also mentioned that he is still a little worried about her suddenly going back. Jiang looks at him and while blushing, she grabs his hand. Xu starts advancing toward her, and as they were about to kiss, his dad comes back from his room. They both then immediately move away from each other. After that, his dad tells him he has no idea why people watch his videos. Xu explained that his videos are called automats, and his dad said that the name alone is indecent. He tells his dad that he shouldn't judge the name and instead understand the background of automats. Meanwhile, Jiang was thinking that Xu seemed to know everything, and that he can explain everything from head to tail. She was thinking about how Xu's knowledge is more useful than the search engine. Meanwhile, his mom looks at them, thinking that it's a peculiar sight. She was wondering what they talked about in the room previously. After they leave their parents' home, they visit Uncle Qin's place. Qin tells Xu that he is tired of waiting for Hao to bring his girlfriend home for a visit. He said that he suspects Hao is bluffing, but Xu tells him that there is nothing to bluff about. Xu asked if he had found a fake girlfriend, and Qin replied he can't say for sure since he has learned to be like Xu. Meanwhile, Hao was working at the station and starts having an ominous feeling. After that, Xu tells him that he is a good person, and that a girl like Jiang falling for him is a proof of how good he is. Qin asked Jiang what she likes about him and said Xu is thick-skinned. Jiang thought for a while and said she likes the fact that he is thick-skinned. Xu was happy, thinking how she was stiff during the new year, but now she learned to crack jokes. Qin tells Xu that he has no similarities with his dad, but Xu replied that it's not true as they both like antiques. Qin said that his dad likes examining antiques and he likes them because of money. But Xu said it's not true, and while holding Jiang's hand, he tells him that he likes examining antiques too. Meanwhile, Jiang was embarrassed, wondering if he is referring to her. She tightly grabs his hand, and Xu felt a little pain. Qin asks if something is wrong, and Xu replied it's nothing. After that, while they were on their way to home, Jiang tells him that she is not an antique. He asked, what is she if she is not an antique? Jiang said while blushing that she is a state-of-the-art. Xu starts laughing at her joke and thinks how she is still Jiang, regardless of whether she is an antique or state-of-the-art. He tells her that she can kiss him as a reward for her great performance today. Jiang gets embarrassed while looking around and asked if he is serious about doing it there. She was getting embarrassed, thinking that they are still within the district, and then she ran away while shouting that she doesn't want to. After a while, Xu was showing her the train station, saying that he will take her to buy a ticket and go exploring. After she gets her ID, she smiles and said okay. He shows her a bookstore and said that they should go take a look. The shopkeeper asks them what they would like to buy, but Xu replied that they are just going to look around. After that, while he was looking around the store, he tells her to pick some books that she likes to take home. She noticed something and picks a book called It's About Time. Xu tells her that she won't be able to understand that book, but Jiang replied that she liked the word time. He thought that it could be used for display and tells her that he will buy it. He picks several books for her to read and pays the bill. While they were outside, Xu gets exhausted since the weight of those books were heavier than he expected. Jiang said she will carry the books, which makes Xu blush. She asks where they are going, and he replied that they are going home since it's inconvenient to carry books around. Suddenly, Xu notices someone in the distance. It was Hao, who was walking with a girl. Hao asked, "What are they doing there?" and Xu replied that they are out for a walk. Xu looks at the girl beside him and asked who she is. Hao introduces her as Liu Jingfang, and as he was hesitantly trying to say something, Liu tells them that she is his girlfriend. Hao said that she is his girlfriend for now, and that it's just a blind date. Xu introduces himself and Jiang to Hao's girlfriend. Xu invites him to watch a movie, but Hao replied that he doesn't want to get between the two. They then leave, saying that they should get in touch in the future. After they left, Jiang asked why he lied about watching movies, and he replied that he just made a random reason. He said that the two of them are acting strange. He thinks that it didn't look like their relationship was fake, but it looked like the girl was pursuing Hao. Jiang said that she didn't find anything strange, but Xu replied that she doesn't know how. After that, she asked why they are calling themselves Heazi or Kingzi, and if she should be called Hezi. He tells her a story of how they thought their names would be powerful if they add Zai after their names. She was relieved, thinking that she won't be called Jiangji or Hezi, and that Jiang is better. After they return home, Jiang tells him that she wants to watch a movie. He asked if she wants to watch it at home because the atmosphere in theaters was better. Inside a theater, she feels unsafe and uncomfortable because of dark and immoral people. But inside the house, she feels safe and can freely share thoughts, so she tells him that she wants to watch it at home. Xu nervously replied he will listen to her while looking at her fists. He tells her that life needs a sense of ceremony and that they can't just live through it carelessly. He also asked if she would answer that she holed up inside her house all day when their son will ask about their date life. She menacingly asked what he meant by son while thinking that he is finally exposing himself, but Xu tells her that it isn't the main point. Xu starts the movie, and while watching it, Jiang eats some melon seeds. While she was eating the seeds, Xu lusciously looks at her. She moves her hand, which made him think that she is trying to grab his hand. But then, he thinks that he is overthinking it, since Jiang was just taking her yogurt. After getting her yogurt, as she was about to lick off the cream, he looks at her tongue with a perverted face. After she was done licking, she notices Xu looking at her and asked if he wants some, but he embarrassingly replied he don't. He kept staring at her, so she was thinking it's obvious that he wanted some, but he doesn't want to admit it. She angrily tells him that he can have some, so he should stop staring at her. After that, Xu gets a call from Hao, so he asked why he called him. Hao said that he ran into some trouble, and it is about the lady that he was match-made with, and tells Xu to not tell his parents about it. He tells him the story of how they made through matchmaking, and he was treating her at a restaurant. They had some meals while conversing about his job as a police officer. She finished her meal first, so he quickly finished his meal as well. He went into his interactive mode and asked if she's also forced into that matchmaking. She gets confused and asked what he meant by also. He wondered if he got it wrong, but she replied that he's right. He said it's a coincidence and sighs, saying that he had another matchmaking session lined up in a couple of days. She said it's annoying and Hao give her a proposal. Then they worked together to pretend that the matchmaking was a success and acted like a couple. He tells Xu that he decided to cancel the act after a couple of days, but she refused. Xu gets confused and asked why she refused. Hao said that she confessed to him when he told her that he didn't want to continue the relationship, but he couldn't figure out why. While they were talking about the matter, Jiang was looking at Xu's yogurt, thinking that she shouldn't eat it. She starts drooling while looking at it, and after some time, Xu was done with the call. Xu asked where his yogurt is, and she replies that she got thirsty after eating too many melon seeds, so she drank another one. He said he put it down because of the call, but Jiang embarrassingly replied that she will buy it for him later. He then grabs her hand and tells her to stick out her tongue, which makes her blush. He said that he wants to see if the yogurt is still there, but she knew that he's trying to trick her. She then forcibly sticks out her tongue. Watching her tongue makes Xu's heart throb, and then he kissed her. 1 month later, while their neighborhood aunt was buying clothes from a roadside shop, Xu and Jiang notices her. He tells her that the clothes looked high class, but she asks if they look good. The shopkeeper comes out and said the shirt suits her. She takes the shirts since the weather seemed warm recently. She buys the clothes and Xu bags it for her. While they were walking, Jiang looks at Xu for saying something. She said that the shirt in that shop looked cheaper, so they should buy it from that shop. But Xu rejects her idea and said that he looks good in any outfit since he is a man and handsome at that. But she is different since she is a woman. He said that she would look even better in a nice outfit, so she doesn't have to think of saving his money. Xu learned how to treat a girl from his dad when he was a little kid. After that, while they were visiting a supermarket, he asked if she has thought of selling vegetables at a place like that. Jiang replied that she had some thoughts before, but after some serious consideration, it didn't seem like it'll suit her. Xu asks why, and she said that she would lose bargaining with other people. She added that if she were to sell vegetables, she would make a loss, and also starts thinking about how selling through the internet is a better option. After some time, while they were at home, Xu finishes his regular martial arts practice. He tells Jiang that he can take on 3 of himself from last year, but she tells him that he needs to disable 2 of them first, otherwise it would be a tough battle. She also tells him that he wouldn't be able to avoid a palm strike, but Xu was concerned that the person would get disabled if he strikes the head. She said that he would be able to break his opponent's neck directly if he is lucky. He then tells her to wait and looks at his hand, thinking that some power had awakened in it. He starts saying random lines, which Jiang couldn't make sense of. After that, he brings a chair and puts 2 cushions on top of it, but Jiang was clueless. He takes a stance to strike the cushions while thinking that it's time to see the fruits of his labor. He launches his attack, but Jiang and Wintermelon looked uninterested. She asked if there was any meaning behind it, so he replied that he could feel himself getting stronger and asked if she would like to try. After her turn, Xu returns to normal and tells her that he is going to continue his training. Looking at how she demolished the cushions, Xu felt humiliated. Meanwhile, Jiang looks at Xu practicing and wonders when he will be strong enough to force her into doing naughty things. After his training was over, Xu activates his video uploader breathing technique 8th form and increases his video editing skills. He was thinking how his film critique skills had room for improvement, but he wants to take it slow and do his best for the main video for now. Jiang looks at him while using the computer, so he points a finger at her and sends her a flying kiss. She gets flustered while receiving his flying kiss, while Xu was thinking how slowly and steadily their relationship will strengthen. After that, while Xu was working using his laptop, he looks at Jiang reading a book and tells her that it's good to read. When she asks what is good about it, he replied that reading a book makes a person wise, and that she will be able to learn a lot more things without his help. He said he is her teacher, and she has to respect him, but she gets shocked and asked if teachers and students also get married. The way she said it makes it sound stimulating, but he tells her that it's just a title and gives an example, saying that some girls likes to say their partner, daddy. She immediately drops her books and bashfully asked what kind of kink is that. He replied that it's weird, but he wanted to let her know that such a thing existed. She starts wondering why she is talking about that stuff. She said she is going to keep reading, but Xu was finding her reactions cute. She finishes reading the book and moves close to him. He asks if she is done reading the book, and she replied that the book seemed complicated. Xu understands that she is still not used to it. She asks what he was looking at, so Xu shows her a video and asked if she is talking about this. He said it's a spin-off Journey to the West and that the protagonist is similar to her. Jiang replied that her mouth is not big like hers, but Xu tells her he meant that they both are similar in violence. She said she never hit anyone before, but Xu reminds her what she did to the thief. Xu looks at her as she was close to him, and he could smell her scent. Jiang then gets startled because he asks if he could touch her calf. She looks away and asked why he wanted to touch them, so Xu said her thighs are fine too. He explains to her that craving for lust is natural and that it's normal between couples. He proposes that they should become siblings instead, but she moves away, saying she doesn't want to. She was thinking about how they kiss several times, and if they become siblings now, then it will be weird. She gives him permission while thinking that it's fine since they often kiss anyway. He then starts touching her legs and said it looks more like a normal relationship now. She asked if he was afraid she would hit him since he always takes her permission before doing anything. Xu said that it isn't the case, he just wants her consent before doing anything. She asks him if it is tiring dating her, but he replied that he likes her the way she is. He then starts sliding his fingers inside her socks, but Jiang gets embarrassed and tells him to stop touching her like that. He was watching a clip again and again, so Jiang tells him that he already watched that part 3 times. He said he was thinking that these 3 lines might hold a deeper meaning, since out of so many things, these 3 shots and 3 lines are used. She said it's just 3 lines and that he is just thinking too much. Xu said it might be true, but then tells her that thinking a lot is good, and once she develops this habit, she will understand how people think. She still couldn't understand and asked him why. He replied that if she doesn't think independently, then she will become stupid and get tricked into being a wife or having a child. But she angrily tells him that she is not stupid. She was thinking about how she saw through his intentions last time and rejected him fiercely. He asks her what he likes about her and she replied that he likes her hands and shoes. Xu said it's just her imagination while squeezing her legs. She was wondering what Xu likes about her if it wasn't her shoes and hands. She thought how she somehow started liking him and wanted to be deceived by him, so she wonders if she is not smart. She then looks at the time and said she is going for a shower. After she was gone, Wintermelon hops on the sofa. He then starts scratching his legs for attention, but Xu pushes him away. Xu was thinking that Wintermelon is delusional to try and compete with Jiang for attention. He was thinking how it would have been fine if he could transform into a cat girl, but then he remembered that Wintermelon is a male. After some time, Jiang comes out of the shower wearing her night dress and Xu starts looking at her. He tells her to sit for a bit, but she refuses his offer. She knew what he was thinking, and that if he touches her legs while in her nightgown, she'll be killed by his frivolity. Xu takes a peek at her since her cleavage was clearly visible. She wonders where he was looking and gets embarrassed after she realizes it. She calls him a pervert and goes back to her room. Meanwhile, Xu was thinking about how he couldn't focus on work now. He thought about taking a shower to calm down. After washing his face, he was thinking that he needs to practice his punches and that he should never look like his friend Wang Zhai. After he was done, he notices that the lights inside Jiang's room were still on, so he wondered if she is still not asleep. He goes to his room and lies on the bed. He starts imagining her in a night dress and thought how it is a long night. But after that, he didn't want to think about it anymore. Meanwhile, in Jiang's room, she was checking the stockings that Xu brought for her. She was thinking about how it is slippery and comfortable to the touch. Xu bought these socks 2 months ago, but she kept them in her room and never touched them. She then grabs her phone and searches online about how to wear stockings. She sees the instructions on the internet and wears the stockings. After wearing it, she was thinking that it felt silky smooth, just like she thought. It was also comfortable, which made her realize why Xu always wanted her to wear it. Exposing her legs was embarrassing for her, but trying it out inside her room was fine. She was thinking about how Xu was not also allowed to see it, since it all will be over if he does. The next morning, Jiang was sneakily going to the washroom to wash her stockings, but suddenly she sees Xu inside the washroom. She calls him, which makes him startled, and he hides a cloth behind him. He shakily asked why she get up so early. When she asks what he was washing, Xu replied that he was washing some socks. He asked what she is doing, and she replied that it's nothing. They both then stare at each other for a while, and then Xu asked if she has anything else to say. Jiang was thinking that he is acting weird and wondered why he is afraid of someone watching him wash socks. She gets the wrong impression of him wearing stockings like her and waking early to wash them. While she was getting embarrassed, Xu tells her that he feels like she was thinking something rude. She angrily leaves, saying that she doesn't know anything. After some time, while Xu was sitting on the sofa, she asks what he was thinking. He said that he is just reminiscing about last night's dream. When she asks what dream he had, he replied that it was very fun stuff. She asks if he was dreaming about becoming a girl and wearing stockings. But he instantly refused while wondering what is going on inside Jiang's head. After some time, while Jiang was making some food, Xu asked if she wanted to open an online store. She replied that she doesn't want to. He tells her that there is no need to hurry and do what she likes to do. He said he believes that she will be successful in whatever she does, but she replied that she even doesn't believe in herself. He rambles on about her career, saying it takes a lot of trial and error to find a job that suits her. He gives an example of cats eating fish, dogs eating meat, and that Ultraman fights monsters, and tells her to follow her own nature. She gets confused and asks what was Ultraman. He tries to impersonate Ultraman in front of her, but she was thinking that he was trying to transform into a magical girl. After that, Wintermelon hops into the table and takes a piece of meat that was on the plate. Jiang then puts him down and said that cats can't eat it. Then the next day, Xu and Jiang find a notice saying, in order to improve the security of the district, they will be installing an access control system. He asked his uncle Zhao if a small and old district like theirs will be implementing access barriers too. He replied yes, and it's all because of the burglar that was seen on the CCTV during the ghost incident. Xu smiled while asking, wouldn't that put him out of job then? But Zhao said he still has to guard the entrance even with a barrier up. He and Jiang then reach their regular training spot near the river. Xu picks a rock from the ground so he can test his strength. He throws the rock and it jumps on the water more than 2 times. He boasts about his strength, saying that it has increased drastically. Jiang then excitedly said, how about they spar a little then, and he can use the techniques that she has taught him. He imagined a wild Jiang appearing like Pokemon. He calculated that he is on level 5 while she is on level 99, so he decides to run from the battle by saying he still wants to live for more years. She said she will reign in her strength, so Xu tells her to not move her arms and legs, and then he will reluctantly spar a little with her. Jiang thought, is that even considered sparing? Wouldn't it just be a massacre instead? But then she realized that this rascal is just finding an excuse to hug her. She looked away and said she won't move then, bring it on. Xu couldn't believe that she agreed and wondered if Jiang really can use her internal energy to send him flying. He excitedly thought, if he can really witness the legendary internal energy in action, being sent flying is a small price to pay. He then took a battle stance while saying, if that's the case, then keep her words and reign in her strength. Jiang looked just how serious he was, so she thought maybe she was wrong, and he doesn't actually want to hug her. It's been 2 minutes, so she asked why has he not made his move. But Xu tells her to not talk to him, as he is looking for her weak spot. He finds her weak spot and dashed towards her at full speed. His hand was about to grab her melons, so Jiang thought, this guy is a crook after all. She gets angry and hit him hard with her head. Xu said she cheated, as she used her head, but Jiang replied she didn't, as she didn't move her arms and legs at all, so it's his loss. She looked down while thinking, it's because his hand was going to touch them. Xu said her martial arts skills are far superior and he has far more to learn, so it's his loss. But then he said it ended way too fast though, so how about another round? But she can't use her arms, legs, and head, just use her internal energy. But she refused it. She thought Xu is trying every trick in the box just to get a feel in, and said he is lucky that he met her, because if it was second miss, he would have been on the floor in serious pain. Xu asks how old is her second miss, but she angrily asked in return, what is he even thinking? He grabbed her face and said he is just teasing her. He is not thinking of anything, it's just she looks adorable when she is angry. He then tells her that he will teach her to skip stones as it's pretty fun. She looked away and said she doesn't think it's fun. He gave a rock to her, so she throws it too and makes it jump several times. He asked if it's fun, even though she enjoyed it, she replied, it's not. They then heard a commotion from nearby and wondered what is happening. Jiang hides behind Xu, saying she can see a police officer over there, but Xu tells her to not worry as she didn't commit any crime. He held her hands and said, let's go and see what is going on. She worriedly asked, what if they decide to run a check on her? But Xu said it isn't likely to happen as they are busy and not on patrol. He continued that in the past, he was worried that she would make a scene and tell them herself that she doesn't have an ID. But it's not the case anymore. Jiang agrees with him, but still, she subconsciously would like to stay away from them. They went near the crowd and saw Hao scolding a man. Hao tells the man he is lucky that the weather isn't as cold right now, otherwise it would have been hard to rescue him. He asked where the man lives and if he wants them to send him home, but the man replied there is no need for that and left. Xu then went near Hao and said their little Hao needed his hand to be held by older colleagues just a half year ago, but now he can go on patrol on his own. Hao tells him to stop joking and said he didn't even enter the water, he just pulled him out. And then he asked Xu, why are they there? Xu replied, they are just strolling around, and as there was nothing to do, so they took an interest in the commotion, as it's the favorite pastime of the masses. Hao then tells Zhu to go away, as he doesn't have the time to joke around. He still has to change his boots and get back to work. Zhu asked if he is too busy, and Hao replied, "It's been boring," but then he stopped himself, thinking he nearly blurted it out. After he left, Zhu tells Jiang that they are public servants, and they can find them for any issue, even if it involves catching your pets. They then heard him shouting, "Who destroyed the tree stem? They have no morals at all." Zhu said it might have been those old men who like to fish. They hate going home empty-handed, so they must have taken it instead. He said, those old men know martial arts too, like wall climbing and flying around and stuff, though the old fishing man this time was none other than Jiang. Zhu asks if she agrees with him, but she said in anger she doesn't know. Zhu looked at her while thinking, how never would have thought that the tree was chopped down by this little lady in a single move. After they returned home, Jiang picked her fishing rod, saying it's a pity that she forgot to take it. He asks if she likes fishing that much, and Jiang replied yes, as they don't have to spend money to get fish, and if she were to snag a big one, she can even sell it. She said she will be able to earn so much money this way, and she even thinks that she can do this for a living. But then, Zhu showed her the video of how the fishermen caught fish nowadays, and how they can catch too many with the help of the net. She gets angry with him, but he tells her not to be, as he was just teasing her, although it was the truth. He then asked her, was the surname of her leader Wang, and she replied, it's not, and why is he asking that? Zhu said near the end of the Tang Dynasty, there was someone from the salt gang named Wang Xianji. He was a salt smuggler, who gathered a huge force in rebellion. Zhu then asked her if she and her gang would have rebelled too, but she said the imperial dynasty was too strong and resistance would have been futile. Zhu heard her saying resistance is futile and thought, this is something that modern people would say. And if she were to head back like this, Lai Longji would be in danger. Jiang then tells him, he said that appetite and lust are only natural was a quote by Confucius. But that's incorrect, it was actually a quote by Geazi. That's what the web says. Zhu couldn't believe that even an ancient person is able to correct his mistakes. This is the power of the internet. While Jiang was working on the computer, Zhu was imagining her in different dresses, thinking they are still missing something. And then he realized what they are missing. He quickly gets up and tells Jiang he is heading outside. There is no need to cook dinner for tonight, as they will be eating outside. He was in a taxi, thinking it's going to be summer in a few months, and summer clothes are missing pockets. He reached a store, thinking when it comes to skirts, there is absolutely no place to keep your things, like your phone and keys. He thought she still has to keep a potato and corn on her, so he will have to find a suitable bag for her. He likes a bag while thinking. Her aura has always been a little serious, and her quietness is atypical for a girl her age, so giving this bag would make her look more cute. After a while, Jiang asked him if he went out to buy this for her. Zhu asks if she likes it, but Jiang asked in return, why didn't he bring her along? After a while she was happily looking at her bag, Zhu was thinking how she wouldn't have dared to spend the money. She would rather carry a backpack around and say, it's big enough to store several items, as this small bag price is enough to purchase a few backpacks. He then takes out a lip gloss from his pocket and gives it to her, saying, keep this in the bag too, as a girl's lips should be glossy. He said, even if she doesn't want to put it on, she can still keep it in bag, since it would look weird if her bag didn't contain any feminine products. He also gave her some tissues and sanitary pads, also showed her the 2 compartments of the bag and said she can put her corn seeds and potatoes in one of them. He tells her to carry it when they head out in the future, as all the girls carry something like this. Jiang asked if he is going to carry one too, but Zhu said men only need their trouser pockets to handle it all. He then gets a message from Hao, who invites him and Jiang for dinner. Zhu smiled and tells Jiang to get ready, as they are going out for some good food. After some time, they were going to meet Hao, and Zhu asked Jiang to give her bag for a second. Jiang asks why is he carrying her bag, and Zhu replied, a man should carry a lady's bag for her. She asked him if he is looking down on her, so Zhu returned the bag. She saw how experienced Zhu really is, so she asked if he had a girlfriend before, and he replied positively. He tried to skip the topic, but Jiang asked him to tell her everything about his past life. He tried to escape, but she smiled and said she is talking about his girlfriend, but Zhu said that's called an ex-girlfriend. She asked if she is his next girlfriend then, and Zhu said she is considered neither, she is his current girlfriend. Zhu thought something is wrong, as it's not Jiang's style to find faults out of nothing and get angry. She asked why did they get married and if a boy isn't supposed to marry his girlfriend. Zhu pulled her towards him and said it's possible for a couple to break up and added he was young and dumb back then and it was a decision based on his hormones. He explained, dating is far from the stage of marriage, it is just meant for you to test the waters. If the couple feels they are incompatible, then they should just break up. Jiang asked if breaking up meant that the two people are no longer related, and Zhu replied of course, why would they still be related if they break up? She makes an angered expression, thinking, from his tone of voice, it seems like breaking up is a very common and normal thing to happen. If the two people were to break up, they will no longer be related, and will no longer meet up or contact each other. She was shy and angry at the same time, while thinking of the things that they have done together. She asked what is considered incompatible, and Zhu said it's hard to explain, but guaranteed that the two of them won't ever break up. She said, from what he just said, it seems very common for couples to break up, but she has always thought that a girlfriend is like a fiancé, and that's why. She was hesitant to say, so Zhu completes, that's why she decided to kiss him. Jiang was angry, thinking, everything she read on the internet is a lie, as it's possible for a girlfriend and boyfriend to no longer be related in the future. Zhu then hugs her and tells her to calm down, not let her imagination run wild, and they will never break up, as she is special and different from other people. She asked what's different about her, and Zhu said, even before he talked about that, she never thought that breaking up is possible, so this is different enough from others. Even though she smiled and asked, what about him then? In reality, she was angry, thinking she would never hug someone else. Even the thought of it sickens her, but this guy named Xu Qing seems well practiced. Zhu saw her expression and realized that she is worried about him breaking up with her. He hugs her and said he will never break up with her, as he knew from the beginning that she is unique, and he had thought about the aftermath before even hitting on her. He knows that if he break up with her, then she will smack him to death. This is the price for liking her. He added that their relationship is not ordinary, they are from two different periods, so there is no use talking about it right now. He said, in the future, once she will have a modern person mindset, then not him, but she can break up with him. Currently, their relationship is one where he takes her in, so once she is independent enough, she can make her decision on either leave or stay, and if she chooses to leave, he will let her go. He said he is now looking at her as though she is an ancient person, and he will interact with her as he would with any modern person. If she chooses to leave when the time comes, that would mean their feelings were not strong enough, so there will be no point in forcing it. He is hitting on her now, because she has not turned into a modern person yet, and Jiang asked if that's considered taking advantage of her. Zhu replied positively and added, if she looked back at his actions, she will know that his intentions were not pure, and before she wise up, he will chase her with all his might. Jiang thought, she doesn't understand the meaning of chasing her. This guy has always been tricking her, and yet he is saying that out loud with righteousness. She said, he is not a good person, and then she kissed him in the open. She tells him his ex-girlfriend broke up because she can't beat him up, but if he dare to break up with her, then she really will beat him to death. After a while, when they were in the cab, Zhu was thinking of how Jiang will not use her martial arts on him. Even if she is angry, she will not violate this rule. Then after some time, they reach the location and Hao noticed them coming while holding hands. He tells Zhu that Liu isn't there yet, so they can order some drinks first. Zhu makes fun of him by saying he should call her Liu now, there is no need to sound so distant. Hao replied it's gross, and they are just having a simple meal and seeing how things go. Hao was thinking that it's strange that she developed feelings for him while they were pretending to be a couple. That's why he asked Zhu to come along, because his eyes are more vicious than him. After some time, Liu arrived and apologized for being late. Jiang thought her bag is too small, as it will only fit 2 large potatoes at most. Hao then introduced Zhu and Jiang to Liu. While Liu was ordering, Zhu was staring at her to see if he can find anything suspicious. Jiang noticed him staring at another girl and reminds him that he promised. Zhu thought, how can he explain it to her that he is doing it for Hao? After a while, Zhu was thinking about how a lady like Liu is not compatible with Hao. According to Zhu, she might be more suitable for someone like Wang Zhai. He now understands what Hao meant when he said something felt off. The more extravagant she makes herself look, the more it makes Hao seem like a gold digger. Even though Hao put effort into dressing up, their outfits are of 2 different leagues. And if she is still dressing up like this, it makes others think that Hao is a gold digger, and shows that she doesn't think of Hao at all. Hao commented how he brought her to eat braised chicken the very first time that they met through matchmaking. Xu also remembers the time when he and Jiang first came there. After some time, the food they ordered arrived. Xu picked up the pork and asked Hao if the braised pork is good. Hao understood what he meant and replied, "It's not bad." Xu continued that there are both fatty and lean kind of meat, and Hao added, "It's best for the braised pork to be half lean and half skin on it." They both then smiled strangely, like they received some kind of satisfaction. Both Liu and Jiang get confused after seeing their expressions, and asked why they are smiling. Xu said, "You guys won't understand," and was happily enjoying the meal. But Liu seriously asked if they were talking about the man's thing. He quickly refused and said he is referring to the joys of reading. Hao revealed the two of them used to read novels under a blanket with a flashlight. They craved for food until next day because of the midnight. Then the next day, they would climb out of the school to buy braised pork and stir-fried livers from the stalls outside. Liu shockingly said the two of them under the blanket. Xu explained, back then, the school was really strict about reading novels, and they had to sneakily read them. Liu looks at Jiang and said, "They girls like to read romance novels. Who even read books about food, right?" Jiang misunderstood and said she read the introduction to Mao Zedong's school of thought at night, and Liu thought all of them are a little abnormal. Xu then asked the waiter to bring some extra rice. Hao shockingly watched him ordering 3 extra bowls of rice. He said they ordered so much food, and he still want rice, so is he going through puberty again? Xu replied positively and added, "It's time for their bodies to grow, so they should eat more too." He offered some rice to Hao, but he refused as he was already full. He then watches Xu and Jiang demolishing the rice and thought they really are a couple. After dinner, Jiang noticed Liu fixing her lipstick, so she too opened her bag, take out her lipstick and put it on her lips. As Xu was looking at Jiang, someone sent him a message. He checked the phone and saw the message is from Hao, who said his girlfriend isn't really a high school student, right? Xu replied she is 19, and Hao said she looks very demure. Xu thought with a strange expression, just not too long ago, he was warned that he would be beaten to death if he were to break up. After dinner, both groups said goodbye and prepared to leave. Xu said he is a little bloated, so let's take a walk to help digest food, and Jiang replied sure. As they were walking, Xu remembered something and asked, didn't she was chasing a thief when she was suddenly transported there? So it is possible for that thief to be transported as well, while thinking, if that is true, then he is a third party between Jiang and that thief. Jiang then squeezed his hand tightly and said, if there comes a day when she bumps into him, she will definitely not let him slip through her grasp again. Xu gets scared and asked if she hate him that much, and she looked at him in anger. Xu tells her to calm down, as if he really did come over, he would have been exposed long ago, as he is not a pretty lady. Even if he's a pretty lady, not everyone is like him, he would have handed over to the scientist to experiment on him. Xu then noticed a fortune-telling room, so he asked Jiang if she wants to give it a try. He explained that there is a crystal ball inside, and it will give her the answers to any question she asks. She was imagining an egg on top of the volcano, thinking if it's an egg island. Jiang asked if she can ask about her return to Tang Dynasty, and Xu replied she can ask anything, but she will be treated as a nutcase if she asks something like this. As they went inside, Jiang gets happy after seeing a totally new surrounding. Xu tells her to sit near the woman there and said she will answer her questions. Xu was waiting outside for Jiang while thinking, be it tarot cards or the horoscope, they all use generic descriptions and words to describe someone. After a while, Jiang came out, so Xu asked if she gets her questions answered. She blushed and said she asked the woman about the marriage, and Xu understands what just happened inside. He said the one she is seeking is so close yet so far. He has actually been by her side all along, so Jiang shockingly asked how did he know about that? He replied he has learned how to tell fortunes as well, that is what fate has directed him to. Jiang ignored him and said, in any case, she said something along those lines, so he probably won't be beaten to death by her. Jiang was looking at him while thinking, if this is what she meant by so close, but what does she mean by so far? She then looked at the stars and thought, maybe the 1,000-year gap between them. Xu then received a text message from Hao, saying he just sent her home, so what does he think about her? Xu thought, she definitely is pretty, but she is not Hao's ideal type. He wants to find someone who will live a simple life and will help to take care of their future kids together. He then replied to Hao that for things like relationships, it's all about compatibility. Jiang looked at the messages and asked Xu, what is considered incompatible? He replied, when two person are together and don't feel like suffering, that means they are compatible, and the reverse is true for incompatible. She then looked him with serious eyes and asked if he and his ex-girlfriend were compatible then. Xu was sweating as he could see Jiang releasing a murderous aura. Xu then remembers the story of Chancellor Fang, who walked a straight path while others took on multiple wives. Later, the others started gossiping that the reason he didn't have concubines was due to his fear of his wife, so the emperor bestowed 2 ladies after hearing the gossip. He bitterly accepted the ladies and brings them home, where his wife was ready to chase them away, so he gives her 2 choices, either drink poisoned wine or accept the ladies. And to his surprise, his wife didn't hesitate to gulp down every bit of wine in the jar, though it was not poison but vinegar inside. Back at present, Xu thought both ancient and modern women are susceptible to drinking vinegar, and Jiang looks completely like a modern person now. He laughed it off while saying, earlier she was okay with him going to a brothel, but she tells him not to change the topic and asked if it's because she didn't approve of him visiting brothels. But Xu instantly refused, saying he has never been to any brothels, not now and not ever. He tells her that they got together because of their raging hormones, as she looked like a beauty in his eyes. But once time passed and the hormones calmed down, they would always clash over various things. It's the little interaction during day-to-day life that lets you see if 2 people are suitable for each other. Jiang asked why did they 2 clash over. So Xu replied she would always buy shoes, wallets, and clothes for him that were out of her budget, even though he doesn't really need any of it. She thought that she was treating him well, but he was not happy at all, so Jiang asked, isn't buying good things is how it's supposed to be? And Xu replied it's not. If you like it, then it's great. But even though he told her many times that he didn't need it, she still scrimped and saved to buy things for him. He added that she was acting like his mom instead of his girlfriend, and Jiang worriedly said, isn't that like how they currently are? Xu replied, it's different for them since he is providing her with new experiences, and if she will not want it, then he won't do it. He smiled and said this is why they weren't suitable, as he wished for an orange, but she gave him a peanut. He is grateful for her, but being with her makes him and her miserable, therefore they parted ways peacefully. He still remembers the last fight they had. He had his lunch by 4 p.m., but she insisted he was hungry and bought food at 6, and then they fought over that. Jiang couldn't believe the reason they broke up was because they too had too much food. Xu said she will understand in the future there is no one wrong or right, it's just that they weren't compatible. That is why he said if she wants to leave, he will let her go because neither of them will be happy if he were to force her to stay. And if his feelings were to fizzle one day, but before he could finish, Jiang said she will beat him to death. He corrected himself that if her feelings were to fizzle out one day. But again, before he could finish, Jiang said it won't happen. Xu asked if she likes him that much, and Jiang replied he has already touched her legs. She said if such a day were to come, she will really beat him to death. Suddenly, Xu hugs her while saying, it's too early to talk about all this. A person's thoughts will always change and they won't know what will happen when the time comes, just like how it happened with him and his ex-girlfriend. So let's just go with the flow, after all, neither of them knows what the future will hold. She smiled and said, what they have now is great, and some things will never change. But he makes fun of her, saying now she is bold enough to even kiss him by the roadside. She gets flustered and muttered, doesn't he like her more now that she has become like this? He looked at her with love and said that's why they will never break up, and she doesn't have to worry about beating him to death someday. He then starts rubbing his cheeks against her, saying he suddenly has the urge to kiss her. Their lips slowly went close to each other and then they kissed. Then later at night, Xu opened his laptop to check his video performance. He thought the old man has improved since he now knows how to threaten others. His dad commented, all the things that he has uploaded are indecent, any more of this and he will report him. But Xu deleted his comment and uploaded a new video of transferring internal energy, in which the female has to take off all of her clothes. He then noticed Jiang coming out of the shower, so he asked her if she is able to transfer internal energy. She replied she can't, and that whatever he saw on TV is all fake. Zhu then asked, can she emit warm fumes from her head to dry her hair without a hair dryer, while thinking, when did she buy this nightgown? She replied, she can only fight and not emit any warm fumes. She was waiting for him to dry her hair, so Zhu quickly bring the hairdryer. She sits on a chair while thinking, she will have to wear some pants next time, or this rascal can caress her legs by just directing the hairdryer upwards. She thought, but if she were to wear pants, it feels like she doesn't need to wear a nightgown anymore, and then she muttered, only if he was blind. Zhu asked if she suddenly turned to the dark side while thinking, that sounds like ancient Yander speak. He noticed how she was using her hands to hide her melons, so he tells her to let go of her hands, as he is a proper gentleman, so he won't peek. But she asks suspiciously, then why is he focused on whether or not her hands are there? Zhu thought, such clear logic and proper reasoning, and then he says with teary eyes, that she is all grown up now, which angered Jiang. She clenched her fist and asked what he meant by she is only grown up now. She then shouted that she will do it herself while thinking, that he wants to bet her, even when they are not married. Zhu looked at her and thought, that small frame of hers is able to give off such tremendous energy, it defies science, so he should conduct research on it. He sit on the sofa with style, thinking, it's all for the sake of scientific advancement. He gathered his courage and asked if she would like to move into his room. But Jiang shouted why would she do that, since they are not even married yet. Zhu promised he won't do anything, it's just that the storage room isn't really a suitable place to sleep in. She angrily replied, he want to bet her, and he is still saying that he won't do anything. She thought that sleeping in the same room will definitely produce babies. Zhu suggested placing a bowl of water in the middle of the bed, but she said she won't, and what is the use of putting a bowl of water there? Zhu imagined himself getting beaten like a dog by her answers. He cursed himself while thinking, it was a miscalculation to not trick her into staying in his room before. Zhu changed his plan and offered to swap the room instead, so he can convince her into staying in his room. He was having dirty thought about how he wants to hold them in his hands and squeeze them well. He was staring at Jiang's legs, and she noticed this. She hides her body and shouted, she doesn't want to, and she is comfortable sleeping in her room. But Zhu said she is his girlfriend, so if anyone gets to know that she is sleeping in the storage room, then his reputation will take a hit. She pouts while thinking she was initially taken in by him, and then they got together, so moving into the master bedroom makes it seem like she is the lady of the house or something. She thought, well, she will become the lady in the future, but if she get pregnant before marriage, then second miss will haunt her dreams and scold her. Zhu tells her that his dad scolded him about this last time, so if they are not sleeping together, then let's just change room. She asked why his dad wants her to stay in his bedroom, and Zhu replied, maybe because he already sees her as daughter-in-law, so she can call him dad now. In reality, Zhu was trying to trick Jiang, so he can record his dad's embarrassing moment. Jiang was hesitant to call him dad before marriage, but Zhu said it's okay, and if he were to break up with her, his parents would beat him to death too. He said it again, since his dad has already stated that they should switch rooms, so she should just move over, otherwise, he will be scolded the next time as well. Jiang replied, she is just staying temporarily in such a situation, who would usurp the master of the house, so she is not changing. Zhu excitedly said, if that's the case, then why doesn't she call him master from now, which angered Jiang. He laughed it off, saying, he is just joking, also she is a girlfriend usurping her boyfriend's position, so she should do it proudly. She then heard him saying that he will pack her things, so she stopped him and said she will do it herself. 20 minutes later, she packed all her things and moved into Zhu's room. Zhu was inside her room, thinking, when his dad and mom were living there, this was the room he stayed in, so it's full of memories. He then turns around and gets shocked to see Jiang. He couldn't believe just how beautiful she was looking in her new dress. She said he was the one who bought it previously, but Zhu's focus was only on her melons. He said, people who practice martial arts are so terrifying, while Jiang hid her body and shouted, he is saying weird things again, but buy another one for her. After a while, she was on a computer checking night dresses. Suddenly, Zhu calls her name and tells her to come over. He showed her a dress, but Jiang asked if there is something longer than this, the kind that covers her entire leg. Zhu replied there is, but it would be quite stuffy for her. He was thinking about how she is trying her best to protect her white panties that she is wearing. The reason he knows that is because he bought those for her. Xu said, showing her calves is nothing to be afraid of. This dress is more comfortable, since she will be able to move around easily. She got tricked again and agreed to purchase that dress. After a while, Xu noticed her reading computer course online. He tells her to sleep early and starts leaving. But then he returned from the door and give her a goodnight hug. He gets flustered after seeing just how beautiful she is looking in her nightgown, and then he gives her a goodnight kiss. Later at night, when Jiang was preparing to sleep, she noticed Xu entering her room. He realized he entered there by mistake, since he is too used to entering his own room, so he said sorry and quickly left. He went to his new room and said, even the nooks and crannies are clean. He sits on the bed while thinking how this place is a small piece of heaven just for Jiang. It's just that there is now one more person on the outside that is able to accompany her in life. He then finds her hair on the bed, so he picked it up while thinking how if he were to invite her in his room to enjoy the air conditioning, she would not do so. She would rather bake to death than enter his room due to embarrassment and whatnot. But now that they switched rooms, once the hot summer sun rolls around, he will ask to move to her room for the air conditioning instead, so she will definitely agree. He gets serious and said only a fool would install an additional AC in the storage room. Then the next morning, Xu woke up and came out of the room. Jiang was doing something on the computer, so she quickly closed it before he could see that. Xu ignored that and thought she needs to put on a better act. She didn't even hide her browser window properly. She tells him that the porridge is in the pot, so let's eat together. Xu said okay and also tells her to eat first next time, or wake him up if she wants. Xu was enjoying his breakfast and said, these homemade salted vegetables taste better than store-bought ones. And Jiang said, during her era, outside were better. Xu said that's weird, but she replied, it's more weirder for something that he has paid money to taste worse than something that he has made by himself. Xu said, the ones she makes are better than those bought from outside, so has she disabled tooling her own version? And Jiang replied, it's impossible. Xu agrees with her and said, if she wishes to survive on selling salted vegetables, she will need large orders. He explained how she will need to manage quality control, production, storage, as well as transport. Besides all that, there is also the customer's needs too, as there are some who only want to try it out from time to time, and some who have no choice but to eat them for every meal. To sum it up, she shouldn't just assume that the needs of her customers are the same as hers. He then added, if she wants to earn money this way, then he wouldn't oppose it. He just hoped that she will be able to live a better life. She gets sad while saying, Second Miss also said something similar, that she wanted her to live a better life, as best as she could. But how do you know if it's the best? Xu replied, that would depend on herself. There's a saying that said, a frog in the well knows nothing of the sea. She will only know how big the world is once she climbs out of the well. That's why he was hoping that she will choose him only after getting to know the world more, so he wouldn't be guilty of irresponsibly tricking her into bed. Jiang realized that Xu's mind is filled with thoughts of having kids with her, so she will definitely not give him any opportunities to sleep together with her. And if he dares to sneak into her room, she will lift him up like a pig and throw him out of the door. As she was thinking all of that, Xu wondered, why is he feeling scared all of a sudden? After a while, Xu was training while thinking, the purpose of martial arts is to strengthen one's body. Jiang then tells him that she thought of a few things that are suitable for her, like if they were to open a salted vegetable store online. The deposit is refundable. Next is cooking. She has seen a few people making their cooking videos, so if she were to learn a few more dishes, they can give that a try. Xu said, it is known as food vlog, and it's okay to teach a dish that was already covered by someone, as long as people out there like it and watch it. She added, there are some people who stream themselves eating. So she asked while drooling if that's a viable career to perform yourself eating. And also, there is still live streaming herself playing games, as she is getting faster at grinding the game. But Xu said, watching others tackle an ever-changing dungeon entertains the viewers, but she is just grinding the same game with different accounts, so it will bore people. She asked, then why isn't he bored of her, as she saw a ton of photos and videos of her doing swordplay in his phone. But Xu replied, he is chasing her. She then muttered that she is thinking of opening an online salted vegetable store, then teach others to cook. And after she is done eating, she would grind the game and she would promote her salted vegetables to the viewers watching her stream. Xu couldn't believe that she is thinking of doing everything. Jiang excitedly asked if it's awesome. And Xu suggested of live streaming herself sleeping as well. But she refused, saying live streaming her sleeping is not okay, and Xu replied it's just a passing remark. He continued, who would follow such a plan of hers, cooking for herself to eat, playing games after eating, and trying to get others to buy her salted vegetables. But then he thought there might really be people who would watch just to simp. Xu said she is on the right track, but that is impossible and she can only choose one of these things. After his training, Xu was thinking about, ever since he started learning martial arts, his back and legs no longer hurts, and he is full of energy every day. He saw Jiang sitting quietly, so he signaled her to come close to him. Jiang sits next to him and said, all of those don't take much time to do, so why can't she do them at the same time? He replied, it's already hard to focus on just one thing, so who would even have the energy to do everything? Jiang said, she can promote her salted vegetables to those who watch her eat and play games. But Xu asked, how would she attract people to watch her eat and play games then? She excitedly said, people who buy the salted vegetables can watch her make them to be assured that it's safe to eat, so naturally, they will watch her eat. Xu was looking at her with disbelief while her eyes were sparkling. After a while, she agreed to focus on one thing first, and if it goes well, then they can try adding the others on top of that. Xu said, she must first have an interest in the thing that she wants to do, as it's better to do something that she like. So Jiang replied, just like how he like her shoes. But he grabbed her leg and said, it's just like how he likes her legs. And then to Jiang's surprise, he squeezed her leg. She then teach him a lesson by hitting his leg hard. And while he was holding his injured leg, Jiang said she is off to play games, and left in a hurry. After she left, Xu was thinking how he can't handle being so close, and he might accidentally lose control if he is not careful. He thought, as a virtuous gentleman, he can't be rash, and then he opened his laptop to check the stock market. After working for some time, Xu shut the laptop, as the stock market is closed at 3. He tells Jiang that he is heading out to get a package, and she said okay to it. After some time, while Jiang was preparing dinner, she heard him saying that he is back. She looks at him and asked, what did he buy? He gives her something, saying it's a compact mirror that he bought for her. She looked in the mirror and gets happy. She then noticed him holding a package, so she asked what that is. She opened the box and get confused to see some strange rings there. Xu tells her, since he has nothing else to do, so he is going to make a vest out of these. He explained the method to her, that first, they take 5 metal rings and cut open one of them. Then, combine those 5 and repeat the steps to make a metal chain. Jiang picked some rings and shockingly said, so you can actually make a vest out of these. She gets depressed while thinking, if Xu is sick, as how can he even think of making clothes out of these? But then she remembered the night when he tells her that not everything he do has a motive. She asked how long it will take, and Xu replied he will only do it in free time, so he doesn't know the exact time. Jiang thought maybe Xu is making this so he can use this to guard against her. She gets excited, thinking wearing metal clothes can help him resist 2 more punches. But then Xu said if she wants to wear it, then she can, but the bottom has to be made into a skirt-like style, so she asked if there is a point to this. He replied, let's just say he's full and have nothing better to do. When people are bored, they will think wildly, such as wanting to touch some legs or play with feet, but since she doesn't allow him to play around with her, so he is diverting his attention. She gets flustered while thinking, so he is having those indecent thoughts again, and she muttered that she will give him her shoes to play with. But Xu excitedly said he doesn't want to play with her shoes, he wants to play with her legs instead. She looked at him and realized just how desperate he is. She plays with her hair and said he can hold her while they watch a movie like he did last time, so Xu said okay to it. He thought he really need to divert his attention, as seeing her sitting there, he keeps thinking about what is there and what is not. He rarely goes out now, and he developed the habit of going to bed early and getting up early, so he has a lot of free time. He then noticed her still sitting on the floor, so he asked if she is not going to play games. Jiang replied no, because he just said that they are going to watch a movie together. Shocked, Xu asked if she wants to watch it now. Jiang gets flustered after hearing that and said, didn't he say he wanted to watch? Xu replied, what he meant was the evening, when they smell good after a shower. He then makes fun of her, asking if she actually wants to watch a movie with him that much, so it's not impossible to do it right now, but she shouted she doesn't. She then angrily left while saying she is going to play games. Xu then picks his phone and tells her to not talk for a bit, as he is going to record a video. He turns on the recording and starts explaining the process of making a sleeve out of those metal rings. Jiang pouts while thinking, he is obviously working, yet he was talking about touching her legs and diverting attention. After some time, Xu took a sigh of relief as he got tired after making a piece that is the size of a palm. Jiang asked if he is done with the recording, and he replied yes. She was then checking his video and asked if he is going to do a live stream too, and Xu replied it's not a live broadcast. She then asked him if she can do this too, as it seems easy. He replied she can, but he doesn't recommend it, because if she only make clothes like him, then she won't learn anything. Xu thought even if he were to finish making this vest, it can only be displayed at home. At most, he would be able to take some pictures and post them. Jiang then asked, how does filming the process gives meaning to the activity? He replied, it all depends on her perception, knowledge, and problem-solving abilities. It is not something that one is born with, she has to go through learning. She gets excited and said, it seems kind of awesome. Xu then tells her, if she is willing to stay at home to do household chores and raise the children, there is no need for her to learn. He will earn the dough to support her. Her head starts spinning after hearing the word, raise the children. She filtered the part about raising children and asked, is it like raising winter melon? But Xu refused, saying she would still have to do chores, and after that, have to do with him. She gets confused and asked, do what with him? And Xu happily replied, do that. Xu saw her expression and realized that she really has no idea. He figured that ancient people really have no idea of what goes on between a husband and wife before marriage, and wondered if they do a crash course at the last minute. He then tells her to stop looking at him like that and read some books, as it's important to learn and do the art of self-learning. Jiang then thought that she doesn't want to let him provide for her, she wants to feed herself. She looked at Winter Melon while thinking, she can't be as dumb as Minter Melon, as all he does is eat and sleep all day. She then picked a book and wondered if it really is useful to read these books. Xu then tells her the benefit of reading, that if she doesn't read, she will only be angry at herself. But if she were to read, she will be able to angry at the heavens, the world, and the society. After some time, Xu gets a call from Hao. He was excited to know that Xu is actually making a piece of armor, so he tells him to make it a little bigger so he can wear it too. Xu asked if he check out his sad channel every day, and Hao replied that he saw his dad scrolling through his videos. That's how he saw it. Xu gets confused and asked why his dad is watching his videos. Hao replied, Xu's dad is the one who taught his dad, so he needs to be careful, because both of them watch him regularly now. Xu makes a strange expression and thought, recently, the comment section seems to have quite a bit of discussion, so the anonymous account must be Uncle Kin. And then Xu smiled, as a thought crossed his mind. He sends his chainmail armor video to his dad, thinking he will let him know what it really means to be a deadbeat, or he will ask him what the hell he is doing. He then looked at Jiang working and thought, even if she actually reads, she would only understand certain parts of it. But still it's good, as being able to understand the world she is living in is the first step to becoming smarter. She then brings some dumplings that she made and tells him that there are both cabbage and pork fillings. The vegetarian ones are sealed with a spiral pattern, while the meat ones are pressed shut at top. While eating, Xu was making fun of her, saying she has evolved from a dumb little Jiang to a smart little Jiang. After some time, Xu was checking the ginger plant, so Jiang asked what is he doing. He said, under normal conditions, it is hard for ginger plants to flower, and there are requirements when it comes to the soil and humidity conditions, so it may not flower. Jiang replied it's fine, since it looks pretty good like this too, and Xu said, it's like her, just give it some water and it will survive. But she instantly refused, that it's nothing like her, while thinking, what does he mean by giving her some water, as she still has to eat plenty of rice. After some time, Xu noticed Jiang playing with Winter Melon. He starts crying, saying he is really less than a cat. She asked what does he mean by that, so he replied, he wants to crawl on her legs like what Winter Melon is doing. But she said it's impossible, so Xu asked her the reason for that. And then to his surprise, he heard her saying that he is too big so she can't support him. His expression changed while thinking, if she mean that he can do it, if she can support him. He thought, although a human can't fit, but his head is still good for a lap pillow. And once she has bathed, done her pajamas, and is sitting on the couch, he will lay his head on her thighs. She saw his weird expressions and shouted that he can't do it, even if he can fit. But Xu smiled while saying she will be okay with it sooner or later. He then asked if she want to take a shower before they start watching movie. She asked why she have to shower, even though she didn't want to, so Xu tells her to not take it then. He realized that she is afraid of wearing her pajamas and squeezing close to him while watching the movie just like last time. Even if she knows that he won't touch her, she is still afraid of any accidents happening. Xu then stops thinking about it and opened the laptop to watch the movie. He then looked at Jiang and asked if she wants to watch the movie with the lights off. She clenches her fist and asked, why is there a need to turn the lights off? He replied, it is to set the atmosphere to a more appropriate one, as this would allow the viewers to focus their attention on the movie and immerse themselves in it. He then tells her to turn off the lights, so she stood up to do that. After turning off the lights, she sits next to him while looking flustered. And then to her surprise, Xu picked her legs and put them on his thighs. She was looking at him weirdly, so he tells her to just keep watching the movie. As she was asking if it's a martial arts film, Xu was slowly moving his hand behind her. He put his hand on her shoulder and said, yes, this is Huang Fei Hong. He knows the art of shadowless kicks, where his kick doesn't leave a shadow behind. He thought, even though she treats kissing as a normal occurrence, she is still somehow sensitive to body contact. He wondered if she is worried about him crossing the line. But still, he admit that watching a movie with the lights off and cuddling with her on the couch feels so good. He was squeezing her legs, so she tells him to stop being weird, and Xu said, it's not weird, she just need to focus on the movie. She muttered she didn't wash her feet, but Xu said she didn't go out today, and sat there the entire day like a saint. She bites her lips as she was feeling something strange inside her. Suddenly, Winter Melon comes and gets on her lap. After some time, she tells Xu that she still wants to live stream and let others watch her play games. She was thinking how his hand is so warm, and Xu asked why is she so insistent on live streaming games. She said she initially wanted to record her cooking, but what he said was right, that she need to have some more experience with something to better understand the intricacies of it. Xu replied, since she has played games for so long, so it's not a bad choice to start live streaming with games. He thought this is her second time asking this, so if he turned her down again, then her enthusiasm for it would take a hit, as she gathered the courage to ask him again. He asked her if she thoroughly thought of it, and she replied positively. She said she has seen others focus on nutrition, some on competitive eating, and some on meal prep, but she still is inexperienced, so she will stick to grinding for now. Xu then asked if she wants to try the PvP arena, which confused Jiang. He explained that she will need to fight with other players, where the game characters are also controlled by players, so she can try it tomorrow. But Jiang excitedly stood up while saying she will try it right now, but Xu stops her and tells her to watch the movie first. He was thinking that he hasn't cuddled her to his heart's content yet, also he still wants to play with those slender legs, so how can he let her leave? But then, in the flow, he did something really indecent to her. After a while, Xu was explaining, as human civilization progressed, the wants started outweighing the needs, just like the monkeys. When there was cultural advancement, people started to prefer looks, thin figures, and slender shoulders, which was the result of changing times. Looking at it from another angle, there is no difference between your legs and looks, and comparing them indicates that you are falling behind the times. Her eyes were red in anger, while Xu said, every inch of the body is the same. It has nothing to do with whether it's weird, rather, it's up to the preference of the individual. She was so angry at him, and tells him to stop his nonsense. After some time, Xu was sitting with Winter Melon, while Jiang was playing games on the computer. He was thinking, he never knew that he has a thing for it previously, and there was no indication whatsoever. He looked at her and thought, maybe it's because she is too good looking. He thought that her feet would be full of calluses, but it turned out otherwise. The size fits his hands, it's warm, and it's smooth to the touch. Suddenly, she turned around and asked in disgust, why is he sniffing his hands? Shocked, Xu quickly stopped himself, as he was doing it unconsciously. She angrily thought she already told him that she didn't wash her feet, yet this rascal touched it on purpose, so he definitely has a thing for shoes. She then gets furious as she heard him saying that there was no smell. She turns around and sneakingly smells her feet and thought, obviously it has no smell, as she was at home the entire day, but she still wants to give him a beating. She then looks at the screen that says if she would like to enter the PvP zone. She snaps her finger as she was ready to battle. She started playing the game and was winning every battle. She looked at Xu, who was now working on the iron rings. He then tells her that there is no need to rush, she can start streaming her fights, as it is also a form of content, so she might get some viewers who have nothing better to do. She said grinding gives her money, but fighting others doesn't, so it's different from what she first thought. Xu asked if she really not considering filming her swordplay or cooking instead, as one of those activities might go viral more easily. She shook her head while saying she is just trying it out and learning the ropes by doing something she is already familiar with. But then reality hits Xu as he realized that Jiang was thinking of streaming whole day, so he tells her to stream the PvP arena just for an hour. But he added that she can't treat this as a career, she is only in the early stages of trying it out. And in future she might encounter some things that she may not have seen or understood previously. Only then should she put in the effort to do it. For example, she may come to love washing clothes, cooking food, and taking care of children, and she might let him have fun with her legs. But Jiang angrily replied she won't and killed a player in just 3 seconds. She said this ghost knight looked just like him and doesn't seem like a good person. After a while, she happily tells him that she won again, but Xu said it's normal as her MMR is low and everyone she is matched with are noobs. She asked what a noob is, so Xu explained that they are the people who are less skilled than her, they might have some bells and whistles, but they are ultimately useless. But then Xu thought of something and wondered if this girl learned how to be sarcastic, since he is a noob himself. After some time, Jiang was on her 8th victory, so Xu wondered if the opponents she is getting are trash, or if she has real talent when it comes to this. After turning off the computer, Jiang was going back to her room. But then she suddenly stopped and remembered that her room is changed now. She gets flustered and quickly went inside the main bedroom. Inside, she was thinking that after changing rooms, she is not used to it, even though the bed is bigger and comfortable. After a while, Jiang gets out of the shower and said she is very clean now. But Xu smiled while saying she has been clean from the start and there really wasn't a smell. Jiang gets angry, thinking he really sniffed her feet before she even showered, and was thinking of turning back time somehow. Xu thought it is kind of embarrassing to be sniffed when you haven't showered, although it did smell nice. And looking at Jiang being conflicted, he realized that she is becoming conscious of him. If she didn't like it, she would only be mad, and she wouldn't have come and told him something like that after showering. He then thought of her different versions, how she was a samurai, then a girl with no knowledge. And now, her current behavior is probably from getting comfortable in an unfamiliar environment, and she might not even realize that she is starting to depend on him. He thought of her acting as a sweet girl, but he knows that she wouldn't do something like that. He was working on the armor, thinking he need to make a sleeve within 10 days, and then he will record a second video. He needs to regularly update the fans on the progress, or they will forget about it after a while. Jiang came and asked him if he is not going to sleep, and Xu replied he will sleep in a bit. She tells him to not stay up so late, and if he wants then she can help him too. But Xu said she can help him by not looking so good, as he is just trying to divert his attention. Otherwise, it's difficult for him to look at her running around in her pajamas. Confused, she muttered the words, "Don't look so good." Then, after some time, Xu went outside Jiang's room to check if she is sleeping, but he was not hearing any snoring. He then went inside his room and fall asleep. Then the next day, Xu tells Jiang to keep playing her game, as he is going to head out for a while. As he was inside the cab, he noticed Hao's girlfriend on the other side of the road. He tells the driver to make a U-turn, as he saw 2 acquaintances. Xu take out his phone to click the picture, thinking, who knew that he would become a paparazzi one day. And then, Xu gets shocked, since Hao's girlfriend kissed another girl on the lips. Suddenly, the driver asked him if he is not going to say hi, to which he replied that he contacted them on the phone since it's raining. After a while, Xu was thinking that girls often like to hold hands, hug each other, and even go to the restroom together, but that kiss is something unimaginable. He texted Hao, but he was not responding, so Xu thought he must be working right now. After some time, a boy was working on a computer's motherboard. Suddenly, Xu startled him by saying he need a webcam and that he is so busy that he didn't even realize that he took 2 memory sticks. Xu then tells his friend to give him a decent camera like the one he bought last time, a sound card, and also a pair of headphones. His friend said, so it's for streaming him making chainmail, as that video of his went viral. After Xu returned, he noticed some people outside his building, so he asked his uncle Zhao, what are they doing? He replied, they are preparing to install the electronic access control system, so they are measuring it now, and it will be ready in few days. After a while, Jiang asked what he bought this time and Xu replied, it's for streaming. Xu then asked her about the door gods that were used during her time, to which she replied, they used the one with fiercer appearance. Xu asked if like Jiang He, and Jiang excitedly said yes to it. Xu said, then he will put a Jiang He behind her, which confused Jiang. He said that other live streamers have cute backgrounds, and they have little rabbits and dolls, and a plushy self. Jiang said she has bears, but Xu replied bears are not as useful, and only Jiang He can suppress evil. After measuring the size from different angles, Xu ordered a scroll of Jiang He for them. After he received the order, he gives it to Jiang, saying he will stick that on the door later to ward off the evil stuff. His phone then starts ringing, and it's from Hao. Hao said he was on patrol before, and asked why he was calling. And then to his surprise, Xu asked him if he and Liu have kissed yet. Hao fell silent for a while, and then said they held hands before. Xu asked if the two of them never hugged, to which Hao replied no, not yet. Xu sighed, and tells him to consider breaking up with her. As soon as Jiang heard him saying breaking up, she gets alerted. Xu thought, regardless of whether she is a marriage swindler or just fooling around, she is free to find whoever she likes. But Hao is such an honest good guy, who has his heart set on serving the people, so he doesn't deserve this. Xu said, if they two haven't even hugged, does it really count as being together? To which Hao hesitantly replied, it should count. Xu then tells him to listen calmly, as he will be honest with him, that when he was out in the morning, he saw something. Suddenly, Hao shouted, that happened, and thought, it's hard to accept that they kissed, even though she is a girl too. Xu then makes a joke by saying, how about he try his best to snag them both, but Hao angrily said, he needs to ask her what is going on. Xu added that it can be her little sister or something as well, so he can ask her the next time he meets her. After all, he is the professional when it comes to beating around the bush. Hao said he knew it from the start, as there is no way a pretty lady like her can be interested in him, so he can't run from this any longer. After the call, Jiang suspiciously asked Xu who he was breaking up with. Xu replied he is not breaking up with anyone, he was just advising someone else to do so. It's the one she met previously over a meal, the lady in stockings and a short skirt, and also tells Jiang that he saw her kissing another girl this morning. Jiang starts sweating and screamed, kissing another girl. He then acted like some kind of hero, saying she is certainly weirder than him. Jiang was thinking, why would two girls kiss, and if boyfriend-girlfriend exists, would they be called girlfriend-girlfriend instead? And then she remembered that Xu once said, when your needs are fulfilled, the thoughts of people will be more diverse, which leads to liking some weird stuff. She then sit beside him and asked if it's common for girls to be together. Xu said it's uncommon, but he respects them and their decision. She said she understands, and thought, as for how two girls can reproduce, she won't ask that. While she was in deep thought, Xu was thinking that he used his ID to verify the account used for streaming, and she is able to stream her gameplay now. Even though it shouldn't pose a problem, to be safe, he should appear on the live stream as well, as it's rare for her to have something that she wants to do. She then heard Xu saying that he thought about it for her, that she can stream her games from 7 to 8 every night. It fits nicely into the time after their dinner. They don't usually have things on, and after 8, they can do whatever they want, like watching movies or something else. After a while, the live stream started and they lose the very first battle. Jiang twitched her eyebrows and said, didn't he say that they all are noobs, while Xu was trying to change the topic, as he is a noob himself. He quickly gets up and tells her to play since it's her turn. He then tells her that they are live right now, even though there is nobody watching. She should not dig her nose or whatever, as it will leave a bad impression, and she shouted she wouldn't do that. After some time, she had a beautiful smile on her face as she was doing live stream for the first time. Xu was thinking, someone from the Tang Dynasty is live streaming her gameplay, so life is such a magical thing. While Jiang was playing games, Xu was sitting behind her, thinking, since it's live streaming in his name, he better make an appearance. It just happens that he needs to edit the chainmail video that he recorded yesterday. He saw her on a winning strike and thought, the account she is using doesn't even have any decent equipment, yet she is winning easily, she really is talented. Jiang then noticed him behind her and asked, "Why is he sitting on the couch?" Xu replied, "Because it's his live stream, so he has to be on camera." Then Xu gets an awesome idea, and then he emptied the space behind her. He stand behind her and said he will move his training session to the evening, so he can just stand there for an hour. Suddenly, Jiang noticed that someone just joined her live stream. She gets too happy and shouted, "Someone joined." But then to her surprise, the guy quickly left the chat. He joined again, so she gets happy and said, "They are here again," and the guy left the stream again. She gets angry while thinking, why did they leave as soon as she spoke? The guy joined again and Jiang thought, this person leaves as soon as she speak, so she won't speak anymore. She was not saying anything and was playing the game calmly. Meanwhile, Xu was thinking that it's his first time he stood for such a long time. He is a little tired, but he need to hold out for 20 more minutes. He was releasing a bright aura in his mind, thinking, men are made to last. The guy in the live chat then asked Jiang, what's that behind her? She looked at the comment and said, that's Jiang He. The guy on the other side angrily shakes his screen while shouting, who doesn't know that Jiang He? He is obviously asking about the motionless thing behind her. But as the time was over, Xu gets relaxed, which shocked the guy. He tells Jiang that today's live stream is over, so she ends the stream. She then excitedly tells him that someone was watching. She then happily starts calculating that if she gets 1 viewer a day, then she will have 365 viewers in a year, which means she will be able to sell a lot of salted vegetables to these people. But then she remembered that she hasn't even opened up a store yet. Xu tells her to not start calculating so early since 1 or 2 viewers are useless, and she might not even get any for tomorrow's stream. While he was explaining that once she will start losing on the higher levels, no one will watch, but she was not listening to him and said maybe they will come again tomorrow. She then asked him if they are making dumplings for dinner, and Xu replied, yes, that's right, since eating dumplings during Qingming is a must. After a while, Jiang was rolling the pin to make dumplings, while Xu was mixing the stuffing. But then to her surprise, he quickly kissed her on the cheek. She looked at him, but he looked away from her. But then, Jiang said that she never thought it would be like this, so Xu asked what she meant. She replied, like this, she was using the rolling pin while he helped mix the stuffing, and then secretly kiss her. She then remembered her past, when every day she had to fight to survive. And now, the kitchen, the house, and life. It feels like she has left all of that behind in the blink of an eye. She then gets startled as she heard Xu asking what is on her mind. She said she was thinking of the kitchen they had in her time was made of mud bricks. They would first put the river mud inside the mold, and then let it dry into bricks. But then Xu tells her a poem that when the strong autumn winds blow, so does the grass, which is such a woe. She gets surprised and asked if he is capable of composing poems as well. Xu answered no, as that was by Du Fu, a genius composer from Tang Dynasty, while showing her his information on the phone. Xu said he was already considered a genius during her time, and in the year 755, Du Fu became a counselor of the military, where he oversaw the keeping of armor and logistics. When he returned home in November, he hears wails from within his house. It turned out that his youngest son died of starvation. He then came up with the famous phrase, as the mansions stink of meat and booze, the streets are lined with corpses with shoes. Xu continued that in the same year, the Anxi rebellion began, which was perpetrated by Akushan and Shishiming. But then Jiang tells him to stop, and that's enough. She thought if she didn't come over, would it have been a chaotic world when she reached her 40s, and how everyone in the village survived those hard times. She then looked at Xu and tells him to kiss her. He didn't even waste a second and immediately kissed her. He said, it's all in the past, be it good or bad, it all happened 1,000 years ago. He continued that 1,000 years is neither long nor short. Perhaps the next 1,000 years will be totally different for all he know. On the scale of human history, it is but a hot minute, and yet it is an eternity to humans. He then gets depressed, saying he give up since he couldn't do the fillings like Jiang. He looked at her while thinking, no matter what, she seems like a proper housewife, and no one could say that she used to be a warrioress. Xu said the way she looked now is great, so Jiang asked if she looked better now or when she practiced swordplay. Xu knows he is in trouble, as no matter what he say, she will get mad at him. He quickly stood up and said he liked them all, of course, he like her in any shape or form. He said he will boil the water and thought he escaped the situation he was in. But as he was preparing the water, he heard her asking, "What about when she is hitting him? Does he like it too?" He looked back and asked if she wants to live stream herself play acting while hitting him, and the title would be called 108 Ways to Beat Up Xu Qing. Her eyes sparkled as she asked if she can really do that, but Xu instantly refused, saying she can't. After some time, Jiang was sadly looking at the dumpling she was holding. After taking a bite, she said that second miss would only eat until she was half full, and she wanted the peaceful times to last as long as possible. She can't believe that it only lasted just 20 more years. She was too sad when she heard Xu saying that her second miss extended her golden age though. She treated her so well, and if she were to live a fulfilling life in his era, her second miss would definitely be very happy. Jiang gets happy after hearing that and said, "Really?" After a while, Xu said that a few decades ago, when there were still landowners, one such owner hired Feng Shui master to look at his house. The master looked at his house with his Feng Shui compass and said that the location was great. The place had good Feng Shui and many scholars would be born on this land. Later on, the house was demolished, and in its place, Zhongdian High School was constructed, and the school indeed produced countless scholars. Jiang gets shocked and asked if Feng Shui really that magical. And when he mentioned comparing their bazi at his house, is that one accurate? But Xu said she doesn't know her birth date, so they cannot compare their bazi. Suddenly, he starts laughing and makes fun of him while saying she believes everything he say. But Jiang shook her head and said that's not true, and she only believes in things that she wants to. Xu was working on his chainmail, so Jiang asked if he has enough metal rings to finish. Xu replied he doesn't think so and asked why, so she tells him that she wants to make a basket out of these. Metal baskets are sturdier than bamboo ones. As long as she lines the interior with a piece of cloth, she will be able to use it for groceries. Xu imagined her doing that and thought, honestly, it's a good idea. But then Jiang said, if there are not enough of these, then forget about it. Xu then smiled cheerfully while saying, they might not have enough metal on hand, but they can get one made totally out of bamboo. 2 days later, the delivery arrived and they opened the parcel. Xu said the pajamas he bought before also arrived with the basket. He was thinking about how just getting one set of pajamas is enough. After all, he will be moving into the master bedroom when it's summertime, so he will buy a new set then. He then looked at Jiang with the basket, who asked if it's looking good on her, and Xu replied it totally does. He was thinking about how as a competent future wife, it is necessary for her to have her own grocery basket. After some time, while they were returning from the grocery shopping, Xu noticed someone playing basketball. He looked at the boy and said, that's Uncle Zhao's grandson. His name is Zhao Yu. Xu went close to him and asked if he can borrow the basketball for a second. Yu gets happy after seeing Xu and happily shouted it's big brother. Xu took the ball and showed his moves to him, and then easily put the ball in the basket. Yu gets too excited after seeing his moves and asked if he can fly, to which Xu said he can't, but that big sister over there can. He pointed at Jiang while she looked confused. Xu asked Yu if he wants big sister to put on a show, and he excitedly said yes. Xu gave the ball to Jiang and tell her to copy the move he just pulled, while Yu was looking at her with sparkling eyes. Jiang started dribbling while Xu thought, it's a pity that the warrioress is unable to understand just how cool it was to pull off that dunk. He then noticed her moving with speed and jumped like she was flying. Both Xu and Yu's jaws dropped after seeing her jumping like that, and Xu took a picture of her. Xu then returned the ball to Yu, who was still shocked, and then they quickly left. When they returned home, Jiang tells him that she bought a new piece of string when they were out, and he can hang this around his neck now. She then showed him a locket and said it's for him. Xu asked if it's some kind of token of love, and Jiang said it's not. Jiang thought that modern people don't seem to hand jade pieces around their waists anymore, so she ties it around his neck. She tells him to not lose it, and Xu said this is the piece that she has been wearing for a long time, so can she really bear to give it to him? He smiled and asked if there is any special significance behind it, and Jiang replied no, there isn't. She thought she has been wearing this piece of jade since she was young. Second Miss told her to give this as a token if she met a good man. If it was someone from the same village, then she should keep it for emergencies, and exchange it for money if there is a need. When she first came over, she wanted to give this to Xu as a means to repay him, but he refused, and now that they are in a relationship, she will still give it to him after all. She then looked at Xu staring at it, so she asked him the reason for that. He said he is just checking to see if there are any words inscribed on it, for example, Miss Jiang He or something like that. He then put it under his t-shirt while saying, there's nothing written on it. After a while, when Jiang was in front of the computer, he puts a chair near her. She looked at him with suspicion because she knows that he is up to no good. And just as she expected, he lifted her legs and put them on his lap. Jiang thought she will let him have his way since she is in long pants. She then asked Xu if there is any way to obtain equipment beside buying it with money. He said the majority of it requires money, while they do give a piece or two during events, but she really doesn't need it while grinding through the dungeons. But in the PvP arena, she will either wear lousy equipment, like a Christmas hat, and still rise through the ranks as proof of her skill, or she would use equipment and skill to rise even higher. Jiang said spending money isn't worth it since she has not lost yet, but Xu replied that she will know the importance of having good equipment in the future. She then asked him about the Christmas hat and if it's to celebrate the birth of a saint. Xu explained it's a festival celebrated by Westerners every year where an old man would wear that hat and red outfit, and stuff present in everyone's stockings. Xu continued that he met him once when he was younger and later on, when that old man was getting too old, he handed his business to him and appointed him as his successor. So if there's anything she wants, she can wear that pair of long and silky stockings, and he will stuff her presents into it. She looked at him with a weird face while realizing that he is up to no good. She thought to be touched by this rascal while wearing that kind of stockings, and then she gets too flustered while saying, no way in hell. She tells him that stockings are out of the question, but she can wear the hat for him, and Xu tells her to make a promise. She promised him while thinking that she seemed to have agreed to something weird, but whatever, he can't beat her anyways. Xu then tells her that she can change her loadout in the PvP area, and once she wins enough matches, she will be able to upgrade her equipment. The main stat to look out for in her outfits and equipment is attack speed and offsets, so remember to not go for strength, and he repeated 3 times. But Jiang said strength requires gold coins, and she grinded those coins from defeating all those monsters, so of course she won't upgrade strength. Xu blushed after seeing her expressions, thinking her game business is on the right track, and now he won't have to worry about her sneaking out in the middle of the night. Jiang looked at Xu and thought, if she can't go back, it doesn't seem that bad to stay there and see how Xu will trick her. Then the next day, Hao was telling Xu that he asked Liu out for a chat, and his analysis was spot on. She spilled the beans the moment he hinted that he knew something was up, and she said that her family was pressuring her, and that. But Xu tells him to stop, and what does he mean by spilling the beans, as it makes her sound like a villain or something. He then heard Hao saying, in any case, his first love was over before it even began, and tells him to not say anything to his father. Hao continued, he always felt that something was up, but he couldn't tell what the problem was exactly. But anyway, it's better that they are no longer entangled with each other. He then asked Xu to answer him, why did he bump into something like that, and why it has to be him. But before he could say more, Xu tells him to stay positive. After Xu cut the call, he noticed that something is wrong with Jiang. He went close to her and asked what she was looking at, and she replied, she is just playing games. Xu thought that sneaky reaction is similar to him, as he used to look like that when his classmates shared good-looking pictures with him. Jiang tells him to go away and not talk to her as she needs to concentrate on grinding. Xu blushed while thinking, it doesn't matter if she is angry, ignorant, happy, or irritated, the warrioress is always so good looking. After some time, Jiang gets ready as it's time for her to do her streaming. And as soon as she started the stream, 3 viewers joined instantly. Jiang was playing her game while Xu was in his training position. She was too focused on playing that she was not looking at the chats. A user named Lan Kyuda asked what's going on and if he is lagging. She replied he doesn't, it's just that she is playing the game. He said he knows that she is playing games, but what is that thing behind her? And another one replied that it's Zhangqi, so Lan Kyuda left the stream. But he joined the stream again, thinking he couldn't help but want to figure out what the hell is going on, as there is no nonsense, no background, only one person playing games. There's Zhangqi posing menacingly on the door, and there's a person standing in a strange pose. At least, it should be a person, because if it's a wax figure, it's way too realistic. And then the guy shouted, it blinked. He asked in the chat if anyone saw that the guy just blinked, but others didn't believe him, saying, it's just a wax figure. Jiang noticed the comments and revealed that behind her is a person, and he is being punished to stand and cannot move. The guys asked how long does he have to stand, and this position should be the Huoji, a fist that has been lost for a long time, and one requests her to play some music. She looked at Xu, who winks at her, so she realized that he wants her to make her own decision. While she was turning on the music, Xu was thinking that it's a good thing that there aren't too much people in the stream, as it's not chaotic and messy. Then 1 hour later, Xu was saying that it's not bad, since the number of people in the stream broke through double digits, so it's a big improvement. Jiang then suddenly gets too happy and shouted, someone gifted her Coca-Cola. Xu said it's a good start and congrats her for making her first few cents from stream. He gave her a Coke while saying he will also gift her a can of cold Coke. She then gets sad while saying, but the viewers are all only curious about what he is doing, and no one is watching her play games. Xu said it's normal because she hasn't reached a high rank yet, so him standing there can help her attract traffic and keep the audience. Xu then tells her to record her play in the area next time, so if she encountered any famous streamers and defeats them by luck, it will be even better. He thought, if she doesn't buy equipment and continued to wear the trash stuff, then it will be impossible to continue her winning streak. Jiang took a sip of the Coke and then excitedly said, alright, if she meet any famous streamers, she will beat them up. Xu was thinking that his last movie review was uploaded last week, so he need to get more content for his movie review account. He thought he can scroll through the movie catalog with the warrioress, so he said, since it's 8 p.m., so let's cuddle and watch a movie. Jiang asked, why does they have to cuddle if they are watching a movie, and he happily said, because that's how couples watch a movie together. She muttered, the lights have to be off, right, and also, she want to take a shower before watching. Inside the bathroom, she was holding a pajama, thinking she won't have to worry about him lifting her skirt if she were to change into this new set of pajamas. Surely, he must know that she won't dare to hit him for real, and hence, she must be even more vigilant than ever. After changing, she thought that these clothes are way too short, as there is almost no difference from wearing the original set of pajamas, and if he suddenly licks her, what would she do? From early on, he expressed his intention to lick her, and now that she is clean and fresh out of the shower, he really might. But then she heard Xu asking, why is she still standing over there, and she replied, she was thinking of hugging Winter Melon while watching. She went near the couch and to Xu's surprise, she gave Winter Melon to him. He asked, why is she giving Winter Melon to him, as she was the one who wants to hug him, but she replied, it's his to hug. She glared at him and then pulled him towards her. He asked what she is doing, and then to his surprise, she picked his legs, saying she wants to hug his legs too. Xu was crying, thinking, in order to not let him touch her legs, she's making the first move. She really became smart, and all he did was sniff a little last time. She asked him about the movie, like what movie is this? Xu tells her the title and explained, this movie talks about a time with many feuding clans, though it is different from the time that she is from. The clans follow a set of rules, which are more that what normal people are used to forming their own small circle. And then a thought crossed Xu's mind, so he tells Jiang that perhaps it was this piece of jade that made her jump through space-time, and it will transport her back when there will be lightning. She said it's not possible, since it's just an ordinary piece of jade. But Xu replied, that's how the novels usually go, it might be hiding an old man or some secret martial art in it, and it might awaken if he were to stuff it in his mouth when his gums bleed. Jiang gets scared and tells him to put it somewhere else, and what if it really brings him back to her time? Xu replied, if it really does, shouldn't he pass this back to her, so that she can go back? She fell silent and was trying to find an answer. But then Xu hugged her while saying, he was just joking, as magical things like that don't exist. And above all, he won't return this to her, since it's his now. He pats her head, while Jiang was thinking that when she came there that day, she was just walking through a forest and somehow ended up in this steel city. She thought, it seems like this piece of jade has nothing to do with it at all. And it's also nice to live like this forever. Xu looked at her face and smiled while thinking, she is completely off to dreamland. Looking at her right now, Xu wondered, how can she claim to be a martial artist when she lets her guard down like this? He leaned down to kiss her while thinking, he used to dream of setting off on his own adventure to see what this management world had to offer. But now, with this warm lady in his arms, he just wants to stay at home and hug her all day. Xu checked the time and thought, since she is in such a deep sleep, he should carry her to her room. imagining that surely she will be touched when she wakes up tomorrow and will beg for him to move into the master bedroom with her. He thought that it's fortunate that he has been training his strength, or he wouldn't be able to princess carry her. Xu was guessing her weight, thinking that she really is light, not even 50 kg. Meanwhile, Jiang was pretending to sleep. Xu take her inside the room and put her down and noticed her pouting. He then tells her to stop acting, as this is considered entrapment. She gets up and asked what does he mean, so he explained it means that she is making him have the impression that she is asleep and he would take the opportunity to do something. And then she would suddenly catch him in the act. He then grabbed her leg and start massaging it. Jiang gets flustered and pushed him away, asking why is he touching. Xu replied, this way it doesn't count as him taking advantage of her anymore, and then he left after saying goodbye. After going outside, Xu was thinking of writing the movie review while it is still fresh in his brain. After some time, Jiang was secretly looking at him from behind the door. She then asked him if he is not heading to bed yet, to which Xu replied he is preparing to. She then looked at the Coke can and gets angry, thinking she asked if he wanted a straw earlier, and he said that using one will make men look too feminine. Xu then gets up and asked if she is unable to sleep because she just took a nap. But she said it's not that. She tells him to make sure to sleep early and then quickly ran inside her room. Xu blushed while thinking she has learned to care about when she go to bed. Combined with his training and leading a disciplined life, he should be full of energy, even if he live till 80. Then the next morning, Jiang was doing her martial arts training, while Xu was watching her do that. He then asked Jiang if she knows the exorcism swordplay. She looked at him with a confused expression and said she doesn't. She then went near him, as Xu was showing her a video for that. They saw a video of a girl doing swordplay. She looked at him and said this is a game and she can't split mountains in half yet, but Xu tells her to try performing the move. In reality, the exorcism swordplay is the butt tilt swordplay. She refused immediately after seeing the video, saying she doesn't know how. Xu starts begging, saying that it's quite easy and he will make breakfast for her, but Jiang said she will make it herself. And then he decides to use his most dangerous skill and sit on the ground. He starts crying while shouting that he will do the laundry, will do the dishes, and also help her do the grinding. She looked at him with narrowed eyes and thought, he's just going to be looking anyways. She turns her head away, and Xu noticed that his plan is working. She sighed and then agreed to try performing it, and Xu starts jumping with joy. He was about to play the video, but then Jiang snatched the phone and put it inside her pocket. Xu then noticed her going away from him, which confused him. She then took the stance and starts performing the swordplay. After a while, she looked at Xu acting strange and asked, what's wrong? He said it's nothing much while thinking, how did someone come up with such a pervy form of swordplay? He thought it's embarrassing, as he can't stand and can't sit. He then tells her that he is feeling a little unwell, so she can cook today and he will cook tomorrow. Jiang thought he is stuffing his nose with tissues, so asking him to cook in that state is a little ridiculous. While having breakfast, Xu was thinking about how he will have to be more careful in the future, as his sense of danger is all messed up with his pervy thoughts. After some time, he tells her to read her book while he will do the grinding for her. Watching her reading books, Xu thought that it's much better than letting her interact with her nonsensical audience. Xu then remembered that the access control system on the main entrance has been installed, so he tells Jiang that he is going outside for a while, as there is something he has to do. After going out, he went to her Auntie Cheng and said he wants an access key too, so she tells him to fill out the form first. He said he will fill out the form for his girlfriend as well, so Auntie Cheng asked why didn't she come with him. Xu said he was out for a walk and ended up there, so he took the opportunity to get this settled, since there is no need to waste a trip just to get the access key. Auntie Cheng then checked the information and said she is only 19, so she can't get married this year. Xu gets startled by that and asked who said that they are getting married this year, and she replied it's just what she thinks. Xu replied they haven't dated for that long yet, also she has no kin in her hometown, so they are unable to get her ID processed, so he will have to accompany her back to her hometown when he is free. She said all the best to him and tells him to add Jiang to his family registry, as that girl is a good catch, and she knows how to manage a household. She then gives him the access keys while saying she can't wait to receive their wedding invitation. Xu then came back and gave one key to Jiang and explained that from the next month onwards, she will have to use this to get in and out. He then tells her about his conversation with Auntie Cheng, and that she wants them to get married this year, which makes her flustered. He then sit on the sofa while saying she is just 19, so even the law doesn't allow them to get married yet. She muttered, so she can't get married at 19. Xu added that she will probably be considered an old lady if she were to get married at this age during her time. But she gets angry after hearing that and asked, who is he calling an old lady? After some time, Xu noticed her sword and gets an idea. He picked it up and requests her to teach him some elegant swordplay, so Jiang asked if he is sure. Xu was thinking that he really had no interest in martial arts. He wouldn't have caught all of the ancient martial arts drama and uploaded about them since his university days. She looked at him with a doubtful expression and said, let's eat first. After some time, she was teaching him how to use a sword, telling him that he needs to concentrate his force at the tip of the sword. Xu was thinking about the times when he sued to practice wielding a sword. Jiang explained once he will have a good grasp on wrist techniques, he can start on learning the techniques, like stabbing, striking, and Xu nervously asked if they fight on instinct. She then gets into her evil mode and starts saying stuff like how she doesn't even need to put any thought in striking him down once he points his sword at her. Xu looked at her expression and tells her to stop saying such scary stuff, as he is just learning this for fun, and he is not going to point this at someone else. He said this is something that is fun for him, just like scrolling through short-form videos is an interest of his. After some time, Xu was thinking that after training for more than an hour, he seemed to be more tired than he thought he would be. He then decides to take a break and work on his chain mail. He was thinking of how his life become very fulfilled since uploading videos, reviewing movies, trading stocks, and practicing martial arts. Each one needs time for growth. But fortunately, it's all semi-entertained, so he can enjoy it with Jiang. Then, the time come for Jiang's livestream, and as always, Xu was still standing behind her, doing his training. The users were still talking about him, saying he is in the same position as yesterday, and it could be that he hasn't moved the whole day. Jiang tells him that they are saying he hasn't moved the whole day, but Xu was not responding to her and thought, a bunch of mortals, they know nothing about strengthening the body. Crouch like a bow, stand like a pine, no moving, no shaking, sit like a bell, rush like a gust of wind. He thought that he is now a pine tree, and as they all know, a tree cannot move. A guy in the chat asked Jiang, why is the boy behind him ignoring her? She said, because he doesn't like to talk, he just likes to stand still, he is a martial arts maniac. Xu thought it's not bad, she learned how to talk nonsense, and wondered if she learned it from him. The new users were talking, if anyone's seen him move, and why does he look like a mannequin? The guy from before was saying, he tried imitating the stance a few days ago, and he couldn't handle it after only a few minutes. But then, Jiang seriously started explaining that this should not be practiced randomly, as doing it wrong can harm their body. She said that he did the wrong stance for a long time at the beginning, and she corrected him many times before he got to the point where he is now. She was thinking that the number of viewers is around 20, and it takes time for crops to mature, so as long as she works hard, hundreds or thousands of people will come to watch. She thought that her current task is to play the game well and win every duel while wearing an ugly hat. Suddenly, one of the viewers said he just realized that the streamer seemed to hasn't lost yet, which shocked the others. Xu then noticed his phone ringing, so he picked it up and noticed that it's from Wang Zai. Suddenly, everyone starts commenting that he moved, he's alive, and it's a little scary when he looks at them. While Xu was wondering why everyone seemed to be there for him, since this stream is Jiang playing games, he saw that Wang Zai joined the stream. He sends a reward to Jiang's stream, while Xu was in shock. Wang commented that if he stand for another hour, then he will send a few more rewards, and the others agreed with him, saying that they want to know how long can he stand. Jiang tells him that this user wants him to stand for another hour, while Xu was thinking that Wang is looking for a beating. He then angrily leaves while saying he is not doing it, and Jiang tells the viewers the same. He saw her getting sad, so he tried to escape the situation by saying people wanted to see him standing still, there is something wrong with that. He explained that the main point is her playing games, so they should focus on her playing, and Jiang said, it's true. Xu then leaves angrily while muttering, he will scold Wang Zai to death. Jiang then asked him, how much was that gift just now, and Xu said about 100 yuan, but she will get around 30% of it, which shocked her. He explained that she didn't sign a contract, so the platform will have to take a commission, and if she does well, they will send an offer to ask her to sign the contract. He then asked Jiang if she recorded it, since she can still earn money if people watch it after it gets uploaded. He then happily tells her that from now on, they will be the colleagues. He tells her to upload the video of today's stream, since it can attract people to watch the future live streams. He said it's something that she need to learn anyways, so he will teach her how to do it. He was thinking that taking a step back, even if she wants to sign a contract, he would be the one signing it. After all, the stream is under his name. However, there are too many rules and regulations in signing the contract, and you are required to stream a certain amount of hour, so it's troublesome to think about. There are roughly 3 different paths one can choose from. First, sign a contract directly, in which you get a basic salary and recommendation, lots of resources, and a reasonable share of gifts. Second, sign a contract with a brokerage company. There are usually a lot of pitiful like this, and the revenue platform will take half of it first, and the rest will be given to the brokerage company. And third is a free person, where one can broadcast wherever they want, is completely free. But there are not many promotional resources. The gift split is big, but the advantage is freedom. He thought that they are playing around right now to get her familiar with it, and when the time comes for the contract, she can try to be the food streamer she wants to be. Jiang then asked Xu if he wants to try standing for half an hour in tomorrow's stream, and in the remaining half hour work on his chainmail. Xu thought about it and then tells her to forget it, since it's not very interesting to watch. He said that manual work is boring, and only a half sleeve has been made till now, so no one will know what they are doing. She gets impressed, saying that he thought it through like always, and Xu said he is also thinking a lot now, much more than before. He said she even learned to talk nonsense, to which she smiled happily and said she is going to be his colleague. Xu then gets serious and said he learned her martial arts, she learned his craft, so it would make sense to call each other master. He said that she should address him as master from now on, but she tells him to stop being so weird. Xu added that she really doesn't know the joy and asked what does he want to call him, to which she said she will call him Xu. But then he quickly went close to her and asked then what will she call him after they get married. She gets flustered and was about to say husband, but then stopped herself and said they will see when the time comes. Xu then gets happy after looking at her expression, and gets excited just by thinking about it. Then, 2 days later, Xu is going somewhere while thinking that only through diligent practice, one can become proficient in the skill or arts. Suddenly, he heard Wang Zai shouting that his father is there. Hao was also with Wang, who said that in just 2 months, he got fatter again. But Xu tells him to shut up, since this is called being robust. Wang asked Xu about his live stream and what exactly has he been practicing. Hao gets confused listening to all that, while Wang was saying that he tried it too, but collapsed in just a few minutes. Hao then tells them to stop talking, and asked about what this sunflower manual is. Xu gets serious and said it's a long story. He went to the park one morning and saw an old man doing exercise there. He asked him if it's useful, and he said it is, but he didn't believe it, so the old man tells him to try hitting him then. Wang interrupted, saying then he paid 80,000 yuan for injuring that old man. But Xu tells him to not interrupt. Hao then stopped both of them from arguing. He then challenged Xu to an arm wrestle match, saying he wants to see the magic of the martial arts he has been practicing. Xu agreed and tells him to not cry when he loses, which made Hao a little angry. The arm wrestle match begins, and then to Hao's surprise, he felt that something is wrong, as he couldn't take him down in one go. Xu was completely unfazed by it, and if wanted, he could have defeated him in a second. Meanwhile, Wang was acting as a referee, telling them to use more force. And then, the long-awaited moment came, one defeated another. As soon as Xu lost, Wang makes fun of him and said, it seems like the godly martial arts are nothing more than that. Xu brushed it off while saying, Hao is worthy of being the guardian of the people as he still can't beat him. But Hao was confused, thinking, how come there isn't a feeling of winning at all, and wondered if Xu lost on purpose. He then asked Xu what kind of godly medicine did he eat. After hearing him say that, Xu fell silent for a moment. And then he gets serious and continued his old man's story, but Hao calls that bullshit. Wang then tells Hao that it isn't complete nonsense and then showed him a video of Xu. It was from Jiang's stream, where Xu was performing martial arts. Wang shouted at Xu, saying he is sure that it's martial arts, as his pose exudes an aura of righteousness. Xu checked the time and thought it's time for Jiang's stream, while Hao and Wang were having a discussion about meeting a real martial artist in this age. Wang then points at him while shouting, he just lined the table with a tissue, since when does he exhibit such girly behavior? He said that Xu definitely mastered the sunflower manual. But Xu angrily replied that his clothes are new and this table is dirty, so why wouldn't he do that? In reality, he was thinking that they won't understand, that this was given to him by his girlfriend after extensive bargaining with the street vendor. But then Wang held his hands and begged him to teach him as well. But Xu showed him the reality by saying that he is weak, his foundation is poor, his body condition is bad, and he will crumble after a short training session. But then he points at Hao, saying he can learn though, but Hao refused and said he would rather do 200 push-ups or shadow box than to maintain that pose for an hour. He then tells them to stop saying nonsense and then gets up to get some food. Hao then asks them if they are drinking, and if yes, then he will help them, but then he suddenly stopped and freezes on the spot. Xu wondered why is he so nervous all of a sudden, and what did he exactly see? Xu gazed back a little and finds some men drinking and having fun, so he wondered if Hao is looking at those three guys. Xu thought he should not make any rash moves. Meanwhile, Wang was shivering with fear and was not saying anything. Hao then tells Xu to go and get the food instead, as he has something else to do. Hao then noticed 4 men walking past those 3 guys. He also gets up and starts walking in their direction. And as soon as they all reached near, they flipped the table and pinned all of them down. Wang noticed this all and asked Xu if they need to run, but Xu said there is no need for that. Hao and the other police officers then took the criminals away. He looked back and tells them to meet another time, with a cheerful smile. Wang said, from the looks of it, it seems like he will get merit for that, and Xu also agreed with him. Xu was thinking that it's different from what is shown on television. The plot usually has him shouting freeze before the other person flips the table. Wang remembered Hao's expression and said they were just hanging out and having a good time. But even he felt Hao's killing intent when he got serious. He couldn't move at all. Xu tells him to cheer up while saying, let's just get him to treat them as compensation next time. Xu then remembered how he too froze when he first saw Jiang drew her sword, and he would still get unsettled when she points the sword at him during training. He is not afraid now, just used to it. Meanwhile, Wang was thinking about Xu and Hao, that one is a rising star in the online world, while the other became a guardian of the city, like the kind one would see on television. While on the other hand, he is just same as before, wandering around aimlessly with nothing to his name. Xu looked at his expression and thought about cheering him up. He asked him in a cheerful voice, would eating pig's kidney improve his own, if it had kidney deficiency? Wang then gets into a deep thought, while Xu was enjoying looking at him, and then he tells him to not send gifts in the stream, since they are doing it for fun and the platform takes a cut for free. After some time, Xu reached home and saw Jiang sitting on a couch. He went close to her and asked if she is unhappy because he didn't catch her live stream. She sadly replied that they were all there to watch him, and they were asking where he was, and no one was watching the stream when he wasn't around. Xu couldn't believe that those dumbass viewers were all there just to see him stand still. He then looked at Jiang and wondered if she is acting coy right now. He hugged her while she was asking if grinding is all she is good for. Suddenly she mistakenly hit his chin while going back. She asked him if he went drinking again, as he is stinking. She then tells him that she just showered, so don't make her smelly like himself, or the bed will stink too. She was thinking that having his scent around makes her feel like he's right beside her, while Xu thought he shouldn't stink that much just from drinking beer. After some time, Xu was taking a shower while thinking she has learned how to fuss about others, and she doesn't let him hug her after he went drinking, though she restrains herself while giving him a smack. He wondered if it's an innate talent that all females are born with. After coming out, he tells Jiang that he saw somebody getting arrested today, and the one arresting them had an imposing posture. His whole body was relaxed while his neck and shoulders were tense, and one could tell that he was ready to fight, and asked Jiang if she has ever experienced such a moment. She then gets serious and gave him a murderous look, asking if he is ready to fight, which scared Xu. She then asked him with a smile if it was like that. Xu starts laughing while his whole body was shivering, and he now understand why that big black dog decided to turn tail and run. He was about to leave, but then he turned back and said, "It's not quite right, and it wasn't like this when she first pointed her sword at him." Jiang calmly replied, "It's because all he intended to do was to give her an umbrella at that time." After a while, he was thinking of all the things he had done, like tricking her into holding hands, drying her hair, hug and kiss her, and wondered if he was dancing with death all this time. He then heard Jiang saying that he hasn't touched her hands in a long time. He quickly went close to her and said, "Let him hold her hand now." He thought, it is true that he has been touching her hands less, since he has been thinking of ways to touch her legs, so he decides to teach her to edit videos, since he can hold her hands while doing that. He then asked her if that was her killing intent just now, and Jiang replied no, it's just that he is too sensitive to danger. She explained, it's like how she doesn't feel any danger when she is with him, but when she bump into that policeman, she would naturally be cautious. Xu thought, even though Hao wouldn't harm Jiang, but from his perspective, she indeed has a murky history, so he won't go easy on her. Xu asked why did she scare him if she is not afraid of him, so Jiang replied, because he is the one who wanted to see what it was like. Xu went close to her lips to kiss her, but then she pushed his face away, saying, he still reeks of alcohol. Xu reminds her that she forced herself on him when she was drunk, to which Jiang said, he can force himself on her too, if he can beat her in a fight. Xu felt frustrated after hearing that, since there is nothing he can do about that. Later at night, he was reading a book, thinking, it's been more than 2 years since he last sat down and relaxed while reading. He then covered his face with the book and starts thinking about Jiang, how she has begun tightening her leash on him, and this is definitely not a good sign. The implication is that he will have to either not drink, or he won't be able to kiss her after drinking alcohol. And if he wants to do both, then he will have to suppress her strength, but that's basically impossible, even though the thought of it makes him excited. She looked back and asked him if he fall asleep. She went near him, while Xu was thinking about how he can't just let her push him around, otherwise, it will be all over when they will be sleeping in the same room. She then sits near him and starts staring at him. Meanwhile, Xu was wondering what she is planning to do. She then asked him if this is entrapment. But Xu said she can't just learn the wrong meaning of words, as entrapment is when he has a plot, and she pretends to sleep and see if he would do something. She asked, what kind of plot is he talking about? So Xu explained that she wouldn't secretly kiss him, and even if she did, he wouldn't resist, so it does not count. Only when he is unwilling, and she is more than willing, it will count. She understands that, and starts leaving while thinking, watching him sleep just now really made her want to bite his lips a little. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind and she asked, what if she wants to secretly beat him up when he is sleeping, so will it count? But Xu said it won't, since she can't beat him secretly, as he would wake up the moment she hits him. He then grabbed her hand and said, even if she knock him down and then proceed to secretly beat him, he will still know, since when he will wake up, his whole body will hurt. Therefore, there is no way to do that secretly, and it's different from when he touches her legs, since she wouldn't know a thing when she will wake up. He then asked her, why does she even want to secretly beat him up, to which Jiang replied, it's just a question. He was playing with her hands, so Jiang thought that it actually feels kind of good to be touched like that. Suddenly, she starts wondering, why is she having this thought, and realized that it's because Xu's face is covered. She thought that his guy usually looks like he is enjoying it way too much, so it's so much better when she can't see his face. She then quickly removed her slippers and then lie beside him. She thought that laying there with the person you like through the night, it is really comfortable. Xu tried to remove the book from his face, but she put it back and tells him to not move. He asked why is she acting all weird, but she said it's not weird in the slightest. She was thinking, if Xu's face wasn't covered, he would have already made all sorts of moves on her, so covering his face makes her feel so much safer. Meanwhile, Xu was wondering if she get addicted to this because it was too comfortable the last time they cuddled like this, or did she use the book to cover his face and pretended that he is asleep. She thought she really wants to fall asleep like this, but just then she opened her eyes as she realized something. Xu heard her shouting, she won't get pregnant from sleeping on the sofa, right? He then asked her if she didn't watch any adult videos, but she angrily shouted, why would she look at that stuff? He asked if her second miss didn't teach her how babies are born, to which she tells him to shut up and said she taught her everything. Xu realized that her second miss didn't get the chance to teach her about that. Maybe she was waiting for Jiang to get married first. Xu tells her that she will get pregnant if she continues moving like that, but Jiang muttered, she is feeling a little hot. Xu gets angry and asked, what kind of impure words are those? After some time, he tells her that he will buy a fan for her so she can use it in the afternoon, as it's not good for her health to be under AC in this kind of weather. She said okay to it and thought, his arms are so cool and comfortable. Xu asked if she is afraid of the heat, to which Jiang replied that she feel a little dry, as if a small fire is warming the bottom of her heart, and it make her want to fidget. Then, after a while, Jiang suddenly gets up and said, no more. She grabbed the mouse while saying, if only she could fidget around. This guy said that she will get pregnant if she move around though, so she wants to see if that true or not. Xu then looked at her making notes of something, while she searched how to get pregnant on the web. Xu went close to her and tells her that touching her feet won't lead to pregnancy. To which Jiang replied of course she knows that, because if touching feet could get one pregnant, the world would have been filled with people already. He then tells her that not everything she sees on the internet is correct, it's just like liking shoes, as it's actually weird and normal people aren't like that. Only when you are really into someone, it actually happens. She looked at him with a disappointed expression and asked if he is finally admitting that he has a thing for shoes. Xu thought, this is just liking shoes, it's not even someone else's, it's hers, so she replied yes, he does. But then he explained to her that the time when he hid her wooden sandals was because they were antiques. And after selling those, he would have been able to buy a big house with farmland, and she could have farmed to her heart's content. But Jiang said, why would she still be farming if she had a big house? So Xu asked what she meant by that. She explained that she would hire someone to tend the fields, and Xu thought, it's true that every farmer has the dream of being a landlord. He then tells her that he is heading to bed first, and reminds her to not blindly trust everything she sees on the internet. Inside his room, Xu was thinking about how people from ancient times seemed to have an unspeakable fear of childbirth, because during that time, giving birth was like flirting with death. And asking the question, the mom or the child, just the thought of it chills him to the bone. Regardless of the era, childbirth still poses some sort of risk to the mother, even though it is as low as possible nowadays. Suddenly, he heard Jiang knocking on the door for the first time in the middle of the night. He thought, even though he expected this to happen sooner or later, could this be the moment, right after searching up questions about childbirth? He opened the door and she asked him if he has another tube of the cream. Meanwhile, he was in his own world, thinking about the stuff that is going to happen. But then, Jiang asked him why is he staring at her like that, so he came back to his senses. He showed the tubes online, and Jiang gets shocked and said the one that Auntie gave was this expensive. Xu tells her that she can call her mom instead of Auntie now, which makes her flustered. Xu ordered the cream for her hands, and while she was leaving, she noticed that he was not going inside. She then pushed him inside and tells him to go to bed. She then go back to her room and sighed after locking the door. She then thought about how having their arms touching was comfortable, and there was a moment when she wanted to rip his shirt off. But then she shook her head, saying that she is a warrioress, so she can't do such things. Then the next morning, Xu was practicing swordplay. After a while, he gets a call from Hao, saying he discovered that when he is with them, he always bumps into someone for him to arrest. But Xu replied that this is just a case of a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Hao calls this nonsense and said it's true, and then gives some previous examples, and Xu asked if he is sure that he doesn't have just a foul mouth. He replied that his words are worth in gold, so Xu tells him to just fish out a gold piece. The next time he will be broke. Xu asked about the people Hao arrested last night, to which Hao said they were just swindlers. Xu thought, judging by his reaction, it's difficult to believe that those people were just mere swindlers. It was as though he met his mortal enemies. Hao tells him to hang out again, but Xu replied he knows that Hao is hoping to be able to catch someone again while they are eating. After the call gets disconnected, Xu tells Jiang that only her mouth is the truly precious one. It's as though they were smeared in honey, which confused her. After some time, he and Jiang were going to visit his parents' house. Jiang asked if she call her auntie or mom, to which he replied she should just call her mom. He then looked at Jiang, who wasn't able to bring herself to say that. After some time, Jiang greeted his mom, while addressing her as auntie. They then entered the house and Xu asked his mom where dad is. She tells him that another burial site requires his help, so he is out traveling for work, and that he won't be home for the next couple of days. Xu sighed in disappointment, since he wanted Jiang to call him dad to observe his reaction, though in the end, she couldn't able to do it, and he is not at home. Meanwhile, Jiang checked her phone, thinking it's run out of battery again. She asked Xu, why aren't phones designed with a removable battery, just like a flashlight where you can use it after stuffing the battery in? Xu remembered the earlier time and said, actually, phone used to come with removable batteries before it was changed to its current state. He then tells her to use her phone to search for the reason if she wants to know, thinking, that way, she won't create a habit to ask him about it all the time. He then lends her his phone and tells her to search for it, while he will be in the study room, looking at some books. Inside the room, Xu was looking at the bookshelf, thinking about what he should read to pass the time. Suddenly, he comes across a book with the title, The History of Empress Wu Zetian. He then heard his mom saying it's time to eat, so he replied he is coming. After he sit on the dining table, Jiang returned his phone back. Xu thought that was really quick, and she even changed his wallpaper. His mom asked him what shenanigans were he up to in the study just now, to which he replied, he was doing research on history and trying to understand the heritage of their people. But his mom didn't believe him at all. But then, Xu asked what does she mean by that, as loving antiques runs in the blood of the mighty Xu family. Jiang then heard him saying that his dad likes thousands of years old burial sites, and he as well likes, and then he chuckled. Jiang thought he is doing it again and then pinched his leg. While Xu is shivering in pain, his mom tells him to stop spouting nonsense, or he will lead Jiang astray. She then tells Jiang to eat bitter gourd since it's warm outside. She said that she should soak them in salted water before stir-frying them, and it will be less bitter, but Jiang asked, aren't they supposed to eat bitter gourds for their bitterness? Xu then happily tells his mom that Jiang knows how to cook more dishes than her now. She constantly researches on how to cook tasty dish for him, and learns really fast. His mom gets a little angry and tells him to quietly eat his food, and thought, this rascal only brings his girlfriend to show her off every time. And now that his dad isn't here, he is showing off to her. After he done with the eating, his mom saw him going back to the study room, so she tells him to not mess up his dad's study, or he will flip out at him when he's back. He tells her to not worry and promise to put the books back when he is done with them. Inside, he was reading the book while thinking. He didn't expect his dad to have done research on this, considering how refined he is. Suddenly, he noticed Jiang entering the room, so he quickly put down the book that he was reading. She checked the bookshelf and asked if all these books are on history. He replied yes, and tells her to read if she wants, but she must remember to put it back after she is done, or his dad won't be able to find it when he wants to read it. She went close to him, thinking that it feels weird. She is learning all there is about the modern world, while he is doing the same about ancient history. Xu's mom then noticed them sticking close to each other and gets happy. She then quickly closes the door, thinking she should stop looking, as it's too spicy for her eyes. Jiang then noticed the book that Xu was reading earlier. She picked it up and started reading it, but after looking at the content, her hands started shaking. She looked at Xu with disgust and asked, why is he reading stuff like this? To which he replied, this is serious historical research, so please do not look at it with prejudice. She muttered, if he really thinks that she will believe his nonsense, and thought she was happy because he was learning about history, but it turns out that he was reading about stuff like this. But then, Xu asked how is it nonsense, and if she knows anything about what a boy toy is. Her whole body was shaking, while she was trying to say something. She then pouts and thought, how can she talk about such indecent things? He held her hand and said he will teach her about it. He then opened his legs and make her sit in between. She gets flustered and said something is pressing against her. Xu was trying his best to control himself in his Excalibur, but couldn't. He then tells her to stand, saying it would be better that way, which confused her. At the end, they decided to sit apart. He then showed her a book, saying it's filled with historical information. There is a large amount of info on the Tang Dynasty as well, and she might find traces of her village. After some time, while she was reading a book, Xu looked at her and thought, when Jiang is quiet, she exudes an indescribable aura from head to toe. She isn't like the others, who would rest their arms on the table while burying their heads in the book. Her shoulders are square, and her back is straight. Suddenly, she felt a sudden chill all over her body as Xu poked her a little. She jumped away and asked what is he doing, and he said with a smile that it's just a small poke. He then tells her that he has a matter to attend to, so he will be back when it's time to eat, so she can continue reading books, or can talk with his mom. She thought he is childish and she won't be like him in the future. After some time, Xu reached his destination, Hao's home, as he was there to check up on Hao's father. He went inside and asked if Hao is out again, and his uncle replied positively. Xu then noticed his uncle's phone, which has his account video opened, so Xu asked if he likes his videos. Xu then tells him to watch it for entertainment, and there is no need to argue with his dad in the comments. Also tells him that his dad is using a T9 input while he's using the handwriting method, so it's hard to compete. His uncle replied that his dad is the one who wants to argue, and thought while he spent half a day writing out sentences, Xu's dad is typing out just a bunch of words. Xu then suggested him to just exchange voice messages on WeChat, so his uncle asked if he is there to fan the flames. His uncle then asked him about Jiang, so Xu tells him that she is reading books at home. Hao's dad then offered him to drink, saying that he got a bottle of snake wine, but Xu refused and said his girlfriend won't let him kiss her if he drinks. Hao's dad grits his teeth and looked at him with disgust. After some time, he asked Xu about the chainmail he is making and if it is wearable, to which Xu replied, yes it is. Hao's dad then imagined himself in the armor after hearing that the final product will be around 10 or 15 kgs, and he would be filled with bravado once he wear it. He then excitedly asks Xu if he can try it on after he is done making it. Xu thought they really are father and son, and then tells him that it will be of smaller size, so he will not be able to wear it. Hao's dad then gets an idea that he should make one himself, as he has plenty of time on his hands anyway, and once they are done, they can both wear it out on the streets. But Xu quickly refused, saying he will not wear it on streets, and also tells his uncle to be careful, or Hao might arrest him, but he replied he wouldn't dare to. Hao's dad said he will take a closer look at his videos from now on, and get the materials needed by tomorrow. After an hour, Xu returned home and was secretly watching Jiang and his mom talking. His mom noticed him coming and said, so he is back. He replied he is, and that he went to have a chat with Uncle Qin. His mom thought her son doesn't have much to talk about with his dad, while Hao is able to strike a conversation with him. It might be true that fathers and sons were enemies in the previous life. She then tells him that if he were to switch places with Hao, both his dad and Uncle Qin would be on cloud 9. But Xu replied he can't do that since he still has her. But she shooed him away, saying she doesn't care about either of them, as one of them is never home and out doing dangerous things, while the other never leaves his house, which isn't normal behavior, which pierced right into Xu's soul. He then tells his mom that they are going home now. She asked him if they are not going to eat before returning, and he replied that they have something going on at night. While they were on their way back to home, Jiang was thinking about how chatting with Auntie and hearing stories from when Xu was a boy was really fun. But looking at the way he is currently, it's hard to imagine him being chased by a big goose down the entire street. Xu noticed her staring at him, so he asked her the reason for that. She smiled and said, today she learned that the purpose of his martial arts training is to defeat monkeys and goose, and asked if there is anything else. Xu replied, another reason is that he can spank her butt while holding her down. She looked at him angrily and thought if there wasn't anyone out on the streets, she would let him have a taste of her true strength. After a while, they reached home, and as soon as they went inside, Jiang pins him against the wall. She pulled a table by her leg and then stood on it, thinking it's more intimidating this way. Xu was wondering if she is exploiting the situation, and he is not dumb, so he won't be going along with it. Xu tried to explain, but before he could say anything, she forcefully kissed him. And while she was leaving after teaching him a lesson, Xu was thinking that she now knows how to have fun. But then he thought that it's a little off though, since their roles were supposed to be switched under normal circumstances. Later at night, she tells him that the bitter gourd dish that Auntie cooked wasn't bitter enough, so she made it for him. He took the first bite, and Jiang excitedly asked him about the taste. Xu smiled happily and said, it's super tasty. She then tells him that when she will be teaching this dish to others, she will teach them both the bitter and the non-bitter versions. Xu asked if she is preparing to teach people how to cook as a food streamer, to which she replied yes she is. She also reminds him of plan to sell her salted vegetables, and added that she will incorporate his channel as well, when the time comes. But as soon as he heard that, Xu gets too shocked. He tells her that there is no need for his channel to be around, while thinking, looks like her business plan involve him as well. Jiang was looking at him with suspicion, thinking he must be looking down on her again. Now, it was time for Jiang's live stream, and Xu gets in his standing position. Wang was watching the stream, thinking Xu sure knows how to have fun. He decides to send some gifts, thinking good stuff needed. But then he remembers Xu's words, that he should not send gifts in the stream. But then, he gets too angry to see that someone just took the number 1 rank on the leaderboard. Jiang also gets surprised after seeing that someone gifted her 10 pairs of angelic wings. Her eyes were sparkling, thinking if these all are for her. But then she pouts after realizing that it's not for her. She looked at Xu with anger, thinking in just these few minutes he managed to earn a few hundred yuan. She was biting her lips in anger, and if it would have been another guy, then she would have murdered him. She gets into her evil mode, thinking as long as she plays the game well, she will attract her share of the audience too. She was winning every battle and the viewers starts praising her as well, saying winning is like a piece of cake for her. And as soon as the stream ended, Xu's phone starts ringing. He picked the phone, saying, "Young Master Wang, what are your orders?" And Wang replied, his stream is really popping up, as he got a couple of hundred viewers for standing there. Xu tells him that it's a gaming stream. He is just a part of the package. Xu checked that more than 500 people have seen it, and thought, just watching her play games isn't all that interesting. It also isn't all that interesting just watching him stand, so the two of them together produced this amazing reaction. Wang then suggested him to set up a studio, as it will definitely be promising. Xu puts his hand on her waist, and said he won't get involved in this matter. But then suddenly, he said in a teary voice that he is just accompanying his girlfriend, he isn't planning anything. She was pinching him hard, so Xu quickly cuts the call, telling him that he is just streaming for fun. After the call ended, Jiang said that even though they earned a couple of hundred yuan today, they sent it because of him. But Xu replied, isn't what's his is hers as well. But she tells him to shut up, shouting, she knows that he is trying to play tricks. She gets up in anger and took some deep breaths. She angrily announced that she will make more money than him in the future. Meanwhile, Xu was feeling good after seeing her reaction, since she was on fire. After she left, he thought that she even knows he was playing tricks on her. He checked her browsing history and said, browsing without a trace is even easier for her. It was the month of May now, and Jiang has started to transform into a modern person. Xu was telling her to be careful and stay alert when she is outside, as she was going somewhere. She gets ready, take her bag and then leaves with a smile. Outside, the guard asked her where Xu is, to which she replied that he's at home watching TV. As Jiang was leaving, he thought that this girl is becoming more and more like little Xu, and even how they walk is similar. When she first showed up, she was walking like a tiger. While walking on the streets, Jiang noticed a store, so she went and purchased a cola for herself. She reached a bus stop and thought she hasn't been on this route yet. After some time, she arrived at her destination, the Baikeng district, which was near the end of the city. After walking for a while, she reached the farmland and gets surprised. Xu was working on the computer when he received a photo from her, saying that she is there. He thought that her range of activities is increasing. The warrioress who wanted to get out of the city finally walked out of the steel forests. Back at Jiang, she ate a grain and thought, if they build a house in the wild, cultivate a large piece of land, and then get Xu to harvest it with a sickle, it doesn't sound half bad. But then she thought that he won't be too willing. After some hours, Xu was calling her, wondering if she is having so much fun that she forgot to come home. But before he could make the call, Jiang came with some groceries. She came close to him and gave some rice grains, saying she saw the countryside. It was really as expected, there were crops everywhere. But then to her shock, Xu tells her that these sometimes be sprayed with insecticide to keep insects away, so she shockingly asked if she has been poisoned. Xu said a little is fine, but make sure to not just eat random things in the future, and she took a sigh of relief. Xu asked why she head out so far this time, to which Jiang said she just wanted to explore. Xu was thinking, when the corn will ripe, she won't go and steal other people's corns, right? He tells her to get an electric bike, that way she will be able to ride her own little bicycle anywhere, but Jiang said that she is fine with a normal one since she can pedal at top speed. While having lunch, she asked if they can get a house on the outskirts to stay there and grow some core, to which Xu tells her that the houses there are indeed cheap. Her eyes sparkled and she excitedly asked if it meant that they can do it. But then Xu said it's not convenient, as there are few food and shopping options. There is no place to go for supper when she is hungry in the middle of the night. She pouted after hearing him, and Xu continued that definitely it's more relaxing there, and he was originally a relaxed person. But after getting together with her, he has become less relaxed. She was blushing, and then tells him to eat his food. After eating their lunch, Jiang tells him that she is going out for a little walk. After her walk, she sits on a bench to relax. Suddenly, Auntie Cheng came and asked what is she doing, and Jiang said she is just relaxing and observing the outside. Auntie Cheng tells her that she is headed to the May Day seminar, so would she like to come along and redeem an umbrella, to which Jiang replied positively. While they were crossing the road, Auntie Cheng was thinking that having such a young and beautiful lady by her side makes her young again. Suddenly, Jiang noticed that a man was about to hit Auntie Cheng. But then, the man finds himself on the ground. Auntie Cheng asked Jiang what exactly happened. She explained that this man nearly collided with her, but she pulled her away at the right time. The guy gets up and asked if they are blind and have a death wish, but Auntie Cheng shouted that he is the blind one since he ran the red light. The man was not ready to accept his mistake and was shouting back at her. But then, he suddenly went pale as he noticed Jiang looking at him with anger. He shrinked back and apologized, saying it was his fault and he won't run a red light ever again. He tried to pick up his scooter while thinking, an old woman and a fearsome girl. He can't cross them, so he has to run while he can. He started the scooter and quickly left, and thought if he were to utter another word, that girl would have thrown a fist in his direction. Meanwhile, Xu was planning to see what the warrioress has been up to lately. But to his surprise, her account was now password protected. Xu gets angry, saying who does she think he is? He is not someone who peeks at someone's browsing history. But the reality was different. Now that he was free and has nothing to do, so he decides to get the ginger plant from the kitchen and bask it in sunlight. While he was cleaning the plant, he noticed Jiang entering the house. He saw a cactus plant in her hand, so he asked why did she buy that. She replied that she saw potted plants being solid, and the small emerald green ones were very pretty. Auntie Cheng said that this helps prevent radiation. Xu gets impressed and said that she also know what radiation is, to which she replied positively and said she looked it up before. Even though it's invisible, it is terrifying to think about. She then smiled and said she also bought snacks. There is peanut candy, dried sweet potato, and raisins. She then opened the sweet potato one and starts to enjoy it. Xu asked if that snack really is that tasty, so she asked in return if it is not supposed to be. He took one from her and said it's tasty, but he doesn't think that it's as exaggerated as what her expression was showing. He then looked at her sulking and muttering that she should have bought more, that way she could have put a piece in her mouth while playing games and it would have lasted for a while. While opening one for himself, he asked her if she wants to get a bunch of snacks to eat while playing games, and then advertise for others to buy. She surprisingly asked how does he know about that, and if he is the worm in her stomach. Xu tells her to forget it, as this is at least more reliable than selling salted vegetables. If she wants to do it then go ahead, but it won't make much money. He said if she can figure out a way to sell it, then it will be a very valuable experience. She then tells him to open his mouth, and as soon as he opened it, she threw a snack in his mouth. After eating it, Xu gets excited and said, this is really fun, and please do the dried sweet potato next. But then, Jiang gets her new joy, and she asked him what he want next. But Xu replied it's okay, since this feels like feeding a dog. After some time, while Jiang was preparing to cook, Xu thought that a life like this is so good. He then finds Jiang standing behind him, and said, wasn't she going to cook? She hugged him, saying she wanted to hug him first. She asked him if she will be able to get married when she gets her ID. He said that the marriage she is talking about should be referring to having a wedding ceremony, so she doesn't need an ID for that. As long as they have the ceremony, they will be considered married. He asked if she wants to have a wedding ceremony with him, thinking he didn't expect her to be even more in a hurry than him. She asked his thoughts about it, so Xu said if they do it, then this small, run-down house will be their new house. But then Jiang gets flustered while thinking, getting married means she needs to consummate during the night of the wedding, and will also need to give birth to 5 children. She said this house isn't run down, and Xu replied in few more years, they will be able to move to a big, new house. She was thinking that if he dares to break up with her, then she will beat him to death anyways, so it doesn't matter when. Suddenly, he grabbed her from behind and said, it's okay to have the ceremony first, and then they can sleep together. Her face was getting red, and then she tells him that he is poking her again. He then quickly makes some distance, realizing what she meant. He thought that last time he laughed at Hao for being inexperienced, but he is also acting like it. Jiang then leaves from there, saying that she will go and cook first, and thought she won't talk to him about it anymore. While leaving, she said that getting married and having kids is scary. Xu asked her if she doesn't want to have any. She replied, that's not it, she is just saying that it's a scary thing, and then asked how many kids he want. Xu calmly answered 2, which shocked her. She shockingly asked if he really just want 2 kids, so he asked in return if that's too little. But she replied that she won't give him even 1, to which he said okay. He explained that many people nowadays don't have kids anymore, as kids are just monsters with 2 legs. Her jaw dropped in shock, and she asked how could anyone agree to not have children, then what's the point of getting wife? He replied that getting a wife is of course for cuddling while sleeping, it has nothing to do with having kids. She said in a shaking voice, then how about they have one, but then she stopped herself from saying it. Xu asked what she was saying, but she turned around and said it's nothing. He smiled, thinking, did he hear that right? She said how about having one? He thought, that's all for the future, and it has nothing to do with the current him, and he still hasn't had enough of this life yet. After some time, while they were having dinner, Xu was saying, she said that she was ready for marriage, so it means that he can move into her room, right? But she refused instantly, saying that they are not even married yet, and if he move into her room, then it will be called adultery, so Xu asked, where did she learn that crap from? She said, he can't, regardless they will be drowned in pig cages, the consummation will have to wait until they are married, so she won't let him trick into having a kid. Xu asked what she is afraid of, since he can't even beat her, but then Jiang angrily asked in return, if he is saying that he would do that, if he could beat her. He replied he wouldn't, and if he could beat her, then he will only do things that he like after her consent to it. What's more, he only just want to sleep together, and sooner or later, he will get her to come into his bed herself. To which Jiang angrily replied, she won't. After some time, he sits next to Jiang and said, it's charging time. He was touching and massaging her legs as always. She asked, why does he always like to touch her feet while thinking that her body feels weird? She kept feeling like she wants to do something. Xu said he has thought about that question, and the conclusion is that he doesn't like touching her legs, but he likes seeing her acting all shy after being touched. She asked, so if she don't act shy, he won't like touching them anymore. To which Xu cheerfully smiled and said, of course not, but it will be a lot less fun. Also, he will know that she is actually still shy about it, so he will enjoy it even more. Suddenly, he gets startled as she asked him what is he doing. She looked at his reaction and wondered if she touched some sort of weird switch on him, as his reaction is incredible. Xu gets up and said he is going to change and take a shower. After coming out of the shower, Xu tells her that it's already 7:10. Jiang remembered she is late for her stream, so she quickly run towards her computer to start it. She thought that she keep feeling like they aren't pure anymore. She was muttering that the youth is the most active and energetic portion of the entire society. They are the most willing to learn and least conservative, especially in this era. With knowledge, it is like standing on a mountain. You can see many things far away. And without knowledge, it's like walking in the dark, so Xu asked in a confused tone, what is she saying? He then tells her that he is not going to stand today, he will make chainmail instead, thinking that he needs to calm down. Jiang started the stream, and the viewers started saying she is finally here, and then asked about the brother, who is being punished to stand. Xu smiled and said he won't be standing today, instead he will be demonstrating how to make chainmail. While the guys were getting sad after hearing that, Jiang was thinking that no one is watching her play games. Xu started explaining, this is an open ring and how they can connect them to make a piece of chainmail. One of the viewers asked if he is from a family of generals and if he put on armor after martial arts training. To which Xu replied that it's right. His grandpa's many generations ago, it was Xu Chu who left behind the tiger full fist, which is what he was practicing. One of them asked if they are siblings, and another one said this is clearly the tiger fist. Jiang noticed the word siblings and then gets frustrated. She tells them that they are boyfriend and girlfriend, not siblings. The viewers then get a new topic to discuss, that isn't it normally the boyfriend playing games, and the girlfriend eating snacks, and then another one said this stream is not normal from the start. While making the chainmail, Xu looked at Jiang's legs and started to feel excited. But then he shook his head, thinking, the stream is still on, the number of people in the stream is a little small, although making chainmail is interesting and new to the old viewers. But as it's not very friendly to the new viewers, and as the retention rate is not high, he decided to stand. While the guys gets happy, saying that the standing is here, Jiang angrily tells them to watch her play games. Some of them said they have been watching, but she seemed to be slacking today as she lost many times already, and then asked if it's difficult to play at a high level. She thought it's all Xu's fault that she is like this and tells the viewers that she just ranked up in the arena and hasn't gotten used to it yet. She gets serious and said, but it will be different from the next game. And just like that, she won 5 games in a row, thus earned praise from the viewers. After the stream ended, Xu went close to her and asked if they should watch a movie next, but she refused. Xu said whatever, and he just wanted to say that he didn't pee his pants. She looked down and after seeing his pant, she gets up and leaves. And then, she bangs the door of her room. Inside, she was thinking that they are boyfriend and girlfriend, so it's normal they have a clear conscience. Meanwhile, Xu was thinking that feelings are really complicated. He turned towards her room and saw her staring at him from behind the wall. She was muttering, he can do with her shoes, but Xu angrily shouted, he won't do anything weird to her shoes. Then the next day, while Xu is practicing with the sword, he asked Jiang why she is not going outside to explore. She replied, she wants to learn how to operate a computer and she will go out when she wants to go out. Xu looked at her and thought, she is staring at him with those eyes again. He was really afraid, thinking that she will suddenly lift up his covers one day and pin him down on the bed. It was like that when they kissed back then. She was very embarrassed at first, but once she got a taste of it, she started doing it whenever, and only after pinning him down for a while, she let him go. He then put the sword back and leave while saying he needs to go out to do something. Outside, he was looking at the key while thinking, he won't follow her example and send a message every time he go out so that he doesn't seem like a frog with backpack. Outside, he met his guard Uncle Zhao and greeted him. He was looking at him with strange eyes, so Xu asked him the reason for that. His uncle asked if he and his girlfriend going out for a breather, taking even turns, but Xu brushed it off, saying it's not what he thought it is. Xu then tells him to remember to smoke less, but Zhao replied he doesn't understand. A cigarette after a meal makes you happy as gods. Xu said that statement has been studied by scientists and has been proven to be wrong, which shocked Uncle Zhao that there are scientists that study it. But then Xu makes fun of him, saying, yes, they found out that there are no gods in this world. Zhao realized that Xu was pulling his leg and looked at him with a strange expression. After some time, Xu sits on a bench and starts thinking about something. At the same time, Auntie Cheng noticed him and thought, last time, it was Jiang sitting there and she didn't know what she was looking at, and now Xu is sitting there as well. She went close to him and asked if there is a treasure over there. He replied, there is no treasure, he just find looking into the distance interesting. She asked why young people think about such weird things, so Xu wondered, how is this weird? He then noticed some kids coming out of the school, and then he remembered something. He thought, it's time for the warrioress to go to school, and after she completes all these workbooks, he will count as her graduating elementary school. After he reached home, the books he ordered for Jiang finally arrived. While moving the package to his room, Xu was thinking that once this box will open, the warrioress's smile might not be as pretty as before. He then asked her if she wants to go out and play tomorrow, thinking he should let her play a bit before she starts school, since life should have a sense of ceremony. She asked where they are going, and Xu said the amusement park, since it's after the holidays. There shouldn't be many people, so the lines should not be long. Her eyes sparkle after hearing that they are going to the amusement park. She quickly searched about going to the amusement park with my girlfriend on the web. People's suggestions were to bring money and let her buy what she wants, kiss her, and use your best ability to care for her, give her happiness and satisfy her. Suddenly, Xu tells her that this is the strategy of finding the attack points to yourself, and thought it's no wonder she's learning fast when she is looking at this stuff every day. She then closed the tab and asked what strategy, so Xu explained it's where he hasn't done anything to her yet, but she is already prepared. She asked if he really didn't do anything, and he nervously replied, at least for now. He said that they are in a consensual relationship, otherwise he would have been blasted to the wall by her. Suddenly, she said, "Fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me, and fool me 3 times, shame on both of us." Xu gets confused, so she explained that a foreigner named Stephen once said that. He smiled cheerfully, thinking that the warrioress comprehension skills are pretty good, so she will be able to graduate elementary school in no time. Then the next day, Jiang was fully prepared to go to the amusement park. Outside, Xu asked why is she wearing a cap, to which she replied that she wants to hide from the sun, but she is too lazy to use an umbrella. He then took the cap from her and said she can wear it when it becomes sunnier, thinking she doesn't seem too comfortable wearing it. After taking the bus, she was looking outside and said that she has already taken every bus at that bus stop they were at, and Xu calls that impressive. She then whispered to him that wearing a cap makes him look like those criminals from the TV shows. She continued that he really does look like them, he just needs a mask to complete the look. He thanked her for the praise and said, as long as she doesn't seem like she is secretly whispering the criminal plans to him, he thinks that he looked pretty normal. She pouts after realizing that he is making fun of her. Xu was thinking that she is still a little girl at the core, and as her real nature slowly shows itself, she should be more bubbly and will come to like even more things in the future. For example, romance. After reaching their destination, she tells him to buy tickets from over there. But he stopped her, telling her to not rush to join the queue and take her somewhere. He reached a local store and asked a guy if he has discounted tickets there. The man replied he does for 180, it costs 260 at the ticket window, and it's even cheaper than buying online. Jiang was in shock, thinking, how is it so expensive there? After getting the tickets, she asked Xu why is it so much cheaper at the local store. He explained that it's the internal price and the tickets are typically given as a staff benefit, so they sell them to the shop owner, who resells them. After getting inside, they checked that this 100 acres of land was divided into 9 themed zones. Now that the holidays are over, there are little to no tourists visiting, there is basically no queue at many of the attractions, and a day should be enough to conquer the place. After looking at some rides, Jiang gets shocked and asked if this place is meant for fun and entertainment, to which Xu replied yes. He was thinking that she can't let her know that this is his first time too, and a man can't say no. After submitting her bag to the storage area, they went to enjoy the rides. She said this seems a little scary to her and asked if this is not some sort of punishment. Xu said someone as capable as her should be able to fly down even if something bad happens, right? After sitting on the seat, she thinks that this seems secure enough. And as soon as the ride started, Xu thought that the warrioress is right, this is really some form of modern punishment. After the ride was over, Xu was trying to stop his shaking legs, thinking they are like jelly now. He then peeked at Jiang, wondering how is she doing. And after looking at her reaction, he took a sigh of relief, thinking it looks like they are on the same wavelength. While they were having rest, Xu asked if she wants to go again. She looked at him and asked in return, does he wants to? And then they both fell silent. Xu said she is scared too, even with how skilled she is in martial arts, to which Jiang said, if she wasn't tied down, she wouldn't even be scared to jump from such a tall height. She said he can go if he wants, while she will watch from there, but Xu said, how about he watch her instead? Jiang then noticed a super dangerous looking ride, and asked how are they enjoying the ride this much? To which Xu said, it could be that they were forced to go on it. For example, the girlfriend might want to go on the ride, and the boyfriend has no choice but to follow. But then she clearly tells him that she won't be accompanying him on the ride, and Xu said, it seems like her feeling for him are not strong enough yet. She asked with her strange eyes, would he accompany her then, to which Xu refused instantly. They both then fell silent again. Xu was thinking, 2 cowards having a serious discussion on something that will never happen is kind of stupid. He heard her saying, if there was such a thing in her era, she would tie any dishonest person on the ride and have it run for a few hours, but Xu tells her to stop. He then takes out his phone and said, it's rare that they came to a water park, so let's take some photos. Jiang was thinking that the ticket costs more than 100 yuan, so she has to make her money's worth. She then visited many places and took so many photos. Xu was thinking, a balanced ride, the merry-go-round should be fine, even though it's a little weird for him, but it won't look out of place if he is accompanying his girlfriend. Jiang asked Xu why he is always so fast when he is using the restroom, To which he replied, because he is a man, so he just has to shake it around. She then makes some distance between them and asked, what shaking is he talking about? She then takes back her cap and put it on. Xu tells her to let's go on the merry-go-round, but she is still hesitant to take any ride. He explained that she won't fly around on this ride, not will she be flung around in different directions, it's just riding a horse. Jiang finally agreed to go, but was thinking, if the ride is going to strap her down and send her flying around, she will let him take the ride alone. After a while, Xu was feeling embarrassed, but Jiang was enjoying every second of her ride. He thought, the warrioress has been on this ride for half an hour, she must be trying to get her money's worth, as she feels that the tickets were expensive. She then gets a notification on her phone, and it was a voice message from Xu. He was saying, if she wants to try something else. She replied, let's sit on this one for a little longer. He said that they have been on this ride for a very long time. Even little kids wouldn't take this ride for this long. Meanwhile, Jiang was thinking that only this ride is for entertainment, the others are all for torture, it's not fun and they are even paying to suffer. She then pointed at a dangerous ride and tells him to get himself strapped into the chair and get hung up from the top, she will watch him from below. Xu angrily asked why should he get strapped at the top while she will be watching from below. She smiled and replied, then why should they go on other rides, this merry-go-round is the best. Suddenly, the atmosphere of the ride changed since the operator played a bad song for couples. Jiang was angry, while Xu was thinking, whoever in charge of choosing the songs is a genius, as he played breakup song on the merry-go-round. He sighed and thought he brought her over to let her experience what it's like and have a fun day out, but he didn't expect it to go like this. He then grabbed her hand and said, since they are there, they might as well experience what it's like. He tells her that she won't know if it's fun or scary until she have tried it, and she will only regret not giving it a shot. While Xu was telling her that they should visit the Egyptian zone next, he noticed her looking sad. He hugged her and asked if she ever thought that they would be like this. While she was distracted, he take a sip from her drink. She gets angry and said if this was in the past, she would have used a single palm to smash him to death. After some time, Xu was checking the shooting and dart games, saying the prizes for both of them are same. The shopkeeper tells him to bring that pretty lady over for a round, but Jiang was saying, if they were to each to play the game once, will they be able to carry that many prizes? Xu said they can leave it at the entrance, and the shopkeeper thought he has seen many people discussing the prize they want, but this is his first time seeing someone thinking of the problem instead. Xu purchased the darts for Jiang, so she asked if she just need to pop all the balloons. Xu said yes, and that popping 3 will give her a keychain, 6 will be a toy, and 9 will be the toy belt and transformation devices. The shopkeeper added that she can choose any prize including the plush if she hit all 10. Xu saw her throwing 3 darts at once, so he tells her to use one at a time. The shopkeeper was wondering if they are pros in disguise or ex-military perhaps. But then he thinks that surely it's all big talk. But to his surprise, Jiang popped all 10 of them in a single try. She asked if she can take it now, and he replied positively. She asked Xu if he wants the belt, so the shopkeeper begged them to not play anymore since they are just running a small business and it will be hard for him to face his boss. Xu tells him to not worry and said they are just playing this once, and then he took another photo of Jiang. And then, to shopkeeper's shock, Xu asked for the bullets, so he can play the bullet game. Jiang picked the toy gun and said she doesn't know how to play this. Xu said it's precisely because she hasn't played it before that she has to try it out. The shopkeeper asked Xu if they have practiced before, and Xu replied that they are from the Jiangcheng Recreational Darts Association. The shopkeeper misunderstood, thinking that there are more people like these two in Jiangcheng who have nothing better to do, so he has to tell his boss about them. At the same time, Wang was enjoying his quiet time at his home when he received a message from Xu. It was a picture of Jiang playing the shooting game. He texted him to not play, since he lost 1,000 yuan to that game, but Xu said it was his own fault. He then takes a picture of him with the teddy won by Jiang and sends it to him. After the shooting game, Jiang said it's not fun, and it's less useful than darts. The shopkeeper then quickly gives her the prize, which was a keychain. Xu said, this keychain comes in a set for couples, so let's play another round of darts then. But before they could play again, the shopkeeper himself tells him to pick another one, as he will give it to him for free. After the game, they both leave from there with the teddy and keychains in their hands. Xu asked if it was fun, to which she replied that she managed to get such a big bear with pretty much no effort at all, and asked if it's worth quite a bit. She then heard him asking why does she want to sell it, as it's better to hug it to sleep, and that way she can get more experience. She asked what experience is he talking about, but Xu didn't answer and looked away from her. He then tells her to drop it off at the storage area, and then find a place to eat at. After some time, Xu was saying that after they are done eating, they can go on the Ferris wheel, so she asked what is that. Xu explained, it's that tallest, big rotating thing in the amusement park that moves really slowly. While they were waiting for their food to arrive, Xu was looking at her hands, thinking, those are capable of beating up numerous people like him. He thought, helping to integrate such a dangerous person into society and to transform her into wife material is all part of his duty. But suddenly, Xu's reaction changed as he realized that his place in the family is slowly going down. Meanwhile, Jiang was thinking that he's staring at her hands and spacing out again. Nowadays, all she is doing is using a keyboard and a mouse, as well as frequently applying fragrant hand cream on her hands. So could it be that her hands are more white and smooth now? Xu then picked up her hand and kissed it. After some time, they reached the Ferris wheel and Jiang said, it's really tall. When the wheel started, Jiang was thinking that it really does move very slowly. But then, she looked at Xu and asked if he is afraid of heights, but he refused it. He asked if she is not even a little afraid, to which she replied that there is nothing scary about this ride, as she is just getting flung around while strapped in a chair. She gets up from her seat, and then sits near him. She asked if he is really afraid of falling, and Xu said it's just too high up, and it's a natural instinct to be afraid. Meanwhile, she was thinking that if she were to climb out and grab onto the support beams, it shouldn't be a problem for her to jump onto the next cabin. She then looked down the window and thought, it's really high up though. Xu quickly takes a picture of her, thinking it would be a waste to not take a photo of the warrioress in her hat. Suddenly, Jiang puts her hand on his, so Xu asked, what is she touching him for? She said, did she ever ask him that when he grab her hands, so stay quiet. She thought that his hands are much bigger and thicker than her, and his palm always seems so soft. She said she can also feel the warmth whenever he enveloped her feet in those hands. She then picked up his hand and kissed his fingers. Xu asked her the reason for that, but she said she is just doing what he did to her. She was thinking that he kissed her hand as well when they were eating just now, and she can feel the affection that overflows from doing such an action. Xu comments that she is being a little pervert, so she moved her hand away, thinking, how is he turning this on her? Xu then asked if she can caress and kiss his neck or she can hug him too, as that's how girls usually express their affection. She removed her cap and then pins him against the window so she can do all kinds of things to him. After doing their stuff, Xu was telling her that deep down, he feel that he has a duty to fulfill as her guide. Bringing her, the old granny from 1,000 years ago, to experience sights she has never seen before. He was given such a heavy responsibility by the heavens. She tells him to not worry and said thank you for all he is doing for her. At the evening, they then decide to go back to their home. Outside, Jiang was saying that she has 3 bears now. This one, the bag, and the one that was beaten up several times. Xu happily said that he can be the 4th one that will accompany her in the room, but she said that she doesn't need it. Xu then tells her to not forget what he said, and that he is going to give her a present in 2 days. 2 days later, Jiang was having a tough time. Meanwhile, Xu was standing beside her, saying that he had this specially prepared for her. A gift of love, the elementary school books. Jiang frustratingly asked, aren't these the ones that little Yan is using? And Xu said bingo. He tells her that she has to learn these too, and she will be able to sell her vegetables without counting her fingers and muttering to herself. He makes a strange expression and tells her to come and experience the joy he felt when he was in school. She tried to read the books and Xu said that her goal is to solve all of these questions. He continued that he had already torn off the answer sheet, and she is not allowed to search for answers online, and will have to answer these correctly on her own. She looked at him, then at the book, and soon she was biting her lips in anger, thinking, why is this person filling and draining the water container at the same time? While she was studying, Xu was doing his martial arts training. Suddenly, his sword made a swoosh sound, so he excitedly asked her, wasn't that cool? She was angry, thinking that this guy is so noisy, and she really wanted to stab him to death. But before she could say anything to Xu, his phone starts ringing. It was Hao on the phone, who was shouting at Xu, saying that he has led his old man astray. He tells Xu that his father is not taking out Tyrant for a walk anymore and says that he wants to make a mega chainmail, but Xu said the fault lies with him. Hao gets even more angry and asked, how is it even his fault? Xu explained that he was the one who taught his dad how to surf video websites, and then his dad taught it to his. After that, Uncle visited his channel regularly and got motivated to make one himself. Meanwhile, Hao was sweating, since what Xu is saying is right. Xu then makes fun of him, saying, look how it came back to bite him in the ass, but Hao couldn't say anything in his defense. He then tells Xu to stop with the sarcasm and help him, so Xu tells him to let his dad have fun, since he managed to find something that he is really interested in doing. Xu then did the thrust and it makes the swoosh sound again. He then tells Hao that he is practicing the sword. To which Hao replied that he is already lowly enough, so there is not need to practice any further. Just to tell you guys that sword and lowly sound the same in Chinese. Xu throws the phone and said he isn't even wary of him, and he still wants to be his mortal enemy. Xu then decides to practice hard so that he can patrol the alleyways in the night to fight evil and put that bastard Hao out of job. 1 week passed, and Jiang is still concentrating on her studies. Then her head starts to hurt, and she wondered what's the point of all this poetry and these questions. She thought they could have left at the same time, but for some reason one of them decided to run really slowly to let the other chase him. Or they could have just counted the number of rabbits and chickens, and yet they wanted to count the number of feet. She was about to tear her notebook, thinking the one who came up with this question is definitely a pervert with a fetish for feet like Xu. After some time, Xu was telling her to not be frustrated, as there are many benefits to studying. The most straightforward is to earn money. The fastest way to earn money is to rob a bank. But then, the police will arrest her, but if she passes the interview and gets employed, she can get money without being caught. She said, but that isn't robbing a bank, that is work, so Xu congratulates her for evolving to version 1 of the smart little Jiang. He then tells her that he is heading out, so make sure to behave at home. After he left, she throws the books away angrily. She looked from the window that Xu really left and wondered what's so good about going out when it's so hot outside. She then turned on the table fan and get some cool air. Suddenly, she received a text from him telling her to not do the fan thing, where she is facing the fan and making weird noises. She figured that he is bluffing and replied in anger that she is not doing it. She puts the phone down in anger and then looked at the book on the floor. She gets angry, thinking everyone in the book is a moron, and can't they look at the watch for time? Run faster if chasing someone, and just look at the time when the container is filled to know how long it takes. She was thinking that she wants to slice the book in half with her sword. She thought something, and then quickly turned on the computer. Her expression changes as she thinks that this is really the most fun thing to do. She searched for the computer course, saying that she promised to learn something, and learning this is the same. She checked the drive and thought she has seen the D drive before. There was just a movie folder in there, so why does it show that 300 gigabytes of the space is taken up? She searched on the web about the reasons why the D drive shows that it is low on storage. She gets different answers, but the most catching was that the drive may contain many hidden folders that are not usually seen. After doing some stuff on the computer, she proudly said that she solved another problem on her own. She is just too awesome. After some time, Xu returned and said he is back. The food was already ready for him, as she made spring onion beef and stir-fried peppers today. Xu noticed that something is wrong, so he asked what is she spacing out for, to which she panics and said it's nothing, and she will get the rice. While eating, Xu asked her why she has been staring at him all this time. But she stuffs her mouth with rice and said, that's not true, in a shaking voice. Xu said her face is too red, so Jiang replied it's because of the heat. And then, the time for the stream came, so Jiang gets ready for that. Xu was on the computer and asked her why did she turn the volume off, which startled her. She angrily tells him that she was sick of listening to Jiang Sheng, so she turned it off. There is no other reason. It was time for stream, and Jiang started playing games while Xu was making his chainmail armor. Xu looked at the number of viewers and thought, originally, he was just accompanying her to play around, but now it seems like it's getting popular. Could it really become big? But this popularity may have reached its peak. After all, it will only become more and more difficult to keep on winning with basic equipment, and there will always be a bottleneck one day. Jiang has fans of her own, who are saying that they are there to watch her beat those noobs using basic equipment, thinking she and Xu are quite rich. Some then offered to pay 900 yuan to Xu for his armor after he completes it. She tells the same to him, but Xu said it's not for sale, it's for personal use. He is going to use it to fight in a war. She said, but that can be sold for 900 yuan. But Xu said it took a month to make 2 sleeves, so selling it for 9,000 yuan wouldn't be asking too much. But then he gets shocked, since one of the viewers was ready to pay even 9,000. Xu said that he was just casually saying that, and they can find cheaper ones online. It's not that expensive. He tells them that when they stream, they just have nothing to do and don't have any plans, so the viewers should take it easy while sending gifts, or they will be scolded by their husband or wife. Everything went silent for a moment, and then it burst. They asked what he meant by wife, is there a thing called husband, and they got emotional damage from this. But then, he clears his throat and apologized for that, since he forgot that not everyone has a spouse. He said that having a wife is great, and then sends a flying kiss to Jiang. She gets embarrassed by it, and then starts scolding him. The viewers asked if they are quarreling, but Xu refused, saying they get hands-on, it can't be described in detail since it's too violent. Jiang was looking at him with disbelief and wondered, what nonsense is he spouting? One of the viewers said, he now knows why is Xu making an armor as a person who practices martial arts. He is getting bullied by a girl. But Xu tells everyone to not make a fuss about it, since there is no couple who don't quarrel. As for how they resolve it, it doesn't matter. But the viewers hit on the weak spot. That they got it, as the way they too resolve it, is him getting beat up, and he is so pitiful that he has to make armor. After an hour, the stream finally ended. Jiang said that he seemed to be more suitable for this than her, as he can chat and joke with them. And Xu replied, that's why he wants her to think carefully about she wants to be a streamer or not. After some time, while Xu was sitting on the sofa, he looked at Jiang. He asked her why is she sitting so far from him. She didn't have an answer, so she slowly came close to him. She said she is fine, and he should do his work, and not think about random stuff. She was thinking that if this guy dares to do anything, she will kick him back into his room. A few days later, Jiang was asking Xu if he is not going to play today. Xu gets confused and wondered why is she always thinking about him going out these days, so he asked her if something is wrong. Without changing her expression, she calmly said that she is fine. While he was going out, he suddenly got a notification on his phone. After checking it, Xu finds that it's a mobile game collaboration invitation. It's a domestic martial arts mobile game produced by a small company that he never heard of. The reason why his videos are comfortable to watch is because he never asks for any gifts, nor do he ask for follows or likes. So advertisements, unless the other party gives a lot, or they are a big company, accepting it so early will be detrimental to the development of his account. But still, he decides to answer politely first. A few hours later, he was looking at Jiang, who was concentrating at her studies. He tells her to take a break if she feels tired. She asked if he studied like this way before for 9 years, and he replied yes, and that if he didn't, he would be spanked by his teacher. She said that's too pitiful, the computer is where the fun is at. She then turned on the TV, saying that she wants to watch something to take a break. Xu checked the notebook and said this really reminds him of his childhood. She heard him saying that he never likes reading when he was a child, but he was afraid of being abandoned by society, so he studied hard and then he was admitted into the university. He said, although he doesn't need school knowledge to edit his videos, but his years of studying have indeed changed his views and way of thinking. Jiang said she knows that he is trying to trick her into studying. But Xu replied he is just stating facts. There are many jobs she can do without studying. But it is difficult to find jobs where one sit in an office with air conditioning. Xu also tells her that he once took the Mandarin test and he thought about becoming a teacher at the start, and he is still considering it as an option now. Jiang said she feel like studying isn't all that useful since his mom said that when he was a child and watching Ultraman, he cried and yelled with a flashlight to make Tiga stand up. Lin tells her that she will understand once she watched the last episode, while texting his mom to not tell Jiang about everything. His mom asked what did she said, and he tells her about the stuffs like Ultraman, Big Goose, Dog, and added that she should not reveal her son's dark history. But he gets too angry after looking at her reply, asking if he even has a light history. But then suddenly, he noticed Jiang sending a shocking emoji. Xu gets confused and asked when did she join the group. So she tells him that when he was reading in the study last time, Auntie and she were chatting outside, and then she added her. Xu then laughed it off, saying he didn't even realize that there were 4 people in the group. After a while, when Xu was working on the laptop, Jiang secretly took a picture of him. Xu's mom showed it to his dad, but he said that this kid is pretending, but she tells him that he is not pretending, since she asked Jiang to take it. She said to her that she misses him very much and asked her to take a picture to see what he was doing, so she took it for her. Xu's mom said now he doesn't go out and randomly spend money or cause trouble, so what is he not satisfied about? To which his dad replied that he didn't say anything either. After some time, Jiang was thinking, although Tiga was petrified and sank to the bottom, he will definitely come back alive and defeat the monsters. All the episodes are in this format. She looked at Xu and thought, he really was very stupid when he was young, since there is nothing to cry about in the last episode. Xu asked, why is she looking at him like that, and she said that he used to be a stupid kid. Xu replied that kids are all stupid, but Jiang counters that by saying, but little Yan is very smart. Xu tells her it's because she didn't see her stupid side when she started changing teeth a few years ago. She thought that she was going to die, so she ran over to say goodbye to him. Jiang thought when she was a kid practicing martial arts, her teeth fell out by themselves. How could they fall by themselves if they were clearly not touched? She then looks below and said, it's not that surprising at all, thinking, isn't it normal to feel like you are going to die when your teeth fall out by themselves? She remembered there was an old man in the village who lost all of his teeth and died within a few months. She then gets up and went to her computer with a serious expression. She searched, why do children's teeth fall out by themselves? But then, Xu startled her by coming close to her and said, let's take a look together. She tells him to not get so close, stay further away from her. Xu asked, what's wrong with a couple exploring the abnormalities of the human body together, but Jiang said, it is unacceptable to her. Xu quickly apologized, saying, sometimes he treats her like a real modern girl, it's an oversight on her part. She asked if would he explore such problems with a modern girl then, to which he said, if the person is not his girlfriend, then he wouldn't be talking about those silly things. She asked about her legs, to which Xu said whether she is able to accept it, and whether she is able to resist it, they are 2 different matters. She thought if she really wasn't willing, he wouldn't even be able to touch her legs, much less hold it. Suddenly, she noticed something on the computer and said, what is that? It was the story of Xu, saying, many generations ago, his grandfather's great-grandfather was Xu Chu, who passed down his tiger fist technique. The first step is to train your core before the skills, then gather your energy from the bottom up, and then feel it in your shoulder, arms, and wrists. There was also a clip of Jiang in the middle of the story, telling him to scram. The story continued with him saying, the chainmail is not for sale, but it's for him to use. Jiang clip of saying he is being punished to stand and that he doesn't like to speak. They both were watching the video and Xu thought the clips of him practicing the stance and making the chainmail were edited into a video like it. And this dude made it look like a martial arts practitioner who was suffering from humiliation and decided to make a chainmail in order to prevent his wife from beating him. Jiang looked at him and starts laughing, while Xu was angrily saying, who the hell made him into an automat? The video was even tagged with the story of Jane Doe's growth in the arena. Meanwhile, Jiang was happily saying, so this is what people mean by quoting out of context. Xu thought it's lucky that this video hasn't gone viral, otherwise people will be sending messages to mock him and say that he is afraid of his wife. Xu asked Jiang, is it okay if they don't stream today, but she asked him the reason for that. He cried internally, thinking, she seems quite happy about it. It's no wonder the video painted her in such a good light, be it slaughtering her opponents or bullying him. He then thought of a plan to get back at her as he moved his hand towards her legs. He picked her leg and then suddenly kissed on her toes. She couldn't believe that and shockingly asked if he just kissed her feet. Xu said yes he did and asked, will she still dare to tell him to scram next time, while she tells him to not do such perverted things with her. Jiang thought, if he is like this when they are not even married, so once they actually marry, will they be kissing each other all over like in that film, and even do that thing? She then came back to her senses and thought, this guy must be up to no good. She stood up in anger, which scared Xu a little. She then angrily went inside her room, while Xu was trying to ask if she is alright. She then slams the door, so Xu wondered if that was too much for her. Suddenly, she opened the door in anger and then returned back to the computer and turned it on. Xu asked what is wrong, but she replied with all her strength that he won't be able to beat her. He sit on the chair and said he knows that. She then turned around in anger and shouted, as long as he is aware. After some time, while Jiang was working in the kitchen, Xu was thinking that something is definitely up with her. Could it be that she saw something that she wasn't supposed to, like some of the videos that he hasn't transferred out of the computer yet? Jiang felt a sudden chill as she heard him asking if she happened to see something that she was not supposed to. She acted in a normal way and asked, what does he mean by that? Xu said that he is referring to, but then he stopped himself from saying it. He tells her to forget it while thinking he will find an opportunity to probe her later. While they were having dinner, Xu thought this is the perfect time. He said it's actually normal for humans to have needs, as sometimes there is a need to deal with their biological system, so some companies produce content for that. She looked at him with a serious expression and asked what his point is. He continued that if there is something on the computer, it doesn't mean that it is perverted, it's just an expression of art. Jiang wondered if this guy is trying to bait her, and then she calmly said that she doesn't get it. Judging by her reaction, Xu thought if he was mistaken, and then tells her to not worry, and that it's fine. If she doesn't understand it now, she will come to understand it in the future. Suddenly, Jiang asked, so how did he deal with it, which startled him. Xu said he doesn't need to, the previous time was just an accident, so Jiang asked, what previous time is he talking about? He realized that he almost exposed himself in the attempt of exposing her, and replied it's nothing. He then looked out the window and said, it is raining. After some time, Jiang was checking the video of her and Xu, thinking, it's a pity that Winter Melon isn't in the video. Suddenly, she heard Xu saying, it's time to study. She looked at him with her strange eyes and said, he is just addicted to acting like her teacher, isn't he? To which Xu replied, he just wants her to study earnestly and improve day by day. She came close to him and addressed him as Teacher Xu. And just as she expected, it attacked straight on his heart. She blushed and said she knew it and asked if he still wants to deny it. He replied it's not like that, and she is not allowed to slack off. She has to complete her exercises and read the books. She gets angry after hearing him say that she won't be able to calculate the prices when she go grocery shopping, and then people will take her for a fool, but she said she can calculate. Xu then asked her a question. Leek costs 2 yuan per 500 grams, and egg costs 280 yuan per 500 grams. So how much is the cost of 750 grams of leek and 1250 grams of eggs? She started calculating on her fingers, and Xu said that she is not allowed to use her fingers. She gets irritated and said even he can't calculate it without using them, but Xu said he sure can, as the total would be 10 yuan. He muttered, she will just have to buy them in batch of 500 grams. Also, why does she has to learn this when there are calculators? Finally, it was the time for her stream, and the study session is over. She was thinking that she wasn't even this tired while learning martial arts when she was young. While she was starting the stream, Xu was thinking that the style of the stream was the gaming. Then it became martial arts, and now it's like a husband and wife skit. She started the stream and was playing games, while Xu was making his chainmail. He thought one of them is bending metal rings, while the other is silently playing games. Neither of them has spoken, yet the number of viewers are more than 700. He tell the viewers that this isn't some mystical martial art, it's just the tiger fist technique passed down many generations from Xu Chu. And then he asked the main question, who was the one who made an automat of him, as they have made it as though his wife is really strict with him. He said he is not standing because of punishment, it's just him practicing the stance. He is not exaggerating, but she doesn't dare to defy him at home, that is the power of his authority. Jiang was looking at the comments and thought, he can say whatever he wants, the stream will continue regardless. She was eating snacks, so she asked Xu if he wants one. He remembered about how she will feed him like a dog, so he instantly refused, thinking there is no way he will be able to explain himself out of that one. He then noticed that she hit her peak at around 1500 rating with the lousy equipment. Now the only time her chances of winning is higher, when she matched with someone with a weak class like hers. He asked her if she wants to try switching to a stronger class. Xu said he feels that the current one is too weak, so let's change to a stronger one. And once she hit around 1600 rating, There will be people paying her to lose on purpose, and they can earn some extra money. Jiang couldn't believe there was such a good deal, and Xu explained it's more common in the higher rating. It's the same as getting a rare drop while grinding. But then some viewers said if he continued to stand in his stance, they will pay them, and asked, isn't that a good way to earn extra cash? But Xu said they are just streaming for fun, so there is no need for them to send money. Jiang tells him if he had told her that earlier, she would have been at that rating long ago. One of the viewers then gifted her a flower, saying if she hits 1600 rating, then he will sub to tier 3. She gets shocked after realizing that this time the gift was given to her. She thought of telling Xu, but then dropped the idea, thinking if she were to ask, he would probably say that it wasn't for her. While she was carefully picking her class, Xu managed to get her snacks. He makes fun of her, saying the money she earns from grinding all went into these potato sticks. Jiang was not paying attention to him, and then she chose the female sword devil as her character. She tells Xu that she is even wearing that ugly Christmas hat in battle, and Xu motivated her for the game. He thought, even if the viewer count decreases when he is not in the stance, the warrioress didn't say much and concentrated on playing. To her, gaining attention or gifts isn't important, she plays the game for the viewers. Then the next day, they were standing near the window and Xu said, the weather is horrible like that during May and June. But once the rain is over, the summer will start. Jiang said, looks like there is no time to wait for the rain to get less heavy, she will go get the groceries, and Xu tells her to wait, saying that he will tag along. Outside, Xu was telling Jiang, it would be more romantic if they were to share one umbrella when they are out shopping, but she asked if he is looking to get wet. He said, it's normal for couples to do dumb things like that when dating. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind as he asked Jiang if she can deflect the rain with her swordplay, like swish and dance through the rain, while coming out dry on the other side. But to Xu's disappointment, she replied of course not. And if she could do that, then he wouldn't have seen her in a pristine state that day, not like a wet chicken. Xu then took basket from her hands and said, time passes by so quickly. In just a blink of an eye, it has almost been a year. After they returned home, Jiang was preparing for lunch. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, so she said, the more she thought about it, the more it doesn't seem right. Xu gets confused and asked, what doesn't seem right? She said, obviously, he treats her as a cook, so why does he want her to study? And Xu replied, even if she can cook, she still have to read books and solve problems. He thought, at times like this, she must be exposed mercilessly, as this girl is way too crafty. He then sits near the computer so he can play a song. But it was on the lock screen, so Xu tells Jiang that even if she didn't lock it, he won't just look through. But she said his words have hidden intentions. Xu gets up while accepting that he did look at her search history before, but he was just doing it out of responsibility, just like how a father asked the teacher what his daughter has been doing at school. She asked then what about now, to which Xu replied, now that she has integrated into society, she has the ability to live independently, so he will respect her privacy. Jiang said something is not right, as there wouldn't be a problem if he didn't mention it, so why is he doing this? He just wants to take a peek, right? She thought she have repeatedly confirmed that if the history is cleared, there is no way to get it back, and then she wondered if there is still a way to find it. Xu replied, it's a matter of respect and privacy, no matter how close the two of them are, each of them will have their own space, she doesn't have to guard against him. Jiang muttered, she doesn't think it's necessary, but still, fine, she accept her apology. And then, he played some music on the laptop, saying, maybe they were like this in their previous life, walking on the street with an umbrella and passing by. Then someone wanted to murder him, but she drew her sword and saved him. She asked, what previous life is he talking about? And then suddenly, he hugged her from behind, saying who knows, every bite and every sip is preordained, maybe it's all predetermined, she saved him before, and he took her in this time. She tells him to stop talking nonsense and help her peel the garlic. And just like that, several months passed and summer arrived. Xu was telling Jiang that he is heading out, there are popsicles in the fridge, but don't eat too much, or she will upset her stomach. And as soon as he left, she take out a popsicle, sits near the fan and thought, this must be what that guy means by being free and happy. Suddenly, she noticed the computer and thought about watching some stuff. In the evening, she was learning a poem, so Xu tells her that she doesn't need to memorize these poems, she just need to read them. Jiang said, Li Bai was so amazing that there are still records of him more than 1,000 years later. It is incredible to see these people recorded down in history. Xu said he also finds it incredible. He think about waking up one day to discover that Hao was recorded down in history and turned into a policeman from 1,000 years ago. He then gives her sunglasses, saying, by the way, if she goes on a long walk, she can wear this. Also remember to wear a sun hat too. Suddenly, she gets scared as she heard Xu asking, why did she pull down the shades? She looked back and said, it was too sunny, so she pulled them down to block the sunlight. Xu said she doesn't need to wear those at home. If she is hot, then she can turn on the air conditioner. He will teach her how. He taught her about the air conditioner, how she can turn it on and adjust it according to her needs. She said, his room doesn't seem to have this, so let's switch back the rooms, as she is not afraid of the heat. He replied, she can stay there, how can they keep switching rooms? So if it does get too hot to handle, he can come and sleep on her floor. But in front of her strange eyes, Xu brushed it off, saying it's actually not that hot. Suddenly, Xu noticed the leggings hanging in her room, that Jiang quickly grabbed and hid. He tells her that those were bought for wearing, there is nothing to hide. She asked him, didn't he secretly wear it too? Xu replied he never wore them, and how can she smear a person's innocence out of nowhere, to which she said she saw him washing socks early in the morning one time. He gets flustered, as at that time, he was washing the underwear. He then leaves while saying, anyway, he wasn't being sneaky, she can wear whatever she wants, it's up to her. He came out in the hall, thinking she will wear them one day. After some time, he was thinking, but why she's still so resistant? It's clear that she isn't against kissing and hugging now, so what is she struggling with? Is she still afraid that he will do something? She came out of her room, so Xu said, to be fair, he can't beat her, so there is nothing to worry about, to which she replied, what if he lick him? She can't sew his mouth shut. He angrily shouted, how could he do something like that? There is no way. But she tells him he kissed her foot last time, so how could he not? She then remembered about the adult videos she finds on the computer. She thought she has seen through it a long time ago. Wearing those weird clothes is to get ready to do nasty things, so she replied that he can't fool her. Xu then starts thinking about how can he convince her. But then he takes out her notebooks and said, let's not think about that. Hurry up and study, as there are so many workbooks left to be done. She then acted like she is being tortured and said she doesn't want to solve problems. But Xu called her a violent warrioress and said, can she not act like she has been wronged, as it feels incredibly fake. She gets angry and said she won't do it. If he asks her to do math problems again, she will beat him. Meanwhile, Wintermelon was enjoying the scene of his masters quarreling. Then the next day, Xu went on a business trip for a week. Jiang, in order to push herself to work harder in math, she started writing diary. June 9th, the plan is to finish all of the one lesson, one exercise for the 4th grade level, and wait for Xu to check, and then prepare to learn the geometry formulas. June 10th, watched films, ate popsicles, and played games. June 11th, watched films and played games. June 12th, she went to the public activity area to play with the fitness facilities, and then confirmed to watch films when she went back. June 13th, realization of her mistake, questioned herself how can she be so depraved, and that she can't be laughed at by Xu again for being a stupid illiterate. Then on June 14th, watched films and played games again. On June 15th, the last day, she watched films. After some days, Xu was near the bookshelf, thinking, for the past him, the biggest use of a bookshelf was to hold other stuff. However, it's different now, with books for the two of them. It has come to a point where they have no choice but to store their books properly using the bookshelf. Perhaps, due to his dad's influence, when it comes to spending money on books, he doesn't feel bad at all. Regardless of whether the contents of the book are useful or not, it feels great to just pick any random book to read when you are bored. Xu tells Jiang that it looks like a scholar's bookshelf now, and she said, but he is a scholar to begin with. She then happily tells him they will both be scholars once she is more knowledgeable. She thought second Miss would die of shock if she were to recite a roadmap on how to modernize society. After some time, to Xu's surprise, he noticed her studying quietly. He said this is the first time she is studying without him telling her to do, to which she replied, she has thought it through. If she doesn't study, she would have to rely on him. Xu was using his phone and said she would still have to rely on him, even if she study. But in front of her gaze, he corrected himself, saying, "A warrioress that gives up on martial arts to study instead. It's really admirable." She replied that she will never improve if she were to only play video games. The best way to improve herself is to study. Otherwise, she will still be a farmer after years of playing games. Half an hour later, after all that speech she gave, Xu noticed her sleeping. He went close to her, knocked the table, and said she dozed off. After waking up, she said that on second thought, she should just become a farmer instead. She said that in her dream, Second Miss said that she is not cut out for this, but Xu was telling her to not start putting away her books. But she looked at him with anger and asked, why should she be studying, while he is just enjoying life on the side? He replied, because she wasn't there when he was studying, and she calls that unfair, saying she was practicing sword at that time. She gets an idea and said, for every hour she study, he would have to practice the sword for an hour, which will make him healthy as well. Also, he is not allowed to say no, so Xu agreed. A few days later, Xu thought that Jiang is officially studying materials from the 5th grade. It's been more than a month since she has started her learning journey. She looked at him and said he will only become an expert through hard training, and only then will he be able to hold her down when he kisses her. Xu picked his phone and tells her to not make robot noises with the fan, and don't draw the curtains too frequently. She gets startled and asked, what's wrong with drawing the curtains, to which Xu smiled pervertly. She gets confused for a second, and then she blushed after realizing what he meant. He tells her that he won't be eating dinner at home tonight, so she will have to eat by herself, so Jiang asked, when will he be back? Xu replied, he will be back around 7 or 8. He will let her know if he is staying out later than that. He was looking at her with his perverted eyes, but she looked in the other direction and tells him to come back early. As Xu was leaving, a thought crossed her mind. She looked at him while thinking, for him to see through her this easily, he must have done the same thing in the past. Pervert. At night, it's been 10 minutes since she started her stream, so she asked the viewers if they are even watching her. Some of them replied they are watching, and some asked about Xu. She addressed him as her boyfriend and said he is out today, so he won't be practicing his stance. The viewers tell her to stop explaining, as they can't bear her relationship with Xu. After some time, Jiang checked the time, saying Xu said that he would be home around 7 or 8. That would be 7:30 if she were to take the middle of it, and yet he is still not home. Suddenly, she gets startled as Wintermelon arrived and took one of the potato ring, and then a steamer called him a pig. She showed Wintermelon to them, saying it's a cat who is just a little fat. Another viewer tells the guy to watch the stream for a couple of days as they have chainmail armor, a wax figure punishment, the diligence of Zhang Koi, and the cat that looks like a pig. Meanwhile, Jiang texted Xu if he is watching the stream. After the stream ended, she texted him again, asking when is he coming back. After 2 hours, he replied that he is heading back now. After waiting for some time, she heard someone opening the door. She noticed Xu and quickly went close to him, saying about that thing he taught her. But then, suddenly, she noticed a blood stain on his t-shirt. She gets worried, asking if he is hurt, but Xu tells her to not worry, saying it's not his. She was still worried, so he removed his t-shirt to show that he is completely fine. She gets angry at him, and Xu said it's a long story, so let him take a shower first. While he was inside the bathroom, she was thinking, staying out for so late and coming home with blood stains on him. Suddenly, he opened the door and tells her to bring his pajamas for him. After some time, Xu tells her that he had to go to the hospital and then the police station, which made him come home late. She asked in a worried tone, what's up with the blood? Xu sadly replied, it's of House. The one who was in a predicament wasn't him, it was someone else. She said that was good to hear, as she thought that he got slashed by someone, so Xu tells her to think more positively. He said if she came home late into the night with blood on her, he would have thought that she is the one doing the slashing. She tells him to sleep early, but Xu said if she doesn't stop touching him like that, he won't be able to sleep. She replied she is just checking to see if he is injured and asked, so is Hao dead? Xu said he has some minor injuries, and also don't keep mentioning about death all the time, and then Jiang asked if he wants to eat something. Xu thought he doesn't usually think this way, but the more he looked at her, the more she looks like a wife. Suddenly, he grabbed her and kissed her cheeks, and then to Jiang's shock, he bites it. After doing that, Xu said he is done eating, so let's sleep early today, and leave everything else for tomorrow. Before leaving, he tells her to not think about the violence all the time, today was just an accident. The next day, Xu was going to the hospital to pay Hao a visit, and then head to the police station afterwards. Also tells Jiang that there really is not need to give him her sword for self-defense. He said, Hao is the unlucky one, not him, he gets into accidents everywhere he goes, and he just got dragged into it, that's all. He tells Jiang that he will come early and reminds her to study well. Outside, he buys some bananas for Hao. After he reached the hospital, he finds his uncle scolding Hao. He gave him a banana and then makes fun of Hao, saying he will eat one for him. His uncle then asks Xu what happened, since Hao describes as though he was some hero, and it was as if he was one step away from being the mightiest hero ever. Hao said he was too careless and didn't think that the rascal has a knife, let alone use it, but his father tells him to keep quiet, as he will listen to what Xu has to say. Xu explained the two of them were having a meal and then they decided to have some fun at an internet cafe, where a man was trying to rob a girl, so Hao tried to stop him and took a knife for her. His uncle asked if that is all, and Xu replied yes, that is all. He scolded Hao that he should have explained it like this, and why did he describe it as though he broke his limits and fought the guy in multiple bouts, and bragged for half an hour. He thought that Hao should have been a storyteller, singing the same tune as Xu, they would be able to carry an entire theater to glory. Meanwhile, Hao was saying that he wasn't bragging, he had to restrain him at the start and take his bat away. Hao then tells his dad to go and eat something, as he will be fine with Xu. After his dad left, Hao took a sigh of relief and Xu asked if it's serious. Hao showed him the bandage, saying, it's not, he managed to avoid any serious injuries when he turned his body. Xu tells him to be careful from now, as the porridge that he is eating right now might just leak from his abdominal wounds, and Hao tells him to stop talking nonsense. While Xu was eating the second banana, Hao asked Xu where did he learn those martial arts. Xu said it was all just in the heat of the moment, he will attribute it to the past 2 years of meditating his body and soul, otherwise, he would have chopped his head off with one strike. Suddenly, Xu excitedly asked Hao if that will count as being courageous, and will he get recognized for it. It would be best if he were to receive a pennant of some sort, that way, he will be able to show off to his dad. Hao replied, the most he can get is the bravery award, and he is lucky that his friend is a police officer, otherwise, that thief might have tried to go after him in the future. Xu gets angry and asked why honest people get targeted all the time. Suddenly, Hao questioned him if his ancestor was really Xu Chu, and that he will ask Uncle Xu about it one day. Hao remembered how he was on the ground when the thief charged at Xu to attack him. Xu managed to dodge his strike and then knock him down with a single strike. Hao thought he is so unlucky that he came across someone so rash and got stabbed by him. Xu really surprised him though, since he knocked the thief out cold with just one strike, he was unconscious for a long time. Xu then smiled and said, who knows, maybe his ancestors might have been Qin Qiang, and Hao replied, he can't say for sure. Suddenly, a girl arrived there and asked if this is the Officer Hai's room. Xu quickly told the girl to come in, and then whispered to Hao that it's the girl from yesterday, she is there to see him. She bring a basket full of fruits for Hao, and was shy to speak anything. She said hello to Hao, while addressing him as Officer Hai in a shaking voice. But then Hao tells her that his last name is Qin, not Hai, so she apologized to him and said hello again. She blushed and thanked him for helping her yesterday, to which he said it's part of his job to help the citizens. Xu noticed both of them acting shy, and then gets an idea. He tells them to carry on, as he suddenly remembered that he has to make a trip to the police station. He said Uncle Qin will be back soon, and then shut the door while leaving. Outside, he was thinking that's the best he can do for a brother of his. He met Hao's dad outside and tells him that he is going to the police station, and the lady that Hao saved last night is in his room to thank him. Outside the hospital, Xu thought that the smell of disinfectant was everywhere in the hallways. A place like the hospital always does bring one's mood down. He further thinks that he used too much strength and didn't manage to get commended for his actions. Hao is really a jinx. After some time, the officer checked the video and asked Xu if he trained before, to which he said it's nothing serious. The officer checked his hand and said that strike of his was really clean, and then he also remembered that Xu came there last time because of a fight as well. Xu said he has a sense of proportion, as during that fight, he let the other person beat him up. Only in emergencies like this does he unleash some of his power. The officer tells him to not be a glib as long as he is aware of his actions, otherwise he has many pairs of handcuffs there. While making the report, the officer said it's fortunate that he was there, or Qin Hao would have been, then he stopped. But Xu smiled and said nothing would have happened, as that guy would have run away instantly after stabbing him. But then Xu thought, knowing what Hao is like, he would have clutched his stomach and continued to drag that guy. He gets angry, as the more he thinks about it, the more shaken he is, so he should have given that guy a couple more kicks at that time. Suddenly, the officer said, "Mr. Honorable Citizen Xu, please be contactable for the next few days. They might still need his assistance." And Xu happily asked if he is going to be on the news. But the officer tells him to not overthink, as the perpetrator is still in the hospital. After coming out of the station, Xu went to a local restaurant so he can grab a quick bite for lunch. He checked the phone and gets angry after seeing Wang Jai's message, thinking this guy was the one who insisted on going to the internet cafe yesterday. If Hao is a jinx, then he is the bad omen. Wang Jai asked where he is, so Xu sends his location, saying that he is in a noodle shop. After some time, Wang Jai arrived and asked where did he go, and Xu replied that he just came from the police station. After a while, Xu was telling Wang Jai that he is not suited for the martial arts. He explained, in Muay Thai, people will kick a tree all day to push the limits on the amount of force that their bones can withstand, but he will shatter his with just one kick. Also, there is no use for him to learn stuff like this, as they are living in a peaceful society. Wang Jai asked, why did he learn it then? Xu smiled and said he might not believe it, but he do it for love and peace. He thought there is no way he can tell him that the reason he is training in martial arts is to not get pinned down at the bottom during kissing. Wang Jai was almost convinced by Xu's words, but then his noodles arrived and he came back to his senses. He then tells Xu to go to the hospital together so they can play some cards with Hao. In the evening, Xu was going back home, thinking it became so late after a session of cards. He entered his house and find that Jiang isn't around. He gives some food to Wintermelon while thinking she's probably out on a stroll to God knows where again. After some time, Jiang entered the house and saw Xu working on the laptop. She thought she has so many things to tell him since yesterday, but there wasn't time. She went close to him and excitedly said that she rode on the metro today. For the price of $2, she got to enjoy the AC all day, plus the ability to travel from north to south, and it was all underground. She then sits beside him, thinking she hasn't had the chance to sniff him all day. But as soon as she sniffs him, she asked why is he so smelly. Xu said maybe it's because he was at the hospital all day. Xu then tells her that she can enjoy the AC at home, as only uncles and aunties do that during summertime, in order to save on electricity costs, so she should not pick up bad habits. But Jiang pouts and said she doesn't think it's a bad habit. While she was working in the kitchen, Xu said that he will take her on a plane next time. That is even more magical, as the planes are the result of thousands of years of knowledge. He looked at her and thought, this little old lady is magical as well. He then decides to take a shower first, thinking it's true that the smell on his body is overbearing. After some time, Xu came out of the bathroom and noticed Jiang's workbook. He understand that the reason why she wanted to enjoy the AC on the train is to avoid doing her homework. He tells her it's fine she slacks off occasionally, but she can't do it all the time. But she said she is too lazy to do it, otherwise she would have finished it all in a day. Xu tells her to show him then, but Jiang said she doesn't want to, because if she were to finish it now, he will just get the new ones. After some time, Xu was looking at her secretly. She was looking so cute, and he wanted to hug her and do nasty things with her. But then he controls himself, thinking that he has to hold back, or he will ruin his plans to move into her room. Suddenly, Wintermelon jumped at the kitchen counter and was staring at the chicken she was preparing. She tells Xu to come quickly and carry Wintermelon away. Xu called Wintermelon from a distance, telling him to come to him. And then to Jiang's surprise, Wintermelon really went towards him. She asked, how is he able to get Wintermelon to listen to him? To which Xu said, creatures like cats are all abnormal in the head. But there's a trick, she can lick him once and he will give her a shocked face, then lick him again to subdue him. He continued that mom cats regularly lick the fur of their kittens, so do older cats on younger ones. It's a show of status and dominance. Therefore, if she were to lick him, he will obey her, and then asked if she wants to try it out. She looked at him with her strange eyes and said she doesn't want to. After some time, she tells Xu that it's time for dinner, and Xu said he will be there in a minute. She went close to him and asked what video is he editing. Xu then hit the enter button and said it's a historical production. The story starts playing with the song that he listened to earlier. In the video, there were a couple before, but then the man was left alone. Xu said, listening to this song, isn't it clear how the story goes, but if you were to edit and change it into a story about reminiscing about the past, so she asked if the girl is dead. Xu replied positively and said, one can string a bunch of clips together to make a whole different story. That's the beauty of editing. But Jiang said she doesn't like it at all. She thought it was originally about a couple conquering the world, and yet he changed it into a man living out his days all alone, for the sake of his partner. She thought it was originally about a couple conquering the world, and yet he changed it into a man living out his days all alone for the sake of his partner. Xu said, some people like it. He is only done with a third of the video, and will have to complete it after dinner. After dinner, while Xu was picking up the dishes, Jiang hugged him from behind. She was thinking, she doesn't know why, but after seeing him yesterday covered in blood, she has the urge to get closer to him even more. After some time, while Xu was working on the laptop, Jiang was sitting beside him. He asked her why is she touching his stomach. To which she replied, she didn't ask him why he touched her legs, but Xu confirms if she is sure about that. She makes a strange face and tells him to not worry about it. She was blushing while thinking about the second miss that she has made it. This has been the first time she has gotten handsy with a man. Xu tells her to soak her hands in warm water more often, especially her right hand, and asked did she ordered the hand cream that they searched last time, and she replied positively. She then tells him that he didn't catch the stream yesterday, she got a lot of gifts. Xu gets shocked after checking and said that's quite a lot indeed, and she even got more subs. She asked if subs are expensive, and Xu replied, a sub is like a monthly pass with different tiers, and with the current numbers, she will earn around 1,000 yuan a month. He calculated that 30 hours of streaming in a month will give her 1,000, which is about 30 yuan per hour, and she said this feels a little too easy. Xu tells her, even though it looks easy at first glance, but the devil is in the details. It's mainly because they accumulated some popularity at the start, and her skill level is pretty high in the arena. Hitting a 1500 rating with trash equipment was no easy feat. Meanwhile, Jiang was saying that this feels super easy for her, as easy as he earns money. But Xu said she can't have that mindset, as it's not easy to do all of those things. Suddenly, she makes a face, meaning, do you have no conscience? Xu replied, he is happy that she learned to trash talk. But when it comes to editing videos, 90% of the time is dedicated to finding suitable source materials. His time spent with the computer is even more than the time spent with her. Sourcing for material is the biggest time sink, and it's really tiring. He then tells her to reflect on why she is able to earn this 1,000 yuan. For example, how she is able to earn it without grinding, how she is able to stomp others, and how to keep the popularity without even him on the stream. He said, if she is unable to figure it out, this 1,000 yuan will dry up one day, and she will no longer find the money easy to earn. But she said that she will secure her 1,000 yuan. He then pats her head and said, he is just teaching her to be independent, she doesn't have to give him that look. She looked at him while blushing and asked, should she call him Teacher Xu from now then, which make him flustered. He said, the weather is hot today, so how about she let her teacher enjoy the AC in her room, but she instantly refused. Then the next morning, Xu was explaining everything to his mom about the incident. He brags about how he took down that thief instantly, but it doesn't qualify for any awards for being a courageous citizen. Xu thought, it's lucky that Hao wasn't raised by his mom, or he would have been taught to slip away at the first sign of danger. He then looked at Jiang and wondered what kind of children this violent girl will raise. There was still some time left until 7, so Xu decides to check on his chainmail progress. It was half completed, and Xu was thinking about if he should make it down to his waist or his knees. He then sits on the couch so he can upload one of his completed videos. Suddenly, Jiang puts her legs on his lap, and was not saying anything. Xu asked if he scared her yesterday, and she replied with a no. He tells her to not deny it, since the gaze she had at that moment was enough to chill the room in the summer. She replied, it's just that she is worried about him, that he will suddenly die one day. She said he once told her that this place is safe and that there wouldn't be any fights and killings. Xu replied that he was speaking in relative terms to her era. What happened yesterday wouldn't be encountered by 80%, so it really was an accident. She asked, does that mean Hao falls under the remaining 20%? And he replied yes, that the danger he faces is significantly higher than normal people. She looked at her sword and thought she will have to shape him into a capable fighter so that she won't have to worry about him getting slashed. He then pinched her nose while saying, people only worry like that when everything is fine, and it takes some bad luck to bump into a robber. After some time, it was time for their stream. Xu tells the viewers that they play games because it's their hobby, therefore, he wouldn't recommend anyone to donate anything. But as soon as he said that, the viewers started gifting like crazy, which shocked him. Jiang was happy with so much money, while Xu was thinking, that earned them so much, it looks as though they are playing hard to get. After the stream ended, Jiang happily said that she earned another 30 yuan today. But then Xu came close and said, it's more than that, probably around 80 yuan. He looked at a viewer and thought, this rich guy seems to be forever at rank 1 on the donation leaderboard. What an idler. The name of that viewer was Young Master Wang. Jiang quickly calculated that 80 yuan per day for a month will give them 2400 yuan. Xu said, it's enough to live an average life in Zhongcheng, so she will have to continue putting the effort. And she replied, the key thing is to note that this comes from just an hour a day. But then, Xu tells her that he is in the stream as well, so they have to split it by 2, which angered her. She stood up and said she is going to take a shower first and left. Later at night, they were preparing to watch a movie. Like always, Xu puts her legs on his lap, so Jiang thought, this guy has his hands on her again. She then blushed a little and rubbed his thigh with her leg. Xu was trying his best to control his emotions, which is noticed by her. She thought he was like that the previous time too. She gets sad, thinking, what on earth did she just do? After the movie ended, Xu tried to say something, but she tells him to shut up. With no explanation of his situation, he accepted his fate and said, all right, he won't say anything. He came back and sits on the couch to continue his work. He was thinking that he really wanted to reject her at first. But it's too difficult, and it's really not right for a warrioress to do things like that. Jiang looked at him and asked, why did he stop writing? To which he replied that he didn't have anything to write. He then turned off the laptop, saying that he will leave it for another day. But as he was about to leave, Jiang grabbed his t-shirt and asked if writing this not earn him any money. Xu replied, it's not that it doesn't earn him money, he just hasn't earned anything from this yet. But it's not a guarantee that he will earn money from this. She leaned on him and said, he has said before that humans need to be met. Xu replied, that's right, humans all have needs and it's all decided by their anatomy. Between couples, it's normal for that to happen. He thought that he can't let her have any more misconceptions, as there are enough fetish tables on him, like work fetish, shoe fetish, and hand fetish. He clears his throat and said with a cheerful smile that they are both innocent. But this makes her angry, as she wondered if he is mocking her. She then pinched him hard to teach him a lesson. Xu tells her that she is becoming more and more like a modern person now. He asked if she wants him to help her too, as it's actually very normal, so she doesn't have to be shy, but she angrily refused to his offer. Xu was thinking that he will no longer skip training, as he must get stronger to do stuff with her. After a while, to Xu's surprise, Jiang suddenly kissed him on cheeks. She said that she is going to bed first, and as his room is pretty warm, so don't forget to move the fan in. Xu asked, can't they just look out for each other and enjoy the AC together, and that he can sleep on the floor? She turned away her gaze and asked, what's the difference between that and having a wedding night? Xu replied that a wedding night would involve other activities, but he won't do anything after moving in, and thought, even though he really want to, but he can't overpower her or pin her down. Suddenly, she looked at him with disgust and asked if this was all according to his plan. She was looking at him with her strange eyes, and Xu said that he is just her pure-hearted boyfriend, so of course, he wouldn't have such nefarious thoughts. She suggested switching back to their rooms, but he instantly refused and said that he will just continue to sleep in the storage room. He sighed, thinking he will just have to take a few more baths. Later at night, Jiang was thinking that she can pass it off as an accident the first time, but there is no explaining the second time. She was blushing and said, just what indecent nonsense has she learned? She couldn't sleep at all, so she decided to check on Xu. She slowly opened his room's door and found him sleeping soundly. She sits next to him and thought, it really feels quite warm with only a fan in this weather. She touched his forehead, thinking that the AC is really such a great invention. Suddenly, Xu wakes up and thought he felt that someone was there. He thought that the warrioress wouldn't pull a sneak attack in the middle of the night and turned around to sleep again while she was hiding under his bed. She looked at his sleeping face and left the room. Then the next morning, while Xu was training, Jiang came out of her room. He said that she woke up late today and that he is already done with practicing his punches. She gets scared after Xu asked if she did not have a good night's sleep last night. She quickly left from there while saying, that's not the case, she had a very good sleep. While she was brushing, Xu was bragging to her that practicing this martial art really strengthened his body. He is full of energy every day, and he feel like he can kill a cow with one punch. He then gets serious and tells her to stop practicing with the sword and practice the fists with him. Or perhaps she should just not train at all, as she is already at such a high skill level, and it would make no difference. Jiang refused, saying that she can't be lazy, as what if she go back one day, to which Xu said, if that's the case, then they should get to know each other better before she go back. She looked at him and said, why don't he give it a try? Xu gathered his courage, and finally managed to touch her shoulder with his shivering hands. But after touching her, he quickly hid behind the wall. He said he is scared that her heart isn't ready for it, so he will try it again at night. Jiang was getting angry, thinking, this guy is so annoying. After some time, Jiang was thinking that 2 big bowls of hot porridge, this is the best, and now it's time to take a nap. But suddenly, she realized that it would make her as useless as Xu, who would only wake up in the afternoon before. After some time, she tells Xu that she is heading out, thinking she can't be like Winter Melon, who only knows how to eat and sleep all day. Xu tells her that he will be going out in the afternoon as well, so if he don't message and say that he is on his way home, she can take as he is not coming home for dinner. After going out, Jiang looked at the sky and thought, the weather looks great today. While leaving, she greeted Uncle Zhao and tells him that she is going out for a stroll. She remembered that when they were visiting Xu's parents, he didn't even glance at the security, much less greet them. And for him, Uncle Zhao is an elder he respects. After a while, Xu was done with his work and thought, it's about time to deliver some food to Hao. After some time, he brings some vegetarian buns and porridge for Hao, saying that patients should eat lighter foods. Hao gets irritated, asking why is it time to eat again. He tells Xu that earlier today, Wang Zi woke up late and it was almost 10 a.m. when he brought food over. Xu then looked at his wound, saying that the blood is no longer seeping through, it looks like it's recovering nicely. He then excitedly asked Hao if they will be on the news for this, as an officer stepped up to stop a robber, then almost lose his life if not for the help of a courageous bystander. Meanwhile, Hao was thinking about how it has always been his dream to randomly encounter such an event, and with this, he can strike it off the bucket list. Meditating disputes and looking for pets, even 10 of those cases couldn't give him the sense of accomplishment from this one case alone. Hao then gave an orange to Xu, saying, it's really sweet. Xu asked if he can eat oranges with that wound of his, to which Hao replied, it's fine, he just had a little taste. Xu asked, why does it feel like his face is glowing, and he is looking silly and got a goofy smile. Xu tells him to spill the beans, how did it go with that girl from yesterday, and Hao replied that she is just an employee at the convenience store, and got targeted while on her way home from work. He happily added that luckily, this hero was around, but Xu interrupted, saying that the hero rescuing the damsel in distress should be him, saving him and her, the damsels. And as soon as Hao heard that, he fell into despair. After some time, while they were playing cards, Hao asked Xu, didn't he say that he was practicing the sword? Xu replied yes, just like in those TV shows, once his aura has recovered, it will be unstoppable with a sword, and then Hao's father arrived. He said to Xu, so he is here to visit Hao again, and then Xu invites him to play the landlord together since it's boring to play with just the 2 of them. Suddenly, they heard someone knocking on the door, so Xu rushed to open the door, thinking it's Wang Zi. But then to his surprise, it was the same girl from before. She was blushing and said in a low voice that she is there to see Officer Qin. Hao was thinking that this lady is acting weird, since she just has to thank him once, So why is she there again? Xu then smiled and said he suddenly remembered that he has something to do, and Hao's father also said that he has to take Tyrant out for a walk. They said they are leaving first and then shut the door. Outside, Xu was telling his uncle to not drag him like Tyrant, and Hao's dad said that he is just finding a reason to excuse himself. Xu asked with a smile, why does he has to excuse himself? She is just there to thank Hao, to which he replied that it's just a little weird. Xu thought now he knows who Hao takes after. After a while, Hao's dad was saying that Hao gave him such a scare that day. One moment he was fine, and the next moment he was admitted to the hospital. He added that Hao is just a small-time cop, so how did he end up getting this injured? Xu said that he is just being a hot-blooded and responsible cop, so it's a good thing. But Hao's dad angrily shouted, good his ass. Xu sighed, thinking, looks like the old geezers in every family are the same. Xu tells him that Hao's dreams are becoming reality, so there is no way he will be able to get him to change now, and that it's good to have a sense of justice. Also, this is just a rare incident. If he encounters such a thing on a daily basis, wouldn't Jiang Cheng be in a state of upheaval? Hao's dad was still worried and said, even though it's a rare incident, he was unlucky enough to get involved. Suddenly, Xu received a message from someone. It was a message from his mom, reminding him that it's almost his birthday. Xu thought if it wasn't for this reminder, he would have forgotten about his birthday, and that in previous years he would head out to have noodles and tells mom that he had a scrumptious meal. Or he would get his good friends for food, drinks, and karaoke, ending the day intoxicated and considering his birthday spent. Then he wondered how his birthday will be like this year. After a few days, Jiang tells Xu that she is going out for a stroll again. After she left, Xu was thinking that she is off to idle around and enjoy the AC in the metro, and she is turning more into a modern person. After some time, Jiang was happily enjoying her trip in the metro. In the evening, she returned home and smelled something, so she wondered, what on earth is Xu doing in the kitchen? She then noticed a box on the table. She ran to Xu and asked excitedly, why is there such a huge cake there? Is it his birthday today? And he replied yes. She gets angry and asked, why didn't he tell her earlier, as she would have prepared some delicious food today, to which Xu replied, that life must be ritualistic and filled with surprises. She said that's not a good reason to waste the ingredients, and thought, what kind of ritual can a guy who only knows how to cook ramen do? She looked at the box while drooling and said, that cake is massive, but Xu tells her that this is about the same size as the one they had before. She remembered about the previous cake and said, that cake seemed to disappear after a few mouthfuls. Xu mocks her, saying that she has a big mouth, and she angrily replied that her mouth isn't big. Xu looked at her lips and thought, it is indeed not big. While Xu was blowing the candle, Jiang was waiting for him to cut the cake. But then, suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. She came close to Xu and asked, when is her birthday again? Xu nervously replied, it seems that he has also forgotten the exact date. She then excitedly said, then why don't they set her birthday for today as well, and that it will be easier to remember that way. Xu replied, setting her birthday on any date she wants, she is treating it too lightly. But Jiang said, since she has no idea when it is, she can set it on any day she likes. Xu gets shocked hearing that and thought, she actually makes sense there. He tells her, but if they were to do that, they would celebrate their birthdays on the same day each year, which means giving them only one cake to eat. She thought about it for a while, that it is true, if they have the same birthday, they will only be able to eat a cake once a year. And after spending too much time thinking, she finally said, so be it. Xu then places another candle, and tells her to make a wish. After blowing the candle, she happily said that they will be celebrating their birthdays on the same day from now on. After a while, when she was enjoying her cake, Xu said that if they were making a live-action adaptation of Cooking Master Boy, he is certain that they will offer her a role. Jiang asked him if he doesn't feel the sense of bliss washing over him when he is eating a cake, and Xu asked in return if she knows what a bliss is. She replied yes, she knows, eating cake makes her feel blissful. So does enjoying the fan, sitting under the AC, and eating ice cream. Those are things that make one happy too. Xu looked at her and thought, her concept of bliss is indeed that simple. Xu then gave her one more piece of cake, saying, here comes a dose of happiness. While she was enjoying the cake, Jiang remembered something and tells Xu that a couple of days ago, she hung out with a girl who always watches their streams. Xu gets confused and asked, which girl? She replied that it's teen yogurt beauty, she lives not far from there at the other building, and she even promised to let her be their housekeeper. Xu asked for her photo, so Jiang gives him her phone, saying she is on her feed. While he was checking the phone, Xu was thinking that now, even if she say that she accidentally came from 1,000 years ago, no one would believe her. She has already integrated into modern society from head to toe. After checking the photo, Xu said that he had never seen her around and asked if she is renting, and Jiang tells him that she just moved in this year, it looks like she bought her own place. Xu thought, even though this district is a little old, there are schools nearby, which would make the housing prices not that cheap, and wondered if this girl has ulterior motives. But then he shook his head that he is just probably overthinking it. Xu then points at a building and confirmed if she is living in that building, to which Jiang shockingly asked, how does he know about that? Xu said he guessed it, and she asked, how could he guess that, thinking, this guy seems to have some psychic powers. He just somehow knows so many things. Xu tells her that it's just a casual guess, he wasn't expecting it to be right, and then he guessed again if she lives on the 3rd floor, so Jiang quickly asked the girl about it. She asked which floor she stay on, and the girl replied the 3rd floor. Xu looked at her shocked reaction and thought, she is so curious that she has forgotten about the cake. Xu said, it really is just a lucky guess, but Jiang said that she doesn't believe him. Xu then tells her the truth that there was a neighbor, who he was friendly with. He had a place over there, which he sold at the start of the year after moving out. Jiang asked, how can he guess so right just based on that? Also, how does he know that his friend sold it to Ping? He replied, due to the location of the school around there, that place of his is much cheaper than theirs. Plus with the ghost incident, he was in a hurry to get his son a new place. And after looking at this girl's image, the chances that she has a husband is low, so even though she is looking for a new place, she wouldn't look for one that is too old, so a small place would be good for her. Jiang muttered, how does he know this much? And thought, even though the two of them are together all day, why does she seem like an idiot who doesn't know a thing? Xu tells her to not get sad, and that she would have known too if she talked with the uncles and aunties around there. Jiang said, it still doesn't seem right, there's surely more people selling their place in the small district, to which Xu tells her, that's why he was just guessing, as there was a sign at the main gate for rent and buy their places. Jiang gets shocked to know that he notices so many things every day. Xu said, he just takes note of it from time to time. This is called information integration. The outcome of the guess is not important, what's important is whether they can piece the information together. Jiang excitedly tells him that he would have been a magistrate if he was in her time. Xu added, and then she would be the one killing him, so Jiang asked why would she kill him. He replied, maybe he would have fallen in love with her looks and taken her in as a concubine, but she would have preferred death over marriage, so on the wedding night, she will decide to cut him down. Jiang brushed it off and thought, hearing him explain it all, it doesn't feel that magical or anything, he just happened to know more. Suddenly, she freezes after Xu asked her if she did not do her homework, and instead went out to have fun today. She pouts while looking at the cake and muttered, this cake is no longer tasty. After some time, she was doing her homework. She was thinking, while the summer heat is unbearable, what's more unbearable are the theatrics from Xiao Ming and Xiao Hong. She gets angry and punched the table in frustration, asking if the kings and generals are more noble than they are. Xu tells her to not spout weird phrases like that, or she will look stupid. He said, if she is really tired of studying, she can take breaks from time to time, like watch videos, listen to music, or she can watch those videos, which only star 2 or 3 people. But before he could finish his sentence, Jiang shouted that she has never seen those. Xu and Wintermelon looked at her with suspicion, and Xu muttered crosstalk. She starts melting in shame. When he asked her what did she think he was referring to, she was controlling herself, thinking, she can't hit him, she can't hit him. She said, he obviously read the Golden Lotus when he was living alone, to which Xu asked if she even know what a Golden Lotus is. Jiang said, she knows that he is just trying to move into her room so that he can commit despicable acts on her. Xu shouted, wanting to, and actually doing it are 2 separate matters. It's totally normal to think that way since they are in a relationship. Also, he can't win a fight against her, so she is the one who gets to decide. They both fell silent for a while, and then she said, "That thing he did with her legs." And as soon as she said that, Xu froze in his place. Now, it was Jiang and Winter Melon looking at him with suspicion, and she said that he is taking advantage of a person from the Kai Yuan era, who knows nothing. She put the pencil down in anger and went towards her computer. Xu tells her to wait and said she is getting on the computer, so has she finished her homework? She replied that he is thinking of tricking her all day and even want to move into her room. He is up to no good, then called him Deng Tuzi. Realizing that he can't win right now, Xu tells her to go ahead. Suddenly, he heard some sound effects and thought about something. He asked what she is playing, and Jiang replied, "Bejeweled." He quickly went near her and tried to convince her to play another game while thinking. She actually found the games that he has put on his D drive. Jiang asked how is it not fun, since she find it really entertaining. She excitedly tells him to watch her match these jewels, but Xu tried to stop her. And then it came, an elf girl with no clothes on her. While she was looking at him with narrowed eyes, Xu said that she should learn how to format a drive, so allow him to demonstrate with the D drive. But before he could do anything, she kicked him and tells him to stay away. Xu muttered, "It's normal for a guy who lives alone," and tells her that if she didn't add a password to the computer, he would have deleted those games long ago. He thought, people usually go from beginner to giving up, so where did she even learn to find hidden folders? She asked him if his brain full of stuff like this, to which he replied no, and that he only play this when he is really bored. She thought, it's true that he has mostly been on his laptop watching movies and writing reviews for the past year, and he didn't really play this. Xu tried to explain, this is called hoarding, where one downloads it once and leaves it alone after, as there are so many more games that he has bought, but never played. But even after all the explaining, Jiang said that she is not trusting any of his bullshit. Xu said that he should delete them now, but she tells him to keep his hands off, as these are all hers now. While he was confused to hear that, she said that these are all evidence of him being a Deng Tuzi, so why would she let him delete them? Xu tells her that playing too many of these games is no good for her body, thinking her Kai Yuan era wife is going to be led astray. She tells him that she will not trust any of his words and thought she knew from the beginning that there was more than meets the eye with this guy. His secret has been totally exposed now. She find another game, and Xu said that this one is good, but she will need an account for it. She asked for his account, and Xu said he is starting to realize that she is getting less polite with her. She angrily shouted that he took her legs, so Xu surrendered and gave it to her. He thought, even though what's his is also hers, something still feels off about this. Xu explained that this is a TCG, where she has her own set of cards while her opponent has theirs. Jiang was getting excited, thinking that she doesn't know who her character is, and where is she. All she knows is that she is all ready to dominate this game. After explaining everything, Xu asked if she now knows how can she play it. But she tells him to play a round for her, so Xu realized that she understood nothing. He explained that it's actually really simple, look at these crystals over there, just accumulate some of these every round. She and her opponents will take turns playing cards. While explaining, Xu thought that her body is so soft, and it doesn't feel too warm, her hair still smells great as well. He tells her that if she will be able to reach legend rank, then she can stream this game as well. Xu continued that it feels quite magical when he realized that he is teaching an ancient warrioress to play games, but Jiang said that she is already a modern person. He said that modern people all underwent 9 years of compulsory education, so is she done with her homework? She acted cute and said they agreed that she doesn't have to do it today. After a while, it was time for her stream. Xu sits on the couch, thinking he will use these metal rings to make a grocery basket for the warrioress. After the stream started, Xu noticed that Jiang's new friend, Teen Yogurt, tried to be the top donator several times, but was pushed down by Wang Zi. He then greeted everyone and said he is currently making a grocery basket. It will be used to store things when it's finished. The viewers said it's awesome. The female streamer really picked up a treasure, and then one of them asked if he get on the news. He shared the link of the news, where a police officer encountered a robbery while off duty, and worked together with a warm-hearted citizen to stop it. They asked if he is from Jiangcheng, to which Xu replied he is, and checked the news himself. He saw the clip, and his move was named the double ear slap. He said this is a misunderstanding. He is a good citizen, who just play games and makes armor, so how could he perform a double ear slap? Suddenly, Wang Zi donated 10 gifts, happily saying that his bro is on the news. Jiang also checked the clip while thinking, although she heard about what happened from Xu, that he slapped someone silly, but she didn't know the actual process. The viewers called him awesome, asking if that is kung fu, but Xu tells them to guess if that person is him or not. Jiang was playing seriously, thinking, it's getting harder to climb now, so she need to focus, while leaving the talking to Xu. After the stream ended, she thought that she really had to concentrate, otherwise, she will fall quickly. She then asked Xu if that's him in the news, to which he replied positively. Jiang said that she didn't teach him that move, it should have been his neck, right? Xu replied it's because of her, as she said before, that he can snap a person's neck if he is lucky enough. So at that time, he was so angry when he saw Hao getting stabbed, that he used his full force to attack. But after remembering her words, he used the other hand to slap him in the head. He said that kung fu really isn't a good thing, its lethality is too great. Suddenly, Xu confirmed with Jiang that she should be able to hold back her strength, since he doesn't want to see her take someone's head off one day. Jiang happily replied yes she can, with people like him, but she doesn't hold back when she is dealing with masters, so he doesn't need to worry. Xu took a sigh of relief, thinking it's a good thing that he is not a master. Jiang watched his clips more than 20 times and said if she were to slap him like that, then his head would be like a winter melon bomb. Xu gets scared after hearing that, so she called him timid. He repeated 3 times that he is not timid, so don't say nonsense. He tells her to not make those jokes anymore, as it's not funny at all, and Jiang said she just wanted to scare him a little, as she used to cut off people's head. Suddenly, Xu shouted and tells her it's enough. He said, the past is the past, she is now just like a weak woman with no strength to even restrain a chicken. She has always kept herself safe and never hurt anyone, understand? He continued that he gets scared when she talk about that stuff with an indifferent tone. Jiang lowered her head and replied, she understand. Xu looked at her and thought, when she held her sword back then, it was really possible that she could have killed him with one slash. If it wasn't because Hao was in danger, he may never have personally experienced how fragile life is and the respect for life. Jiang then opened her arms while looking at him with love and said, she is not Jiang from the past anymore, she is a modern person and his girlfriend. He sits near her and she tells him that she was just trying to scare him a little, she won't hurt people casually, so he doesn't have to be afraid that she will be arrested. Xu said that she has to think of herself as a modern person from the bottom of her heart, and she said okay to it. They both then kissed and Xu wondered if she learned a thing or two about acting coquettishly. Or is this her natural talent, as she's already such a good fighter, and if she learns how to act coquettishly. After they were done with the tongue kiss, Xu thought that she seems to be getting more skilled at this. Jiang then grabbed a Coke for herself and sits near the computer. She thought, this game only requires her to sit and wait for the opponent to play their hand. She just have to use the mouse to play her cards too, it's nothing difficult. She looked back at Xu and asked if he is free right now. She called him near her, asking if he wants to cuddle while she plays. Xu said any other normal girl wouldn't have given such a suggestion, so she should request for cuddles in a cute voice. He starts saying that being a warrioress and a cutie at the same time, so Jiang gets confused and thought he is saying those stuff again, that she doesn't understand. Xu said even if he is free, he will be able to find something to do, like watch a movie. He thought he have to admit though, the time spent with his laptop seems to be longer than the time he has spent cuddling with her. He was thinking his previous video was on the front page for a day and got quite popular. He doesn't have any inspiration for the next one though. The previous one relied on having the theme of the video differ from the meaning of lyrics, and yet they synced perfectly, which caused it to get popular. He then picked up Winter Melon and thought, once you grab the area behind a cat's neck, they won't be able to move. Just like the high-level bosses in martial art films, there is always a weakness somewhere. Suddenly, he tells Jiang that she and Winter Melon are really similar. He tells her how when Winter Melon first came there, his hair stood on days at end, and he hid himself in the corner or under the bed. He was only able to lure him out with food, but once that was finished, he would continue to hide. Later on, as he felt safer, his true colors started to shine through, and he became more and more clingy and just hung around all day at home. Jiang picked up Winter Melon and starts playing with him. Meanwhile, Xu was thinking that he can't beat her, and now that she has learned how to act coquettish and dumb, it will be all over if she continues the trend and gets fat. Jiang asked, what is he up to now, and why does she feel angry all of a sudden? Xu said with a sad face, it's just that, although he has a girlfriend by his side all day, he doesn't get the chance to enjoy the AC together with her. And now she knows that children aren't born from just purely sleeping together. Why won't she take pity on him, as it is the summer and the electric fan only blows warm air at night? Jiang said that they can switch back then, to which he replied he didn't say a thing. She angrily said he is just trying to move in together and sleep with her, but Xu said he is not, and that it's really warm in the storage room. She tells him to not use the trick on her, but Xu said how could he use such a dumb method that tortures him, she is looking down on him. Jiang said in that case she will move to his room and the two of them can use the fan together. Unable to understand that she was testing him, Xu excitedly said sure. But then he realized his mistake and lied to her that he was just joking, and that girls are always afraid of the heat, so how could he let her move with him? Jiang asked how does he know that girls are all usually afraid of heat, and Xu said it's the curse of knowledge. She knows he is making fun of her, and tells him that when she went to look about Thanos, she found that he fought with Iron Man, and Iron Man eventually died. It wasn't like what he said. Xu realized something and asked if she has always been looking up everything that he has told her, and she replied of course, and she also knows that he has been hiding loads of information from her. Xu thought she is the same as before, she obviously knows about everything and yet she keeps it a secret and watched him make a fool of himself. She is a devilish girl. Xu then tells her that the curse of knowledge certainly exists. When one encounters something out of his knowledge, he will either just understand or he never will, therefore he didn't trick her. Jiang replied that he wouldn't be able to. Even if he tried, she is just letting him feel like he has succeeded in tricking her. Xu gets shocked hearing that and said she has even learned such mystical tricks. Then later at night, Jiang was saying if it is really too hot for him, he can move his bed into her room. She added he can have the bigger bed and she will take the small one, so Xu shockingly asked, what's the difference between doing that and switching their rooms back then? She replied he is the one who does not want to switch their rooms back, thinking sleeping in the same room on separate beds is definitely better than sharing a bed together. Otherwise, he might trick her into having kids at any time. Xu was thinking, even putting sleeping mats for summer on his bed doesn't help with the heat, and it leaves marks all over his body. So he really can't let her bake in the heat while he is enjoying the cool air, so this compromise sounds like the best solution for now. Jiang looked at him thinking and said she will help him move the bed over once she is done with this match, and Xu gets happy after hearing that. He quickly gets up and placed a chair beside her. He puts her legs on his lap and starts explaining about the game, that the victory condition of this deck is to shuffle the cards. While explaining, he was touching her legs all over, thinking her legs are the best. After a while, Jiang happily shouted that she won. She then tells him to play another round, but Xu said it's time to move the bed. While Xu was packing his stuff and was preparing to move the bed, Jiang was thinking that putting two beds in the room would make the room very cramped. And now that they are going to be sleeping in the same room anyway, moving the bed in on purpose seems a little pretentious. It seems like there isn't much of a difference between moving the beds together and sleeping on the same bed. She then said in a low voice that it's possible. She said they can place the sword in the middle of the bed and can each take up half of the bed to sleep on. Xu's eyes sparkled after hearing that, and he excitedly said that would be the best. Jiang continues that since they are wearing the pajamas, and Xu agrees with her, saying she is right. She was blushing, but continued that he can't beat her in a fight anyway, so she will kick him off the bed if he make any moves on her, and Xu replied with a yes. She then tells her to continue the game, while he will pack and move his things over and then take a shower. After the shower, Xu asked when is she planning to go to bed, and Jiang said that she will play for a little longer. After some time, Xu was thinking that he didn't expect to be this successful as he originally thought, that he would have to fight for a spot on the floor first, before slowly making his way up. After an hour, Xu tells Jiang that it's 11 already, so it's time for bed. She then shut down the computer and said she will take a shower first. It's been 45 minutes, but Jiang wasn't coming out of the shower, so Xu wondered if she fainted in the bathroom. While Xu was in deep thought, she came out and asked, why isn't he sleeping? Xu said that he was waiting for her, but Jiang nervously asked why, since they are not planning on doing anything, and thought he is pushing his luck as she wanted to wait for him to fall asleep first. Xu said yes, they are not doing anything, so let's hurry up and go to sleep. After a while, they both were watching the bed, and the sword was already placed on it. Jiang asked, why isn't the sword in the middle, to which he replied, he is fine with this amount of space, and he is also afraid that she will not be able to sleep comfortably. Jiang was trying to calm herself down, when she heard him saying, it's almost 12, so is she still planning to just stand there? She was thinking, how did she become this impulsive, and how her second miss, the townsfolk, and Xu parents will view her. She suddenly shouted that she is not afraid of the warm weather, so it's better for her to sleep in the other room, and then she ran away from there. Xu gets in shock while thinking, after a whole day's worth of work, he is still back to square one. After a minute, he angrily opened the door of the storage room. Inside, he finds Jiang setting up the bed for her to sleep. Suddenly, she gets startled by him as he ignored her and lay down on the bed. Xu said he doesn't need the AC anymore, so she can have her bed back, thinking the plan to get her to open up has not yet succeeded. He will have to try harder next time. Jiang shakingly said that she is really not afraid of the heat, but Xu asked if she wants to sleep there with him then. Xu tells her that in any case, she is only allowed to sleep in the other room, he won't budge on this. He continued, she said herself that they should save on electricity, and that they can't waste it. He added that they are cuddling and kissing all day long, but before he could complete his sentence, Jiang picked him up on her shoulder and leave from there. After reaching the main bedroom, she throws him on the bed. Then to Xu's surprise, she angrily put the sword in the middle of the bed, wished him good night and lie down. They both were silent for a while when she suddenly asked him to return her blanket. Xu gives her the blanket, and after taking it, she quickly turned around. She tells him if he dares to touch her, she will kick him off the bed. She added, then she will move back to the storage room. But Xu tells her that the storage room is actually his room, and he is just there to enjoy the AC and doesn't have any other intentions. She questioned him if he really think that she will believe him. While she was thinking, they unknowingly ended up sleeping on the same bed. She was tricked somehow. She said she knew what he was up to no good ever since they switched rooms at the beginning. She thought this was all a ruse. If he didn't use a nonsensical excuse to get them to switch rooms, she would have kicked him out if he tried to linger on the storage room bed. But now that they have switched their rooms, when he tries to move in with that thick skin of his, she can't even move back to the storage room. Or he will be an annoyance. And the more she thinks about it, the angrier she gets, so she has to think of a way to give him a good beating. She peeked at him a little and then suddenly turned around in shame, thinking, second miss, she has brought her benefactor to the bed with her. But then, Xu said that they are not even doing anything, and they have nothing to hide, they are just a little closer now, and are not even touching. He continued that as a couple they are as pure as white sheets, but she was saying that at the beginning they were. But Xu tells her to not say anymore, he is just purely huddling over, just as he should, so she can move over a little, or she will accidentally fall off the bed in the middle of the night. To which she angrily replied she doesn't want to, even though they are just purely sleeping together now, he will surely take advantage of it in the coming days, and want to touch her sooner or later. Xu laughed a bit and said, she said herself, it will happen sooner or later, so why does it matter if it happens sooner? Jiang smiled after hearing that, and tells him to stretch his hand out. Unaware of her true intentions, he excitedly gave his hand to her. But then to her surprise, she grabbed his finger and twisted it hard. And while he was screaming in pain, she tells him that they are gonna touch sooner or later, so here is a preemptive strike. Xu said, since she has already touched him, does that mean he can touch her now? She replied, she will kick him off if he does, and Xu cried over the fact that he suffered for nothing. After some time, she asked him why isn't he asleep yet, as this is the 6th time he has flipped over. Xu replied he can't sleep, and thought, since they have both used the same shampoo to wash their hair, the smell is making him excited. He turned around and asked if she can stretch her hand over to him. Jiang asked what for, and Xu replied that touching her hands is not a big deal. She thought about it for a second, and then slowly moved her hand towards him. Xu grabbed her hand, thinking it's really soft and it smells great. But then suddenly, he realized something. He asked her in shock, why does her hand smell like his hand lotion, and if she secretly used it. She frees her hand from him and said she didn't. Xu said that the smell on her hand is unmistakable of his hand lotion and asked if she didn't buy her hand cream, to which Jiang replied she did and is currently using it. Xu was still questioning her, so she closed her ears and said she is using her hand cream, and now that she is tired, she is going to sleep, and wondered if Xu has a dog's sense of smell. Xu said he will talk to her about this tomorrow and turned around. After an hour, he was looking at her sleeping, thinking that even if they are not having any physical contact, watching her sleep from over there makes him feel comfy as well. He poked her cheeks, whispering that she is too cute, and then wished her good night. Then the next morning, Xu woke up and find that Jiang is already up. He came out of her room and find her sitting near the computer. She was enjoying her yogurt, and after seeing him, she wished him good morning. Xu showed the sword to her and asked if she is not training today, and she replied yes, not today. Xu went inside the bathroom, and then noticed Jiang's hand cream. He checked the tube and thought there is still quite a bit left and wondered if she can't bear to use it. He opened the cap and smelled it a little and gets too shocked, thinking this is literally just his hand lotion. He went out and put the cream down in anger. He asked her why her hand cream has turned into the hand lotion that he is using, to which Jiang replied that she has no idea what he is talking about. Angered, Xu reminds her she said that she bought a new tube, so is she sure that this isn't his hand lotion, but Jiang replied, this is a new flavor, it just smells like his hand cream. Xu put some cream and said, spending a couple of dollars to buy the cheap hand lotion he is using, and then squeezing it into this tube, isn't this just his hand lotion then? Jiang gets too shocked and asked how did he find about that, and Xu said that he is not dumb. He tells her that he will buy her hand cream next time, as it's not right to do this stuff to save some money. Jiang said but it's too expensive, to which Xu replied, it can last for a few months, so it's cheap when she think of it that way. He tells her to have breakfast first, then he will tidy the room so she can go to study. After breakfast, while Xu was moving his stuff, Jiang asked if they are staying in the same room now, and he replied positively. She reminds him that if he ever does her wrong someday, she will really stab him to death with one thrust of a sword. Xu smiled and said, so everything that she has said before was a lie. She replied whatever the case, this is not negotiable, and then leave from there. After she left, Xu muttered he know that he is way past the point of no return. Suddenly, he looked at her underwear and thought, just moving in like this suddenly might put him into some embarrassing situations. After setting up the room, he came out and find Jiang studying, so he asked if she is working on a question. She said, holding a meter-long ruler, you may half it with each passing day, and yet it never disappears, and then asked Xu how that even work. He replied, every time she half the ruler, the next half that she would take becomes smaller, so she will never be able to reduce the ruler to nothing. He sits near her and said, it may be hard to imagine this in real life, but from a purely mathematical point of view, that's just what happens. After having it tens of times, it may not be visible to the human eye anymore, but if she were to only take half each time, there will always be half left behind. It becomes infinitely close to zero but never reaches it, and it is still able to become smaller and smaller each time. After explaining it to her, Xu was thinking, it looks like she is starting to show some interest in her studies. Suddenly, she closed the notebook and asked if she can play now, and Xu officially take back his words. In the afternoon, he was with Wang, thinking that it's finally time for Hao to be discharged, and take him home to continue healing his injuries. And as soon as Hao arrived, Wang congratulates him on getting discharged and gave him a bouquet. Hao asked what's with all this, finding it strange to receive it as a grown man. Wang said he bought it for a girl, but she didn't want it, so he brought it over to give it to him instead, which angered Hao. He takes out some flowers from the bouquet and forcefully placed them in Wang's hair while Xu was enjoying the scene and clicked pictures. While they were in the car, Hao remembered something that he forgot to mention. He takes out a newspaper, telling Xu that the three of them are in the paper, and Xu gets excited after hearing that. He was looking at the news with excitement and said he didn't expect that one day he would be in the newspaper. He happily said that he will take the newspaper to frame and hang it in his dad's office, so he can look at it every day. Wang also excitedly asked if he is on there as well, but Hao shouted at him, saying all he did that day was scream, so just pay attention to the road and keep driving. Wang replied that he was just calling for help, as what if the two of them couldn't stop him, so he was just being safe. Xu comments that Hao is really playing with his life and suggests how to change jobs and do logistics or something. Hao irritatedly replied, no way, and that he wants to become a detective. Xu then acts as a reporter and asked him how does he feel after being hospitalized for half a month. But before he could reply, Wang hits a sudden brake and Hao hit his head on the seat. He tells Wang to drive safer and has a terrified look on his face. Wang replied he was feeling great, and this is called pain and happiness. Hao blushed and said they already knows that he always thinks about encountering something and then yelling, don't move. Police, and this time he save a girl too. Xu boasted in front of him, saying that if it wasn't for him, he would have died for his bravery, but Hao tells him to go to hell for his complacency. Wang blushed and added with a smile, if it wasn't for him, they would not got that chance to show off. Xu and Hao both think that's true, as if it wasn't for Wang wanting to go to an internet cafe, they would have gone back to their homes and nothing would have happened. Xu tells Hao that the two of them are a jinx together and will get into trouble, so it has nothing to do with him. Hao replied, it seems that as long as the three of them are together they will be fine, thinking the bad omen is not Xu, but Wang. After some time, they reached Hao's home, where Hao's dad does the ritual to sweep away the bad luck before entering. Inside, Wang gets too shocked to see the armor and thought, these people got nothing better to do, and now they are preparing for war. Hao's dad tells him that once he is finished, he can wear it on duty and then no one will be able to hurt him. Xu said he is about to finish as well, so let's see who finishes it first, and Hao's dad replied that he won't lose. Hao tells his dad that he is a little sleepy, so he is going to rest for a while. Wang and Xu then said goodbye to him and prepared to leave. Outside, Xu tells Wang to leave first, as he is going to see his parents. After a while, Xu reached home and was looking at the newspaper with his photo. After he went inside, his mom asked about Jiang, so he tells her that she is home and asked where is his dad. She said he is in the study room, so Xu quickly goes there. His dad noticed him and thought he is smiling like a mouse, so he is definitely up to no good. Xu then went close to his dad and showed him the newspaper. Later that day, when Xu was in his house, Jiang came from outside while carrying a goose in her hand. Xu gets too shocked and asked why is she carrying a goose. He fell into despair after thinking that maybe she didn't catch a fish, so she brought back someone's goose instead. Legend has it that an experienced fisherman would do anything to ensure that they wouldn't return empty-handed, and then he asked her where did that goose come from. She replied that she bought it and that she will be home earlier next time to make dinner. As she was going to the kitchen, she smells something and asked, what is that? Suddenly, Xu remembered that he brought something for her. He points at something and said he forgot to tell her that he left something delicious for her. He explained that this is durian, it's just like stinky tofu, it smells terrible, but tastes great, but Jiang refused, saying she won't eat that. Xu then remembered his conversation with his dad and thought, although he didn't manage to secure this house, but he did get his hands on some of the durian, it's a pity that Jiang won't try it. While she was working in the kitchen, Xu asked where did she buy this goose from, so she tells him that an old lady was selling it, and she felt a little pity that no one was buying it off her, so she brought it home. He then asked about the fishing, so Jiang tells him that she was with Ping Ping, but she didn't snag any fish, so she gave all of hers to Ping. Xu thought if she really caught this goose from somewhere, she would have excitedly shown it off to him the moment she entered the house. After some time, the dinner was ready and Xu said while drooling, it smells so good. And as soon as he took a bite, he praised her, saying, it's awesome. He was thinking, even if he were to one day turn into a fatty from being fed by the warrioress, being able to eat delicious food like this would still be worth it. Suddenly, Jiang said that she received a message from Ping Ping. While she was checking the phone, Xu finds it suspicious as before she was calling that girl Gong Ping. But now she is calling her Ping Ping. He peeked into her phone, asking what did she sent. It was a picture of the dish she made from the fish that Jiang gave to her. Jiang said, it looks like she battered it in flour and fried it just like how they ate it before. Suddenly, Xu shockingly said, what's with the King? He thought that the witch called Ping Ping must have taught her this. Jiang said it's his name, but Xu angrily replied he knows that, but doesn't it feel like it's a girl? Shocked, Jiang asked him if he is a girl. This made him more angry as he takes the phone from her hands and tells her that he is talking about the name. After changing his name, he returned the phone to Jiang. After he left, she checked that he saved his name as husband. She blushed while thinking, he is her husband just like that. Xu noticed her looking at him secretly while blushing. He tells her to give her phone to him again so he can change it back, as it feels weird. But instead of giving her phone back to him, she ran from there and went inside her room. After some seconds she came out and said, the battery is dead, so there is no way to change it anymore. Xu sighed while saying, as long as she is happy with it, he is fine. After some time, when Xu was making his armor, he heard a voice saying that a girl was being robbed, when a brave man came to her rescue. My ancestor from many generations was Xu Zhu, and to practice martial arts, you have to first strengthen your core. Hearing all that, Xu gets a little irritated and then he asked Jiang, what exactly is she watching? She looked at him and replied, he is on the front page. He then saw a video of himself, saying that it's not a mystical technique, it's just the tiger fist. And then, how he gave a double slap to the robber and knocked him down. The video continued with him saying, in order to practice this, you must align your body. Then the time when he said that Jiang doesn't dare to go against him. This is family hierarchy, and then he asked her to give him a kiss. They were both looking at the edited video and how it turned into something else. Xu gets angry, thinking it shows him practicing martial arts, and it makes him look like an experienced practitioner, yet it ends with Jiang saying that he is too weak. Xu asked how did it get on the first page, and Jiang said it's the first thing she saw when she entered the website. She happily said that it made him seem like he is strong when he is outside, but weak when he is back home. Xu blushed and said it doesn't seem like it's the truth. He hit his head, saying that his reputation is totally in the gutter. Wang also sent him the video link while making fun of him. Xu then checked his channel and gets shocked after seeing that the number of views has jumped by so much. He checked his chainmail video, and as expected, the views on that one also increased. Jiang asked him if it's not a good thing. He said it's good for now, and thought he is a skillful martial artist that catches robbers outside, but he is a punching bag when he is at home. But there is just one thing he is afraid of, and then his phone starts ringing. And the thing that Xu was afraid of finally came. It was a call from his dad, and with no other option left, he picked the call. And as soon as he picked it up, his dad shouted, "What's with the tiger fist thing?" He tells his dad that it's just a joke, it's just the martial arts he told him about earlier. And if not for that, he would have been in the hospital with Hao that day. His dad then asked about Jiang, as she is doing that infocom thingy. Xu tried to escape the situation by telling his dad how one can set up an online stream, and what devices they need. But his dad tells him to not give him that nonsense and speak clearly what the two of them are up to, which scared him. Xu tells him that they were just bored sometimes, so they play games while at home, and then they started recording it to earn some cash on the side, and the thing about him getting bullied, it's all fake. But his dad shouted at him, saying, who cares if he is getting bullied, he didn't ask that, but Xu tells him to let him explain first. He said that he might be getting popular soon, so when he will be pulling in the big bucks, he will be the father of a rich son. But his dad tells him to not give him that. Xu then accepted that they are streaming martial arts training and his chainmail making process. Suddenly, to Xu's surprise, his dad hung up the call. Xu thought the old man probably hadn't thought this far ahead and hastily made the call when he saw the video. He probably wanted to lecture him a ton, but since he admitted it too quickly, he has no idea what to say anymore. He was in such a hurry, and that's why he ended up failing. Jiang asked with a sad look if his parents are unhappy with this, while thinking, watching their son getting called weak by his girlfriend, there is no way they would be happy about it. She suggested to ask the person to delete the video, but Xu said that there is no need, as it's more troublesome that way too. She then asked about his parents in a sad tone, but then to her surprise, Xu tells her that it's their parents, not his. Xu then tells her, now that the video has already been uploaded, they should take advantage of it as much as possible. Jiang gets confused and asked what he meant by taking advantage. Xu excitedly said he wants to direct some traffic from her stream to his videos, and he will make a video on the hottest series in town. Then, the same day, while they were on the stream, Xu was thinking that the old man might be watching as well. He then thought of something that it really might be possible. He starts saying that he has almost finished weaving this basket and it will be done by today. Also, he saw that weird video on the front page today and then asked who was the one who ambushed him like that, please step forward. Then a guy commented, it's an invaluable recording of how humanity first subdued the comrade practicing tiger fist. Xu looked at the comment and angrily asked the guy if it was him. The guy instantly refused, and Xu remembered that this guy is their very first viewer, who kept leaving and joining during the stream. Xu said that it doesn't matter anymore since it has already happened, he will no longer keep it a secret. And then he accepted that he is from the 9th generation of tiger fist practitioners. Jiang heard him saying that he trains throughout the year, rain or shine, and not everyone can practice the stance for more than an hour. Xu thought it has only been 10 minutes and they have almost as many viewers as compared to the middle of yesterday's stream, maybe even a little more. The helpful citizen who took down a robber is streaming himself making chainmail and practicing martial arts. That's bound to attract some attention. He thought that the background character got popular in the end, and then he went to bring the armor. He showed it to the viewers, saying he have a full tutorial of this on his channel, named the Deadbeat Master King. And as for why exactly he started making this, was because he has been interested in martial arts since young, and most of his videos are also related to that. After putting down the armor, he started doing his stance, and the stream filled with comments that it started. His dad was watching all of this and said in a strange tone, if this is it. This is the tiger fist that took down the man with a single smack, it's nonsense. He was getting angry, thinking their hometown is nowhere near Xuchu's, so where on earth did this rascal learn that stuff from? He then called Hao and asked him if he knows about what martial arts is Xu practicing. Hao excitedly said, it's tiger fist, and it looks authentic, and then he asked Xu's father to help him check his family tree too, since his ancestor can be Qin Jing. Xu's father couldn't believe that Hao is also corrupted to the core by Xu. After the stream, Jiang asked Xu if it's really okay to stream him practicing martial arts, to which Xu said, as long as he doesn't hurt anybody, it's fine. After some time, when Xu was working on his laptop, Jiang was thinking that this guy would usually be caressing her leg while they are playing games or watching videos. But now that he is busy with the computer all day, it makes her feel guilty that she has been playing games. She tells him that seeing him work non-stop today, she feels a little awkward playing games all day long. Xu said he understand, it's just like when someone has been studying non-stop in the school dormitory, others will feel ashamed. He then gave her the math workbook and said she can do this then. But she ignored the math workbook and picked a different book from the table. Then she puts her legs on his lap and start reading the book. Xu said while blushing that she can do this while they are sleeping as well and asked why she won't let him get close when they are on the bed. She gets startled after hearing that and then shouted it's just not allowed. Xu asked if isn't this the same, they can kiss and cuddle on the couch but they can't do it on the bed, there is no logic in that. Meanwhile, Jiang was thinking, even though it's the same action, the change in location makes it feel different. She then tells him it's endearing while it's on the sofa, but it's obscene while it's on the bed, to which Xu thought it's not easy to fool her anymore. He tried to convince her by saying doing other stuff would be obscene, but just purely hugging isn't obscene at all. He then slowly puts his hand on her thigh while thinking, living this way is already great. One should be grateful for what they have. Initially, he had to rack his brains to think of a reason to be touching her, but now she has come over on her own accord, so he have to be grateful. He then heard Jiang saying, holding her legs like that, he won't. But before she could finish, Xu said that this is a totally normal reaction. He is not a pervert. What happened in the past was different, and he occasionally resolves it in moderation. Xu continued that he is working right now and tells her to not move unnecessarily. He asked why did she stop playing games, to which she replied she already told him that her playing games while he is working makes her feel like a trashy deadbeat. She tells her to do his work in the bedroom so that she can't see him in serious mode and she won't feel pressured to not play games. But Xu replied he chose to stay there so that she will feel guilty and study well. Being more intelligent will make life easier, as by just playing games, she will become addicted to the internet. And then, she will be trapped in the virtual world all day, then games will lose their meaning, no matter which game she switched to. Jiang said, but she is already earning money with it, to which Xu replied, money that comes by luck will eventually be gone with incompetence, and she will be unable to earn money with other things. He asked her if she really think that the money has truly been earned. Jiang thought about it and said, then she will just be the fool, who can only cook food, do laundry, bear children, and play games, which turns Xu into a stone. He said with a strange expression that she should respect herself more. The same night, Xu's dad was checking his phone while thinking. Xu readily admitted to it before. He had even thought of how to lecture him, but it goes to waste. He further thinks that Xu happily twisted the logic and spoke nonsense, and wondered if he was always that bold. Suddenly, Xu's mother came and asked, what is he still looking at on his phone, and he replied with nothing much. She then asked him why Xu came over today, and if it was just to brag about him being on the news. Xu's dad tells her that Xu wanted the ownership of the old house, and said that he would get married immediately if they give it to him, so she tells him to give it then. But he replied, Xu is not even the right age to become a dad, but his mom said he is almost at the age when she was pregnant with him. Xu's dad asked in a worried tone if that is even the same, to which his mom gets confused and asked what is different. His dad then showed her a meme of a comparison between young and old parents at 25 years old, that the younger generation nowadays is not ready. Xu's mom laughed at it and asked where did he find this, as it's too funny. Xu's dad was thinking that youngsters these days only know how to play, though they do come up with some funny stuff, and then he noticed Xu's new video. He played it, and the video is about some martial artists, and Xu says that his dad whipping him with his leather belt had more martial arts in it than what is shown in the movies. His dad asked Xu's mom if he was that ruthless, to which she said she doesn't remember. All she knows is that Xu cried pretty badly after every beating. She then drinks her water while Xu's dad fell silent after realizing his mistake. At the same time, Jiang was also watching the newly uploaded video. She asked Xu why did his dad whip him with a leather belt. To which Xu tells her that there were many reasons, like him scaring Hao shitless with firecrackers, or roasting the fish from the fish tank over a fire. Xu then noticed that the video had gotten over 70,000 views in just 3 hours, and then gets happy, thinking, this must be the cheat code to become wealthy. He then tells Jiang to turn the computer off, as it's time for them to head to bed. After some time, they both were on the bed, with the sword acting as a line. Xu looked at Jiang and tells her that there is no need to put the sword on the bed, as when she tosses and turns through the night, she might even bump into it. Suddenly, Xu gets an awesome idea, and then he brings something. He puts the teddy bear in between, saying that this way, regardless of how much they move around, they won't bump into each other. Jiang pouts at that, but still said this works too. Xu then picked up the sword while thinking. He has successfully taken the first step, and his plans are in motion for when it's winter, so he shall not be greedy and be content with what he has. He looked at her lips and thought, patience is the key to success. After some time, Xu asked Jiang if she likes to sleep in the dark, and tells her that she can turn a small night light on if she wants. He explained that the small light exists so that it doesn't become too dark at night, and it makes it more convenient to get out of the bed or do other stuff. Jiang thought about the other stuff and asked Xu, what is he planning to do? He replied, having a nightlight is very common. He is just asking if she wants to turn one on, as people normally sleep with one on, and he usually does it too. She called him a liar and said that she had never seen him use one. Knowing that she is right, Xu said that he used to use one before she came there. But then suddenly he realized something. He gets up and asked her how does she know whether he used the small light or not. Jiang thought about it and replied she guessed it. She said that this is the curse of knowledge, and she has no idea how to explain it to him. She then turns her face down and tells him that she is tired, so she is sleeping. Xu with his strange eyes said he seemed to remember that one time he touched something in his sleep, but Jiang immediately replied it wasn't her. Xu understand by her reaction that it was her. He asked what she was planning to do sneaking into his room in the middle of the night, to which she said she didn't touch him, nor did she enter his room. Xu said it's unfair, as he had to let her know in advance when he even entered her room, yet she sneaked into his and does unspeakable stuff to him. She blushed and tells him that she didn't, she just went in to see if he was feeling warm. Xu heard her reasoning and then fell silent. After some time, Jiang asked in a slow voice, why isn't he saying anything? To which Xu replied, she was the one who said that they should sleep. Jiang was thinking, sneaking into a man's room in the middle of the night, and even getting herself exposed for it, she is really too careless. Suddenly, she heard Xu saying that actually he had this all planned since winter, so she gets confused and asked what he meant. Xu said that he planned to switch rooms with her. Since it's so hot in summer, she wouldn't have agreed to move from the storage room, so he preemptively switched rooms with her. This was not shocking to Jiang, as she has already guessed that. Xu was feeling happy since he revealed everything, yet didn't get scolded for that. He then asked her if she wants to hold hands. Jiang refused, saying that she is going to sleep. She thought they are sleeping together just like that, and if he pounced on her in the middle of the night, how should she beat him up? She wondered if she should let him wear his chainmail first or directly beat him, but she doubts that Xu even has the courage to try it anyways, as someone like him wouldn't dare to pounce on her. She kept thinking about it, and then slowly touched his legs with hers. After touching him, she was thinking, why isn't he reacting? She then tried it one more time, so Xu asked her if she is trying to seduce him. She replied, who on earth would do that, thinking she should just forget and sleep. But then suddenly, to her surprise, Xu locked her finger with his. She asked what his hand is doing, and if he tries anything, then she will kick him off the bed. Xu replied that she is allowed to touch him, but he is not allowed. The people in rule may do whatever they want, but the commoners have no degree of freedom. Her leg was still touching Xu's leg, and he was holding her hand below the teddy bear. She then used her legs to lock his leg in between. Xu tells her to give him her other hand as well so she can hold it. Jiang asked, what is he trying to do, to which he replied, if she won't give it, then he won't be able to sleep. Jiang looked at him with those strange eyes of hers and said she doesn't believe him, as he has always been able to fall asleep when he was sleeping alone. Xu then tells her that it's because he could hug her slippers to sleep, and asked why she thinks he has it on his beside. Jiang gets too embarrassed to know that and called him a pervert. While holding hands, Jiang was thinking, as long as it doesn't end up with her getting pregnant, it doesn't seem like a big deal, as liking hands is better than liking shoes. Then the next morning, Xu slowly opened his eyes and find Jiang sitting in front of him and looking at something. He gets up and asked, what is she looking at, to which she replied, nothing. Xu checked that it was 8 already and asked how long she has been sitting there, and Jiang said, a little while. She was looking at Xu's Excalibur and asked if he had that kind of dream last night. Xu looked down and saw that his Excalibur was full of energy. He quickly hid it under the blanket and said, this is what is called being young. He then asked her to leave first so he can change his clothes, and Jiang said okay to it. After she left, Xu thought, it seems like the warrioress has been up for a while, and she came back to look at it and wondered if she did anything with it. Xu was thinking that with this curious baby at her side, who knows if she will do anything weird. Suddenly, Xu noticed something and asked where did she change her clothes. He thought that she changed out of her pajamas, so he seemed to have missed witnessing something great. She then shut the door while telling him that it has nothing to do with him. After she left, Xu thought that sleeping with her wasn't that awkward, and as to how she will observe him after he fall asleep, he will just pretend that he doesn't know. He then decides to wake up earlier in the upcoming days, so he can see what happens. When they were having breakfast, Jiang asked Xu that if she were to earn more than him, then would he become the fool who do the laundry, make meals, raise their children, and play games. Xu replied sure, and that they should have a kid, but she angrily shouted that she doesn't want to. Xu then tells her to forget about it, as she is having trouble studying, and yet she wants him to be foolish. After some time, Xu checked that the movie critique that he uploaded yesterday got more than 2 million views overnight, and there is still room for it to grow. He happily thought that getting 1,000 views will net him about 3 yuan, and this would also bring traffic to his other videos. Meanwhile, Jiang was thinking that she has been there for a year, and she hasn't been transported back to her time, so it looks like she won't be going back. Such an event would only happen once or twice in thousands of years, and the probability of it happening again is close to 0, so she will just bring the corn kernels from now on. After removing the potato from her bag, she tells Xu that she is heading out now for fishing, and Xu asked if he should accompany her. Jiang replied that she only have 2 fishing rods, so she would have to let Ping buy her own. And after hearing that, Xu tells her to forget it then, and that he will do work at home. He thought fishing would be great if it's just the 2 of them. It would be meaningless to have a third party around. While he was in deep thought, Jiang came close to him and kissed him on the cheeks. Outside, her friend Ping was waiting for Jiang. After she came, Ping asked if they are walking there again, and Jiang said of course. Ping tells her that she is tired, so let's rent bikes instead. Jiang hesitantly replied that Xu is afraid of her riding this, thinking that she would go too fast on a bicycle and cause an accident. Jiang then noticed something and asked, isn't her skirt will blow up while riding the bike? And Ping replied that she will just tuck it in and sit on it. Jiang agreed to go on a bicycle, and on the way, Ping asked if she really listened to Xu that much, to which Jiang said, it's bad when she don't follow what he says. Jiang was trying her best to keep her cool, so she won't go too fast. Ping shockingly asked if Xu hits her, to which Jiang said it's impossible. Ping said that he is trained in martial arts, so she should be more careful, but Jiang said that he wouldn't ever hit her. Ping gets confused and asked then why she says that it's bad when she doesn't listen to him. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she starts blushing while saying she get it now. Jiang asked what does she mean, and Ping said it's nothing. They stop near the vending machine and Ping asks Jiang what she wants, but Jiang tells her that this machine tends to get stuck, as they have got a few stuck last time. But Ping tells her that surely their luck won't be that bad. She then checked from the glass and said there is still one stuck inside. She take out her phone while saying watch her knock it down and hit the jackpot. But to Ping's bad luck, it gets stuck instead of hitting the jackpot. Jiang tells her to call them and ask for a refund, while Ping was getting angry. Jiang wondered if the owner purposefully placed it there to swindle others, while Ping was kicking it hard, shouting that she is really thirsty. She said if Jiang Xu was there, he probably would be able to knock it down, and Jiang replied positively. Jiang then imagines herself knocking the machine down, thinking that she can definitely do it, but wondered if she should give it a go or not. But she decides to not do it, since she is not with Xu right now. Ping angrily said that she is ordering another one, and if it doesn't knock the other one down, then she will get a refund. But luckily, this time she managed to get one, which makes her happy. She offered it to Jiang, saying that she will give her first. But Jiang tells her to not worry, since she brought water so she can just drink that. After taking the refund for the other one, Ping points at the dent on the machine, saying that probably someone tried to hit the machine to unstuck it. Jiang knows that this someone Ping is talking about is none other than she herself. She asked Ping if she would believe that Xu was the one who did it, and this shocked her. She tells her that he made this dent with just a punch, and the drinks fell down. Ping shockingly said, so he is that strong, and asked Jiang if wouldn't she just fly if you were to punch her. Jiang replied that could definitely happen, while thinking, although the one flying would be Xu. Ping said, then the person in the news who got clapped is now a dummy, and that people who practice martial arts really like their violence. Jiang with a blank expression replied yes they sure do. During fishing, Ping said, it looks like they are going viral, as there were a lot of viewers in the last stream, to which Jiang said, they were all there to watch Xu practice martial arts. Jiang then takes out a snack from her pocket and gives it to Ping. Ping thought that sometimes she really felt like Jiang is like Doraemon, taking out weird things from out of nowhere. Last time, she even took out a potato from her bag. It's really unbelievable. Some people who look gentle and quiet and fish while wearing a cap are actually Doraemon. She muttered that when she saw her not talking during the streams, she thought that she was antisocial. Only after getting to know her that she find out that she is fun to hang out with. She tells Jiang she is focused on playing games while Xu does random stuff on the side, but in reality it should be other way around. Jiang explained that he is like a robot. He practices martial arts every morning. Then he hugs his computer to watch videos and look at the stock market. When he is not looking at the stock market, he is making chainmail, and then he will watch the news at 7. When she started streaming, he started practicing martial arts at night instead, saying that he could maximize his time using this way, as he could practice while accompanying her at the same time. Ping asked if Zhu played games, but Jiang said, he just watches her play, then use the spare time to edit videos. He doesn't get bored, eats when he needs to eat, and washes the dishes after eating. She smiled while saying, he is really a gentle person. Ping thought, practicing martial arts every day and making a dent on a machine to get drinks unstuck? How is that gentle? Jiang then caught a huge fish, making Ping excited. After some time, she gets depressed, asking why can't she catch one. Suddenly, Ping gets an awesome idea. She lifts her skirt, saying she got it now, she needs to seduce them. Jiang was looking at her with a shocking expression, as Ping was saying, come here, you perverted fishes. And then to Jiang's surprise, Ping finally caught one with her method. Jiang was looking back and forth, while Ping said, the perverted fish is really hooked. Back at home, Zhu was listening to someone saying that a man suddenly goes to bed early, gets up early, starts to take care of his body, and lives a regular life. That someone was his dad, who added, takes time to read and study, walks with his head high. And then he asked Zhu, what does he say happened? Zhu replied, it meant that he had drank too much chicken soup. He will be fine after 2 days. After explaining his last video, Zhu asked his dad if he came there today to handle the transfer procedures for him. But his dad tells him to handle his head, and that he is there to see what he is up to. His dad checked the room and thought that the bookshelf looks pretty good. But it's just a big pile of books that haven't been read, not good at all. His dad then asked Zhu about his girlfriend and where she is. Zhu replied with a calm look that she went for fishing. His dad asked why didn't he go with her, and Zhu said that she has her own friends. Why does he have to follow her, as they are not conjoined twins? His dad then finds some notebooks, 1 book for each subject, and it's all for 5th grade. Zhu tells him, well, since they can't hide it anymore, he will come clean, and then he revealed that the 2 of them secretly had a child early on, and the kid is now in 5th grade. His dad gets angry and shouts, if what he is saying is true, then he had a child while he was in primary school, and Zhu apologized for trying to prank him. After getting a good beating, Zhu said that he told them earlier that Jiang lost her parents at a young age, so she didn't receive much education, so he is just giving her extra lessons. His dad asked if he meant when she was in the mountains, to which Zhu said yes, and the place where she is from. People will literally fight over half a biscuit. His dad asked how is that possible? There is no orphanages around, thinking, it's true that the lady seemed introverted and didn't talk much, but her history sounded ridiculous. Zhu said that anything can happen under the sun, the world is so vast, and then he tells him to look at the workbooks, as there is no way, this handwriting is fake. His dad checked it and thought, it does look like that. Zhu added that earlier she didn't even know how to play games, but it seemed like she was quite talented, so he taught her how to earn money from playing games. His dad asked if she play games all day, to which Zhu replied, there is no way. He is letting her go back to the factory. He said that he is letting her make a living through playing games, and he is giving her lessons between when he is free. They have been at it for a while now. His dad thought that he couldn't find any holes in Zhu's story, and then asked why did he find such a girlfriend. Zhu asked what he meant by that, and tells him that Jiang doesn't have a registered identity, and was taken care of by an old lady who was a scavenger. After the lady died, Jiang worked in an illegitimate sweatshop. His dad then tells him to break up with her then, but Zhu instantly refused. They both then fell silent for some time. His dad then heard Zhu saying that the 2 of them are already sleeping together. His dad asked why didn't he tell them earlier, to which Zhu said that he is free to love anybody and she is also not some indecent lady. He asked if he is expecting him to report when he got a girlfriend, and above all, she didn't choose to be born like this, as who doesn't want to have a loving family. His dad angrily shouted, so he brought her home out of kindness. Zhu also shouted, what does he mean by out of kindness? She is such a good catch. She can cook and is wise, she is such an all-rounded person, so he is the lucky one, not her. His dad asked, what is he going to do about her ID? To which Zhu asked in return if he has any friends or colleagues who are able to help, and if not, then he would come up with a solution himself. His dad thought he knew that this rascal was up to no good. If it looked like he had turned into an honest person, it's likely because he is keeping something even worse from him. Zhu continued that settling his wife's problems on his own is normal. His dad asked what if he has been tricked, to which Zhu asked in return, who is capable of doing that? It's a miracle if he is not the one doing the tricking. His dad makes a fist and thinks, while there is logic to his words, why does he make others want to punch him? Xu then asked him if isn't it good to accept her as his daughter-in-law now. He tells his dad to not make it, so that he will have to elope with her, and when they will come back with a chubby grandson one day, he will have no choice but to accept it anyway. His dad knows about Xu, that this rascal sure can do something like that. Meanwhile, Xu was thinking that by letting him clearly know what would happen and the consequences of it, his dad will have no other option but to accept. Unless they are really severing their ties over this, he would have no other option but to accept this. But he knows that his dad wouldn't sever their ties. Weighing the pros and the cons, this is such a devious plot. He imagined something and thought, at most, he would just be on the receiving end of his angry belt. His dad said, if she doesn't have an ID, then how does she? But before he could finish his sentence, Xu said that she uses his accounts, and the money that she earns is safely kept with him. His dad tells him that he is painting the situation in a good light right now, but if he were to ever break up with her, he would get a good beating, and Xu said it's not happening. His dad then starts leaving, thinking that looking at Xu makes his blood boil. But as soon as he opens the door, he finds Jiang standing outside. Both of them get nervous and greet each other. He looked at the fishes that she caught and thought that's pretty impressive. Xu tells him to stay for a meal before going home, but his dad said he is fine. Outside, he was smiling while thinking, even though he felt that the girl isn't any good, just from listening to Xu talk about her, meeting her in person makes him feel like she is good at everything. It's just like when he first got married, when he huddled in this home with Xu's mom, as they lived a peaceful life day by day. But this old house doesn't belong to him anymore, as a new family has taken over. Inside the house, Jiang asks Xu if uncle came over for something. Xu tells her that he just wanted to ask when they are getting married, which shocked her. Xu said if he had known that his dad was coming, he would have had her shout "Dad" to see his reaction. Jiang asked what did he told him, so Xu tells her that he replied soon to it, and that they are not too different from a married couple. He hugs her while saying, after all, they eat and live together, the only difference is a certificate. She gets embarrassed and asked if he really told him that, to which Xu replied, nope, just left out the second part. She was thinking that uncle's impression of them should have been how Xu described it last year, with her living in the storage room, and him sleeping in the master bedroom. But now suddenly they are sleeping on the same bed. Xu then takes the bucket from her and said he will prepare the fish. While Xu was washing the knife, Jiang tells him that Ping was so good at fishing today, so Xu asked in what way. She tells him that Ping was wearing a dress and wasn't getting any fish, so she lifted the corners of her skirt while saying that she was trying to seduce them, and a fish took the bait. Xu gets shocked and asked if such a method exists, and Jiang said it sure do. Xu then tells Jiang to not learn it, but she angrily replied she will never, and above all, she doesn't even wear dresses. Xu imagined her in a dress and said he got a dress for her previously, so she can put it on and try to seduce him. She looked at him with her strange eyes and asked if she even need to seduce him, thinking, this guy is always trying to squeeze into her side of the bed, she could barely protect herself from that. At the same time, Xu's dad was still thinking if Jiang really was living as a vagrant before, or if she ran away from her home and came up with a story to deceive Xu. But then, he thought that Xu is smart, he would rather believe that he lured a lonely, introverted girl into his home for nefarious reasons, than believe that Xu got deceived, and then, he called Xu a beast. After some time, he reached Hao's home to meet him and asked about Jiang. Inside, he noticed the armor that Hao's dad was making, and thought if Xu wasn't a splitting image of him, he would have suspected that they brought home the wrong baby. Hao then greeted Xu's dad and asked why is he looking for him. After some time, he asked Hao to tell him everything that he knows about Xu's girlfriend. Hao said that he only knows a little, so Xu's dad tells him to start speaking and be honest. Hao was hesitant to say anything, so Xu's dad asked if Xu abducted a naive girl off the streets and brought her home to do whatever he wants. Hao gets shocked after hearing that and wonders if Xu is such a beast. But then he realized that it doesn't seem like that. Hao said that Xu's girlfriend is a little airheaded, and she doesn't really like to talk. Also, she doesn't have an ID, as Xu told him that she was living as a vagrant and was forced to work in a sweatshop, and then they met and stuff happened. He added that he has only met her a few times, and he felt that the way she speaks was a little odd. According to Xu, she had a rough childhood, so it's normal for her to be a little introverted, and Xu's dad took a sigh, thinking he could be a little more relieved. He then asked Hao about his recovery, so Hao said that it's okay, the wounds are healing quickly, and he wasn't that injured to begin with, it was just a little bleeding. Xu's dad praised him for catching the robber, as it even got Xu in the newspaper. But Hao tells him that Xu played an important role, as if not for him, he would have been left there. Suddenly, Xu's dad noticed Hao's dad working on the armor. He said, "That takes a lot of work, doesn't it?" To which Hao's dad replied, "Of course, he has to twist these rings apart, to link them together one by one, and it's so troublesome." Xu's dad asked him to let him try it on after he's done, but Hao's dad instantly refused, and tells him to go find Xu for his armor, as he is almost done. Xu's dad called him stingy, but he angrily shouted he is able to wear his son chainmail, yet he is there to wear his instead, and asked if he is ill or something. Xu's dad then gets up and leaves while saying he still has things to do, which irritated him. After some time, Xu's mom asked his dad why did he came so late, and he tells her that he got caught up in some stuff. He then asked her how does she feel about Jiang. Xu's mom replied that she is pretty, and asked what's wrong, so he asked her if she feels that Jiang is introverted. She said Jiang didn't like to talk much before, but now she is much better, so she thinks that she is just not good with strangers. And according to Xu, a long time ago, she had a rough life and didn't had any friends, so she just needed time to adjust. After some time, Xu's dad was in the study room, with some papers to sign. He thought, if Jiang was trying to trick people and cheat money, she wouldn't make up such a bad lie. Xu is poor and has nothing, even the house is not his, so if they get married, they won't get past the household registration part, and everything will be exposed by then. And as long as Xu isn't stupid, he won't be easily fooled. It's deserved if you get tricked by an illiterate person, and if Xu was the one who tricked her, it wouldn't have been necessary to teach her how to read and write. It is really like what Xu said, falling in love with a person that came from the mountains and ended up working in a factory, and they want to get married. But even after all this, Xu's dad keep thinking that something isn't right, and he has overlooked something. Then July came, and under the supervision of Xu, Jiang completed the 5th and 6th grade of happy learning. Hao came to meet Xu, and excitedly asked where is the armor, and begs him to let him try it as well. Xu take Hao inside, and as soon as he looked at the armor, Hao fall in love with that. Xu said that although people are free to have their own fetishes, but he still recommends him to go see a doctor, but Hao ignored that and asked if he is making a helmet as well. Xu replied no, as it's uncomfortable to wear and it will mess his hair. Hao then wore the armor and thought it weighs around 18 kilograms. Hao feels that his hidden power is awakened after wearing the armor. After doing some squats and boxing, he tells Xu that if he was wearing this armor that day, then he would have punched that guy, who stabbed him to death. Xu then tells him to take it off already, but Hao tells him to take some pictures, thinking if the old man wasn't working on another set, he wouldn't be able to resist making one too. They went to the main hall, where Hao asked Xu hasn't he been practicing that tiger fist, so how about they duel? Xu said let him wear the armor first and then they can duel. Jiang heard them talking and thought Xu kept talking about a peaceful society, but now they are more violent than anyone else, and even the armor is out. She then thought that Xu is just like a kid, as he was so excited the day he finished the armor and kept showing it off to her. Hao then tells Xu to test its defensive property first, and asked him to go get a kitchen knife. But then suddenly he noticed a sword beside the sofa. He picked it up, saying this is good, so use this to attack him a few times. But then Hao thought that this guy has been practicing his swordsmanship, and his swing make noises. Xu gets confused as Hao goes silent as his expression changes. He then addresses Jiang as sister-in-law, and tells her to try giving him a stab. Xu grits his teeth while thinking, why the hell is Hao courting death? Before Hao could give it to Jiang, Xu snatched the sword from his hands and said, let him do it instead. He thought if Jiang were to make a move, then it won't be as simple as going back to the hospital, as in her eyes, Hao's stomach wound was nothing, wrap it with some cloth, and you are good to go. Hao tries to escape the situation, saying it's fine, but Xu tells him to not worry, and promises to hold back. Xu then took the stance and attacked Hao while shouting, take this. Hao gets scared and put the guard up, telling Xu to wait. But then to Hao's surprise, the sword didn't manage to break the armor. Hao thought, it feels like being hit with a stick, and then he asked Xu why did he use so much force. Xu tells him that he already tried it with a kitchen knife and he couldn't cut through it with that little force. Meanwhile, Jiang was blushing while thinking about sister-in-law, wondering why is Hao calling her that, as she and Xu aren't even married yet. Xu then checked the armor and said that only the few rings that came in contact with the blade are slightly deformed, so he has to hit 5 or 6 times at the same spot to injure the body. Hao then tells Xu to try it again, but this time on his back. Xu hit his back and asked, how does it feel, thinking people will still be a little scared when getting slashed, even while wearing the chainmail, but this idiot isn't scared. Hao excitedly said, it does an okay job at absorbing force as it feels like getting hit with a stick, and all that's missing is a helmet, the kind that covers the face. Jiang heard Xu saying that it's stab-proof as the tip of the blade can't go through the rings, and Hao said if he had this in past, he could have walked through the back streets. She asked with a disgusted look if they are preparing to go to war. To which Xu said they are just trying it out since he has been working on it for several months, and Hao added that he can't bear to take it off. Jiang thought that the armor is pretty useful, as with this armor, even if someone hits you with a Jiu Huan Dao, you will be injured a little at most. But then her expression changed, as she thought that only idiots would aim at the armor as the neck is so free. After some time, Hao asked Xu if he wants to go out for a walk. Xu picked his phone and tells Jiang that he is going out for a walk with Hao, so contact him if she needs anything, and then he left. Outside, Xu was getting angry while looking at the sun. He thought, who goes on a walk in the summer, and then asked Hao where they are heading. Hao asked him, what does he think, to which Xu shockingly said, didn't he said that he wanted to go out for a walk? Hao replied, he hasn't thought of a place to go, so Xu turned back to go home, but gets stopped by Hao. Xu tells him to talk quickly if he got something to say. Hao gets a little embarrassed and said that person wants to invite him for dinner to celebrate his discharge from the hospital. Xu gets confused and asked who is that person and if he knows them. Hao tells him that it's that girl with the braids that came to see him with the oranges. Hao said he felt like something is up with her, and Xu tells him yes, he guessed it right, she is interested in him. At the same time, Jiang was playing games and shouted at a player for defeating her. She thought it's only fun when she is playing with Xu, but then her expression changed a little. She looked back to see if the door is properly locked. After checking, she opened the D drive on the computer and start watching some stuff. Suddenly, she heard Xu's voice saying that he is back. He looked at her near the computer and asked why her face is red. She replied it's nothing, she just summoned the High Keeper and she was a silver health away from killing the opponent, but he counterattacked and killed her. Xu said no wonder her face is flushed from anger, and he is surprised that she didn't break the keyboard from that, which makes her angry as she thought that this guy deserves a beating. She asked him why did he come back so soon, so Xu tells her that Hao just wants to take them to eat tonight, but he ruthlessly rejected him since they can go themselves if they want to eat something. He brought some drinks for both of them and thought it's better to stay at home with his girlfriend on this kind of day, as only crazy people go out and play around. He picked her legs while saying she doesn't need to do homework this weekend, and he will also guide her when she is playing. Jiang blushed after he put her legs on his lap, and slowly replied, okay. Xu then tells her that Hao helped a girl, and then she started to become interested in him. But suddenly, he tells her to not move too much, so Jiang replied, then don't randomly touch her. Xu said he is helping her massage her legs, so how is it randomly touching? But Jiang didn't say anything to that. Xu thought she guards against him every day like he is a thief, since he can touch and cuddle outside the bed, so of course he has to do it often. But with his skills, when he is not a video uploader anymore, he can become a professional foot massager. He then noticed something and asked Jiang why her face is still so red, to which she replied, because it's too hot. Xu then starts blowing, telling her that he can help cool her down by blowing, but Jiang refused, saying there is no need. He then grabbed her hands, telling her that after staying for so long, her skin has become much better than before. He was touching her everywhere, saying that some people often go outside and their skin color will experience changes, but she has no changes at all. He then touched her thighs and added, that's the beauty of studying at home. She then grabbed his collar, shouting, it's so annoying. But then she looked at his neck and had some indecent thoughts. She gets frustrated and then left from there in anger. Xu said she scared him for a moment as he thought that he is going to be ruined by her, but she tells him to shut up. He then looked at the computer and decides to check the history. He smirked while thinking, as expected, she was sneaking a peek at the study material before he came back. No wonder her reaction was so strong. And she has learned how to mute the sound, which is a big improvement. After some time, while Xu was using the computer, Jiang came out of her room. She went close to him and said, "He can move aside now." Xu looked at her with big eyes, and then slowly his expression changed, which angered Jiang. Xu said, "To be honest, hunger and sexual desire are engraved in the DNA of human beings, so don't think it's a bad thing, and that she can freely defile him." Angered by his words, she pinched him hard as he shouted in pain. Xu said, "Defiling is not pinching," but she tells him to stop talking. He muttered with teary eyes that the ancient people are unreasonable. And as soon as Jiang heard that, she released a murderous aura and asked, "What did he said?" But Xu quickly gets up and tells her to sit while addressing her as warrioress. He thought, everything depends on what she wants, just being with her is enough for him. He then sits on the sofa with Winter Melon, thinking, let's watch Manchester by the Sea today. After some time, he thought that if he can't see the warrioress next to him, he get the feeling that he is alone again. It was like this in those times, on an ordinary afternoon, hugging his cat on the sofa and watching his favorite movies with no one to disturb him. Suddenly, Winter Melon goes away as Jiang comes and sits beside him. Xu asked if she is not playing anymore, and Jiang said yes because it's making her angry. Xu smiled while saying, when it comes to playing video games, she truly loses when she gets angry. She asked him what was he thinking about that made him so happy, to which Xu said he was thinking about how she has changed so much. He thought that last year he was still trying to take it slow and carefully tried to help her adapt to this era, when she was unfamiliar with everything. Looking at it now, the most dangerous part has already passed. Meanwhile, Jiang was thinking that it's only been a year and they are shamelessly sleeping in the same bed together. Suddenly, she asked Xu if they can call this a flash marriage. Xu tells her to mind her words, as they are not married yet, so how can there be a flash marriage? She gets angry, thinking that she is already a scholar now, she must be cautious with her words and actions, and she can no longer be so stupid. Xu sighed, saying it's a very heavy movie. But Jiang looked at him with disgust and said it might be more convincing if he could keep his hands off her legs. After some time, Xu was writing the script for the movie that they just watched. Jiang thought, while watching the movie, she can only feel the sadness of the people in it, but he can write a large and neat paragraph on the behavior of the people in it. She leaned on him, thinking that this amazing guy is her man. She remembered about her second miss and thought that her husband is a super talented scholar. Suddenly, Xu asked her if she really likes scholars, which startled her. She gets angry because Xu again figured what she was thinking and was happily saying that he know everything. She then removed his t-shirt and then pushed him down. She said, scholars are full of tricks. Second miss was right, while Xu was asking, what does this have anything to do with tricks? She then starts touching his stomach, but Xu tells her to let him touch too, otherwise, it's unfair. Jiang said, sure enough, he is full of tricks, trying to take advantage of her by seizing the opportunity. Xu smiled and hesitantly asked, then what is she doing right now? She replied that she is exposing him while thinking that his body feels good. But then she distanced herself, thinking it shouldn't be like this, so she will wait for him to fall asleep to poke him secretly. Jiang said he has been doing movie reviews for a long time, but still hasn't made any money. Xu tells her that doing something for a long time doesn't mean anything. You can't succeed in everything you do, on the contrary, it's normal to fail in most things. He tells her to not think that making money is easy just because she is making money from streaming. In fact, there are two kinds of people who can easily make money. One is smart and other is lucky. That's why she needs to study hard to become one of the smart people. But after seeing the notebook, she looked at him with her strange eyes. Xu realized his mistake because he already promised her that she wouldn't need to study on this weekend. Jiang said that she is a smart person. It's just like how she knows that there are 2 soda in the fridge and both are Coca-Cola. While drinking it, she tells Xu that there is another kind of person. Heaven rewards, the diligent hard work will pay off. She then remembers her second miss words, that a person who combines intelligence, hard work, and luck. Then she points at Xu and said, there are some smart people who like to use tricks, like him, who is trying to trick her into studying harder. She thought that this guy doesn't have good intentions and is full of tricks. Xu replied that there is no shortage of hard-working people in this world. The important thing is choosing the right approach. It's like having a reasonable schedule is more useful than reading 20 hours a day. The key to work hard within your ability, which is what smart people do. Jiang said, then the scope of her ability is this small to even more little. So it's reasonable for her to do questions for only an hour every day. Xu thought if he had known earlier, he would have let her study with little Yan, as at that time, she would learn whatever that was asked. But now she is quick-witted and always wants to bargain with him to avoid studying. People from the ancient times aren't afraid of studying martial arts or bloodshed, but they're afraid of studying. She then noticed Xu picking up the sword so he can practice. Jiang said it's the weekend, so he doesn't need to practice, but Xu replied, on the road of martial arts, the most important thing is to preserve. He is setting a good example for her. Hearing all that, Jiang feels frustrated. After the practice, Xu said that he doesn't have anything to do for tonight's stream, as he already finished the armor, and he can't be just doing his stance the whole time. Jiang tells him to wear the armor while doing the stance, but Xu asked who in their right mind would wear that while practicing. But then, at 7 o'clock, he wore the armor and gets in his position for the stream. The viewers gets excited, while some shockingly said, so he can really wear it. Xu tells them that it took him 4 months to make using pure stainless steel rings, so they all can make it if they want, in case something happens, like alien attacks, zombies besieging, and more. The viewers asked what danger is he talking about, and one of them said he forgot to mention one other, that his girlfriend is fierce. Meanwhile, Jiang was getting angry, thinking, this is a gaming stream, yet no one care about her playing games. At the same time, someone also joined the stream, and finds Xu in his armor. That someone was his dad, whose glasses broke after seeing that scene. But then he thought, forget it, as nothing can shake him anymore. Xu's mom was with him too, and asked how much money can they make from this, and he said, according to how, it's at least 100. She then calmly sips her water, saying it's just that much. But then she was shocked to hear that it's 100 in one day. She said that's a lot, but Xu's dad tells her to calm down. He then closed the stream, so she asked why isn't he watching anymore. He sighed and tells her he thinks that this kid looks like a member of the demon cult now. He also misled Hao's dad, as he is making an armor too. Xu's mom laughed it off, but thinks, indeed, he refuses to do anything that's normal. After some time, Jiang gets too happy as she finally manages to reach 1600 rating. She was about to tell Xu, but then he slams on the table. He tells the people who said that they would sub and gift rockets after she gets 1600 rating to not run now. The viewers watching the stream said, this couple is really godly. Xu and Jiang couldn't believe and thought it's too crazy as the viewers were sending them gifts like crazy. Xu thought there is still a few minutes left before it's 8 p.m. so he should do something to celebrate. He quickly went to bring something. To Jiang's surprise, Xu brought some bowls and the chopsticks. Xu tells the viewers now that they finally hit 1600 rating, if they continue to play, it might drop, so he will show them his talent for the rest of the time. He put some water in the bowls and make a nice tone for the viewers. After some minutes, the stream finally ended. Jiang excitedly asked him if they are going to be rich. Xu checked the account and said, how could there be so many gifts, and they even gained a dozen more subs. Suddenly, Jiang received a text from someone. It was Ping, who tells her that there are several streams tonight recommending them, and there are people talking about them on the online forum. Xu said, no wonder there were so many people watching. He underestimated the difficulty of reaching 1600 rating in the duel arena. It's probably about to go viral. Xu thought, Jiang is a person from the Tang Dynasty playing modern games, yet she is better than the vast majority. Then she asked him if she need to say something. Xu said no, and that he is going to take off the chainmail. After Xu left, Jiang thought, if it keeps going at this rate, they can probably install an AC in the storage room next month. She gets sad after realizing that they can separate that way. But then, she thought forget it, it's more cost-effective to save money and buy delicious food. It's not because she doesn't want to move. After some time, she asks Xu why doesn't he become a singer, as he can make a lot of money and can also be on TV. Xu said why would he become a singer? He just has a little bit of talent, he has no professional training, and he doesn't like being a star. Jiang replied she just felt that knowing music is very useful, and Xu agreed with her. While playing with Winter Melon, he was thinking that it feels so good taking off the chainmail, he can't put it on randomly in the future. He then remembered about a comment that said that this couple is godly and they are a perfect match. Suddenly, he starts removing his t-shirt, which shocked Jiang as she asked what is he doing. Xu said he undressed to go to shower, as been wearing it for a while makes him a little hot. She was blushing while thinking, this guy is shirtless and looks kinda. But then Xu completed by saying, robust, isn't it? But she called him a pervert. Xu said, what's the matter, didn't the ancient people have to be shirtless when doing farm work? But Jiang tells him that everything he watch on TV is fake. She explained, if one doesn't wear clothes, he will die from the sun. Not only does he have to wear them, but also has to wear a straw hat for more cover. She was looking at his naked body and thought she really want to poke a few times. But then she shook her head and decides to not think about that. She thought, tomorrow is Monday again, so if she wants to play games, she has to do a few pages of questions. She then decides to take this time to play some more and pray to God for not let her see the math problems in the future. But then she thought about Xu's chest, that just now it was really robust. But she came back to her senses, internally shouting, just what the hell is she thinking? Suddenly, she gets startled by Xu, who tells her if she plays so badly, then she won't have any friends. Jiang noticed Xu's neck and starts thinking about kissing it. But then she clenches her fist, thinking something is wrong with her. She asked him if he drugged her, which confused him. He makes a strange expression, as his mind wasn't able to process what she just said. He asked, what drug is she talking about? But she left in anger, saying she is a little hot, so she is going to take a shower first. After she left, Xu thought that the warrioress is acting weird. He remembers that her eyes were shining just now and wonders if she was thinking of doing that stuff. After taking a bath, Jiang came out and noticed that Xu was not near the computer. She went inside the room and finds the atmosphere totally changed. Xu asked with a smug look if she liked the new light. She sits on the bed and then turned the other light on. But as soon as she did that, Xu started screaming in pain, saying his eyes are hurting. She looked at him with strange eyes and said he has been using this every day before. Realizing it's not easy to fool her anymore, he quickly lied down, telling her that he is going to sleep. After some time, they both wished each other before going to sleep. When Jiang closed her eyes, she was thinking of Xu's chest and that she wants to play with it. She licked her lips and then suddenly opened her eyes. But to her surprise, Xu was smiling in front of her face, saying he forgot to mention that sometimes he can become an animal in bed. She makes a fist while telling him to say that again. Xu tells her what he meant is that he is going to become like a koala that lays down for a dozen of hours. He added that he is really going to sleep now, which makes her angry. Then the next morning, Xu wakes up and goes outside. He finds Jiang outside the room, so he wished her good morning. But then suddenly he dodged as she was about to cut his head. She wished him back and continue her practice. Xu, while dodging her strikes, asked why did she start practicing again, to which she replied she hasn't practiced in a while and she feel like her muscles and bones are going to rust. She also thought, and her state of mind has also changed, so it can't go on like this. Xu then went inside the bathroom and thought there really is something wrong with the warrioress. Jiang tells him that the breakfast is already in the pot, but Xu said that she is not normal today. But she gave him the sword while saying she is very normal. She tells him to go ahead and eat as she is going to take a shower. Xu was thinking, she suddenly decides to work up a sweat in the morning before showering. Something is definitely not right. After Jiang was done taking the bath, she realized that she was careless as she didn't bring a change of clothes. Xu calls her from outside, saying how come she is not out yet after showering for so long. She was not saying anything, so Xu asked could it be that she didn't bring a change of clothes, as he doesn't remember seeing her bringing any. He tells her to wait while he will help her get it, so she said okay in a low voice. She slowly opened the door and then take her clothes from him. After some time, Jiang was doing her study while thinking, a true scholar is a master of pen and sword. But in just some seconds, she gets angry and shouted, why did Lai Bai write so many poems? Xu replied, Lai Bai was known for writing 100 poems per gallon of wine. He was a savant. Jiang said, the person who made these questions is so hateful. The same goes to Lai Bai. She really wants to tie them up together and beat them up. Xu tells her to not hate studying. If she is really tired, then she can go and play with Ping. But Jiang angrily said, no, she wants to study. She thought she will reward herself 2 pokes to Xu's stomach when he is sleeping tonight. Meanwhile, Xu was practicing his swordplay while thinking, there is something wrong with the warrioress since last night. Or perhaps his perception has deviated, and his mentality hasn't changed all this time. The warrioress, who didn't know anything, has grown up during this year and is no longer ignorant. Although not stated explicitly, the warrioress has always been in the underdog in her life. It does not refer to being weak in strength, but something else. She has been relying on him. And the situation right now is. But then, Xu realized something and thinks he understands. She doesn't want to be the underdog anymore. She was always on guard against what he would do, and once she started to defend, she was the passive one, and now she has to let go of her defenses to face her relationship with him. After some time, Xu went close to her and asked if she figured out what she wants to stream tonight. Jiang replied not yet, as if she fix up her equipment, she doubts that she will still climb up and dominate the duel arena. Xu said, if she wants to continue, then she can spend thousands of yuan to make a sky set to continue to fight. But she doesn't want to spend any money. Xu explained, the process of building an account can also be streamed. If she like this game, then go for it, as according to the current trend, she can earn it back later anyways. She asked about his opinion, to which Xu said, he was just accompanying her to play around to begin with, so she can just do what she likes, she can even stop streaming, he is fine with it. Xu thought that he is also out of ideas. After finishing the armor, he can't just stand there for an hour in the stance, like he did in the beginning. Jiang said, then let's start climbing, as even if she fall down, she will climb back up, and then Xu asked with a smile if she can feel her own adequacy. She replied, she feel it, the goals that were set have been completed, and now she doesn't know what to stream. If she knew earlier, she would have dragged it out a bit more. She then opened a snacks packet while saying, luck has played a big role, so it can't be forced. Xu opened his mouth and tells her to give him a slice as well. She threw it in his mouth while he thought it would have been perfect if this posture wasn't like feeding a dog. After some days, it was raining outside and Jiang was near the window watching it. Xu smiled while thinking, she really likes to watch the rain. When it rained last time, she was also by the window and watched for a long time. Xu said that it rained all night and the temperature barely dropped, and she agrees with that. Xu then gives her his coat, saying it full of his scent. She pouts at him, but still wears it and calls him a dummy. In the evening, Jiang came to him and said he has been reading the whole day. Xu replied, it's raining so hard, so what else can he do besides reading? To which she said he is not on the computer either. Xu replied, it's rare for it to be raining, so he is giving himself a little vacation. But Jiang said, normally speaking, he is supposed to be studying during the normal days and play during vacations. Xu said, if she knows that, then why does she always play games when she is asked to study? But she turned her face away while saying, it's not the same. She then went near the bookshelf while thinking, sure enough, she still need to read more books, so she doesn't get tricked. Xu looked at her reading and thought that instead of trying to get next to him and putting her legs on him, she is reading a book alone. He cried internally while thinking, his guess few days ago was right, the warrioress's ignorant consciousness finally awakened, she has figured out how to defile him. He then decides to test her, because he suspects that she took the opportunity to do something to him quietly while he was asleep last night, but he has no proof. Xu tells her that he had a dream yesterday, and she looked at him to listen. Xu explained that there was a big octopus rubbing him with its tentacles. She asked in a confused tone, octopus, and he confirms, yes, a super big octopus. She then starts searching on web, saying that she bookmarked a site for God of Dreams, so he can see what seeing an octopus means, but Xu shockingly said that there is no need. He was sitting alone while thinking. He didn't get anything out of her in the end. He then tells her that reading at the computer desk isn't comfortable, so why don't she lie on the sofa and read? It's very comfortable. But to his disappointment, Jiang said that lying down and reading hurts the eyes. While reading, she said that this book talks about a kind of like, where as long as you think of that person, no matter what you are doing, or if it matters or not, you will feel happy. She asked if it is like that, to which Xu replied, how does he know, and asked in return if she feels happy when she thinks of him. She said she just gets angry, so he apologized for that. She continued reading. It's a pity that he was let down by that stupid woman in the end. Xu knows that she is reading The Devotion of Suspect X and tells her that the woman was really stupid, and then asked her what would she do if it was her. Jiang replied she would kill those people and then break him out of prison. In fact, as long as you kill that person at the beginning, you wouldn't have anything to worry about. She could just kick him in the river and it will have nothing to do with him. Xu said she will definitely be caught by the surveillance cameras if she run around with him, so Jiang said, but they didn't have that in the book and she would have shoot them with the poison darts. Xu replied if it was her, no one would dare to disturb her like that in the first place and would stay as far as possible. Suppose she broke into prison. But then, Xu suddenly stopped after realizing something. He asked her why are they talking about murder on a rainy night, so she asked if there is something he wants to talk about. He smiled and said, how about they talk about putting away the stuffed bear at night when they go to sleep. He continued that if she is afraid of thunder, then she can hide in his arms, but Jiang replied, then it's more interesting to study how to kill people. She thought she is only wearing pajamas at night, nothing else, so if she squeezed into his arms. And then after thinking about it, she gets flustered and internally shouted, absolutely not. Then later at night, after the stream ended, she peeked at Xu, who was thinking about something and was smiling. She was looking at him with her strange eyes and thought that he is definitely up to something, as he has been like that since the beginning. But she then decides to forget it, thinking no matter what tricks he has, it won't be able to withstand her punch, as all strategies are useless in front of absolute strength. And above all, she only secretly touched him a few times at night. She has nothing to be guilty about. This guy said it himself before, as long as he doesn't know, then it's okay. It's called a win-win. Then, Xu checked his phone and finds out that Wang is going to get married. Xu asked how if he hacked Wang's account, but he refused, saying it has nothing to do with him. Xu thought that Wang is definitely joking. It really scared him for a second. But Wang replied he hasn't been hacked, so Xu asked what he meant by might. Wang said the reason is that his girlfriend is pregnant, and now he is debating whether he wants this child or not. Xu thought, after changing so many girlfriends, this kidney-deficient prince has always taken careful preventative measures, but this time it didn't work. He then looked at Jiang and thought, his warrioress is still the best. He went close to her and has a strange smile on his face. She asked what is he doing, as he has a weird smile on his face. Xu replied it's nothing, he is just happy looking at her, that's all. He tells her that he is going to take a shower and then leave from there. After Xu left, she twitched her eyebrows and find it so suspicious. And then her fear comes true when she goes inside the bedroom. She saw him acting strange with a glass of water in his hand, so she asked, what is he doing? Xu asked her if they can remove the stuffed bear, but she instantly refused. He sighed, saying, then they can't do anything. But then he intentionally threw the glass on his blanket and said his hand slipped. He said with a cute face, it looks like he need to share her cover for tonight, otherwise he will catch a cold, but she angrily replied she saw him tilt the glass on one side. Xu said it was a mistake, but she looked at him with those strange eyes of hers and thought, he definitely did it on purpose, he is such a shameless person. But then, suddenly, she gets an idea. She said now that she thinks about it, he can make it with the winter quilt. Xu then filled the glass with water again. And after taking a sip, he asked what did she said. She tells him that cotton quilts are very difficult to dry if they get wet, and Xu said he already knows. Jiang knows that as long as she puts the cotton quilt on, this guy's hands will definitely slip again. Xu then heard her saying that she won't cover herself then, she will give her cover to him. She gave him her blanket, but Xu was already ready with the glass of water. His hand was about to be slipped again, but she snatched the blanket from him. She then covered herself while saying, he doesn't need a cover. She thought, this guy is starting his tricks again, but she won't fall for it. Xu puts the glass away and lie down, saying that he will sleep like this then. Even if he catch a cold, he can take medicine anyway. And even if he has a fever, he can pull through it himself. After thinking for a while, she turned back while saying, how about she help him get the cotton quilt? But Xu was again ready with the glass, which makes her super angry. She gets furious while thinking where her sword is. But Xu asked her if there is something wrong, as he is just having a glass of water. She took some deep breaths so she can calm herself. She then lie down again, telling him that he can just freeze them. She thought that second miss was right, the educated ones are all evil. After a while, she touches his leg and finds it cold. Xu asked why did she touch him, but she didn't say anything to it. He turned around while saying, it's pretty late, so they should sleep soon, and then wished her good night. He thought, it's been a long time since it rained, now they will have to see if the warrioress takes pity on him. Though the weather has been crappy, he has to put on a coat in the morning, and the temperatures at night are even lower. It looks like a lost cause this time. He just hoped that he doesn't actually catch a cold. After some time, as he was feeling too cold, suddenly Jiang came close and covered him. He was about to say something, but she tells him to shut up and sleep. She turned around and thought she knew from the start that this guy was dishonest. Moving into this room was just the first step, and there is still the second step, the third step and more. She was prepared for his tricks, but she never expected him to be so shameless, as if he will be so persistent, then she really doesn't have a way to deal with him. Her martial arts skills are useless, especially in situations like this, and then she thinks about a way to beat him up and force him to not drink water. But suddenly, Xu hugs her from behind, which startled her. She was blushing when Xu tells her to just sleep. She slowly closed her eyes, thinking what was she worried about and what was she looking forward to. Then the next morning, she slowly opened her eyes, but then gets shocked to find herself in the arms of Xu in the same blanket. She looked at his neck and starts having indecent thoughts again. She slowly removed his hands, thinking she will secretly get out of bed first and not let him know. After she gets up, she took a look at him, but to her surprise, Xu was staring at her with a smile. But then quickly, he pretended to sleep again so he won't be caught. She grabbed his collar and angrily shouted his name, but he still pretended that he just wake up as he asked if it's already morning. She gave him his clothes and then tells him to come out. She slams the door while leaving. While Xu was saying, it's early in the morning, why is she so fierce? He goes outside and finds her standing in front of him. He gets scared and asked what's wrong, to which she replied, he has been learning martial arts for quite some time, so it's time to have a sparring session to check his progress. She was like a wild cat, ready to devour her prey. On the other hand, Xu was like a rat, saying that there is no need, as he feel like he hasn't learned it yet, and already admits defeat. But then she angrily grabbed his collar, telling him to cut the crap. 10 minutes later, Xu was lying on the ground after taking a good beating. After some time, she was in a good mood and was preparing breakfast. She tells Xu, who was lying on the sofa, to take his blanket and lay it out in the sun, otherwise it will get moldy. Xu gets up and said in a low voice that he would have done it already if she didn't force him to spar with her. Jiang said he was the one who wanted to make the other blanket wet as well. She narrowed her eyes and asked or if he would like to spar with her some more, but Xu instantly refused. She said in that case he should not pour water on his blanket again, but Xu replied he already said that it was an accident. While having breakfast, Jiang was thinking that if she had brought out the thick blankets at that time, this guy would surely have poured water on it. She knows that when the weather will be warm again, he will set the AC to the lowest temperature and use it as an excuse to share a blanket. There is no stopping him when he has done it once already. After having breakfast, she tells him that she is done, so she is off to play games. While she goes near the computer, Xu was thinking of buying a 2-person pillow, so she will have no choice but to use it. If not, then he will just pour water on the other 2 pillows and dump them in the washing machine. After some days, Yan came to their house, saying that she is there to play with Sister Jiang, and she will be staying at Grandma's house for a couple of days. Xu welcomes her inside, telling her that her sister missed her a lot. Xu imagined the study session and thought Warrioress should be able to guide Yan in the assignments, since Yan is just in 4th grade, and this will also help Jiang with the fundamentals. And if the warrioress isn't able to do it, surely she will feel ashamed and strive to study harder to become smarter. It's killing two birds with one stone. He left both of them alone, telling them that he is heading out for a bit. He went to meet with Wang and asked him why does it feel like he is the one who is pregnant. Xu thought Wang looks like one of those people in the TV shows who got his life sucked out of him by a female ghost. Wang replied, pregnant his ass. He is in this state because he is tired, but Xu tells him that karma is a bitch. Xu tells him to put this aside and asked about the employment records that Wang made for Jiang, and after confirming, he gets to know that there was no problem with that. Xu heard it from Auntie Cheng a couple of days back that his dad was asking her about Jiang, so he wonders if that old man realized that something was wrong. Wang said his Jiang looks so well behaved. While he is involved with someone troublesome, he is really out of luck. Xu replied, it's great, as he finally met his match. Wang then tells him that she is the same girl who tricked him into the hotel and took his clothes last year. Xu remembered that she was his ex-girlfriend, but Wang said she is now the current girlfriend and she is the one who is pregnant. Xu asked if that girl is a bad person, to which Wang said he doesn't know how to explain it, it's so annoying. Xu tells him to not be frustrated, as marriage is great. He wants to get married but can't, and Hao doesn't even have someone to marry. After they are done eating, Xu suggests him to go to the internet cafe for a couple of games, and Wang instantly agreed. When they reached the cafe, Xu remembered that Hao's girlfriend works at a convenience store nearby, which shocked Wang that Hao has a girlfriend. Xu said he has no idea if they are together, though there are signs of it happening, so he will take the chance to grab some drinks from there. On the way, he explained everything to Wang, that Hao was going to have a meal with her last time. They reach the store and the girl gets surprised to see them. Xu asked for some cola, while the girl thanked them and said she didn't get the chance to do it before. Xu said there is no need to thank them, she just need to thank Hao, as they wouldn't have been spurred into action if it was not for him. While Xu asked for the scanner, the girl tells him that there is no need and it's her treat as thanks. But Xu said how can they let her do that, and tells Wang to pay up while addressing him as boss, and Wang also added that it's an insult to him if she doesn't let him pay. After the payment, they both came out of the store. Wang asked, so this is Hao's girl, and Xu said from looking at Hao that time, it feels like there might be something between them, but he has no idea if they are together. Wang smiled and replied he thinks that they are. But suddenly, Wang noticed something and tells Xu to look there. They both noticed Hao, who was coming towards the store while looking in his phone. They quickly hide behind a car, saying he must be going in the convenience store. And just as they expected, Hao goes inside and returns with a water bottle and has a smile on his face. But then he noticed both of them hiding behind the car and asked, what are the two of them doing there? Xu said that they were headed to the internet cafe and decided to come there for some drinks. But Hao angrily said that the cafe is on the neighboring street. Xu replied that it's cheaper here since the cafe is selling it for 50 cents, and Wang agreed by saying 50 cents make $1, but this made Hao more angry as Wang is super rich. But then Wang went close to him and said since he already caught them, he will say the truth, that they are there to tribute him, but Hao said he is still alive. He thought these two guys are surely up to no good, it just happens that he is on this street, and buys a water bottle, so there is nothing to spy on. Suddenly, he gets startled as he heard Xu saying, picking up girls while on active duty, so maybe they can report him. Hao angrily grabbed Xu's collar and asked with a red face, who is picking up girls, to which Xu said he wonder who. Hao leaves him, saying that he is scheduled for the night shift today, so he is off duty. Hao then asked about Wang's marriage, so he replied that he got scammed as they barely did anything and she got pregnant, and now she is forcing him to marry her. Hao said it was predictable long ago that it would happen. Wang was thinking, how did he become a dad at a young age? But if they were to abort it, he is not sure if he can do it, because that's an actual human life. Hao then asked Xu about his plan, and when is he going to do it, which confused Xu. But then Hao remembered that Jiang doesn't have an ID yet. Xu then asked him about his progress with that girl, to which Hao said there is nothing going on, he is just passing by and buying a bottle of water. But Xu calls it nonsense and said that this store is not even on the way to his house. Suddenly, Hao starts laughing and asked him about Jiang's ID, to which Xu's expression changes as he realized that Hao is changing topic. Hao then tells him that his dad was worried about them, that what would he do if Jiang got pregnant, and then Xu gets an idea, thinking if all else fails, then Jiang getting pregnant can be a backup plan. Suddenly, Wang sighed and said, how did the three of them land in such unfortunate situations? He is getting scammed, Xu's girl doesn't have an ID. But Hao angrily said, there is nothing about him. Hao then asked them if they want some crepes, as he is hungry, so both Xu and Wang agrees to that. All three of them then sits in a corner and enjoyed their crepes before going back home. While returning home, Xu was thinking that once upon a time, the three of them usually hang out and chill all day, so much time has passed in the blink of an eye. As Xu reached the entrance of his building, he noticed his Auntie Cheng and calls her. He tells her that Jiang is helping Yan with her homework, though he is not sure if they are done yet, to which Auntie Cheng replied, she is aware of that, and she is at ease knowing Yan is with them. Xu then asked her if his dad approached her about Jiang, and she said yes to it, and asked if they are preparing to get married, so Xu tells her about the problem with the ID. After hearing Jiang's story, Auntie Cheng excitedly said she knew it, that a happy girl like Jiang must have had it tough in the past, so if she needs any help, she can find her anytime. Before entering his house, Xu listened to Jiang's and Yan's voices and thinks it sounds like they are studying hard. He then happily opened the door, saying he is home. Both Jiang and Yan looked at him with excitement, but Xu gets disappointed to see that they both were playing Minesweeper instead of studying. Xu went close to Jiang and asked her about the homework, to which she points at the table, saying she has done a lot of homework exercises. She even did tomorrow's share, and Yan also announced that she has done the share for tomorrow as well. Xu then pats her head while saying she will have to tell her grandma, as it's up to her to decide if she will have to study tomorrow or not. Xu was thinking that having little Yan accompanying the warrioress seems like a good idea. It's more meaningful than spending the entire day alone playing games. He further thinks that if they were to have a daughter in the future, it would probably feel like this. After some time, while Xu was looking something in his phone, Jiang came and tells him that she sent little Yan back to her grandma's. She then sits next to him and asked, what is he looking at? Xu showed her the video and asked if she can use a soft sword, to which she said nope. Xu said it's to practice her moves, not for fighting and killing, so Jiang replied, if it's just practicing, then there is no problem, she just need to make some noise, right? But just then, something clicked in her mind. She excitedly asked Xu if she will be streaming this in the future, but Xu said, unfortunately, she is just a weak woman with no power to restrain a chicken in the eyes of people. Jiang clenches her fist after hearing that, and asked if he really thinks that she is a weak woman with no power to restrain a chicken. Xu tells her to stop, as that look in her eyes is making him feel uncomfortable, and thinks it feels like that he is no better than a chicken. After some time, Xu tells her that since she doesn't have an ID right now, she can only teach him how to do it first, and then he will use it to make money. He also added that if it's done well, they should be able to establish a long-term collaboration, and they will also get all kinds of swords, like long, short, hard, and Mayo, which excites Jiang. Xu explained that the Mayo sword is a 1.5 meter long sword, it's about as tall as she, and if she used that, she can turn into a killing machine and become a battle angel. And as soon as Jiang heard that, her eyes sparkled as she said that she wants one. Xu smiled at that and tells her that it will arrive soon. He then grabbed her legs as usual and put them on his lap. Then replied, of course, the manufacturer took the initiative to approach him, hoping that he can make a promotional video for them. After a while, Jiang checked her phone and said, according to the news on the phone, there are children who can compose 2,000 to 3,000 poems a day, and asked if that is true. Xu tells her to think about it, as even if she sleep only for 4 hours a day, on average, it will take 1 hour for 100 poems. That is basically impossible. Jiang gets disappointed, thinking it said that if one don't study, he can't even brag, but not only she don't study, she even believes the bragging of other people. She then gets up in anger and starts walking towards her study table. She picked the pencil in confidence, thinking she is going to be smart. But the first question she encountered was that there are 4-liter and a 9-liter bucket, so how can little Ming fetch 6 liters of water? Jiang breaks the pencil in frustration as she got stuck on the first problem. She said he can obviously fully fill the 9-liter bucket and just throw away the rest. Why does he have to fill it with exactly 6 liters? And asked if he is sick. Xu tells her to calm down as not everyone are smart like her, so they need her help in that, but this angered her even more. She thought that she is a smart person, so she shouldn't stoop to the stupid little Ming's level. After some time, Jiang gets happy, thinking she finally finished today's homework. She then went near Xu, who was working on the laptop, and sits beside him. She closed her eyes and thinks if only life could go on like this forever. She put her legs on his stomach and further thinks that his stomach is so warm. Meanwhile, Xu was thinking that she is just acting like Winter Melon right now. They both like to step on his stomach. But just then, to Xu's surprise, Jiang started moving her legs a little downwards. Xu grabbed her legs and asked, what is she trying to do? Jiang pouts while thinking. When he wants it, he doesn't say anything and just hold her feet, but when he doesn't want it, he asks her, what is she trying to do? But then to her surprise, Xu asked if she is trying to make it up to him because she used excuses to not study many times, or if she is trying to avoid studying next time. She turned her face away while saying, not at all, and then thinks that she has been seen through by this guy, but if he dares to continue, then she will beat him up. Meanwhile, Xu was thinking the first 2 times were really accidents. He really can't do it again in the future, as he can't lead the warrioress on the wrong path. He then checked his phone and said it's almost time, so he is going to take a shower and sleep. But suddenly, he sneezed and Jiang asked if he is alright. Xu said he might have caught a cold and will be fine after taking some medicine. And as he picked the medicine, a thought crossed his mind, and he asked Jiang if she has ever been sick, which confused her. Jiang said that she is rarely sick and asked Xu if he is okay, or if he needs to go to the hospital. But Xu tells her to not worry, as a little cold is not enough to kill him. After some time, Jiang came out from the shower. Xu noticed her coming out of the bathroom and tells her that they should sleep in separate rooms tonight, or he would pass the virus to her as well. Xu thought that they have been sleeping in the same bed for a few days now, so there is no need to be afraid that she won't let him sleep with her again. Xu then leaves from there, telling Jiang that he will sleep in the storage room for the next couple of days, thinking that a proper rest is required for a quick recovery. Xu goes into the room and thought that he need to treat this cold seriously, or it will get worse. Furthermore, the swords will be delivered the day after tomorrow, so he needs to be ready for that as well. After some time, suddenly, Xu noticed that someone opened his room door. He gets up and asks Jiang what is she up to. She went close to him and said she just looked it up to see if he will die from his symptoms. She thought he was fine all along, but he suddenly develops heart inflammation, brain inflammation, and nose tumors, and then wonders if she is going to get widowed before they even marry. She then grabs Xu and starts pulling him, saying that it's best if they go see a physician, but Xu tells her to wait. He said at this rate that she is grabbing him, he will really die. Xu tells her to not trust the internet blindly and assures her that this is just a minor cold, so nothing will happen to him. They both fell silent for 10 minutes, and then Jiang again asked if he is sure that he won't suddenly die, to which Xu replied he definitely won't. She then asked him why is he using a blanket on such a warm day, so Xu tells her that it's best to sweat it out when you have a cold, and then showed her the thermometer. He said that it's just 37.3 Celsius, he is just having a tiny fever, so she doesn't have to worry. She worriedly asked that his fever won't suddenly shoot up to 40 Celsius in the middle of the night, to which Xu replied that would be impossible. He then lied down and tells her to not worry about him and should rest as well. After she left, Xu thought that he only shared a bed with her for a few days, and now he is back to sleeping alone again. After some hours, Xu wakes up and finds Jiang looking at him with a concerned look. He asked what is she doing there, and Jiang said that she is seeing if his fever has worsened, and asked if they should measure his temperature again. Xu gets up and asked what time is it, so she tells him it's past 3. Suddenly, Xu grabbed her hand and pulled her towards him, telling her to just sleep together as it saves her the trouble of overthinking. Jiang touched his legs and thought it really doesn't seem as hot as she imagined. But then, Xu tells her that he really won't get to rest if she will not stop rubbing him. She blushed hearing that, and asked if he is not going to say that he will pass his sickness to her now. To which Xu replied he decided that he should just pass the cold to her to let her experience it, otherwise, she will think that she is about to die every time he catch a cold. Jiang thinks it looks like it's really nothing much if Xu is still able to say things like that. She then wished him good night and sleep in Zhu's arms. In the morning, Zhu wakes up and wondered, why is there such an intense smell of ginger? He went out and asked Jiang what is she making, to which she replied, it's ginger water. Zhu, with a horrified look, said that he doesn't want it, but Jiang tells him to quit acting, and that he must drink it. Zhu quickly turns back towards his room, saying he remembered that he didn't fold his blanket, but before he could escape, she grabbed him from behind. While vomiting, Zhu was saying that his mouth is full of ginger residue, but Jiang said he is exaggerating. After some time, she asked him if he wants to practice martial arts to sweat it out. But he instantly refused, telling her that he just wants to quietly rest there, thinking the cold got more serious. He then tells her to not sneak into his bed just because she misses him, but she loudly tells him that it was clearly him who dragged and hugged him to sleep. Zhu smiled after hearing that and asked if he would have been able to pull her in if she really didn't want to, but she tells him to shut up, thinking she will beat him up when he gets better. Jiang then receives a text on her phone, and while going towards her phone to check the text, she tells Zhu that it best if he stay over there permanently from now on. The text was from Ping, who was asking her if she wants to go to fishing. Jiang gets sad, thinking that if she were to head out and leave him alone, will he be okay at home? She then tells Ping that Zhu is sick, so she won't be able to join her today. In the afternoon, Zhu did some martial arts training and thinks that after practicing a little, his stuffy nose seems to have gotten better. He then went near the couch, thinking it's time to look at the stock market. Jiang was already looking at it and asked if he can earn money by this, to which Zhu said yes, but it's hard to get a grasp of it, and it doesn't earn much. Jiang said, but he is having an easy time, so Zhu explained to her that if he is earning, it means that someone is losing, so it's not easy to earn. She pouts and said he is always saying that everything is difficult all day long, and there is always someone smarter than you, but she has also been studying all this time. Zhu replied, when he is talking about smarts, it doesn't refer to IQ as she understands it. He added that she is studying because he is forcing her to, but real smart people are able to realize that they have to study and would do it on their own. She gets frustrated hearing that and thinks all this guy knows is to make her study, and said that he is just tricking her into studying every day. Zhu then tells her that even if she is a dumb little sprout, he will still take care of her, to which Jiang said it's easier to take care of dumb people. He then asked her what kind of weird stuff is she searching again, same as thinking that he will die from a cold. She replied she hasn't been reading any weird stuff, but is just concerned about him. Suddenly, Zhu grabbed her hand and put it on his stomach, telling her that she can touch him there as it's more accurate that way. Zhu then tells her that if she is willing to study on her own, then he will love her 100 times more than he currently do. But she turned her face away in response and replied she doesn't care. But then she slowly peeked at him and asked how much is 100 times more. To which Zhu happily replied it's the level where he will even love her feet water, but then she calls him a pervert. Zhu was still not feeling better, so Jiang tells him that she will make another bowl of ginger soup for him tonight. But then, Zhu said, thinking about it, does her bath water qualifies as ginger soup too, which makes her angry, as she calls him a pervert again. She pushed him while thinking he is still spewing such vulgar stuff when he can rarely talk, and she is sure that when he grows old, he will still be as pervy. After some days, Jiang went out for shopping with her friend Ping. She was thinking that she hasn't been out for some time, since she has been taking care of Zhu at home. Suddenly, Ping said that she seemed like quite the bookworm and asked what has she been reading, to which Jiang replied she read all kinds of stuff. She added that Zhu told her that she would get scammed by other if she doesn't study, and they would force her to box other people or whatever, which shocked Ping. She shockingly said that someone as pretty as she, who has a boyfriend and has her own stuff to do, what business does she have with boxing? Jiang asked what does having a boyfriend has to do with boxing, to which Ping replied because those people have nothing better to do. And as Ping was about to cross the road, Jiang pulled her back, telling her to stop. Ping tells her that if they don't cross now, they will have to wait for a long time for the next green light. But Jiang replied that crossing when the light is red will get her hit, so it's safer to just wait a little, but Ping still insisted on crossing. But then the lights turned green, so she said that this intersection takes a long time to turn green, while Jiang said she would rather wait 3 minutes than save 1 second. Ping pouts while saying that they aren't really crossing when it's red or anything. But Jiang replied, regardless of how small the chance of it happening is, it's a 100% chance when it happens to her. Ping said, after hearing her speak like that, could it be that the boxing she was talking about is that of the physical sense, or if Xu is teaching her martial arts? Jiang thinks if that's the case, doesn't Xu mean that someone will teach her martial arts? But that doesn't make sense though, as she should be the one teaching others instead. It seems like the boxing that the three of them are thinking of are different. Ping then gets shocked and asked if that Xu Qing, that nerdy straight guy, is really planning to have a weak girl like her learn martial arts. She frustratingly said that guy is also bad at video games, so it's a mystery how he got such a girlfriend like her. Jiang also tells her that he is teaching her everything, and today she learned about how he makes money from stock market, so Ping suggests her to ask Xu to grow the money she earns as well. Jiang gets shocked after hearing that, thinking why didn't she thought about it, as if Xu is smart, it also make her smart by extension as well. If he can earn money, then why don't she pass him her money so that they can earn money together? Meanwhile, Ping was thinking if she really make that much sense. They then went inside a restaurant, where Ping motivates Jiang to study hard and improve every day, thinking Xu doesn't seem like a bad guy. Jiang wonders if that is okay, so Ping said it's pretty good. After all, the honeymoon phase will eventually come to an end, so they will have to find a way to understand each other. After some time, Ping asked her if she will go for fishing, telling her that she bought a new fishing rod, but Jiang refused her offer as if she doesn't have much time today. Ping gets disappointed and said, alright, then let's go tomorrow. But then her eyes sparkled as she asked Jiang if they should go roller skating right then. Jiang gets shocked hearing that, saying she never tried it and thinks that Ping is not Xu, so she can't expose herself. As she was thinking that she has to learn to lurk amongst the people from this era, Ping grabbed her hand while saying she will teach her. After some hours, Xu was inside his house looking at Jiang's slipper. But then he noticed Jiang looking at him with disgust. He starts laughing and asked why didn't she make a sound when she came home, but she didn't said anything. Xu then nervously shows her a book, saying that he was just curious about the fashion in Tang Dynasty. It's true, he is on this page of the book, thinking these straw strippers are a curse, as now he really can't get rid of the pervert label. But God can attest that he really was researching ancient fashion. Jiang then make a big smile and said she believed him completely. As she was leaving, Xu fell into despair, thinking, believe my foot. After some time, while she was working in the kitchen, Xu came close to her and said that if she is having fun with her friends, then she can just have dinner outside. He added that she has some money that she earned from the stream, so she should treat her friends sometimes, and she happily said okay to it. After a while, Xu was checking the sword when she tells him that she went roller skating with Ping today, which shocked him as he asked if she can roller skate. Jiang replied it's super easy and that she learned it in no time. While cutting vegetables, Jiang was thinking of something. Suddenly, she goes inside her room and then returns with her clothes. She tells Xu he said that he wants to do research so he can have this, and Xu shockingly asked if she really believes him. He checked the clothes and thinks that the needlework is immaculate and it is very neat, the ends are also neatly cut. As Xu was thoroughly checking the dress, suddenly something fell from it. He picked it up and figured that it's a cloth to wrap around your breasts from the Kai Yuan era. He starts smelling it, thinking with 1200 years of history it's a great antique. But just then, Jiang came and shouted at him, asking what is he doing. Xu was startled and replied he accidentally dropped this and it looked a little dirty, so he was just blowing the dust off it, and then he put the cloth on the couch. He then clears his throat and asked why did she came back, to which Jiang said she came to get an egg. After she goes back to the kitchen, Xu took a sigh of relief. He wondered why can't he keep these hands to himself, why does he find himself in such situations when he already has a girlfriend. He looked at his hands and thought, could it be that he really is a degenerate pervert? He thought that he doesn't have a fetish for used clothes, even when it comes to stockings. He is only interested when the warrioress is wearing them. He questioned himself, then why does he have such an interest in an antique? And then Xu understood that it's because of the jeans. What he is interested in isn't the piece of cloth itself, but the fact that it's an antique. He then starts sniffing it again, thinking that he is only interested in the smell of antiques, unaware that Jiang was spying on him. He looked in her direction, but finds nobody, so he wondered if he is imagining things, because it felt like she was watching him. But then Xu thought that if she was really peeking, she would most definitely let out a scream and not let him continue. He then looked at the strip and thinks since he has already smelled one of the antique, he should give the same treatment to other antique as well. He convinced himself by thinking that he is not a pervert, it's just in his genes to love all antiques, so he should not reject any of these. Just like Wang doesn't mind others saying that he is poor, he himself shall no longer care if Jiang calls him a pervert, because he is not, that's what he truly believes. He then starts sniffing it again and gets excited by the smell. While having dinner, Jiang asks Xu if he saved all the money that she has earned, right, to which Xu replied yes. He thought that besides the 4,000 for the TV, he hasn't touched the rest, as he was waiting for her to get her ID before he could transfer it all. She tells him that she was just curious if he can use her money to earn more from the share market, but Xu instantly refused, saying he just invested a little for fun. Also, if he were to invest her money, he would feel even more pressure. The bigger the capital, the larger the risks as well, so Jiang asked if he is saying that it is easier to lost her money. Xu then gives her an example, saying it's easy to just follow the thin white line on the road. They can walk straight on it without worry. But if they were to put a path of the same width on the mountainside and have her walk it, isn't it way harder and no longer easy? But Jiang instantly said with a smile that it's not hard though. Realizing what she meant by that, Xu looked at her with a dumb expression. He then calmed down and tells her that he refused to be her fund manager because if he uses her money, he will feel the pressure of losing it. Wang also proposed him a similar idea before, even though the money wasn't that much. He refused without any hesitation. He tells Jiang that it's already enough to earn a little money by doing that. If he invests too much, he will feel pressured, and then it will just be giving away his money. Jiang thinks she seems to now know why he can live a relaxed life with a look of idleness every day. It's by having a clear understanding of himself. Not only does he have a clear understanding, but he is also very good at reading others. She thinks that maybe what Ping said is correct. He has been urging her to study to keep them spiritually united. The more common language the better, so as to continue to manage the relationship between two people stably after the novelty wears off. Smart idlers and stupid idlers will only drift apart. After a while, Xu tells her that his cold has been completely cured, so he can move back to sleep. But then to his surprise, she said, in the past few days, he proved that he is not afraid of the heat, and can sleep there all the time. She added that if he still wants to move, then she is going to play right now. But then to her shock, Xu turned his face away and said that he won't move, so she can do her questions. She asked if he really will not move, to which Xu replied, yes, not moving at all. She gets angry hearing that, and said then she will do these questions, and he can stay in the storage room. After some time, while she was studying and Xu was doing the dishes, someone rang the doorbell. It was the belt sword that Xu was waiting for, as he tells her that it's hard to get on the subway with this thing. She can't pass the security check, it's just a novelty. But then he used it as a belt, telling her it can be used as a belt at ordinary times, and it can be pulled out when needed. Jiang thinks about something and asked, then, won't his pants fall down when he take it out to fight? Xu replied, the pants won't fall with a hollow belt, and tells her to not take it outside, as this is for collecting and playing. This sword is for her, so she can play with it later. Jiang thinks that this is just an iron sheet, yet it's called a sword, and wonders when will her 40-meter sword arrive. Xu said then she can learn a few moves, and then put on the chainmail to shoot a short video, and if they can establish a long-term cooperation, her weapon rack can be filled slowly. She then asked him when will her big sword arrive, so Xu replied that it's coming soon, and when the time comes, she can take it with her to shower and sleep. After some time, Jiang was thinking about Xu, that he always seems to be thinking about her future. She remembered how he promised her that he will do his best to help her get acquainted with his world, so she can slowly blend in. Then the time when he tells her to live in his era and enjoy the prosperity of 1200 years later. All the times when he tells her to solve the humanities, smooth out the information gap, and then become a modern person. Get to know his world, mature quickly so she can have the ability to choose freely, then there will be no problem. and that give her an environment where she can study with peace of mind. When she is independent, she can make her own choice on whether to leave or stay. She smiled after remembering all that and thinks it hasn't even been a year, and she has already learned to smile. She looked at him washing the dishes and thought maybe his intentions has changed several times along the way, but he has been thinking about her future, and that has never changed. Separated by more than 1200 years, she came from the Kai Yuan era to the current era and then luckily met this person. She looked at the moon from the window and remembers her second miss telling her that he is really reliable. Then she wonders, what is her second miss doing right now? Is she counting copper coins with her small box? Or if she is repairing the leader's clothes? Or if she is also looking up at the moon? Suddenly, Xu came close to her and asked, what is she looking at? Jiang said she is looking at the moon, and then asked for the people of the past, have they always lived in that time? To which Xu replied, probably. She smiled and said, second miss must be looking at the moon as well, and she must be able to feel that she is living a good life now. Xu also smiled after hearing that, and happily said, definitely. After some time, Xu was thinking that the warrioress has been there for almost a year, and after a month it will be exactly 1 year. He looked at her while thinking. Originally, he thought that it would take at least a few years for her to integrate into society, but she has progressed so fast because of the internet. Not only did she learn how to play video games and make friends online, she even learned to watch naughty films. Thinking about it carefully from a boyfriend's perspective, it seems that he hasn't properly given her a gift yet, so he decides to give her something on her first-year anniversary. Suddenly, Xu received a video from Hao in the chainmail, asking how is he looking, and if he is looking like Qin Qiong. Xu then showed the video to Jiang and asked if this stupid expression looked like her deputy leader. But she looked at the video with disgust and said, her deputy leader isn't that stupid. Suddenly, Xu remembered that there are still some unused iron rings from the chainmail, and asked if he should make her an iron shirt. But Jiang said it would not prevent someone from chopping her legs, and she will also fall from the weight. But Xu added that he will add 2 suspenders to it, so she won't fall that way. But as Jiang imagined about it, she gets angry at him. She kicks him in anger and tells him that she is going to stream. During the entire stream, she focused on playing games, while Xu did his stance for complete 1 hour. After the stream ended, Jiang asked him in a low voice if he is going to, but then stopped herself. She gets frustrated and thinks that she doesn't care where this guy sleeps, and it's more comfortable being alone in a big bed. She then wondered if Xu really changed his mind, and if he won't play any tricks on her. She then goes to her room and lie down, thinking she doesn't care anymore, and it's time to sleep. But just then, Xu slowly opened the door, and looked at her with a suspicious look. As he came inside, Jiang asked, didn't he said that he is not going to move, so what is he doing there? Xu replied that he didn't move as his pillow and sheets are still over there. He is there to talk to her about something important. He said it's about the identity issue, that if it doesn't succeed the first try, it will be more difficult later on, so she must be fully prepared for the first try, to which she replied, she already know that. He then slowly get on the bed, saying he is just worried that she is impatient, but there isn't much a need for an ID right now, so they need to prepare with peace of mind. He explained that now the neighbors has a general impression of her, and Auntie Cheng and Little Yan are strong witnesses that he pursued her for several years. He then picked up a bedsheet while adding that there is also the Sky Eye CCTV outside, so the fact that she appeared out of thin air has been wiped out now. He lied down and said there is no need to worry about the police investigation anymore, so it's a big step forward. Jiang looked at him while making a strange face and asked why did he end up sleeping there. But Xu ignored that and said he is sleepy, so good night. This was the moment when she wanted to hit him for real as she looked at him with immense anger. She then turned off the light and lay down while thinking about him. But suddenly Xu hugged her from behind, which startles her. They both then wished each other good night in a low voice and closed their eyes. The next morning, Xu wakes up and finds Jiang sleeping on his arm while hugging him. He starts sniffing her, but just then he heard her asking if he is a dog, which startles him. Xu quickly gets up and creates some distance between them while saying some nonsense, that he is the year of the dog. Meanwhile, Jiang was thinking that he likes to smell everything. He really is a pervert. She then gets up and do some stretching, which makes Xu excited as he could see her curves clearly. He thinks it's a pity that he can't win against her otherwise. But just then, a thought crossed his mind. He asked Jiang if she was already awake, which startles her. She instantly refused, saying she just woke up, but Xu replied that he doesn't believe her, thinking he suspects that she is trying to entrap him again. She looked at him and said whether he believe her or not, it's up to him. As she was thinking which clothes she should wear, Xu tells her that she can change there and promised that he won't peek. But she looked at him peeking already and asked what is he doing then, to which Xu said he is closing his eyes right now. She kept looking at him to see if he really is closing his eyes or not. Xu asked why isn't she changing yet, and if they don't trust each other in times like these, this relationship will be hard to last. She then put the teddy bear in front of his eyes and tells him to not peek or she will really hit him. While lying down, Xu thinks that she would usually head to the storage room just to change her clothes, so this is a big improvement. Since they haven't been sleeping together thanks to his cold, he guesses that the absence really makes the heart grow fonder. After some time, while Xu was in the bathroom, Jiang came and asked if what they are right now considered abnormal. Xu asked in a confused tone in which aspect she is referring to, thinking they were never normal to begin with, to which she replied that with them sleeping together. Xu said it's normal to sleep together, what's abnormal is that she is still wary of him, even after they are already sleeping together. She asked, then how would modern people be like then? To which he replied, modern people probably wouldn't have any reservations about anything, they would have been running around butt naked. He thinks that there is nothing wrong with sticking to the old beliefs from the Kaiyuan era, and it's hard to find someone who is like her these days. He is just teasing her from time to time, but it has backfired, and hopes that God will forgive him. He then looked at her, getting ready to make breakfast. And then he fell on his knees, thinking, no, it's still better to get her used to it early. While having breakfast, Jiang tells him that she promised to Ping to go fishing with her, and asked if there is anything he wants her to get on the way. Xu replied no, since he will be heading out in a bit too. Then he asked her if she wants to come find him at his parents' house at noon, as he might be having his lunch there. She said, in that case, she will go fishing with Ping in this afternoon, instead of the morning, to which Xu tells her that it's okay, she can go with Ping, as his parents might not even want him around for lunch. After some time, Xu was going to his parents' house. His uncle Zhao stopped him and said he just saw Jiang and her friend heading out with their fishing rods, so why didn't he join them? To which Xu starts bragging, saying it's because he is too good at fishing, and they feel ashamed when he is around. But his uncle tells him to stop bragging, as he sees them with buckets full of fish all the time. After some time, he reached home and asked his dad where his mom is, and he replied that she has gone to play mahjong. Xu asked why she went this early in the morning, since she usually play in the afternoon. He then finds half pomelo on the table, saying this looks good, and asked his dad if his workplace give him this. His dad tells him that there are a few more in the kitchen, so if he like it, he can take a couple home for Jiang and him to eat. His dad thinks that this rascal is probably there for something, and coincidentally, he has something for him too. Without wasting any time, his dad asked him to say what he wants this time, to which Xu tells him to not worry, as he is not there to ask for the house. His dad replied he wouldn't hand it to him even if he wanted it, and then asked if he is finally enlightened and is there to find him a job. But Xu refused immediately, and as he was about to brag about saving Hao, his dad immediately stood up and starts leaving, saying he doesn't want to talk. Xu then tells him that he just wanted to ask if he approached Auntie Cheng to ask about Jiang. His dad tried to refuse at first, but then Xu asked if he is saying that Auntie Cheng was lying. His dad replied he was just parking his car over there and was doing some chit-chat, and the conversation drifted towards that, but Xu knew that he was lying. He then asked his dad if he is able to help resolve it. His dad gets confused and asked what does it has to do with him. Xu said that if the ID problem gets settled, the two of them will immediately get married, to which his dad replied she is his girlfriend, so why would he help him? Also, didn't he said earlier that he will think of a way to resolve it, so just do that. But then Xu makes a puppy face and said he is his son, but his dad shouted at him, telling him that those tricks of his won't work on him. His dad tells him that if he were to live an honest life and stop that dabbling streaming nonsense, he will help him ask around and talk about the ownership of that house. His dad thinks that getting on the newspaper once has given this guy the confidence to show off for a year. Xu asked his dad which part of him is not honest, to which his dad replied, he can settle it himself then. Besides, the two of them are just dating, so they might break up in the future. But Xu instantly refused, saying that's not happening, but his dad said it's not up to him to decide. Xu gets up, saying he doesn't squander the money he has and doesn't go out and make trouble. He live his days in peace. What's wrong in that? But his dad said he is like this at the moment, but will he still be the same a few years down the road? To which Xu replied, he definitely will. His dad said, then they will see in a few years. Other people out there already have successful careers and families, while he has accomplished nothing so far. Xu replied that just because he is his son, it doesn't mean that he can place such expectations on him. He asked his dad to touch his heart and tell the truth. How many people would be able to meet his expectations? He asked him if he really understands the youth of today. Being a civil servant like Hao is in the minority. Even if he were to be lucky enough to find a job at a good company, his salary would just be enough for food and shelter. If his luck is bad, then he might have to pay the rent using his money. Squeezing with others on public transport at 9 in the morning, and sitting in the office for the whole day, while having to work overtime during holidays, and not being able to go home. His dad asked if he is saying that only the best among the elites are able to make that armor of his, and why is he comparing himself with the worst of them? Xu said he has to admit this, that most people out there are unable to earn tens of thousands while in school, pay the rent, stay home, all while building up his personal savings. He smirks and added, so this means, if you were to look at it from another angle, he is someone who is very hardworking and outstanding. Xu said that he hasn't accomplished anything so far, it just seems that way in his eyes, because it doesn't fit his idea of success, and because he is not living to his expectations. Xu thinks the day he met Jiang was the day he went for a job interview to please his dad, but now, when he think about it, it was totally unnecessary. Meanwhile, his dad was thinking. He admits that this rascal has accomplished some things, and tells Xu that he never forced him to become super accomplished. He just wants him to not fool around. Xu makes fun of him and asked if he truly believed that his son would behave himself in a job. He would be dabbling in alcohol and women. That's just who he is, which makes his dad angry. Xu added that with the devious thoughts running in his head, he would easily be led astray, and when the time comes, he will only be able to visit him behind the bars. His dad asked why would he visit him when he will be behind the bars, to which Xu replied, because that would be crazy. Xu then gets serious and said, with his skills, he thinks that if he were to chase his definition of success, he would be able to do it better than most people out there. His dad tells him to stop bragging, saying, if he could, then why aren't he doing it? Is it because it's more fun waving that sword around and playing with slippers? Xu then makes a funny face and agrees, telling him, yes, because it's fun. He said, this boils down to their different perspectives. He loved doing what interests him and living his life. Not everything is about money. He would never choose something which will make him miserable. And he is not going to give up on his current life just because he thinks that he is loafing around. His dad grits his teeth in anger, telling him he is not going to fall for such nonsense, and asked, what does Jiang think? Does she not complain that he is not striving to be better? Xu replied, loving your way of life is striving to be better. If she is unhappy with it one day, they will think of how to change things for the better. His dad angrily said he can take it easy then, and he won't give him the house, to which Xu replied if he were to donate his house to him, he would become serious immediately. But then to Xu's surprise, his dad takes out a paper and slams it on the table in anger. He said that he will write his will, that when he is gone, he will donate his entire fortune away. But before he could write that, Xu said to tell him the truth, he has 100,000 in his savings, and he can make a down payment next year. His dad fell silent after hearing that, while Xu was looking at his expressions. His dad removed his glasses and asked in disbelief if he robbed a bank. Xu said he didn't rob any bank, and he may think that he is not working a proper job, but he has made a lot of money from it. Xu thinks that if he doesn't make a bet with this old man, he still won't recognize him, even if he earns enough for a house. He remembers that around this time last year, his savings were around 40k to 50k. And in the past year, he stayed home with Jiang and didn't have to pay any rent. The meals were made from ingredients handpicked by them, and thus his expenses have decreased by quite a bit, as compared to the days when he was living alone. Combined with the money from streaming, their income is also higher than before, which led to an increase in savings all around. There is a big change in lifestyle too. The two of them staying home, reading books, and watching videos every day has increased their quality of life, so the warrioress is really a blessing from heaven. His dad then asked him if he doesn't have to spend money on his girlfriend, thinking something is not right. She replied, she is great, she uses the beauty products he bought for her sparingly, and it would be even better if he could get her ID issue settled. Xu added that he can find a flat on his own, and won't have to inherit his, so he can use it to generate income for his retirement, while the two of them can live their lives on their own. His dad then asked what is wrong with Jiang's ID, thinking the two of them are just fooling around at home, yet they make that much money. Xu replied, this is what he said in the past, but she is even smarter now and has self-studied her way to the high school level. His dad thinks that they are preparing to get married and buy a house. All of this does not add up. He then asks Xu to show him his savings, as he believed that he is lying. But to his surprise, Xu quickly take out his phone and showed him that his investments are worth more than 60k. There is also around 10k in the stock market and even more in the emergency account, and suggests his dad to scrutinize it if he doesn't believe him. Xu thought that if someone told him a year ago that he would sleep and wake up early, practice martial arts, and put down a deposit, he would have laughed in their face. But it has actually happened. A warrioress from 1,000 years ago has changed his life completely. His dad checked everything and thinks it is indeed in order, and being able to earn 100k at his age is truly praiseworthy. And maybe he is telling the truth that he would be more successful than most people, but he is choosing the easy life. Xu said, to be honest, he is able to get her ID settled himself, but he need to have a backup just in case. His dad replied, he can only help by ask around for him, so Xu thanked him for that. He gets up while thinking. The most he can do is to erase any traces of how the warrioress suddenly appeared, and if her ID issue gets settled, then it will be smooth sailing from then on. She will no longer have to see the world through the small monitor at home, and will be able to step out of Jiangcheng and explore the world. He then excitedly tells his dad, since they have some free time, does he wants him to demonstrate some martial arts. But as soon as his dad hears that, he tells him to scram. Xu then picked up 2 pomelos and shouted, Tiger Fist, but his dad angrily tells him to get lost. After a minute, Xu's mom arrived and said that she coincidentally bumped into Xu on the way and asked why he was running off with 2 pomelos in his hands. His dad tells her to let him do what he wants, as it's better than him running off with the house. Back at home, Jiang asks Xu if he wants to visit Beijing together in the afternoon, to which he surprisingly asks if she was serious about buying a plot of land in the suburbs and growing her own crops. She replies that she just wanted to go there to take a look, and they haven't been there together yet. Also, seeing fields full of crops makes her happy. Xu goes on to agree and says they should go together in the afternoon, which makes Jiang happy. She goes on with her daily work and gives Xu a kiss on the cheek. He thinks that she's so affectionate even in broad daylight. He wonders if he's able to use the excuse that her pee turned red to check out her body. He goes on to rebuke himself and say, how can he be like that? Isn't bullying an innocent girl from the Tang Dynasty going against public morals? He also goes on to ask himself if his teacher raised him up to be such a person. After that, Jiang asks him if he can just steam the fish. Then he tells her that she will look good if she were to hold the fish with both of her hands, to which she asks him if he means like how he does it. Xu becomes embarrassed and thinks that he incurred low physical damage and high emotional damage. After some time, Jiang takes a picture of the fish that she has cooked. Xu goes on to think that she is sharing a picture of the fish with her friends the moment it's ready. He then tells her to send it to him as well, so she agrees with a confused look. He sends a message in the group saying that he caught it himself and asks if he is awesome or not. His mother wonders if he didn't just leave here with 2 pomelos in hand and asks where he found the time to go fishing. His father replies that he is not showing off the fish itself but showing off the dish instead, and thinks that without even looking at it, he can already guess that he has his nose up in the air and is showing off anything and everything he can. He then tells Xu's mother to go and buy a fish later too, as they haven't had fish in a long time. To which she angrily tells him that it's not a special occasion or anything, so why does she have to go through the hassle? And he realizes that she lost money playing mahjong this morning. He goes on to think, could it be that Brat rushed home before lunch because he heard that his mom was playing mahjong and was worried that he couldn't eat good food for lunch if she lost money? What a master of escaping, as Zhu avoided all the nagging too. He continues in thought that Zhu must be gloating that he has tasty fish for lunch right now, while Zhu is happily eating his fish. He thinks it could be that the warrioress calculated the expenses for the two of them and chose to buy ducks, geese, and pork ribs for meat along with some fruits to change up their diet, though they still didn't spend that much. He goes on to think that he's actually starting to feel guilty for saving up money without having to commute or own a car, plus not falling sick easily due to them practicing martial arts. He further thinks that perhaps having a kid is the only way to achieve a proper balance. He tells Jiang that the way things are going, he thinks they will be able to get their own place next year, or the year after next, to which she questions about their own place. She goes on to think about the topic of their own place.